specific star maps from within the structure. And I mean, if that's true, I'm guessing that those claims weren't just completely fabricated, but if there's truth in that, then that's a very fascinating thing. And their claim as well, a couple thousand years or 4,000 years or 4,500 years really isn't that long in the big. Well, of course it isn't when you move the goalpost out to the 40th
But
decimal place.
it kind of is though, because in the grand scheme, on the larger scale of everything, if something was to shift by a degree or
Right.
1%,
But that's the thing. Their claim is that it would take 1 degree would take 100 million years. So we've only moved 1/100,000th of a degree, blah blah blah. That's their claim. They move the numbers out. So I mean, think about it. Billion. That I'm sure you've talked about and thought about like the absurdity of big numbers. And the absurdity of big numbers is absurd. The other day, somebody was in the chat making fun of cryptocurrency, and they're like, there was a $600 million hack, 611 million. Again, that was 0.0039 or 0.00339 percent, like double zeros after the decimal place percent. Okay. And it was 611 million's a crap ton of a lot. But when it comes to percentages, and this is part of how they lie with statistics, by the way, is by using, different metrics. But the fact of the matter is, if you are Bitcoin, you are the incarnation of Bitcoin, and you lose or whatever, if Bitcoin is you, and you lose 0.00339% of yourself. I mean, that's like clipping part of your hair off or something, shaving your arm. Yeah, basically. The point is they claim that the stars have moved, right? They say that when they look into channels inside of these pyramids, that you can actually tell that the stars have moved. But that's, in my personal opinion, a hilarious presupposition, because they've moved to an absurdly low degree if they moved. And that's the whole issue. They claim that they've moved because they claim that the original architects and constructors of the pyramids had absolute to the nanometer accuracy. What kind of nonsense claim is that? It appears that that the stars have moved out of position of the channels of the pyramids that you see within by several fractions of a millimeter. It's like, is it plausible to think that they were just inaccurate in their construction of the pyramids by fractions of a millimeter? Is this at least plausible? But no, they want to make the claim that they accomplished a miracle of miracles. Forget the Red Sea, the parting of the Red Sea, forget water to wine. The Egyptians or whomever, their slaves, whomever, aliens, whomever, had a miracle of miracles and constructed the most accurate building in the history of reality. That's their claim when they make those idiotic statements that apparently the stars have moved fractions of a millimeter. But people eat this up. I'm done with my monologue. Sorry, guys.
No, I think it's clear these structures that were built, to me anyway, it's my own personal conjecture, that they are more likely the pre-flood civilization that we're looking at. But, I could be wrong.
I think that that's plausible. Either way, is it plausible that they were just a little bit inaccurate? Really, really accurate, but not godlike accuracy. Is that at least plausible? Can we agree that this is
basically eyeballing the shit? How accurate do you want it to be?
By accident, they get it more accurate than we could possibly even get it today.
Yeah. It's absurd. They shoot themselves in the foot so often that it's hard. There's the people that are that are consistent long-term believers.
Why build these structures to stand the test of time? Like think
Well,
about
do you think that that was the
them.
intention
That
or a consequence?
well, I mean, I don't know. Oh yeah, okay, I see what you're saying.
I mean, maybe they did intend for them to last forever, but it could also be just a consequence of the materials they
Well,
chose to use and
Yeah.
not
Really good
necessarily their
engineering.
intention.
but there's an assumption that they'll be able to use it for as long as, at least as
It
long as it will
stands.
stand, because
Right.
Sure.
because if it's mapping the sky, then they think that those cycles will never change.
Why make
So they
something so
didn't.
fucking permanent
Why would
if it
you
was
think?
gonna move
Why would
around?
you? Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. I understand. It was definitely built with the intention of it being a permanent structure, and not one that would be adjusted from time to time. So within the scope of the history of the architects of the pyramid, it would be reasonable to conclude that they understood the stationary nature of those constellations. And I guess by stationary, I don't know which stars they. Does anybody know the actual list of independent, like, because obviously stars do move, but they return to the same position at,
Right.
different times of the
That's it.
year. Does anybody have that list? Because I have a feeling that you're actually going to be able to discern a story from the specific stars.
I
Like
think it was Taurus, to be honest, wasn't it? I think I'm not gonna look. I should. All right. I opened my mouth. I'll go look it up now. I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm just curious because I don't know, but I have a feeling it's going to point to a specific time of the year that under their pagan system they believed was significant and or important for the sake of the dead. And there may be something to glean from that, there may not, but at least within the scope of their practices, they were under the impression that that accomplished some end goal, I don't know what, for the sake of their dead. Might offer some insight to Satan, I don't know.
They could have been propagandized. Everything that they did do could have been under some impression that we're totally unaware of.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I'm under the impression that the Egyptians just had their own pagan system of beliefs, and
Yeah, agreed. Back to the moon thing. Um, when Jenny, like as many times as this has been said, I never thought about it, because we all know that you know when you do see the sun and the moon in the same sky, I mean they're reasonably apart. I've never seen I've never seen the sun close to the moon ever.
I've seen like a 120 though.
Yeah. Yeah. I've
Like
seen it.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. A 120 possible, but anything smaller than that, no. But
like a
then
90.
during
I
an
don't think I've
eclipse,
ever seen a 90 degree.
I've
and
seen
then an
pretty close
eclipse
to
is
90. I think.
basically they're saying that the shit is like what we all experience, right? That like we know that it again because people don't really know angles like that. It's like we all experience when the sun is over there and the moon is over there, and you just make a big Y with your arms like a YMCA, and that's pretty much what it kind of looks like, right?
Yeah.
But you've never experienced the moon approaching the sun. I'm thinking about it in my mind and it's giving me the heebie jeebies. But that's what they're saying is happening. But I've never seen it before, which is crazy.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
want to see
and
a
here's
time
the
lapse.
sorry.
No, I'm done.
To follow up on that, Elijah, It's interesting you say that, because what you would expect is in any of the times that you do see it closer than a 180, right, to correspond with those claims, you would expect that as it approaches 120 or 110 or even 100, if it gets there, right, as it approaches that, you would expect it to be more of a crescent, towards a crescent. In my recollection, and I try to pay attention every time. I can't always see the moon, but when I see it, I always kind of just interesting. It's daytime. Look at that. What a nice sight. Anyway, I haven't seen crescent at the lower angle. I'm not saying that that never happens. I'm just saying that's what you would expect to correspond logically. That would be the reasonable thing to expect.
But the Glober will tell you, well, of course you can't see it because as it approaches the sun, now is between you and the sun, and you cannot see the light that is reflecting off the backside. So how would you see it? And then the hand wave dismissal.
So
There's no
that's the
explanation.
dumbest. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, because we can all see what happens when a physical object occults a light source.
I agree 100%, but I'm pretty sure I've heard that's the argument, because this is not like the first time it's been addressed to people, and it's usually something along those lines that it's the reflecting light, how it's reflecting off the backside of the moon now. How would you see it?
But no, but that's what I'm. Listen, they always repurpose arguments that no one else is really, basically straw manning like these weaker arguments. So why would we think that we should see the illuminated portion that's not facing us, rather than us saying, hey, kind of like, my light in my room, or not even, maybe even like a flashlight, right? And it's like, I'm flashing the light. The light is on one side.
You
You
cut
broke
off.
up, Elijah. You're still breaking up, Elijah.
2 seconds. Check.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was just saying, I don't have to really be too detailed. Like, the moment I say, well, there's a light source, there's me, and there's something in between, kind of getting in the way of the light, we can all envision what that looks like. And then we can say, well, an eclipse doesn't look like that.
Agreed. 100%.
The end. The end.
Right.
The thing that if I have the brightest lamp ever, or the brightest light source ever in front of a soccer ball or something, I'm gonna see that soccer ball. In fact, the brightness, because of the brightness, the contrast between the lit, everything that's lit.
So
go ahead.
So according to them, and this seems like a reasonable, logically consistent argument or rebuttal to what you just said. But what they would say is, okay, so when you light behind a soccer ball that you're referring to, there's all sorts of other objects that are in between you and the soccer ball that are reflecting that light back onto the surface, and therefore, in this place called space, there's nothing to reflect light back onto the moon for you to be able to see it. Therefore, that's why you don't see it. Except for, didn't somebody mention some type of claim where supposedly light reflected from the Earth, they claim can be seen that can make the moon visible during a solar, or no? Did somebody say that at some point? That light from the Earth reflected onto the moon back to the Earth would cause potentially the moon to be seen, or no?
I'm not sure if that claim was made, but it
Here's
doesn't
what I
make any
know,
difference.
though.
The Earth, it would reflect off the Earth. How is
And here,
water on the Earth's surface not as reflective as the dust on the moon? We can, if the moon can illuminate the Earth, then the opposite is true.
but here's what I know, though. I know that when I see a crescent moon, I can still see the rest of the moon with my eyeballs.
Right. So there's an example of it working. We can see it right then and there. There's nothing between us there, too. How come we can see the outline now? Where's that outline when the eclipse happens? Exactly. There you go.
Yeah, good point. But I just wanted to bring this up just to report from the West Coast. The moon's altitude is 34 degrees. Location or direction is 109. It's a little more than that now. It's probably like 110. East southeast. It's
East,
11 point
southeast.
east southeast for me. 11.9%. So think about the direction. 109, or let's just go 110 east southeast. And the sun is at 148. It's probably 150 by now. South southeast. So 109, they're only 40 degrees apart.
And the moon's visible.
No, I can't know. That's the only thing. I can't verify this. Like I'll tell you, like you said about a sliver moon, it's at 11.9%. I've never seen a sliver moon low to the horizon. I don't ever recall seeing a sliver moon low to the horizon.
That's a good point. Like that Halloweeny sliver moon. Do you ever see it low on the horizon?
Never seen it set.
Never.
I've never seen it set. No, or rise. No.
Because it's not bright enough to crack the air.
Yeah.
That's why.
That seems obvious.
I watched the moon just disappear into, like, it's not even, it's, you know how the sky is not that like royal blue, maybe royal is low. It's more powder blue, like
Outer
it's
blue,
like
yeah.
not cloudy, but you get what I'm saying, it's powder blue, like
Oh, like a
in
little
that
mist.
situation.
Yeah, a little bit of
Oh,
mist in the air, you mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
And I always watch the moon, and the moon always disappears right behind that
fades out.
fake layer.
Yeah, so I'll go look later today and see if I can see both.
It's like
So
I
theoretically,
think it was something like shoot that side of the wall or some shit.
so theoretically, like over the water under perfect conditions, we could get a picture of that sliver moon then rising or setting, right?
Yeah,
If conditions
If
were
you're
perfect.
lucky and you had a really clear night, yeah. Yeah, you could see things like that out at sea, but you couldn't be very close to the coast. I think out in the middle somewhere, you probably see some amazing things. But you still have a lot of weather, always, it's always changing.
Drifting off into the horizon. Interesting. I'll post this. Supposedly a 2013 photo. Hold on. It's supposedly Venus and the moon. And again, like clearly, you can see the whole moon.
Now there are people who claim to have the crescent opposite of what you would expect when seeing the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time. Now that's also something I've never seen because again, like I've never seen them that close together. I guess right now would be that. I mean,
I've seen the angle incorrect. I've seen
right.
the crescent not pointing towards the sun
Yeah,
almost always.
yeah, you're
Right.
right. Me too. Almost
Right.
every time. Hmm.
But somebody, MJ, yeah, and I still take issue with you on this for saying that that was like one of our own. I'm like, oh yeah, whose? But anyway, somebody posted a picture of the sun and the moon, like basically, like put the peace sign up that close, right? And the moon's crescent was facing the opposite direction of the sun, and obviously that's impossible in the heliocentric model. Um, but I've never seen
They
that
say
happen.
that's an optical illusion. That's what they say.
No. The what Gospel Bearer just said about the angle being off pretty much 99% of the time. That right there, yeah, they claim is an optical. This is the dumbest shit
Yeah,
I've heard.
they claim all that's an optical illusion. You're just hallucinating. Drop some acid, took some shrooms or something, just seeing something. It's actually in the Oxford Compendium of Visual Illusions. That's
Wow.
how much they have to invest in it.
So
crazy.
whenever we're seeing stuff that doesn't match, just blame it on psychedelics.
So
That's
could you
right.
use AutoCAD to like map out how the light from the sun would travel that huge distance to make that crescent appear in the positions that we are? Because I think three-dimensionally that doesn't work out, right?
I'm still waiting on somebody to
I
simulate
don't.
my little thing when I'm looking at the moon at like 2 o'clock in the morning and it's in the same phase that the sun left, but the sun is coming up to the east. It's a, I want that simulated in AutoCAD or something.
As far as I know, there is no two-scale 3D model of, say, Earth, Sun, Moon, or even Earth and Sun. As far as I know.
Well, what about that like 9 mile long desert thing that they did in that video with the beach ball, and they had to drive like 9 miles away
Yeah,
with a golf
yeah, I've
with
seen that. Yeah, but I mean like
um
a simulation, like a 3D type deal, like AutoCAD or something. I don't even know if it
uh
can be done.
I don't know. They have you can get up in the terabytes as far as data for 3D graphical representations. But so it's not as I don't think it's really a size limitation. I don't know what the limitation would be.
Well, you got to think the sun would be 10,000 pixels if the Earth was 1 pixel. So what are you going to see, right? So, if you want to make the Earth
True.
visible, right? So say you're going to make the Earth, let's say we're going to make the Earth 10,000 pixels, then the
I
sun
know.
has to be rendered at 1,000,000 pixels. I mean,
Yeah.
like I don't know what video card you got that can do that.
Well, the issue is zoom, right? Can't you zoom in and zoom out? It's just you can't necessarily see both simultaneously. Is that
Well, I mean, if you're going
necessary?
to run if you're going to run a simulation, then you have to render everything. You know what I mean? You have to render everything in memory. Of course, like to view like a chunk of that. Yeah,
You don't have to
sure, you can
display it
zoom
all,
in and
but
you're
you got
only rendering that chunk. But to get
Yeah,
to get to lighting the lighting correct on in that one zoomed in piece, you have to do the calculation for the whole thing,
gotcha. Yeah.
which would be a shit ton of memory. And I don't, and it would have to be. I mean, you might be able to like do a render farm or something. I mean, as far as I know, no one's ever did it.
And why would you have to if we lived in a world where we knew by experience that the earth was a ball? The only reason you would want to do something like that is for some kind of realistic video game experience.
Right. To make a simulation would be the only reason to do it. Just for the sake of having a simulation. You would not be driven to do the simulation to try to figure out your own world unless you were told, because you're right. There's no reason to assume that there is a ball at all of gas out anywhere to measure. You're right. It all becomes.
Here's the ironic part: is that we can't simulate it in computer software, but it's supposed to be obvious, right? We're a bunch of retards for not thinking the Earth's a ball.
The world's greatest minds have it figured out. Do you think you're smarter, derper?
Yeah, they come in here and they're like, "Y'all are so stupid. You think the Earth is flat. You don't know anything." Then you start asking them questions, and they're like, "I don't know. I'm not a scientist." These people run around living in a contradiction, permanent state of cognitive dissonance.
Yo, I posted the things that I posted about the navigation. You know what dude posted, Timmy? And this is a normal kind of Facebook group. When I say normal, it's not like a flat earth Facebook group or anything like that. These are just my peoples that we've known each other, went out for drinks and had other various events. And, so we connected all on Facebook. So in there, they turn into these anti-flat earthers. I don't know how, but they do. So this guy posts a link to 1,000 hobbies. Word, bro. Like, word. I'm trying to pass the word around. I'm trying to expose people to things that exist outside of me that shouldn't exist in their reality, like certain manuals telling you that for all intents and purposes, just go with the flat earth that's not moving. Just go with that. And dude is like, bored much? Here's a list of hobbies. Dickhead.
Yeah, they'd rather talk about nothing than talk about their own reality, and with the possibility that they've been lied to about it.
So the dude was giving you a list of hobbies that you ought to check into because you must be bored. Is that what you're saying?
It was like he was trolling it was the troll of the year, if you ask me. I thought it was hilarious. Like I didn't even respond to him, because usually when we go back and forth and we get into like heated, I don't even like him. He doesn't like me, but we're around, or were around each other at one point. So it is what it is. And we have argued literally for days on end, but all he does is what the anti-flat earthers do: obfuscate from the point, troll, straw man you, all these weird things. But you know what? We got to thank them for being the audience, for being the example to the audience, because there's always someone watching.
Yeah, isn't it kind of amazing that in a group of a fairly large group of people, that they would all parrot the same thing? Supposed individuals are parroting the same exact things.
The same exact belief,
Exactly.
because it's not like, oh yeah, that big tree with the heart carved in it by Pine and Spring Street. It's not like that. It's like, that idea in my mind that's in yours too, that neither of us have validated.
Really wild. And the way they weasel out
Well,
of
everybody
everything
has
is
the same image of Santa, so I mean, it's kind of like everybody knows what Santa looks like.
There is
That's
that
true.
Black Santa, though.
Everyone knows you don't discuss the length of the shoelaces on Santa's boot. That's taboo.
You know what's funny? I'll tell you this: the kids of parents who think Black Santa is cool, I feel where you're trying to go, but I don't like it. We don't like it. Just keep them white.
I know.
I hate on both sides when people cultural appropriate. Look, yo, Just
they
let
call
the
it dipping.
characters be what they are.
Yeah. They call that dipping.
No, go ahead. My bad.
In the superhero world and otherwise, call that type of racial flip-flopping is called. That's the term that they use is
Oh,
dipping. It's
that's
interesting.
interesting.
Yeah.
That is.
They wanted to spread their Krampus lore to everyone. They weren't being specific.
I think Krampus is more likely to be real than the heliocentric model. Krampus
Yeah,
could be some evil spirit or some shit. That could happen.
oh, like the ones that are in power right now? Could be.
Well, I mean, they're psychopaths, sure, but see, that's where that kind of talk stops with me because I blame everything else on everyone else. Yeah, well, I was a Glober for 30 some 33 30, well, 30 20 29 or so years of my life. That's definitely my fault. That's my fault. It is what it is.
Yeah, and so it goes for most of us here, It's the same way.
People blame the government for their problems, but really I blame people for their ignorance because it's the reason all this shit happened.
Yeah, isn't it our own fault? Yeah, it's my fault. It's my own fault. I have responsibility too. And, there was a time when I should have taken responsibility. And for whatever reason, I was not able to make the right decision. Or at least in my mind, I wasn't. Now, who knows if there's such a thing as being directed or providence or whatever you want to call it, like we've all made mistakes.
I was the first sign of, you know what I think? I think we're all on a program because the reason that I didn't okay, for those out there who who don't believe in the Bible, I'll just say that I'm not utilizing the Bible as proof that the earth is this contained flat system that was created by the creator, but it's just it damn, what was my point? Because I was
You
trying
said
not to
something about
offend people and I
program.
forgot.
You said the word program.
Oh, we're all on the same program. It's just like where we're at with Globers, like they've reached a certain pitch. Why do I say this? Because I was a Glober. Only when it came to shooting down someone who was telling me that God existed. Oh yeah, well, how you believing in this book that tells you that basically the world was just created and then it was just here in 7 days, blah blah blah. Look at that, look at that. The earth was here before the sun. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Don't you know anything? Haven't you researched anything? Here, let me help you out. Why don't you subscribe to Vsauce's channel? I've said this to someone. So I was on the same program that an anti-flat earther is on. I just wasn't far enough along in the story. Now the story is here. What I was supposed to do was still be what I thought was an atheist, which would actually have been agnostic. And so what was supposed to happen was when this flat earth shit came up, I was supposed to deny it in the face for scientism. That's what I was supposed to do. But the program didn't work this far for me. I think that's their game. Like they started at some point, and these people are still on this mental journey that they have to get to a certain point that's not the breaking point, but the malleable point in which they will do what whoever's pulling these. I don't even. Never mind. Because now I'm contradicting my own in my own mind. I don't even believe that there's a real order of people who are sitting at the top of all of us. I have a different kind of idea, so never mind. Forget everything.
It's all good, bro.
Energetically speaking, though, everything I said works. If we're talking about spirit, morals, and shit, then there's some entity or some energy that may be. Yeah, nah, I'm going too much into the woo woo, and my brain is trying to say, "Shut up, Eli." So I'll be quiet.
Yeah, but honestly, Eli, these are the kind of discussions we need to have because we see how crazy it seems, you know, and that to unravel that, even to us, like that have, you know, begun seeing these things, you know, you just go, what the hell happened, man? You know, like it's hard to even figure out what's even going on in our own minds sometimes if you look at all the programming that we've received, you know. I'm not saying I'm out of control because I'm not. I'm not out of control. I'm perfectly in control.
Sometimes the conversation is just going to go to woo-woo because that's kind of the implications when you there has to be something outside of this realm. This realm exists with its rules, but there's something else going on as well by its nature. There has to be, and that's woo-woo. And the two intermingle though on a level. You know, the laws of physics, the laws of nature, they always apply to us. That doesn't mean there isn't a spirit influencing me beyond that is not some kind. It doesn't violate those physical laws. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not interacting with them. It's interacting with me in some kind of way.
Yeah,
Not physically.
right. Well, maybe even physically.
Possibly.
Possibly, somewhat.
But yeah, it's hard to avoid the woo-woo. But it's good to know and try to reel it back to the, you know,
well, it all kind of begins.
physical.
It all kind of begins with this thing where, like, I wake up in the morning and, or whatever. Let's say we just realize I'm freaking here and I'm alive. That right there is a miracle. That we're even here is literally a miracle. And that we can actually sit there and talk and think about what we're thinking and what's going on inside of us, that we can discuss these things and within us and outside of us, you know. It's even more so.
That's the extreme difference between the two viewpoints of like there's a God and there is no God. Is you either this is a miracle, right, and you should be thankful and grateful, or this is just fucking randomness and you should take advantage.
I believe it was what philosopher? The Nietzsche. Selfishness. Why is that hard to say? Selfishness is a virtue, according to Nietzsche. And you can pretty much instantly understand somebody's worldview with that type of claim.
So patience is also a virtue. So what if we use both of them, patience and selfishness? Selfishness, yeah, no, never mind. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I don't think that patience is associated with selfishness.
No, it's not, but both of them are called a virtue.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of virtues and alleged virtues.
Alleged virtues. Yeah, I don't think selfishness is a virtue, actually. I would strike that down.
It would be if we lived within the context of an evolutionary accidental existence.
Oh yeah, where nothing really mattered. Yeah, exactly.
The selfishness would absolutely be it would be, in fact, it would be the MO, or the highest. the highest ideal would be selfishness, not altruism, as Maslow
Yeah, that
conclude,
sounds really
concluded.
Aleister Crowley-like to me. Yeah.
Of course. There too, force, strength, vigor, moral strength, qualities, abilities. That word goes back really far too. It's always had moral connotations, even in Latin.
Not to make it sound grandiose, but it does feel like you're suddenly a shepherd responsible for a flock of sheep that are just randomly running around killing themselves, and you want to do your best to save them, even though you've never shepherded a fucking thing in your life.
Are you familiar with one of the behaviors of shepherds regarding what they do with their staff?
I am not.
Okay, so obviously there's sometimes a loop demonstrated on the end of a
Yeah, the
staff,
crook.
to grab
Right,
the
yeah.
neck, blah blah blah. They also used, as far as I understand it, they used their staves to break the legs of sheep that tried to run away. And it sounds so harsh, but it's like, do you want to be eaten by a wolf, or do you want to spend, a half a year recovering from broken legs? Um, and well, isn't there some other way? Well, as far as sheep go, no, because they're really stupid. Um, and and only by nature of repetition, by the confinement of recovering from an injury, do they actually learn where home is and not to go wander again. It's a real lesson.
It's an actual lesson, and I'm sure in that case it's not the shepherd attempting to compound fracture all four of the. No, he's hitting the back end in order to cause enough pain to get him to stop, and then maybe a fracture or a break occurs when that happens. It's not like they're intentionally going out to destroy them.
No, and I don't think that they break all. I think it's a single. Yeah, it's not like I'm gonna destroy you now.
Yeah, I'll teach
No,
you a lesson, sheep.
it's pragmatic. It's very pragmatic. But it's interesting to think about. Who wrote Shellfish? Thanks, Cut. Shellfish. Ah, gee. Words are hard. So I'm so you've been here for like 4 or 5 hours or something like that. So Any questions by now?
Oh, hey, sorry, I have to like switch over to my phone every time I want to talk.
It's okay.
My phone battery is like garbage, and I don't have a I don't have a hookup right now for my headphones for my mic, but uh I've been trying to listen, but I've also like went and ate lunch and stuff, so I don't know offhand. I think
Okay.
I think I just need to like just keep researching in general. I know I mentioned earlier, but the whole Black Sun is interesting to me.
Like the
Or
song and stuff?
no, like the concept of the Black Sun.
Okay.
It's I watched this video of a former Mason, and he explained it.
Sure.
And it was really interesting. He said it explained like
Yeah.
how can't say it.
I know what you're talking
Borealis.
about.
Yeah. But I didn't know, like, I don't know if that's the reality. I don't know if there's
Yeah,
another.
it's a good speculation. It seems relatively sound, but the fact is it's a speculation. It's
Right. Well,
not
that's
much
kind of
more
what I
than
was,
that.
yeah. Is there like another like theory about why there's the aurora borealis, or like
Sure.
why it's illuminated, or like that kind of thing?
Sure,
You
yeah.
know?
Some people, again, speculation, but some people speculate that Earth is a form of a what is the word? Not an engine, but it creates a toroidal field because it is like a generator. Is that the right mechanical word? I believe.
No, yeah,
This
like
again, it's a speculation, but that there's a toroidal field that's caused because the Earth cycles through energy in this pattern, and that's just the visual consequence or phenomenon that takes place as a result of that cycle.
okay,
So that's
but that
another speculation as to why. But
yeah, but that's separate from like the electromagnetic field that's holding the
no,
firmament and everything, right?
could
Or
potentially be related. It could be one and the
could,
same.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But I, I mean, the speculations are fun. As for determining which one, uh, my personal conclusion is that is impossible. Not everybody
Yeah,
believes that to be the case. Um,
right.
but we at least, and also again, in my opinion, we have what we need. Um, we know a lot of the what's, and the purpose of those what's serves our needs, and that's that. So, for instance, like the things of the sky being our calendar, and it's a really good calendar, and therefore we have what we need. And they're really beautiful. At least I personally believe that they're very beautiful. So
For real.
Can I ask you, are you on the fence about whether the Earth's round or not, or do you have a firm belief, or
No, I have a firm belief. I guess I'm just trying to iron out questions I have and everything, because I'm certain it's not a globe for sure.
okay?
And
So there's
some
like a
of
lot
that.
of go ahead.
Sorry, what's that?
There's I don't know if you've been looking into ancient cosmology, and there's a lot of interesting uh, concepts that people used to have that might jumpstart your brain in that direction. I'm trying to think
Like,
off mine. I think Wakey Wakey, that channel had a few of them that were
Oh,
good.
cool.
Um, but they, alternative cosmologies that get into some theories and concepts. I'm trying to think of the other ones.
I'm also trying to learn because, like, okay, for example, right now I'm looking at this post by someone why he doesn't like flat Earth or whatever, and I'm trying to. I mean, his arguments seem a lot more legitimate than a lot of other people. Like he's actually researched this and considered it. So, I mean, it's not going to make me think there's round, of course, but it's just one of those things I'm like, I wish I could answer this better, kind of a
What was the
thing.
question? What was it they posited to you, or what?
Like one of the things, okay, so this one I'm guessing is fisheye lens, but he says that okay, I'm gonna find it again.
If he's, is it some kind of NASA photo or something?
What's that?
Is it a NASA photo?
No. It's like his own observation. He said
Oh,
that
okay.
there was a ship, and then it went over the horizon or whatever, and then he saw it with binoculars, and then he couldn't see it with binoculars after a while, and then he tried to use a telescope, but he couldn't see it. So
My guess is that it moved and he couldn't find it again. That's a horrible experiment. You just tell him that's a great
right.
observation, bro, but that doesn't prove a goddamn thing. That's how you answer that.
Yeah, couldn't it also be like couldn't it also be because of the fisheye lens, or is that more have to do with like if you're at a greater altitude?
Fisheye, you don't want to, in that argument there, you don't want to even bother with the optics, right? Because it was a horrible experiment, so you're just arguing about nonsense. It's a waste of everybody's time. Ask him to do something solid.
Right. But like I guess with the I guess I'm trying to figure out when that's applicable. The whole
Oh, for
fisheye
the
thing.
fisheye? Yeah, well, fisheyes, they bend the image, right? So why would you use them for anything that involves a measurement or, something like that? Because it's by its nature altering, you know?
Which is saying that's isn't that also the same reason why people claim when they're in a plane that it's curved because of our own eyeballs?
That's one reason. I've never seen a perfectly flat plane window in my life. The holes are all curving, so are the windows. And they're usually rounded out to boot, like a little
Right.
dome for some reason.
Right.
Adding unnecessary fucking drag. I wonder why that is.
For sure.
I never been on a plane, so I haven't seen a plane window.
Go look.
There's pictures people drop in here like all the time anyway. The windows being curved. Supposedly it's for like structural strength.
That would, yeah.
If
That's
so,
a good
then
alibi. That's a good alibi.
like
It is.
that's the only way that they can see a curve.
It's through a bendy lens. That's the only time we ever see a curve. Is through a bendy lens.
For sure.
Well, it's unreasonable for anybody to claim that they saw. And Neil deGrasse Tyson and others covered the little tracks up with those claims that it's unreasonable. It's
I mean,
unreasonable
I've seen through a submarine window.
Oh, really?
A boat window. Yeah.
Okay.
Boat window.
So
that's
anyway,
different than submarine.
it's unreasonable to claim.
No, I mean I've been on both. My dad was in the Navy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you saw through a porthole. Submarines don't have portholes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So back to the point, it's unreasonable to make a claim that you can see curvature from anywhere terrestrially. It's just not even reasonable for the start. So the only justification they can have is the special boys,
Right.
the astronaut thing.
Man, there was a good freaking video, and I should have downloaded it. I didn't because it was stupid, and it was literally like a NASA. It was a jump, like not a space. Well, kind of. I mean, I guess they were technically almost in space or whatever they claimed, but it was like from thousands of feet up, and it was a parachute jump, and it was so obvious that they fucked with it, and it was like that whole. It was that whole pretend curvature and
Yeah, that
then
was
flat and then inverted curvature.
that was the Felix Baumgartner jump. Is that what you're alluding
Yes,
to?
yes,
Yeah,
that was fantastic. And it even had him like right before he's about to jump out is perfectly flat. Like there's like very short shot of him about to jump out of the thing,
hmm
and it's perfectly flat. I was like, this is
yeah,
so
and
cool.
and then obviously they used the fisheye lens, and Neil deGrasse Tyson had to come out and tell us, well, you wouldn't see curvature from that height. He used a fisheye lens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the Bezos flight, right? A few weeks ago, again, Neil deGrasse Tyson came along and said, well, you wouldn't see curvature from the Bezos flight.
Yep.
Mm.
The same guy who said that Earth is pear shaped. I don't know if you guys saw that video.
Yeah.
And the big question that pops up in my head with, okay, I'll take you on that statement. You wouldn't see curvature from there. You wouldn't see curvature from there. Thank you, Dr. Seuss. Could you tell me why then curvature is repeatedly manufactured at these heights?
Yeah.
That's what I'd like to know, Mr. Dr. Seuss.
Right.
Because you're not a real doctor. I'll call you Mr. Dr. Seuss.
Well,
Mr. Duck.
I think Globers will claim that they need to use wide-angle lenses because that enhances the view, right? We can see more.
It checks out. I agree, and that makes perfect sense. What doesn't make perfect sense is that the multitude of times that those images have been used to justify curvature.
Oh, there's always deniability, right? There's always, no, this is a fisheye lens, so why would you expect this to be actual curvature, man?
Yeah.
They're not lying about it, right? When you have for instance, the blue marble, which was on all the iPhones, right? I mean, I didn't know that was a composite, right? But it's on NASA's website. It's just so they can always point at it like, we weren't lying to you. This is just a composite. It's not real, right? But they won't tell you in your face.
Hmm.
But you know what I was gonna mention earlier? Because the guy made me do it, right? So it's like, let me take a gander. Because I spent now a couple of days telling him the same, like, because this is what happens, right? People obfuscate. They'll whatever they got to do to move away from their initial premise that you debunked. So now they're trying to move away from it. So I told this guy for like a couple of days straight, sir, what you provided is not a hypothesis. And then I asked you for the definition, and you didn't even. That's not a definition. What you provided is not a hypothesis, and you didn't provide the definition when I asked for it. And I told him each time he tried to presuppose something or change the narrative. I'm like, no, this whole conversation began because I said there's no testable falsifiable hypothesis for anything in astrophysics. And he sends me a link and it takes me to NASA. And I said, I'm gonna look through this because there's probably something here that will just straight something contradictory to what he wants me to believe. But as I'm reading it, I realized this is the goofiest website I've been to since I've been a teenager. Like, go on NASA's website right now and just start reading. See how you feel. It's worse than these anti-flat earthers because at least they had a chance to hear our objections or hear our like the things that we find wrong, and they've somewhat created this paradigm in which we still think is false, but for whatever reason it goes over smoother than our initial questions from 2015, because now we have all these arguments tailored to the anti-flat earthers and the fact that it's not a globe. But the NASA's website just has shits like we come from rocks and boats go over the curtain. Shit, like the simple ABCD stuff. It's the craziest. Just go to NASA's website and read. To try it.
Yeah. The other thing I want to understand better is just how, like, just how the sun and like moon rotation works in general.
Get you. My
That's kind of
suggestion would be to get you link up with as many people as you can in various parts of the world, and make it a hobby. Like there's got because it was like 10, 15 of us that every day talk to each other all day long as we pulled out our compasses, told each other what the heading for, like, you know, the things in the sky were for us, and then, you know, they would tell what their heading was, and it was like we began to this similar this there began a simulation that was shared amongst all of us, sort of like a roadmap started to form in our minds from talking to each other and staring at the sky, as if it's like some kind of map of some kind. Like, you know what I mean? So
yeah,
get with you like a couple of people across the plane, like somebody from Europe, somebody from the Middle East, like these different places, South America somewhere. I don't know.
right.
Like
For
this
sure.
would be the ideal situation. Seems complicated now that I'm saying it because organically we just happen to come together and want to talk about it. Where are you going to find people like that? But in an
Right.
ideal situation, this is what you want to do. You want to watch the sky as much as possible, and you want to be doing it with other people who are reporting what they're seeing from within.
Yeah. For sure. For sure.
Because I mean, what else are you gonna do? Go to somebody else who's doing the same exact thing I'm saying you should do? What else they gonna be doing outside of that?
You don't want to
Right.
take anybody's word for it, right? You don't want to take NASA's, you don't want to take ours, you don't want to take, you want to do it yourself. You want to gather the information so you know what you're getting is true and go from there.
Yeah. For sure.
The first thing you could do, I guess, is start to brush up on like these cycles and what's supposed to be doing what. Get like some star maps or something. Get everything you can possibly get on whatever they're saying astronomy is in relation to the globe, and then with that knowledge in hand, watch the sky and try to see where the contradictions are. For me, the moon does it multiple times a month where I'm like, yeah, that shouldn't be happening. To where now it's like, oh yeah, but before I was looking at the moon like for hours. Now I'm just like, oh yeah, it's doing that thing. So, you know.
Right. That's cool. For sure. I was already thinking about getting off here. Spent a lot of time here already, but this is great. I really love this server. I was really happy once I got in here and started interacting. So
Welcome, welcome.
thank you. There's a lot of stuff here. Dig it.
Yeah, scroll down. You can find many channels for you to do your research, right? YouTube is admittedly skewing the searches. Try and find a good video on YouTube these days. First 20, 30, 50 will be, oh, how to debunk flat Earth without science. Oh. Right? So.
Yeah. Right. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, I'm looking forward to continuing to be involved in this and everything. So.
Yo, who wants to go with me to the cinema? Who wants to head with me to the cinema to watch this video from Taboo Conspiracy that may not be up for? I mean, this is his third channel, so you know how hard he goes.
If it's something I'm not supposed to watch, I'm in.
Yeah, I would definitely say so.
I'll meet you there.
Oh, this is gonna be a good one, boys. I
Which
watched
one?
this 30 minutes. It's pretty good.
Cinema 1?
Yeah, let's do Cinema 1. Oh shit. Will I even be able to stay 30? No, yeah, of course. Never mind. Anyway, Cinema 1. Okay.
I'm trying to find the channel. I was gonna leave, but shit, this sounds interesting.
You just scroll down.
I found it. Thank you.
All right, y'all have done it now. You may Dead Air Dave talk.
What's up, Dead Air Dave?
What's up, Gospel? Did you know there's many people that are still convinced they live on a spinning ball? Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. Convinced.
Maybe convinced is the wrong word.
No.
They think they're convinced, I guess, but
Yeah. They're convinced of other things, I'm sure, too.
Yeah. Yep, good to hear your wisdom back on here. I know you come and go and you're a busy man, but always good to hear your insight into these matters.
Thank you. Yeah, I posted this little GIF. They call it the Earthrise thing. I guess the object that they're claiming is doing this is non-stationary, so maybe everything I asked was not relevant, so never mind. I'll probably just delete it. I think I understand the trick.
The anti-flat earthers would claim you just proved the globe by your mistake there somehow. Gravitational repression or something.
Who would say that?
The anti-flat earthers.
Oh, yeah.
I can't remember which one it was, but it was on one of the channels a couple years back. I remember we were just showing a Glober the first time, one of Jay Toland's infrareds, like 1,000 miles or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
First thing of his mouth, well, that proves the globe. And nothing else after that. He just says that. I think he even left the call after that. Well, thanks for proving the globe. And that was it.
Man, that's quite the rage quit.
Yeah. Because they don't want to get into the details of how infrared blocks out all their refraction or whatever, you know.
Yeah, that's like Jody being full on top of your lady, and you're being like, well, that proves that she's been faithful to me.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's right. That's called denial. I don't know why that word evaded me. That's it's extreme denial.
Yeah. There's a certain percentage out there. Hopefully, it's a small percentage. No matter what you show them or what reasoning you use with them or anything, they're just going to deny, or refuse to accept reality as it's presented itself to them. I guess what I put it. But it's a globe, and they're going down with it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they're on the Titanic. They're busy rearranging the deck chairs while it's sinking.
Or trying to argue that it's not sinking.
Yeah. Yeah, that one's in better.
And the reason that it's not sinking is, of course, because of gravity and refraction.
Yeah,
They prove
gravitational
that it's not not sinking. It just
yeah.
appears to be.
It appears that we're taking on water and that the boat is listing, but that's just a mirage. Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
Your feet are getting wet, but I'm not sure how to explain that one. Refraction somehow. And some of these hardcore guys are sad. Just gotta dust your feet with people like that. Move on to more open minds, hopefully. Guess we don't have anybody new on here we can pester or anything.
Not at the moment that I'm aware of.
Everybody went to the cinema to watch the latest release from Taboo Conspiracy before his channel gets deleted. Which is probably a good idea.
Yeah, I find most of the YouTubers to be lackluster and anticlimactic.
Yeah. I know what you mean. A lot of good information out there, but
There is. I've told people about Dr. Sam Bailey. I really appreciate that channel.
yeah, I watch her on Odyssey. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. She does a great job.
Yeah, she seems to be trying to really get down to the reality of things instead of what people are saying, you know.
Yep.
Which is a good thing from somebody in the medical field. It's rare to see. Most of them go along to get along, you know. You're not supposed to talk about the Fauci out though. That's the lack of globeness. Anybody got any globe proofs? Please, Gospel Bear would love to do that for you. Silence is deafening. Hear it every day.
Sarugaki. Sarugaki has joined the chat.
Hello, Saragaki. Welcome to the server. How you doing today?
And they left. Checks out.
Damn, I gotta quit being so mean. Working on it. It's real quick. I heard you talking about how you're gonna deal with your family. I'm sort of facing the same thing.
You're breaking up a lot for me. I don't
Shit.
really hear. I'd like to hear what you were saying. It was just breaking up too much for me to make it out.
Going through satellite dead zone. I am. Shut up, I will, said Yoda.
I can hear you better now.
Oh, really? For a second, probably. I was just kind of echoing what you were saying about dealing with your family. I'm actually the youngest. I've just got survived in my family. I've got 2 sisters and brother, all older. And they've all got the Fauci. So it's just kind of like it's just not even worth it to address it with them because I want to make them feel bad about something they put in their body, you know. It's not up to me to make them feel bad about it. And it's already done, so as long as they don't bring it up, I don't bring it up, kind of thing, you know. But I don't see them that often. It would be different in case you're talking about you're doing a lot of traveling to see them for once in a, you don't see them very often, right? So it's kind of different.
Correct. We live very far away, but yeah.
It's a sad situation going on in many families all across the plain. You know, you can't guilt trip them. What good would that do at that point if they've already done it?
I didn't see the waving
hand
battle mod, sorry. I saw the ping, but I didn't see the hand, and it took me too long. That's why I deleted the message, because I figured it out. But no, I appreciated what Vagabond said that day. I need to have assertive and even aggressively assertive people. Not that he's that necessarily, but he is an assertive individual, and I need to balance sometimes the way that I think about situations and stuff with people that are more assertive. Excuse me, oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's true. Gotta assess the situation, how people are receiving what you're trying to tell them, you know.
Yeah, and I think I need to fully prepare myself for the realization that there's no rationalization that can take place. There's not any type of resolution. So I'm probably going to have to just assertively redirect the conversation every time it may or may not come up, and I'll just simply be like, you're not interested in actually changing your mind, so discussing the subject is really unnecessary. That's probably the stance I'll wind up taking.
Yeah, that sounds like a good angle because you don't want to wind up in a fruitless endeavor anyway, right?
Well, we've discussed other things, or I've discussed other things with my family members that I find more foundationally important, such as the murder of a preborn baby. That topic, and if and I have not, if I can't make my point well understood, or if they will not agree with me on that, basically, then how can I expect them to come to any understanding of other matters that are no less important but less clear than that? Like, I find the murder of a human being to be the murder of a human being 100% of the time, and yeah, if we can't reach common ground on that, then it's kind of everything else is not going to be any more fruitful.
Yeah, I hear you. Take the last real quick. It looks like all crazy globe deniers in here.
It's rough.
The story that's playing music in the background. It would be copyrighted, but can you hear it?
Not really. No, I every now and then I hear a tiny little blip of something, but it's very it wouldn't even really come up as, hey, you're hot micing. It's that irregular and subtle.
All right, just making sure it was Miley Cyrus. You're not missing a whole lot.
Yeah.
So is North Dakota a pretty base place? You don't have to worry about a bunch of nonsense there a whole lot.
Yeah,
Small town.
I haven't seen a mask in, I think, over a month at this point. And I'm talking about going to the grocery store, public settings. But what else? Oh yeah, the very first day when I moved here, well, not the very first day I moved here, but when I moved into the house, the guys, I had hired some folks. It was really hard to find any help because of where I live. I'm very far away from a lot. So I found a dude that does renovations, like house renovations. Just simple stuff, whatever. And I called and I was like, hey, do you know anybody that might be able to help me with moving? And he's like, well, I've got a team. We can do it. It's like, okay, fantastic. So anyway, that guy, in the middle of him helping and stuff, I was in the back of the truck and something was rolling or whatever. And he was like, you can let gravity help or buoyancy, whichever one you believe in. It's like, oh, I'm very well aware of both. He's like, oh, okay. What else? Well, he said something else, but it was like the very first person pretty much that I had met and had a conversation with wound up being of the knowledge, and it was just refreshing and exciting. But other people, And apparently, especially around this specific area, there's a lot of different things that have taken place that lead people to be more distrusting and more insightful and or looking into things and doing their own research and curious, things that the general population is kind of lacking in. Um, and yeah, I've met several people under awareness.
Years back, but I had a couple of incidents like that where I was driving for Uber and the passenger was trying to subtly flat smack me, dropping little hints like that. I played along as a Glober for like 10 minutes or so, you know.
Nice.
But it was nice to hear other people trying to come forward with this information, toward me, which I know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Refresh.
But even the ones that aren't, like North Dakota is the kind of place, you know how, like, I'm sure you know, conservatives oftentimes are the ones that feel uncomfortable in most settings. They, like, some people just say what's on their mind, and they're the assertive kinds. But I would say that the majority of folks feel as though they can't express their beliefs because liberals just kind of overwhelm. Well, in cities, blah blah blah. Out here, though, I tell you, liberals really are the ones that are the minority, and you can tell. I've met at least 2 or 3, and they tiptoe like they're walking around on eggshells expression. It's very different. Like if you're walking into a place with like a clinic, for instance, where they expect you to wear a mask, uh, instead of them flipping out like you're the psychopath, they're like, "Excuse me, sir, but according to our policy, it's going to be necessary for you to go ahead and put on your," like, how like in other settings they're like, "You are not allowed in here. What are you doing?"
So they're
So the setting,
telling you about the rule, right? Instead of enforcing it.
yeah, I'm just saying that the people that are of the liberal mindset out here don't feel as comfortable or open um, to express it because they know how many armed patriots there are in North Dakota. Not that armed patriots would like just spontaneously retaliate or something like that by any means, but I don't know. It's a different atmosphere as far as I've noticed.
Kentucky, where I live, is a mixed bag. I mean, I'm near sort of a metropolitan city. Lexington, it's a little over 300 grand. And a lot of there's sometimes I'll go in the grocery store and there's like 10 to 20% people wearing masks, but most of the people are pretty much over it, Nobody seems to be enforcing anything really. And the governor's kind of keeping his mouth shut these days, which is good. I mean, this is basically you believe in the red and the blue, which none of us do, but we usually go red here, but we got a blue governor, left governor right now.
Gotcha.
You know how politics goes anyway.
I think that it's almost comical that they want to make people believe that it's almost split right down the middle, 50-50.
So it's at least
feels very contrived.
Yeah, it's all on the news, basically, kind of thing. You go out and actually talk to people, they're like, either don't care or they think it's a bunch of BS. And then there's a small percentage that are watching CNN all the time and wearing 3 masks and all that. Hopefully that's a small percentage, you know. We've been guests long enough for a new person to join us. I can't look at the screen. Has anybody joined it?
There was somebody, yeah, Katie, but apparently they do not have. I'll unmute you here for a moment, Katie, because nothing serious is happening right in the moment. Go ahead, exclamation mark, Katie. You may unmute yourself.
You have the right to remain silent. Do you have the ability?
Yeah.
Yes, I do. Well,
It's an unusual thing. You know, you go to a Discord server, you're spoken to directly, and there's no form of communication in response. It's always unusual to me, because like if you really were like super nervous about saying something out loud, that's all fine and dandy. You would be able to write your response, but the fact that you have Discord and you joined a voice channel means that you know enough to also be able to type or respond in some way.
Damn, it done got quiet.
Yeah. I really appreciate that video you posted because oftentimes physical combat of any kind seems to always have so much skin exposure. It's always very much a turnoff. I'm like, these guys are dressed appropriately.
Yeah, they're dressed for combat. And if you
Yeah.
pay attention, it's not about Marine Corps martial arts isn't always about destruction. It's more about control. It's more about control.
Yeah, I could tell with the submission poses and
Disarmament and control. Yeah. You don't have to kill your enemy when it's hand to hand. You can disarm him, control him, and take him as a prisoner of war.
Yeah.
And that's all based on circumstance too. I mean, in the middle of the front, 1,000 guys coming, you're hand to hand. You don't have that luxury, you know.
Sure.
But yeah, I want people to see what if you go into the Corps and you have a brown belt or a black belt in any martial arts, you'll eventually end up training with these dudes or a team like them. They simplify it. Where in Taekwondo's got so many moves, Kempo style, Taekwondo, black belt, you got so many moves. They'll simplify it and try to get you to focus on 15 of your best assets.
Mm.
So it makes you more directed.
Makes sense. Time is of the essence. So if you can simplify things, it sounds like an effective strategy.
Yeah, I don't think personally I wouldn't give anybody advice to go into the service or go to war, but I would give people the advice to train themselves in self-defense. It's not
for sure.
You don't train to fight so you can go out and whoop somebody's ass. You train to fight so you don't have to, and so you don't have fear. Somebody challenges you, you're not scared. You can blow it off and walk around them because you know what you're capable of. Fear is what causes fights and wars. If we lost fear, the world would be a lot better place. People didn't walk around in fear all the time.
Yeah, it tends to be a pretty destructive thing.
That's the one reason they need to meet and get close to our Lord and Savior, eh?
Fear of the wrong thing.
Oh, no fear. I have no fear, but I have faith. If he is with me, then who then can stand against me? So all fear is drowned out in my belief by faith. Native Americans, they believe you shouldn't walk a step, not one step on earth, in God's creation, in fear or doubt. If you're in fear or in doubt, you should absolutely sit down and center yourself. Align your mind, body, and spirit. And then when you're no longer in fear or doubt, then walk.
Yeah. There's the modified definition of the word fear is what, for whatever reason, was specifically. I'm not quite sure. It goes back to English being a limiting language where words have multiple meanings, more so in English than many other languages that will have more words for different concepts, and English tends to have less words for multiple concepts. So like the special meaning, at least as far as is written on Adam Online for its application biblically, would be feeling of dread and reverence for God, is from circa 1400, according to
Yeah, but biblically isn't fear just like love? they've condensed it to just one word, love. But in the Bible, there's brotherly love, sisterly love, love of mother, love of a father, love of God. So there is also fear of God, fear of the unknown, fear of insects, fear of death.
Yeah, I haven't. This would be Solomon. Did it be? I need to look that word up. I haven't looked at that word in a while. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, even as far as this isn't Strong's, this is Brown Driver Briggs, but
Yeah, a fear, to fear, fear. Yeah.
It can have connotations of awe, and it can also have connotations of to be afraid, and it can also have connotations of reverence and honor.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, when we talk about fear of the Lord, that's a little different than the world we fear.
Absolutely, yeah, I agree, for sure.
Yara.
Mm-hmm.
Yer. Yer is to fear. Yara is a fear. I do these studies too, though, bro. I've been going to a place since I was 13. As an Adventist, they promote it. The pastor will pay for it. When you get older, you pay for it yourself. Also went to Pathfinders. Even though I was an Eagle Scout, I went to Bible Scouts too, you know. Pathfinders. You know what that is?
I don't, actually. It's associated in a adjacent way to the methods of the Boy Scouts, but more biblically founded?
Yes. Yes.
Fascinating.
Pathfinders is good.
Yeah, I've heard of Awanas, of course, but
Yeah, Awanas is Pathfinders. Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, I haven't had that much involvement with Awanas. My kids did it for about a year. Then we moved.
Yep, Awanas is great.
Yeah, they do good stuff.
We have a couple of the parks here in Michigan. Awana Park, Awana Campground. But Awanas is a child and youth program, but they coincide with Pathfinders. They fund them. They fund Pathfinders. So it's kind of one stems from the other, you know.
Gotcha.
Me and my brothers, my sisters, we all went to Pathfinders, Scouts, whether it's Girl Scouts or Boy Scouts. Pathfinders is a Seventh-day Adventist program, though. You know, it's not a Church of the Nazarene program or Roman Catholic, but it's hosted by Seventh-day Adventists, and Awanas helps fund it. So, in the overall point is ministry. Christianity through ministry. And it's ministering goodwill to all who need it. Whether you're feeding the hungry, clothing the homeless, or just mowing your neighbor's lawn, that's all ministry. Mm-hmm. We're all part of one big family, the human family. I was raised with different concepts than other people's. I can't even understand racism or people who try to break the human race down into subgroups and subdivisions. I can't understand it. It's not a part of my thinking. We're all human. I mean, I see a black cat, a calico cat, and a tiger striped cat, and a Maine Coon, and they're all part of the same family. They're all felines. See a pit bull, a lab, you know, a schnauzer. They're all dogs. They're all canines. They don't fight amongst themselves. They don't break into subgroups. You see a wild pack of dogs, a feral group of dogs, it'll have all different kinds of breeds in it.
The animal argument can get a little hairy though, because at least as far as I see it, because it can lead to if we garner our morality or proper behavior from the behavior of animals, I think that we can run into some unpleasant places
Well,
because
I'd say we
animals
could
do
look at,
some messed up stuff.
yeah, they do, but that's in defense of their territory or their self, which is their natural right. Now, we can look at the forest in the same way. The mushrooms grow next to the berries, grow next to the trees. They don't fight each other. The trees don't put out chemicals to kill the mushrooms and the field cabbage. They all grow
True.
together.
What about
They live
kudzu?
in harmony. What about what?
What about kudzu and creeping vines?
Well, some things are evasive. Yes, they'll take over a territory and they'll try to control that territory, yeah. But that's your natural right. It's called first seizure. So if it was there first, it should, but I wouldn't call it. It's kind of like ivy, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Ivy covers the entire forest, but isn't that it's a natural place in the ecosystem? Doesn't it have a purpose?
Yeah, I mean, so do fires, as far as we've learned. I mean, it seems to make sense because after a fire destroys a forest, it seems to come back with even greater fervor than before, like the cycles. So maybe it just
Yes.
those things play roles in cycles. I don't know, but yeah,
It
I hear what you're
purifies the
saying.
land. Yeah, you're right. A bigger forest will grow out of a burnt forest because
Mhm.
there's more nutrient in the soil now,
Carbon sequestering.
including all the life, any life forms that were caught in the forest fire. They're now fertilizer.
Yeah, I just feel like the anti-carbon thing agenda has to be a death agenda.
Yeah,
Everything
I
about it
agree.
doesn't make sense in that without carbon, at least as far as we understand it or we've been taught in how carbon plays a role or is an element in almost all things and a food for almost all plant life. I don't know, it's just really weird how there's this anti-carbon
With
agenda.
with carbon, forests grow. Without carbon, deserts grow. That's how I see it. You know, what do you want? Do we want to produce deserts or forests? It's about as rudimentary as I can put it.
Yeah.
Carbon promotes plant life. That's why we use it in our greenhouses. We've lived in a greenhouse. I don't know how they can say greenhouse effect without a containment.
Oh, gee, we forgot about that part. Yeah.
Norsar, I see you work things out with him. That's good. I was getting a little tired of talking about it to him. Yeah, right. He's got a good point there. That there's a lot of them invasive species that when they start to take over the animals of the forest, will just eat them. So they really can't. They just become an infinite food supply.
Yeah, goats, from what I understand, are even currently used to take care of kudzu overgrowth.
Yep. Yes, they will. Cows knock down the fence for many reasons, but food sources that they see in the outside of it is one of the biggest ones. You might get a horse that knocks down the fence, he'll wander to the road. The cows do it, they're over on the wood row, eating.
Wasn't Kudzu the name of the little Martian guy that used to fly around Flint or George Jetson? Or am I thinking wrong? Kudzu, okay, yeah.
Kudzu. I forgot all about there being a little weird extra creature in that cartoon. I haven't seen the Jetsons in so long. Yeah.
Kazoo was in Bugs Bunny, wasn't
he? You're not talking about Marvin.
Or wait, no. Kazoo was in Fred Flintstone. Marvin the Martian was in Bugs Bunny, yeah.
So, wait, Fred Flintstone?
Yeah. Fred used to talk to Kazoo all the time.
You may be right. I think he might have guest appearance on the Jetsons one time. I could be wrong.
Kazoo, Fred Flintstones. The Great Gazoo. The Great Gazoo is a character in the 6th season of the original series, The Flintstones. What on earth is there a flying Martian with the Flintstone? What is that? Did L. Ron Hubbard influence the Flintstones or something?
They're giving you dinosaurs in space at the same time in a cartoon. That's cool.
Well, no, like the alien seeding type. What is that about? I don't remember this. I mean, I remember the character, but I don't. You could have had me convinced that it was associated with the Jetsons and not the Flintstones.
Yeah,
Tiny green floating alien who was exiled to Earth from his home planet Zetox, known in the comics as Ziltox, as punishment for having invented a doomsday machine. His invention was a button which, if pressed, would destroy the universe in an explosive zam. Oh, man. Yet controversial characters in television history has become synonymous with a tendency for television writers to attempt to breathe flesh life into a still show by introducing bizarre and outlandish ideas. I tend to agree with that. Bizarre and outlandish. Not that Flintstones wasn't also just what do you call it? It's indoctrination of the evolutionary tale. How weird.
Yeah, Gazoo is the one that took the Simpsons in the time travel episode where they met the gem. Oh, they went to a futuristic world similar to the Jetsons.
So the Simpsons reused.
The Flintstones.
Oh, in the movie, the Flintstones meet the Jetsons. Is that what you're saying?
Well, that's what they kind of remade it, but in the original one, Gazoo just took them to a future futuristic world that looked like the world of the Jetsons.
Sure.
They redid it, you know. In the first one, on the cartoon, they didn't really meet the Jetsons. The funny thing, the way they show him, you know, the Great Gazoo, he was real vain. Well, who made the fall due to vanity?
Yep. Fascinating connections.
Mm-hmm. I was watching the Cartoon Network the other day and they showed the Flintstones. And I was thinking about that. I thought, man, there was time travel and Martians in the fucking Stone Age. If you believe TV.
Mm-hmm.
And then he brings him up. Dave just throws it out there. Dude, I was driving down the road and freaking a damn tree limb fell out of a great oak tree. Damn near as big as the tree itself. Dude, came inches from smashing me. My kid was like, look out, Dad, it's falling. I took first gear and stomped it. I even went off the road, man, and this thing missed me by inches. Lightning flashed right before my eyes and this tree limb was falling. It was pretty crazy. We had a rain day. I went and picked my daughter up from her mom's and was heading home. Me and my brothers went back and cut the limb up, put it on a trailer and brought it home. It's good firewood. Thing was like 30 foot long. 4 foot wide, 5 foot wide, it's the biggest. I don't have it split up yet, but dude, it's an easy 3,000 pound load of wood. I mean, inches. My daughter says, that's luck. I said, nope, that's faith. There's no coincidences. Luck is a coincidence. There's no such thing as luck. It was either meant to be or it wasn't. And that's just my opinion. Come home, the dog shaking like Don Knotts.
I saw that movie. So what was it? Was it Apple Dumpling Gang where he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I left him outside, and when I come home, he's hiding in his doghouse. I said, hey, he wouldn't come out. I had to go up there. He's in there shaking like Don Knotts. He's a good 60-pound bulldog, dude. It was a bitch to carry him in the house. He's hugging me. What's that noise, Dad?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
My favorite Don Knotts movie was The Ghost of Mr. Chicken. Did y'all see that one?
Yeah. Yeah. Dude, he's hiding under my bed right now. I mean, it's still storming though. You can't hear it. I got the noise reduction down, but it's storming pretty good right now. Thunder and lightning. My cat likes to sit and look out the window. The dog hides. I know what the cat's thinking. I wonder where all them damn turkeys go when it rains like this. They go in the pine trees, man. They're not scared of thunder and lightning. They're used to it. They're raised in the wild, you know. The pine trees are nature's shelter, though. They block wind, they keep out rain. Warmer in the pine grove in the winter than it is anywhere else. Because the wind can't blow through them as easily. It's where the animals bed in the winter. I've got no hunting signs all over my pine grove. I refuse to allow people to hunt animals while they're bedding or where they bed. If I catch you doing that on my property, you're in for it.
Mm-hmm.
That's not hunting. It's home invasion. I don't hunt as much as I used to, though. The older you get, the more things look different, you know? I used to hunt all year long and then give it away, but now I'm like, if I'm not going to use it, I'm not going to take it. If those other people want it, well, they can go out and get it themselves. Or they wouldn't otherwise do it, so. I mean, if you can understand it. What's this stat bot? When did we get stat bot?
Oh, let me see. I wouldn't know. I mean, I thought you have to be the owner of a channel in order to invite a bot.
Can you do user info on it? Try the user info on it. See when it was placed.
I'd have to know the commands for StatBot. Give me a second.
No. Just do the user thing whenever you try to find a user.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
just
okay.
try that. Just try that.
I'm with you.
6/14/2021.
Oh wow, that was really just a little while ago. Okay.
And 5/20/2020. StatBot's apparently been around 4/4/2020.
Oh, nice.
The account was created in 2018, but guild to join 2019. So yeah, StatBot's been here for a minute.
Wow, it did work. Holy cow, that information is all.
Why am I just? Why did I just?
Me
know
too.
this?
I didn't know.
What the hell?
Me too. Now, what does it do? That's the thing. I mean, does it like?
I think that's the bot that
control
keeps
it?
track. No, I think that's the bot. I looked at it. I've seen the link. It tells you who's been in the VC the longest, like how many hours.
Probably
and,
when they left or when they came back in too.
It more keeps records, not like action records, but like stats. I mean, I don't mean to be silly.
Not like a bot audit. Not like the bot audit that we have.
No, I remember looking at StatBot and it and guess who the winner was at least a year ago or a little over. Gothmog was the winner. Gothmog was the #1 VC He was the one that had the most recorded hours of being live in the VC. I was like number 7 or something at that time. Funny. But anyway, I'm fairly certain that's what that specific bot does, because I remember looking at it.
What? Damn it. I'm trying to read these commands to get stats.
I think it's a website you go to.
I'm on it.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
What's the bot's prefix?
I don't know. I never used the bot. I only visited the website. It'll tell you like who's done the most comments, who's an VC hour log, and I think that's it. I don't think that it even really does much more than that.
Okay. Remember to use the bot prefix when running a command. You can also use @statbot instead of the server's prefix. Example, @statbot help. Well, @statbot help did not work.
Yeah, maybe it's like a minus and then health, or a slash and then health. I don't know.
Here, I'll give you the link. You can look at the commands too.
I'm trying to. Health. Nope.
Not health. HELP.
Oh,
help.
I typed help. Dang it.
Yeah.
No. It would have done it. Maybe it's.
I don't know if you can talk
Nope.
to the bot. Oh,
whoops, that was wrong.
Isn't it possible that the bot doesn't have permissions for the live stream voice text?
It
and
is.
That. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what
Nope.
what lobbies it had permissions in. We'd have to look at all the lobbies to see if StatBot has permission in this lobby. Let's see. Permissions. StatBot. Yep. StatBot's got some perms in here. Could be only admins can use it, because only the administrator can look at the perms it has.
Bronze Axe has joined the room with no roles.
Ah, Bronze. How you doing? Hello? You can speak in here, because we can unmute you. Oh, you're on your phone. Might be push to talk.
Long-term user of Discord, early supporter, right? Isn't that what you don't get that unless?
Yeah.
Right.
There he is.
You hear me now?
There he is. What's up, buddy?
Oh, yeah. What's up, dude?
We are chilling. What brings you here?
I guess same interest.
Awesome. So, can you tell me just off the top of your head, what your research is, what you know about flat Earth, just so that we can get an insight of your information?
I don't quite understand the question. I'm quite new to this.
How much have you done, like research-wise, looking into this subject, the flat Earth subject?
I've watched some videos on YouTube.
Okay, and can you explain a little bit to me what you saw?
Jesus Christ, my memory isn't that good.
Okay. We just have to make sure there's a lot of information out there, and there's some really fake information. Okay, so we need to just nip that in the butt right at the very beginning. Yeah.
So there's also flat Earth misinformation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So Flat Earth Society is the most misinformation deployed society that there ever is. I mean, of course,
Wait,
besides the globe.
aren't those the guys from the Netflix documentary?
Yes, sir. Yes. So you've seen that too. Okay, so that's literally why they did it.
Are you talking about IPS or are you talking about Bob and Jaron?
Oh, that's another one, yeah. So the one with the disc, this disc shape. That's what we have to squash that. Because
So
we're not.
hold
Yeah.
up, Justin.
Go ahead.
Globebusters, Bob and Jaron, they were on Netflix documentary. They're not the Flat Earth Society.
All right, gotcha.
But we just have to make sure that you know the difference.
Well, I'll learn on the way.
I just needed to know off the top of your head what you thought. So, anyways, with our welcome up at the very top, I just want to make sure that you understand the welcome of the server and that you read it at any point. It would be best, so that you can know the server rules and everything about the server.
Yeah, sure, we'll do, man.
Awesome. Is there any questions?
Not that anything comes to mind. No.
Okay, this is a live stream that is broadcasted live on 24/7 YouTube. As you can see up above you, there's 2 live channels.
Yeah.
Okay. So anything you say in here is recorded.
All right, cool.
Just letting you know. But yeah.
That's cool. My apologies from earlier, by the way.
I know. It takes a little bit of time, but I'm one of the ones that kind of smack you, like right at the beginning.
I can
I'm sorry,
understand
but I have to. I'm not trying to abuse the information. I'm trying to forcefully shove it down your throat. No.
All right. Yeah, I can understand on your behavior. I think that you're right, like really passionate about it.
I am very passionate. That's another. Yep, I was about to say that. Yes.
I think that's the right word for it.
And I am not going to back down from the information that I have that I know is true. Okay, because you yourself can go out and do it to make sure that it's truth. You get what I'm saying? I'm not going to tell you something that you cannot prove yourself. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that's it. That's me.
Okay.
Okay. Now there is things I do believe in. God, for one, he's the one that has saved my life. I've been through 2 different types of cancers, and whatever this pandemic is, I've been sick twice. So.
Oh damn.
But I just know it's the flu. It's just a hard case flu. But enough of that, because that's what I've been through. I felt it in my body. I know how to deal with it. I'm still here. Okay. But I want you to be right next to me when I find out the next thing. You get what I'm saying? I don't want you to be behind me. I don't want you to be in front of me. I want you to be right here so we can find it out together.
That's awesome, man.
Okay. So what is your thoughts on the shape of the Earth right now as we speak?
Right now, I don't really know, man.
Just tell me. If you believe it's a round globe, that's fine because of all of what everyone else is saying. That's fine. Okay. But we need to know why you believe it. Okay.
I think it's my brain says is that English? I think I'm not English and native. Sorry. My brain says it's round because that's what we've learned in school, right?
Education. Yes.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Black Swan?
Yeah, you said the picture multiple times. I've seen it.
Great. Because that's the one I have to show. I mean, it's the one that you can prove yourself. You can go out and do it yourself. That is 1 foot off of the ground. You do know that, right? I mean, that is literally 1 foot off of the level surface. So
sea level, off of sea level.
Sea level. So when you can see further than those towers, and the horizon is so much further that you can actually see. I'm going to show you another one if you're in voice text, live stream voice text. I'm going to show you another one. It's a kind of a further distance out from the towers, but it's the same video. Okay, and you can see the mountains in the background.
That's a fucking island. Or what is it?
Okay. So you could clearly take out the towers. The towers mean nothing in that picture. The only thing that they are there representing is measurement, so that we can know how far the distance is out that we're seeing. That's it. Then take them out. Well, now we know how far the mountain is, so we can take the mountain out of the equation and keep going with the horizon. It's further than the mountain. The horizon is further than the mountain in that picture.
Those mountains are way further.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to say is we are seeing way too far than what the imaginary globe tells us that we are supposed to be seeing. So that's where I'm at. I'm gonna post another picture here. This is kind of a CGI effect because we can't actually prove the globe in reality. But all of the right side shows like a model of a balloon going up. And all of the left side shows reality of a balloon going up. The horizon stays at eye level the whole time.
Sorry, it takes a while for the picture to load because I'm on 4G right now.
You take your time. I'm just kind of.
All right, there we go. I see it now.
I'm describing it to you.
So
So
it's a GIF.
if you look at the little pictures on the right side, you'll see that the balloon is going up and the flat Earth stays flat, of course, but the globe Earth kind of goes downwards as you go up. Because that's the curve of the Earth. That's literally what the globe is supposed to be doing when you go up.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you really want to get detailed, this is 60 miles up from NASA. Their very first picture. Now, of course, they tilted it sideways so that you would think something else, something other. But clearly, it's flat, 60 miles up. And that's where we're at. I mean, it's like that right there stops you from ever going to the next step. Like literally. I mean, if you cannot have that physical curvature, we're not living on a globe Earth, man. I'm sorry. We can stop there, but we have several others that we can go off of, like the motion of the Earth, gas pressure without a container. Those are the main three ones.
Anyway, I'm going to bed now. It's like midnight here.
Awesome. Yeah, welcome and come back anytime.
Sure, but dude.
Have a good one.
Cheers.
Cheers. Yeah, he came in trolling. That guy. But I think he's got a little bit of a mind on himself. I hope. You can only hope. How do you guys explain the inability to see certain constellations visible in the north in And in the South, I'm pretty sure and in the South. I just love how they always go to the sky.
So it is halfway through the hour, and you are listening to KGTL Flat Earth Radio, Killing the Globe Lie.
Love it. KGTB. Hello, Mama. Hi. Oh no, I'm here. What's going on?
Justin, you're hot miking.
Yes. I was waiting for you to give me a call.
Okay.
Okay, I'm here.
Sorry,
No,
Justin.
okay.
Nothing
I
personal.
was waiting for.
Crypto with a kick save and a beauty.
Hell yeah. What's going on?
Absolutely nothing. Say it again.
Have you found any curvature yet?
No direct measurements of Earth's curvature to my knowledge, sir.
Have you assumed curvature and then made the maths fit afterwards?
I have not done that in the last 6 years, no.
Oh. So that's why you're not a Glober.
That's correct. You've assessed the situation properly.
Perfect. Do we have any Globers in the chat?
Don't think so. Feel free to look.
No, I'd rather not.
E-Mac, I think he's a Glober. When he's sober, maybe. It must not be near his mic.
The crack is that the Earth is flat.
I'm getting ready to make noise. I got to mute.
Live streams have been a little bit dead recently, haven't they? Wonder why. Guess everyone knows that it's flat. So. Looking for truth in other areas now. It's flat as fuck. It's what's new in Daveland.
In a world.
Who's that?
In a world where no one's talking, what's going on?
There's a Glover. Mrs. Gets it. Why do you think you live on a ball?
I think we definitely live on a ball.
Oh God. Can you leave?
Here we go again.
Okay, guys, bye.
Here we go
I'll
again.
ban your ass right now. How's it going, Kai?
How's it going,
She's all right. She's all right.
All right.
Hold on, what?
Yeah, it's like two
Which just
different
sounds like
voices
Kai.
out of
I mean,
one
Kai sounds like
guy.
In a world,
I don't know.
bro.
In a world
I don't know what's
of
going on.
craziness.
Are you guys hanging out or something? What's going on?
Yeah, something like that.
Think number 2.
I
Nice.
think it's
or so.
I think it's number 3. Yeah. It's
Congrats,
not being
congrats.
sad. Yeah.
Flat Earth babies.
Hey, that would be the second one. Well, not the babies part yet. I don't think it did. Babies are.
I kidnapped him.
Guys, why are you so talkative?
I don't know, but I haven't been able to get a word in edgewise, I'll tell you.
Just stop talking. Gosh. Weak. I mean, gosh. All the time.
Hey, did anybody get that little emergency broadcast joint?
What did it say?
I don't know. I didn't get one. Supposedly, FEMA sent out an emergency broadcast test today. I know some people that got it and it popped up on their TV, but I didn't get it. I don't know. It was supposedly just a test.
Nope.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
Or I wasn't watching
I'm pretty sure it's only if you actually signed up for it.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. So all the genetically modified people. Yeah, someone's theory was that, obviously a little extreme here, but that whoever decided to be a part of the live trials, they because on FEMA's website it says something like it sends out a special. It does say this on the website. I looked at it myself. That the broadcast was accompanied with a special tone and vibration.
Oh,
what?
Literally says that.
Was it a
So,
good
like,
vibration?
Yeah, people were saying that people that took the jab basically, like, what if they did something? I don't know. I'll find the link for you in a second. I saw it on High Impact Flicks. Special tone and vibration accompanied with the, and it said anyone that's opted in for text messages, right? So like everyone. So I don't know what's going on. Probably just wanted to get everyone in a state of like paranoia for no reason to troll you.
Have you guys had any good Globers come in?
No,
No.
I haven't heard any. I've been here the last hour. So.
Do I need to troll people in the lobby?
We need to find some intellectually honest, open-minded people somewhere.
Maybe you should.
That's like a perma yes to that answer. You should always troll people in the lobby. Yeah, sorry, I was just going under a tunnel. What did anything interesting happen in the last 5 minutes?
How do tunnels work on a globe?
They don't.
The architect that designed that tunnel accounted for curvature, I'm sure.
Yeah. It accounts for curvature under the river and then curvature up on the other side. But no Earth curves. But guys, I saw pictures of satellites. Guys. Satellites.
I had somebody else tell me that it was true, so it has to be. Come on.
Were they wearing a white lab coat?
And they had glasses. And they talked really nasally. So I just had to believe them, of course.
Did they call themselves the science guy?
His name was Bill. I do not deny.
See what he did there. But I was also thinking Bob, the science guy. He's also a complete clown. Basically, anyone who calls themselves the science guy deserves to be punched in the face. Or at least a good hard slap. God damn, it is quiet in here, blimey. Can someone else say something?
Something.
There we are, nice.
Another something. I said
another
another
thing.
something.
Another thing. Yeah.
I said another something.
Would anyone like to
Been
introduce a topic that we don't normally talk about? Would anyone like to go off-road?
What the hell?
Let's talk about Bolivian sea turtles, if that exists. Does anybody know?
No, but you can invent them.
Okay.
Look, if there's people who believe that the Earth is curving and flying through literal nothing, then why not believe in Bolivian sea turtles?
People really believe the Earth's curving? You're fucking with me, man.
And flying through literal nothing.
Oh, no. No way, dude. All right, Doug, have you mowed down any more cyclists on the streets of
No, and none of them have tried to mow me down either. Yeah, still can't believe that happened. That was fucking weird. Imagine driving your shit into someone else's shit and then blaming them. Like, are you retarded?
It's like the burglar who falls through the skylight and is like, I'm suing you for personal damages.
Yeah, I never know if I believe those stories because it just seems like so far-fetched that someone could be literally robbing your house and somehow they could be the victim of robbing you. It just seems ridiculous to me.
Is it time to rumpus? Sorry.
Yes.
Somebody start talking so I can get to work.
Yeah, exactly. You can't rumpus if there's no one talking.
I know.
Damn it.
I should
Talk,
have.
Sonny. Sonny. Oh,
I should have come in with
Rumpus,
something
rumpus,
really
rumpus,
brilliant.
rumpus.
Rumpus. Yeah, exactly. That's
Rumpus,
what I'm
rumpus,
saying.
rumpus.
Yeah,
Hey,
please.
Sonny called it. Sonny called
Thank
it,
you.
damn it. It's his
I
own
know.
damn fault.
And
Some
everyone
people,
rumpus. Rumpus, 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 rumpus.
Begin
some
Rumpus
people
now.
claim there's a crypto to blame, but I don't know. I think it's your own damn fault.
Here we go. Your daily penguin noise.
Mm-hmm. I got an
Stand by.
unexpected day off, man. Storm.
Stand by. Here we go. Stand by for penguin noise.
What does the fox say? Does anyone know?
That was penguin.
Run! The farmer's got a shotgun.
That was the penguin noise.
Weird noise.
I damn near got smashed by a tree limb falling today.
What did?
My truck.
Oh, your truck.
Mm-hmm. Driving down the road in lightning struck. Got across the road, hit a tree, and a fucking 30-foot limb just, the tree like split in two and half of it was falling towards my truck.
Damn.
So, Battle Mod's got like biblical weather happening around his area.
I drove out of that shit.
And he drove out of it.
Right. Hey, to me it was like, oh, the tree wants to race. I was across the finish line before it ever hit it. Oh, you want to race? My kid was scared. My daughter was scared to death. She was like, oh my God, Dad, stop. I was like, I'm not going to stop. Get control of your heart while I'm driving down the road. It was kind of scary, though, to be honest. I mean, I can replace the truck, but that don't mean I want a tree crushing it with me in it.
Why not?
I like the truck for one, and I like life.
You said
What kind of truck is it?
F-150 Harley truck. Harley Edition Ford F-150.
Yeah.
Here, let me correct myself. F-250, not a F-150. I had a mouth full of food. Sorry.
Eating.
You want Madden play-by-play? Homemade mac and cheese with real cheese. Swiss steak.
Or milk, cow.
Swiss steak. Grilled cucumbers. Green tomatoes. Deep fried green tomatoes. And a side of salad.
I love cows. They're delicious.
They are. Ooh.
I have a question.
Was talking about cows and cheese and milk and stuff.
No, it's why is my main still banned?
Because the owner banned you?
Do you believe you live on a spinning water ball in the middle of literal nothing?
Do I?
Yeah.
I do, in fact, believe the Earth is round.
Oh. What does round mean?
Hey, why don't you ask Indio if you can unban Pizzari? I get tired of being the one to ask to undo his man's crypto.
Is this that Charlie guy that everyone's been?
No, that's Pizzari, aka Astari. And actually, he's a pretty decent kid.
I got
Do you
banned for
think the
no
Earth?
reason. I got
Okay,
censored.
but you're not banned now. No, that's not actually what censorship is. So why do you think the Earth's a globe?
Why do I think the Earth is a globe? I think the Earth is a globe because I've been I think the Earth is a globe, like fundamentally, or like reasoning.
You were about to say religiously, weren't you?
No, I wasn't going to say religiously. I was going to say either fundamentally or like
faithfully.
Evidence for it.
Well, both, either, whatever.
Either. Oh. Let's. I don't know why I came in here. I just came to talk to Michael. To be honest with you, I can try to think of a reason.
Michael is a swell dude.
Yeah.
You do know Crypto's real name is Michael too, right, Mike?
Yeah, that's right. That's right, Mike. Thank you.
Came to talk to the original Mike.
You came at a bad
You're
time.
OG, Mike.
The OG is eating. It's lunchtime.
All right. Yeah, you have to talk to the You have to talk to the inbred version.
Wait, what? From like Alabama or something?
Oh, he's fucking funny. Give him that party. He's funny as shit.
I've been to school. I was at
You
school
like
for
the
like
joke.
a couple fucking hours, so I'm not really in that mood right now. Parsi, the conspiracy would be true to be true. The teacher has no excuse to.
Conspiracy.
Oh my god, let's
forget
use
that.
memes
I
to
just
prove
want to
our
know
point.
from you. Yeah, ignore all of that shit. I'm asking you why you think the Earth is a globe.
Well, I can tell you how I want to say no, but
yeah.
Okay, so my grandpa, he's a pilot, right? He flew like a bunch of planes and stuff. So when you're flying a plane, right? You have to
So
calculate
what's
the
that
route.
proof? No, you don't. You just follow the route you're given. You follow the route you're given.
Right, but
you think pilots can just fly wherever they like?
Right, okay. My grandpa, he's like 80 years old, so like obviously back then you actually had to do a little bit of research when you were flying, right?
What about his flights necessitated the globe?
So,
I know what. Did I cut out?
Oh, yeah, bro.
No,
I'm
you're still in here. Yeah, back in the old days, they had to study a lot. Pilots nowadays, they ain't got to know shit. I just say, get up in there. Oh, you fit. Fly it, fucker.
Which is obviously a problem in America.
Hold my beer. I'm gonna fly this motherfucker.
It's less a cockpit and more a cock cave.
Well, no, pilots still have to be trained for emergency situations. Like if an accident were to happen with they also have to Pilots admitting. Oh my God, video evidence. That's so cool.
I was just calling Americans fat. It wasn't. You didn't have to think any more than that. I was just calling you all
Oh,
fat.
okay. Yeah, British people, I know.
Yeah, that's what we do. Basically, Brits think that you're all fat and stupid, and you think we all have yellow crooked teeth. So it's chill. That's just how it works.
Well, not exactly.
Wait, what? You don't? You don't drink tea?
I actually don't drink tea.
I'm British. You don't say your teas.
I do say my teeth.
Wait a
Say
minute. Let's not
British.
get away. Let's not get away from the topic. Let's not get away from the topic.
He's a
So,
pretty little.
where are the where are the adjustments for the globe in any aircraft? Any aircraft operation? Where in any aircraft operation? Where is the globe adjustment?
So when you're using a plane, right? Obviously, you have to be prepared for emergency situations. You have to learn how to actually fly the plane every
Over a
once in
flat
a while.
Earth. Yeah, stationary flat Earth.
Okay, so pilots have to learn how to fly. Fantastic.
Thank you for
Okay, so
interrupting.
you've just
Sonny.
told
I
us
really
4 or 5
appreciate
different ways that pilot. Yeah, so you've told us a few different ways that pilots have to learn to fly. Okay, carry on.
And when they're doing that, right? Obviously, you have to learn that the formula MA, right? Ma.
Okay, carry on.
Right. Okay. So once you get the Ma formula down, you're able to actually calculate for the curvature of the Earth. What's the Ma formula?
Yeah, please tell us.
Okay. Michael, you want to fill him in
No.
about the
I'm
Ma
not
formula?
asking you because I know. I'm asking you because I don't think you know. Right?
Nope.
You don't think I know what is the Ma formula then, since you know it?
I'm waiting for you to tell me.
It's my balls.
I don't think you know either.
Yeah, that's my fault. That's my fault.
Sure, you know that formula, huh?
I thought
He
it
was
was
doing
F.
that yesterday.
No. Okay.
I thought
whatever.
it was F equals MA.
Yeah, that's exactly the point.
Yeah,
right?
that is it.
The point is that you were talking bullshit, and I was waiting for you to admit it.
You didn't know that. You're just saying.
We
that
all
after the
know
fact.
you were talking bullshit.
I
No,
know exactly what you're gonna say after you say it.
Everyone in the room knew you were talking bullshit. I was just the one calling it out. I'm not special. Everyone else knew exactly what I knew.
See, I knew you were gonna say that after you said it.
Yeah, of course. So
After.
anyway, how do you know the Earth's a globe?
How do I know? Okay.
And kiss my balls is not an argument. So try again.
Well, that's all my lines.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So when you like at night, right? You live in what's like like? Do you have light pollution in Britain? Like, how bad's the light pollution?
Do we have pollution in Britain?
Light pollution,
Have you
like you know
ever-
how.
Have you ever left America? Like, have you ever been anywhere that isn't America? Yes,
been
we
to
have
Florida.
light pollution.
That's like a different country.
No, it's not.
No, I'm asking
Okay.
like where you live.
Yes.
How bad is the light pollution? Like, can you see the
We've
stars?
invented light technology in Europe. Yes.
Shut. Okay, that's not what I'm asking. Like, how? Like, can you? How well can you see the stars?
It depends where you are. Like in London, not very well. But if I was to drive 20 miles out into Surrey, perfectly well.
Okay, so when you look at the stars, obviously you see whatever fucking stars British people see. I don't know, like a tea bag or something, right?
The British stars. Yeah. We see the Teabag
like
constellation next to the mini constellation. Fantastic.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, well, I guess it's not obvious, but America, we see different stars than you.
So.
What do you mean so?
Yeah, what is that proof?
On a flat Earth, wouldn't we all see the same stars?
Not necessarily.
Oh, not necessarily. What do you mean by that?
Because you're in a different part of the world, so you're going to have a different sky.
Right, but obviously,
whether the Earth is flat or round. Like, okay, let me give you an example.
I was trying to make a point, but you interrupted me.
Yeah,
again.
but the point has no logical validity.
It does, though.
And I'm trying to address that, right, before you waste more of everyone's time. So if I was to say to you that you can only have a different sky in the UK versus the US if the Earth was a dinosaur. Would that therefore make the Earth a dinosaur?
Well, that's not what it's saying, though. See, on
No,
a
but
spherical
I'm
Earth.
asking
Okay,
you,
I'm trying
if
to
I
ask.
said
Yeah, you're
that,
asking me. I'm trying to answer your fucking
would
question. Can you
that
be quiet for
make
a
any
second?
sense?
Okay, can I talk now?
Can you answer the question?
I have a rebuttal without you interrupting me.
No, I want an answer to the question.
Okay, but I won't make my point.
Do you remember what the question was?
Yes, I do remember what the question
What
was.
was the question?
Your question was, why does the Earth have to be round for there to be different stars?
No. I asked a
what
very specific question that I want a very specific answer to. Would it be logical for me to say that the scenario we currently have is only possible on a dinosaur Earth and that therefore the Earth is a dinosaur? Does that make sense? It's a yes or no question.
Okay. Use our speaking voice here. When
yes or no?
when you're
One
talking
word.
about a flat Earth, right?
Why can't Globers answer yes or
Obviously,
no questions?
obviously,
Yes or no question.
you're trying to say that you see the
It's a
sky like the Earth
yes or
is flat.
no question.
It's mostly flat.
Yes
And
or no. It's all you need.
Okay.
Yes or no. Why do you guys have trouble with this? Would it
I'm
make
trying to-
logical sense? Yes
I'm
or
trying to
no?
I'm trying to explain my point while I make my.
I need an answer.
I'm giving you an answer, but you keep
No, you're
interrupting me.
not.
You keep interrupting
No.
me, you babbling buffoon.
Yeah. I know you're intimidated by my accent, but you need to answer the question. Yeah?
No,
The
I love you
question
too
is a
much.
yes or no. Yeah?
Okay.
So if you say any words that aren't yes or no, it's not an answer. So can I have an answer?
Okay. Can I continue with my statement? Or
Can you answer the question?
I'm going to answer the question.
I don't think you are though, because you would have said yes or no ages ago. Then say yes.
Answer that
or
question.
No. Say yes or no
Okay.
then.
Okay, I can say yes or no, but I'm also going to make my point along with that.
Right.
Will you interrupt me after I say yes or no?
Bro, you could have just answered the question 5 minutes ago.
But no, see, here's what you're trying to do. You're trying to make it so I can't make my formal rebuttal.
I'm trying to show you why your logic makes no sense.
Just answer him, Parsi. Welcome back, by the way. Good to hear you.
Oh, hey, yeah, my main is banned. I got in like a ban wave with like a bunch of other people.
So answer his question, please.
I'm not going to ban you, but can you just answer the question?
Okay, I'm gonna answer your question. So obviously on a flat Earth, right?
That's not an answer to my question.
The stars make
It's not an answer. You're not answering it.
I am answering your question.
No, you're not.
This is
We're here to
literally
discuss flat and round.
all it is right here.
It's a yes or no question, my guy. This is not hard. Why is this so tough for you guys? Yes or no? That's all I need.
Okay, repeat your question and I'll give you an answer.
Okay, if I was to say to you that the exact stars that you see in the sky is only possible on a dinosaur Earth, and that therefore the Earth's a dinosaur, is that logically valid? Yes or no?
Well, okay, so obviously, no, it wouldn't just be possible in a dinosaur.
So,
don't fucking interrupt me. I obviously.
No, but the thing is,
okay, I'm not
we
gonna
need to
fucking listen to you
expand
anymore do
on
this
that.
bullshit,
No,
okay? I
look,
understand
if
you're
you're
British
going
and you
to
like
listen
taking
to
over
me,
things, but you're not gonna take
I'm
over my
going
argument. You
to
understand?
continue. No,
I have my
it's not your argument, my guy. I asked you a question 7 minutes ago that you should have already answered 6 minutes and 50 seconds ago, and I was then going to expand on it, right? But now you don't want me to expand on it because you know it obliterates your point. And that's the issue with Globers. They don't like being obliterated. I'm done.
Yep. Let's see if he's continuing to spiral, and if he is, we'll just mute him back. Oh,
Okay.
wow, he stopped spiraling. Amazing.
Fantastic. So we know that your logic isn't valid. So should we try something else?
This obviously isn't an argument, so I don't understand. It's supposed to be like a conversation where we both have our points.
Yeah,
and we make
but I
rebuttals to those
asked you.
points.
No, but your logic isn't valid. I don't need to rebut it. I just demonstrated that.
Yeah, but I obviously asked a question, and you gave me an answer. I'm not satisfied with that answer, so I'm gonna ask another question.
What?
Yeah,
You gave me an answer that I want.
you're making no sense at all, bro.
How does
You're
that make no
basically
sense?
you're incoherent.
I'm gonna ask him another question after he answers my question.
Go ahead, ask me a question. But if it's logically invalid, I will point it out.
Okay, can you not interrupt me by pointing it out?
But why would I allow you to compile logical fallacy on top of logical fallacy and waste everyone's time? That doesn't make any sense.
How is what I just said illogical?
Bro, he came in asking why his name was banned. Come on, bro. Lighten up. What do you got, your underwear on too tight? School chafed your ass or something? You had to wear the same clothes after gym?
You talking to me?
Yeah, you got a sweaty rash from school or something? Why are you so uptight?
I'm not uptight, but like if I'm gonna make a point, I would also like to be able to follow up to what he says, you know.
So
But
if you're only
if it's
if you're only
logically invalid, it will be pointed out, and you shouldn't be mad about that. And you should answer yes or no questions. It makes this a lot easier.
Okay.
Like, you're not going to have this all your own way, bro.
I'm not, but I'm also gonna try. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna go do some.
wait a minute. How is someone here to learn if all they're trying to do is make their point and ask another question, and avoiding answering questions?
Right,
So
but
how is that trying to learn anything?
okay. Obviously, when I'm trying to like get a statement out, I wouldn't like to be interrupted.
Yeah, you're not trying to learn, and you couldn't answer that question either.
Yeah, he's got that didn't have clean underwear after gym class rash, bro. I think his ass is itching.
Look, man, make your point, yeah? Make your point. But if it's logically invalid, you can't just expect a free pass. That shit doesn't fly here. It might fly in your Global forums, but we're going to call that shit out every time.
How
Just the way it
is
is.
my argument invalid?
I just explained why.
Because a dinosaur has the same effect as a globe, while a flat Earth does
How
not.
are you missing what I said?
I'm not missing what you said, but it just
Let
doesn't
me
make any
try
sense.
again. Let me try again, right? You have said X thing happens, therefore the only possible explanation is thing Y. Yeah?
I didn't say
That's
that was
your
the only
argument.
possible.
And so I've said, okay, fine, let's take this to some absurd logical conclusion that if I was to make that claim and that therefore it must be a dinosaur Earth, does that make any logical sense? The answer is no. Therefore, the logic itself is invalid.
Not
Right?
only possible on a round Earth. What I'm trying to get out is that it isn't possible on a flat Earth.
There's no reason to think that at all.
What makes you say so?
Because people on a flat Earth are in different parts of the Earth, so we'll naturally see different skies.
Right, but like if we're at the same position, right? We'll still see certain stars just in different places.
No.
How can you be in the same position if you're in different countries?
Right, you know
Like
why you can't see stars forever on Earth? Same reason you can't see the sun. Light attenuates as it goes through the atmosphere. It's not infinite. The speed of light isn't infinite. Not in the atmosphere, because the atmosphere is a fluid medium. So it attenuates to the point of extinction. We wouldn't predict that you would see stars from 5,000 miles across a certain line, dude. And it is possible to see different stars in different areas on a flat Earth. It's day in one area and night in the other. And light attenuates.
How is that possible though?
Attenuation? I just explained it thoroughly.
This happens to every fluid medium. Like,
A reduction of force or value of something.
To the point of atmospheric extinction. Now, that's not a flat Earth principle. It's a scientific principle. Atmospheric extinction of light. Attenuation of light. Atmospheric attenuation. Atmospheric scattering. I mean, if attenuation isn't real, then neither is refraction, neither is scattering, neither is polarization, because they all work on the same principle.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're associating different okay, so where does the original light, for example, like constellations, right? You can see different constellations from different places on Earth. So why is it that you can see I don't know, Scorpio from one part of the Earth while you see, I don't know, some other constellation on the other side? Like where is that original light coming from? Like obviously, yeah, light attenuates over time, but that doesn't mean you can just make new light out of
Who
nowhere.
cares where the light's coming from? Why are the constellations still the same exact spot they were for thousands of years on your globe? Doesn't work. So why don't you explain that?
Why are you saying like bringing up a completely different point? I'm trying to get an answer to my question. Like obviously I'm interested in the flat Earth, but I do have questions about it.
Yeah, and I just gave you a little clue, and you just buzzed right by it.
You didn't answer
Yeah,
my
I mean,
question.
yeah, I mean, so your question is basically why can I see Scorpio in place A but not in place B?
Yeah, where's the light from Scorpio going? Like obviously light attenuates,
It
right? Like
attenuates to the point of extinction. We already covered this.
right, yeah. That's I was just making your point for
And
a
I
second.
gave citations for both principles: atmospheric attenuation, atmospheric extinction of light.
Right, but
I
light
put
just
those.
doesn't come out of
I put.
nowhere.
Well, it comes from a source, but what's the point? The source doesn't prove a globe.
Right, but where does that source come from? Because
You
like
you
I
tell
I
me. I
haven't
don't know. I can't go there and check the source. I can't test the source. I can only observe it. I can't do any tests on it. Lights in the sky.
but you don't
We
you don't
can't.
have any
We can't science them.
Oh.
right, you don't have any like data for that, but obviously on a round Earth it does make more sense than on a flat Earth.
Well,
Why you see different stars.
that's a proof of nothing.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can,
What
but
does
we're in the
that
middle of a conversation, bro.
but
So
what does
listen,
that not prove?
making more sense to you doesn't prove anything. Nothing. What does it not prove? Not a thing. No fucking thing. Nothing. The kid gloves are off. You already started cursing, bro. So it's on.
Right. Yeah, I know.
Don't take it
So
personally.
you're trying to say that just because we don't know why that light manifests itself,
No,
okay,
I
so why
was
does it?
specific to attenuation and atmospheric extinction. We can't
Right.
experiment on it, so we don't know the source of it. There's a lot of things we don't know, but we can't. Listen, anything you say about the stars you observe above is unscientific because we can't experiment on them. We can't science the stars. We can only theorize and philosophize. Come up with a
Right.
philosophy on the stars. That's what astronomy is. Astrology. That's why you get a philosophy degree in it. PhD.
Okay, but I just don't understand how you could have such like a big I don't know when on a round Earth it does
Well, you
make
don't
sense,
know
but
on the
on a
globe
flat Earth,
either. Listen, there's a lot of things you
yeah,
don't know on the globe either.
like what?
Like what you're talking about. It's just a theory. You only have a
Oh,
theory on all that shit, and to you it makes sense because it goes along with the rest of the fairy tale. But to me it doesn't make sense because we can't test it, we can't demonstrate it, we can't experiment on it.
okay. You know what a scientific theory is, right? Like the theory of relativity. It's not like an actual theory. It's a proven hypothesis.
Show it.
Show it? Show
Show the
you what a
proof.
theory is?
Station.
Google the citation.
Right. This is evolved into nothing. I'm gonna go take a shower and do my homework.
Take it easy, man.
Yeah. Talk to you later, Mike. It's good talking to you.
He was in here obfuscating all day yesterday, and then Indio banned him, and now he's back.
He'll be back later. It might be bothering him now. You guys might have actually planted an itch that he's trying to scratch. Who knows?
Like what things don't work? Yeah. The impossible eclipse, the constellations in the same place as they were thousands of years, the sky clock resetting at the same place every year, Polaris scene at below 20 degrees south latitude. How many? I could go on. With the things that don't work on the globe Earth.
That's what I was going to say, Sonny. That's just a small list of many contradictions and impossibilities with the heliocentric model of our cosmology. Thank you.
Well, it's like they have that first thing that doesn't work and the rest is presupposed after it. Freaking, they don't have the radius value. The rest is presupposed after that.
Start like 30 people watching on YouTube right now. There's got to be one person out there who sincerely wants to find out what this is all about. Just click that link, come in here and talk to us. Nobody will be mean to you except for Crypto. And we'll mute him.
That'll be the day.
Well, one of my friends was listening on the stream, and he was so impressed with crypto that he's actually now thinking about flat Earth. So you never know when people are listening on the stream. Yeah, really.
Talk one up for Crypto, all right?
Give him a hand.
Get it. I'm just knee sliding. Bear up.
That dinosaur Earth would go that far. To provide the truth for millions.
Yeah. I don't. That kid. Go ahead. Sorry. That kid has been brought up in the American education system. You got to remember. So logic is not default to his brain. He's never had to use it. He's only had to be told what to do. So it's going to be hard for him to catch himself when he's just being fallacious.
Yeah, but you can hear it as well. Children in school are not they're not challenged to to defend their ideas or to come up with ideas. I think children should all be playing chess when they are in school. To be quite frank.
It's a great activity.
Yeah. Yeah, so you never know when you're talking in here and people are listening on the stream. It could be any one of us that influences somebody that triggers them, that makes them think a little bit. I was just here for 5 minutes and Battlemod had me laughing so hard. And it's like the first time I had a good laugh today. So that's the other bonus. It's great.
Yeah, that's what I have to come on here, man. I know I'll be laughing soon, you know.
This place is like a forum for this. This really is debate central, isn't it? I mean, just like Crypto says, we're not going to let that shit fly here.
Exactly. I love that.
If he can check your logical fallacies at the door of this place, not welcome.
Yeah. So we can make this easy, or we can make this the hard way.
You guys can all go and be teachers, you realize that? The amount of teaching that you do here. Wow.
Teaching is the highest level of learning, right? Isn't that what they say?
Well, today when I was at work, I was really thinking about, how I speak to people when I want to put something across. Questioning or rather doing it in a different style, because I tend to be a little bit confrontational or too direct when I talk to people. I am quite direct. It's apparently it's a South African trait or something.
Yep, that's.
Yeah, not very subtle.
You're actually not as direct as most South Africans I've met, though.
Oh, not when I'm on here, Crypto. In
No,
real
but I
life.
think you're
In real
generally
life.
you're generally quite softly spoken, though, I'd say.
I'm very softly spoken. When I came to England and people used to, they'll talk so loud. Oh, I could never do that. I could never shout either.
Yeah. Mm.
I can't do that. It's not in me. Yeah, that's wonderful. Mm. Yes, my friend actually said that guy, Crypto, he made a really good point, and then we had a really good conversation. Yeah, so he likes your style. So he might be listening right now for all I know.
Cool. Yeah.
I do too, bro.
We're always listening.
No homo, but I love your style, bro.
Is a little homo.
Where you been?
I've just been busy, man.
Yeah, me too. It's that time of year.
Yeah, I'm sure. That's good to. I mean, I've got to head off in a sec myself, but sorry, go on.
I like the rain. I like the rain, but not when it tries to kill me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the saying, a little bit of water never hurt anyone, but a lot of water has.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I heard somewhere that water is always flat and level.
That is true. Well, unless you input energy into the system, and then you can have waves and stuff. Anyway, good night, guys. Everyone have a lovely evening.
Night, Crypto.
Night.
Night, Crypto. As the sun moves over the plain.
Did you know the rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain?
You don't say.
That's what I was told.
You don't say mainly on the plane? What's that you say? The rain in Spain stays mainly on the plane. Okay, Ariel and I will break out in a duet. The rain in Spain stays. Just kidding.
I have so many Flat Earth songs. Written, not produced.
Oh, something I've noticed because I was doing a lot of driving today, then I just stick the radio on, that we haven't had a lot of like new music in this period, in this time period.
Yes.
It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, we need to get to work on that.
No, but I mean out there in the worldly music as well. It's like we're in a little time warp. That reminds me of the Rocky Horror Picture Show's soundtrack. There's some fun music in there.
Have you been to a live
Here's
show?
one.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
No, I have not. No, I haven't.
Quite the experience.
Yeah.
If you ever have the chance, I suggest you just do it once just to see what the circus looks like.
Yeah, definitely.
Hey, oh, what happened to Pizzari? I went to answer the phone and he come back and he's gone.
He tapped out. They were demanding logic and he didn't want to play.
He said he had to go and take a shower.
Sure, get that rash off his booty. You know how it is when you're in high school and gym isn't your last hour, right?
I'll just say I was the hockey captain for my school for the last 3 years of high school. And my mom used to say that I played like a demon. I think back now and I don't know how I did that. It's such a rough sport for girls.
It is.
Very.
Field hockey or ice hockey?
No, field hockey.
Okay, that makes sense now. I was gonna say South Africa doesn't have a big ice hockey team. I would guess.
No.
Did they allow men on your high school team to play with the women?
No.
I'm not joking you, but when I was in high school, this was back in the 90s, as I was graduating, they decided that the boys were being discriminated against for not being allowed to participate, and so they let these two boys join the team and they won states.
Seriously.
I had to Google field hockey. I really didn't even know what it was.
It's
That's
like
like my mom used to say. I used to play. She would say I played like an Amazon, Amazonian woman.
So Ariel, is there a difference between field hockey and lacrosse, or are they the same thing?
No, lacrosse is completely different. Lacrosse is the ball is in the air a lot in lacrosse.
Yeah.
Okay.
You scoop
It's
the
like-
ball and kind of throw it with your whatever that thing's called.
It's like a tame hurling where you can't pick the ball up and your stick can't come over your knees or your waist, right?
Well, in field hockey, your stick is not supposed to come above the height of your shoulder. And I've seen some vicious things happen on a hockey field. I mean, I've done some vicious things myself. You just hit the enemies on the shins, or you just leave them on the battlefield.
You naughty girl, you.
Jeez.
So wait a minute. Did you Nancy Kerrigan someone?
I was a terrible hockey player. I was the captain for 3 years when there were girls who were 2 years ahead of me in school, and I was their captain. And we had this, PE teacher, Miss Forbes. She was like a freaking sergeant major. You know, I shouldn't go and join the army. A girl hit me on my shin one day, and the whack was so loud on my shin bone, and I was just lame. I couldn't stand, and Miss Forbes ran up the field because she was refereeing on that side of the field where I was, and she shouted at me to get up, get up. It was a foul. She should have blown the whistle, but she didn't. She let the play continue, and she came and screamed at me to get back in there. And you know when you get up like that, and then you're in pain, and you feel like you really need revenge, and you got a big stick in your hand. Yeah, I used to play. I used to go and right after school, and go and do like a 5K run, and then play play hockey, and then walk halfway home, and then go and do 30 laps in a swimming pool, and then go home.
The revenge thing in hockey, that's just a part of the game. You're talking about field hockey though, right? Is that what I call it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And
Yeah,
I played, yeah.
I played ice hockey for a little while as a kid. And at a similar instance, like as the leagues are like there's like Mighty Might, Squirt, Bantam Pee Wee or Pee Wee Bantam. But as a squirt, that's the last level before you like checking is actually allowed. They don't allow board checking. But I got boarded like right in the corner pretty hard, and I was expecting there to be a foul, and there was none. And so the puck and the play went down the ice the other way, and I was pissed. I went down, I went straight for the guy who checked me and just blindsided him from the back, sent him flying just as hard as I could. I hit him, and he went flying into the I don't know. He was about blue line, and I sent him into the corner down by them, and didn't get called for it either. But mine was actually legal; it was open ice. But he had no idea what was coming.
How was that legal, though? That sounds like a 5-minute major.
It should be.
You were targeting the individual, right?
Yeah.
Did he even have the puck?
I think he did actually. Yeah. He just expected me to be behind him. Yeah, or out of the play or whatever.
Yeah, I played center forward, so I had the run of the whole field. So I didn't like anything going wrong, because it like really saps you. When you're playing that hard for 40 minutes, it's good when you're a kid. Yeah, I believe all children should take part in sports.
I'll tell you though, I think he had the puck, and that's why, it was legal. But it wouldn't have mattered. I was gonna hit him either way.
Yeah, a few times I did like really bad things. I didn't actually go for the ball. Because in field hockey, it's so easy to trip someone. You know.
So do you get penalties in field hockey and get sent to the penalty box, or is it different?
No, they just blow the whistle on you and it's a foul, and then the other team gets to hit the ball and you have to like stand back.
Okay.
Yeah, so the ball
You
gets
don't have to
placed.
play like short a person like an ice hockey.
No.
Okay.
But if you do it in midfield, it's okay because they still have to like get half the field to get near the goal. You don't do that kind of thing near the goal, and then they get a penalty there, and then they can shoot straight for the goal. You have to pick your spot.
If you're playing field hockey on a globe, is there curvature?
No, because the ball would fly off.
Okay.
No, I just feel like reminiscing. After, like, when my parents got divorced, ice hockey became a little too expensive. So I started playing roller hockey down at this roller rink nearby, rollerblades, whatever. It was organized league play. It was fun, but the kids in there were nowhere near as qualified as somebody who actually played ice hockey for a few years before that, right? So it was just easy. Like, I was uh, MVP of the All-Star game like 3 years in a row. Would have had it a fourth year, but I broke my arm playing football after school right before the All-Star game. And that's like, but and that was all the different leagues around the state would go to Madison and for the All-Star tournament, and yeah, in the little league that I was in though, it was just way too freaking easy for me. Like, there was one game in particular where I myself scored like 17 goals.
What?
Yeah. That team was the worst one all year. But there was they had this puny little kid. We played with one defender, like, so it was just four man, and there was one guy for defense, and then the goalie. And he was just this twerpy, scared kid. And no matter what, when I got the breakaway, which that's what just happened over and over again, they just feed me the puck, and I'd go on the breakaway and score a goal every time. And this kid would just get out of my way, like, and I saw his coach, like, look, every single time you're just moving, you gotta get in, you gotta stop him, you gotta get in there, you gotta, like. Well, he tried, poor kid. So he tried, and I didn't. He thought he was gonna block my path. It didn't work. I went straight through the kid, and scored the goal. Stick went up. I turn around, and he's on the ground crying. His mom came running out there, and I like went skate over him. I'm like, hey, are you all right? I'm sorry, And she's like, get away from him! And she's like pushing me. She's like,
oh my god,
that was funny.
So, Lou, is your broken arm a good story too?
It's I mean, not really. It's one of my stories. It is for me, not really for this, but No, that one was just playing tackle football in the apartment complex after school, and
Oh, like a sandlot game?
yeah, and
What name of school
I,
function?
yeah, it wasn't a school thing, and whatever. I caught a pass and I was running, but there was a kid that was faster than me, tailing me, and I wanted that touchdown, and he dove for my legs, probably at like the 5-yard line or so, right? And I tried to brace the fall with my arm to stay up and go into the end zone, and it just folded in half.
Oh.
Did you feel it snap when it happened?
My buddy who threw the pass was probably, at this point, he was like 40, 50 yards away. And everybody's like, oh, he's all right. He's all right. And I'm like, my buddy threw the pass. He's like, no, it's broken. I heard it break. I heard it break. Okay, no.
So, had to call ambulance and everything, or did they take you to the hospital?
Ambulance pulled in as I was getting in a car. Fuck them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were starting a hockey season, and all the girls were on the field, all the teams, because they were gonna like separate all the teams. So we were just whacking balls to each other, and this one girl did what nobody is supposed to do. She swung her hockey stick like you would a golf club, and on the back swing, and she had both her arms right at the top, just like a golf club, like when you're gonna drive a ball. And she whacked this girl behind her on the cheekbone. And even sitting here now, I can still remember the sound of that. Oh, it was terrible. Terrible.
The funniest part of that story was a bunch of girls sitting around whacking balls. That was funny.
Our hockey balls are dangerous things. Yeah, when I was in high school, there was this guy and a friend and myself were hitting a ball just in a park. And he actually came down and he said he wants me to come and play in his college team that he coaches. And I was like, I was 16. And these ladies were like about 3-4 years older than me. So I did go one night with him, and it was at this college hockey field. Oh, wow. Those women really scared me. I was up for it, but it was too much because I already played in my school team.
Was it like Amazon women or something?
Oh, it was terrible. They were like, yeah, yeah, they were just like their breathing and the smell of their perfume, and they had like long nails with, they were women and I was girl. I just didn't feel like, yeah, it's a woman thing. Yeah. I think they played in full makeup as well. you know. And I was just a little girl.
We put on makeup to go play a sport.
Yeah, but you see, they were older girls. They were already out of school. They were in college. They were looking at men.
Had to look their best for the guys, I guess.
Yeah. So they had like jewelry on, and their nails were painted, and they wore makeup and stuff. And I could smell the deodorants when they were sweating. It was yuck.
I have a short story from junior high.
Tell.
For some reason, they would let people play tackle football on the playground.
On a hard asphalt surface.
That's right. I mean, it was
Concrete
like no
playground?
pads. No, it was there was a concrete part and there was a grass part too. So
Okay.
they played on the grass, right? I never got involved with that because I didn't want to get tackled. I know what it feels like when you get tackled and shit with no pads on. So I was just like, I don't want to get involved with that. But some of the assholes that are they just want to, for some reason, just kick everybody's ass. Anyway, there's this one short guy. He's shorter than most people, but he's athletic, right? And he would what they call a booty bump. He would like jump up in the air while you're with your back to him and frickin' booty bump you in the back of the head and frickin' knock you over on the ground. And he he played the tackle football stuff, and he did that to me one day while I was sitting there talking to my friend. And I'm like, what the fuck? And so then we got in a fight, and so I see, this is when, what's it called when they paddle you? They don't do it anymore.
Corporal punishment.
Corporal punishment,
Yeah.
right? So I got in a fight with this guy after he freaking booty bumped me on the back of the head with his big ass. And
who won the fight?
Well, we didn't get very far into the fight because I don't really think he really had a fight in him. Really, he was just an asshole. So we didn't really get into it, but
Raw.
fisticuffs. But anyway, we ended up in the principal's office, and so it was either you get corporal punishment or you get suspension. And the principal had to call my mom and say suspension or corporal punishment. And so my mom chose corporal punishment. I didn't do any fucking thing wrong, So it's just like, ugh. But anyway,
What state were you in?
I got licks all the way through junior high. There was this freaking vice principal that just loved to give licks for some reason. And even then, you didn't get corporal punishment just from the principal. I mean, you can get it from a teacher too. I got licks from my health class one time for talking too much.
This wasn't a private school, right? This is public school?
Yeah, this was public school in Arkansas.
What state with Arkansas? Okay, yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah, it was just I was in probably 8th grade, 7th, 8th grade. I guess that would be about the mid 80s.
Mid 80s, yeah.
I got 5 licks in the 8th grade.
Out.
Dude, but this dude freaking attacked me, and I retaliated, and then I got I got licks. But I was able to go to school the next day.
It always made me so mad when people did that, where they'll like
smoking in the bathroom, somebody.
What, smoking in the boys' room? Is that what you said, yeah. Dave? You're breaking up again.
I got 5 licks for smoking in the boys' room.
Really? I got suspended in high school for. I wasn't even smoking. I had cigarettes in my pocket. I got suspended.
They actually used to paddle on us. I got like 10 swats for whistling at a girl in assembly.
Dude, that vice principal had like a racquetball paddle. And he was like, I was sitting there in front of his desk, and he called my mom, and she was like, give him licks. I was like, I didn't even start the damn fight. How am I a part of this? And there was another time in high school I got attacked by like 4 black guys. I wasn't doing anything but I went in the bathroom, take a piss. They all walked in. I walked out. And I was walking out while they were walking in. And somebody pushed me in the back of that head. And then I was like, who the, all the vernacular. I was like, who the fuck could touch me? And all this kind of stuff. And I ended up fighting one guy, and I don't think he was the guy that did it, but I started kicking his ass, and then they all just like jumped on me and just threw some light punches and then started running, I thought that was ridiculous. And this was between classes. So I went on to my class, but I mean, it was between classes, so the halls were full, so everybody saw it, right? So I went on to my class, and then they called me out of class. and said, "Hey, Dennis needs to come to the office." And so I went, and he was like, "Who did this?" And I told him who did it. I was like, "These are all the guys involved," and they got suspended. So I guess that was kind of retribution for some of the bullshit that happened to me and J-Ray.
You told on them?
Fuck yeah, I did, man. Fuck yeah, I told
That's
them.
racist.
That was racist, Helio. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, dude, I lived in a racist town, bro, and it wasn't just black. It wasn't just white on black. It was, yeah. They were fucking with me for no reason. So it wasn't a bit of a black thing. It was just like I was just trying to navigate by them when they were walking into the bathroom. I mean, I wasn't racist at all. I was just like, here's who did this, and here's why. Somebody wanted to fight, and I started kicking his ass, and all his friends just freaking jumped on and started, hitting me and shit, and then they all took off running. And I was like, this is this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. That's who did this.
School can be such a tough place for kids sometimes.
Well, it's really unrealistic because in real life, you have people of all ages. You don't just have the ones around your age that are honestly too immature to, I don't know.
Maybe you have a racist face. Have you ever considered that?
Oh, and by the way, the guy that, the vice principal that actually investigated the matter, he was black. I went to school the next day. A couple of those guys didn't. Trying to remember his name. He was really cool. I mean, it's like I hated the principal. He's the one that suspended me just because I was like on a bathroom pass to walk down the hallway, and he just happened to be walking down the hallway, the principal. And I was walking by him, said hi, and he wanted to stop me, right? I had my jacket on, had a pack of cigarettes in the pocket. He like reached out his hand, touched my jacket, and felt the pack of cigarettes. He's like, "What's that?" And so anyway, I got 3 days suspension because I had a pack of cigarettes in my pocket.
You should have said it's condoms.
Yeah, maybe that would have worked. I don't know. But yeah, he was a dick. He was a dick.
The nurse gave me that. That's a box of Trojan, sir.
Yeah.
Studded. Studded. What's up? You want one? You need one? Aren't you married?
Like, don't touch me, motherfuckers.
So we got a new person in here with no roles, Velmo. Somebody wants to try to talk to him.
The year before I started high school, they had a smoking ramp for the high school kids. Then they stopped it. So the year before I started there, you could actually smoke in high school. And he's going to give me 3 days. He was a dick.
Life is
unfair. But the black dude that busted the other black dudes for freaking picking on me, he was the coolest principal there, man. He was freaking awesome. I'm trying to remember his freaking name.
I just kind of
Anyway.
feel like you're making it too much of a race issue. You could tell this story
No,
without.
no. Well, it was. Well, it was. I think it was for the black guys because, dude, it was either that or they're just total dicks. I mean, but there was some racist stuff going on, and it was mostly on the black side. When I was there, I'm just saying. Just what I noticed.
I'm not
I'm
saying
not
that.
racist, but I'm just saying that the black people
I get what you're saying.
were
I'm not
racist.
saying that there might not have been a little of that when the three of them fucked with you, but now what you're telling of the story, it's about the three black dudes and the black dude who busted them, and like it's all black dudes. We get it. Everybody in this story is black except for you. Like we got it.
No, I get that. I'm just trying to tell what there was a lot of something like that going on back in that day, So I was just trying to tell the story from the perspective of a lot of people because it was, it was kind of people were talking about it after that. Whatever. I was just telling how I saw it from my perspective
Arkansas
back
in the
then.
80s. Yeah, exactly. The story's from the Arkansas in the 80s. I don't think he meant anything by it.
I once flew on Emirates, and the three last seats in the back, where the last toilet in the back was, people could get up during the flight and go and sit on those seats and have a cigarette. I kid you not.
I used to be able to smoke on flights, yeah.
And all the booze was free. And we were actually flying to Dubai. That was like the second time I flew to Dubai. It's a funny thing, but when I started realizing that the Earth's not a ball, I recalled the last flight I took to Dubai when I landed. I think it was around about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And I remember flying over the desert for the longest time. It was the weirdest flight I've ever been on as well, because the approach to the airport was very strange. The plane took as low an altitude as you could possibly hope to get on a commercial flight. And I could actually see this long straight road on the desert going towards the city. And I could actually make out the cars and buildings. And when I started realizing that I don't live in a ball, that was one of the things that I don't know why, but I just recalled that. I could see so far over that flat desert. And I could see the city far, far in the distance. They got all those magnificent buildings and stuff. Dubai is such a futuristic, unusual place. Yeah.
You know what? Are you back, Battle Mod? Since you're asking the question, I don't want to type it out. But yeah, I mean, the only fights I've ever been in was with black dudes after they targeted me. So, yeah.
Yeah, I just got back. I didn't hear the story.
Yeah, I was
Not
in the
all of it.
bathroom taking a piss, and I was walking out, and then 4 black dudes walked in. Which I knew them, because I'm in classes with them in high school, and I'm walking, I'm trying to navigate through them while they're walking. It was like, excuse me, and then somebody pushes me in the back of the head like hard, and I'm like, who the fuck just did that? So I turned around and said that, and it was like, who you talking to? I was like, whoever the fuck touched me. And so then I walked out, and then they all said, what are you? They were just trying to start some shit, right? So I picked one of them, and I fucking just started in on him, and he was shorter, and kind of a fat dude.
Tell him the earth is flat.
But either way, no, I didn't even know the earth was flat.
Did you knock him flat on the earth?
No, I had him against one rail, then I had him against the wall, and I was like welling on his guts. And then
How could you knock someone flat on the earth
his
if the flat
buddies,
is curved? They'd be knocked curve on the earth.
once they realized I was about to beat him, all his buddies jumped on me and just started going pow 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 pow. Not even hard punches. They were just like pow 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 pow. And then they took off running.
It's called getting jumped. I grew up in the same time. Like it happened to everybody in the fucking 90s. Like people would just jump each other for no fucking reason. You just it wasn't because you were white. It's because you weren't their friend. That's all. They decided to jump you. They had an opportunity. They did it.
To be honest, I don't think they liked me anyway. It doesn't matter. Yeah, maybe it's not a racist.
The group of guys that I grew up with, they all jumped everyone. Everyone that we hung out with was all jumped. I was the only person not in on that because I was a mama's boy, but I did get jumped. I just didn't jump anyone else. So, but everyone jumped each other to get better at fighting is what everyone told themselves. But
I guess so.
Okay.
Yeah, no, like everybody would at some point, be either the victim or in like a 5-person against one fight.
The only
just beat you down for out of nowhere for no fucking reason.
The only situation I was ever in where some white guys were like, there was one night I was out with my friends. I think we were seniors at that point. I don't even remember the reason, but dude, we got chased all over the freaking city by these guys. I mean, maybe we were asking for it, or I don't even know what the fucking deal was. It was probably my friend Shane, who's a complete dick. He probably pissed off one of these guys. But anyway, we went to this one park, and we used to drive. My friend had a 3-row Suburban thing, and so we'd have like 6 of us just riding around partying all night, But anyway, my friend Shane, he carried a little. It was like a junior bat, right, with him. But anyway, one of these guys freaking popped him in the mouth. We pulled up on the strip in Cabot, Arkansas, which is not a strip necessarily at all. And he was talking shit to them, and then he opened the door for some stupid reason, and they saw the bat, grabbed the bat, popped him in the mouth, and then Larry takes off. He's in the driver's seat. Anyway, but that's the only interaction that way that I had with white guys. I mean, I always had problems with black guys, not because I started it, it's because they started it. That's all. But I'm not saying it's racist or anything, but there was some racial tension. I ain't gonna lie.
Guy always starts it. Sure.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
You're white, so it's
Cracker, please.
Cracker, please.
Peckerwood. It's Peckerwood.
It's like that. That's the only. Wait, let me.
No,
yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the only fights I had.
Yeah, flat idiot. Is he in here? Yeah, I'm not joking, bro. You got to sign a waiver. I got too much training. I'll go to jail just for touching you. You got to sign a waiver.
Set up a smoker. Do it.
Wait, but is the waiver gonna work? I mean,
yes.
I go to jail just for holding your hand.
Amen. Amen. What do you think? What do you think the waiver's for? It'd be a sanctioned fight. You sign the waiver.
Oh yeah, sure, of course.
I think Flat Idiots needs to speak. He's VC verified, so I have to go for a minute. But I just wanted to bring that up.
You don't have to sign a waiver to spar, though.
Who was it that was like genuinely interested in having flat earther versus globe earther like fist to cuff, like fist
Me
fight?
and who the hell was it? Hollywood? No,
No, Hollywood's
no.
supposedly
It
a
was
flat
you and
earther.
it was you and Witsit, because you and Witsit would talk about being in the same weight class, but how
Yeah,
you
and
guys was
Whammer.
fast. And,
Yeah, and Whammer too.
Where is that son of a bitch?
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about flat versus globe. I'm trying to. There was like a
Yeah.
year ago, I think
Yeah,
somebody was like
me
flat
and
versus
Witsit
globe.
was talking about beating down some flat earthers that pissed us off, and Whammer came with the globe versus flat stuff.
Yeah, because I remember we were definitely talking about having some Globers in the arena.
Yeah.
It was
I was
like a
high
whole
that night.
conversation. It was a big conversation.
Yeah.
For some reason, I'm not going to name any names, but there was some. Oh, I think it was Antonio Subarads.
And Helio, you open the door, man. Don't get offended when people walk through it and joke with you about the black guys jumping on you. They're just pushing buttons. They're just fucking with you. You racist motherfucker, you.
Yeah,
No. This is. I was just giving a story. I mean, I was a young man. I didn't know shit. But I'll tell you what, though,
I'm with you.
There was a lot of talk.
You didn't know that all the blacks were
To be honest,
that's what you're trying to say,
dude. In the town I lived in, there was some racist shit going on both
I told
sides.
you not to get triggered, and you got triggered anyway. Damn it.
I'm just saying.
There's what's going on both sides, because we're all slaves to the mentality that we're against each other. Because
I wasn't like that. I wasn't like that though. I wasn't racist against it.
Like,
So
I like women, number one, because of their differences. I have a lot. A key, they have a lot. You know what I mean? Like, and it's even more heightened when they have a different hue. Oh my God. Oh yes. I appreciate. I want to know everything. What's up? Why is your skin like that? Can I lick it? You
Can I touch it? I'm with you, homie. I'm with you.
This BS that come on. They and we
I'm
go
just
for
trying
it.
to describe my
Both sides.
mentality at the time. I mean, there were a lot of people talking about this all the time, and they still talk about it now. They try to throw this shit in our face every day, which
Helio
we're
got
not
jumped
we're
by a
not
little
necessarily
short, fat
subject to it. No, actually, I think the guy that actually
short
hit
that's
me in the
all I
back of the
took
head,
from it.
the
Little
guy that
short
hit me
fat
in the
guy
back
was
of the head.
punking you out.
No, the guy that hit me in the back of the head, I think, was
Hey,
another guy, and he was
let
a
me-
tall guy.
Listen, let me put it in context. See, the short fat guy punk mugged you. That's called a punk mug. They punk mugged your ass, and it took you a minute to even come out your cotton.
All right, cool, whatever. it worked out. If they wanted to get suspended, I guess that's it worked out for them. You know?
Oh, and then you snitched. Yup, yeah. Now you reminded me. You snitched after that. You didn't just take it to the street.
While we're roasting Helio, might as well.
Hey, you might as well.
You
might as well. I mean, it's
the
a
moment
common thing
the
around
moment
here.
I called Helio out, this is when I got battle mod in the fucking DM.
I said you're a dick, but I like it.
Well, shit.
This is battle mod. He just loves when you and I go back and forth, Helio.
He said,
yeah, it was,
he said
it was
he
freaking
couldn't
30
take a
years
piss
ago. I
on
didn't
you.
know shit.
He said he couldn't take a piss on you when he knew I was watching. I was like, whatever.
Anyway, doesn't matter.
We're just picking on you, bro.
I'm just. I mean, racism is different now than it was 30 years ago. So.
Oh yeah, you got your ass. They'd have took your Nikes. You went to the wrong bus stop in the wrong side of town in my town. Shit.
They invented racism because they didn't want us to know that we were on a level playing field. They wanted us to think that we were on a curved surface.
What it was.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Nowadays you're racist if you're white, apparently, or that's what the colleges are teaching.
Well, they got to keep us divided, like you just said. We're starting to get along, even though they did everything they can to screw it up, and now, we'll have the teachers.
I'm with Elijah. I can't be racist because I love women of all races, and I don't believe in races. I just love women.
Very nice.
Tall, skinny, thick or thin, white, black, brown, it don't matter. Yellow. With them, I'm all mellow.
I've never been with yellow. It's okay.
The only reason I watched any Olympic coverage was to watch the track and field girls. Oh my God.
Man, I mean, and no pun intended. They work
shit.
out hard.
No, there's some
But-
definite female specimens, no questions asked in that.
No.
in that field.
I love athletic looking women. A lot of guys are intimidated by that. I don't give a shit. I'm a tall 6'2" man. Listen. Come with whatever muscle you have, whatever fat rolls you have. I don't care. If you're feminine, it's all good.
Woo woo.
I'm kind of, well, if I understand it correctly, I'm kind of with you on that, Elijah. But yeah.
Yeah, I didn't say
yeah, no, but not that. Cut the shit. Not that. No.
You can be my baby. It don't matter if you're black or white.
Fuck all
Are
that
you trying
shit.
to redeem yourself after beating the black guys?
You beat those poor black kids up, Helio.
Dude, I beat one of them up, and then they were like they didn't want a fair fight. You know, I was about to beat his ass, and then they all just fucking jumped on me and gave me some little pew 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 pew, and then took off running. And then I went to class. You know,
to be fair,
and then they called me to the office.
That's how
Fat lip, black eye.
All right, so then I tattled on them.
Fat lip, black eye.
I didn't know I was being jumped into their gang, you know, so I just totally did it.
Hey, black eye, fat lip, punk mug marks on the forehead. They was all up in your grizzy, nizzy.
It's all good.
It was
But
grilling
you never
his ass.
really even experience.
That's
It's
not a
funny
real
that you
woman,
don't
right?
experience pain. Like you don't experience like being punched the way you would think.
No,
you would
I've never
feel
had the
like
shit
what a
beat out
punch
of
would
me.
do.
No, I've never had like a
I punch a
real
motherfucker.
freaking. I've had a punch in the nose, like not as as hard
Instantly
as someone can hit
stitches.
you, bro. But yeah. I mean, I've felt some pain. I mean, I've had
I
back
hit so
pain.
hard,
I have some back problems, and that shit right there feels like somebody stabbing you, and you can't do a goddamn thing.
Look at that gif, Elijah. What the?
That's a good one.
That's gotta be some kind
What
of.
you looking at, bro?
Pow! What you got? That's a launch.
Yeah, this one's funny. He slapped that bitch out cold.
Yeah, those slap fights are freaking crazy sometimes. It's like,
Yeah, some of them.
why would you even subject yourself to that? It's like, I'm gonna slap you. Look at how skinny that guy is compared to the big dude. It's like, you see the
They
sweat.
used to do that.
He fucking
They used to do that on Hot
soul
97.
right out of
It
that
was
man.
called,
Oh my God.
Yeah, they used to call it Smack Fest on Hot 97. Like this is like just think about what we were doing in the 90s, man. Like this is the brain. That wasn't even the 90s. That was like that. I mean, because I was like a kid in the 90s. I'm just remembering stuff. but in the 2000s, it was like really mind-numbing times for me anyway. Clothes that were like extra big. None of it made sense. Buying jerseys that were like $300. Like
you can't even move in that
you
shit.
had to have them all.
Hey, you guys, you keep up with MMA? You know who Pat Frazee is?
Yes.
Pat Frazee's my cousin. Pat Frazee's my cousin. He came out of the Prison City Fight League, Capology.
Tell them to shout us out.
we fight at the same gym. Actually, he's not buying Flat Earth. He ain't got time for that. He's too busy knocking bitches out.
Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that.
He ain't knocking nobody out curved. That's all I'm saying. He's knocking them out flat.
Hey, I'm trying to get my boy to get me copies of my videos so I can show my fights on here. I crush some motherfuckers.
Dude, that is a holy shit.
Pat's a
That
big
gift,
boy.
Michael, man, bro. It's like, did he slap him first, and this is and he stood up and then took the, because it says
Hell,
1-1.
I don't know.
It looks like he already slapped him, and he's like standing up, and he's like, "All right, nigga, you ready?"
Flying bitch slap.
Blam!
Superman bitch slap. Fatality.
Dude's like twice his fucking size. That's insane.
What weight does Pat fight at?
$185 and up. I can get his stats. Pretty sure it's $185 and up. Mid.
No, I found him. Never mind. I found him.
He's only had one fight so far.
Yeah, I'm watching it now.
He's not the toughest. I told him he needed to hang out for a minute and do more training before he moved up, but he don't listen. He thinks he knows it all. In my weight class, it's a little different, but not in his weight class. There's some literally technically dangerous people in his weight class. Just because you knock out motherfuckers in the hometown don't mean shit.
Yeah. These are also the big fish in their hometowns. You got to remember that when you go out.
Yeah, and so, he's got very little ground game. Just a hard knocks fighter. Didn't do very much jiu-jitsu or grappling. Was never a wrestler collegiately.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. MMA. It's going to be tough.
Right.
Has he thought about just striking or bare knuckle or any of those leagues?
Do I talk about him? Do I go to him? We
Do
host
guys in your gym? Do you guys in your gym train for that, or is it just straight MMA? That was just...
Oh no, ours is Michigan Grappling Association. That's the gym I go to.
Gotcha.
Patrick Crazy goes there into another one, but we mostly do grappling for people who are already a hard knocks motherfucker but have no ground game. So either you're gonna learn to not let it go to the ground, or what to do when you're on the ground. If you want to be a stand-up fighter, you have to learn to defend the shoot.
Ball.
If you can't defend the shoot, don't fuck with MMA guy. Period. I don't care who you are, how tough you think you are. It's a whole nother story when a motherfucker takes you down, flips you over, mounts you, and starts raining down on top of you. It's all fun and
Before I knew
joke.
anything about MMA, there's this dude from my hood named Maurice. And man, oh man, his family was known for wrecking shit from the boys to the girls, but I saw him in action, man, and I've never seen him lose a fight. And he's the first person that I thought was like an animal. Because the first thing he would do is knock your legs from under you and just kill you on the ground. And it's like, who's thinking about doing that? It's too late. By the time you're like,
wrestlers,
nigga, what the fuck? It's over. You're on the floor, you're fucked up. You don't even know that that's a possibility because you're trying to square up. Now you're on the floor, you don't know what
Wrestlers
happened.
do that.
In your face.
Wrestlers do it. When you're a collegiate wrestler, it's called scoop, slam, and mount. Control
Already
and
mounted
maintain.
before you're rolling over to get up. You're already mounted and it's over.
That's right. That's right, bro. I learned this shit in wrestling in fucking middle school. I've always went for the scoop, slam, and mount. I can do stand up too, though, to put it there. You got to be tactical, because every step for a tactical person is movement towards their best control position.
Right.
We're setting you up, drawing you in, and taking you down.
Yeah, but Mike, did you use scoop, slam, and melt with your first girlfriend?
In the cornfield, in my '60 Chevy, that Impala I show people, my first son was conceived in that car. Parked by a cornfield after catfishing. He hates that too. He's like, I'm a redneck birth baby. I'm like, damn Skippy. You wasn't born in the car though, son. You was made there. After catfishing, he's like, don't tell my friends this story, Dad. Please. Please. Like we got that blackmail photo on every one of the kids. First time on the potty chair. Talk shit to me, I'm gonna show your friends your first picture ever taken. Well, not first picture, but first time on the potty chair. My wife used to break that shit out and show it to people. I took all of them out. Like, no, put this, it's like child pornography. Put that shit up. Put the fucking show my aunts and uncles, I get it, but nobody else, you know? When you're in a big family, everybody helps. My sisters change all my kids' diapers, so not none they ain't seen, but show the fucking neighbor that picture. What the hell? I gave my son his at 18 and let him burn it. His mom's the one that took that shit. We had one of them potty chairs that would go ding ding ding. You did it, you did it. Oh, my son hated that shit. It did it, and he picked it up and slung everything all over the front room. Tried to beat down the potty chair. He didn't like it. I was like, man. I thought he'd like it. It was like, you did it, you did it. He said, no. He peed in it and pooped in it, and when he picked it up over his head, everything fell on him. I was like, oh my God, here comes a mess. Here comes a mess. My mom thought that was the funniest shit. I was like, Mom, you want to help me? No, that's your kid. You get the joy of parenting. It's the curse, son.
I was holding my nephew last month, and I had him up over my head doing, the up down, shake him a little bit. Motherfucker puked right on me when I had my mouth open.
Been there. It only happened a couple times before I realized to make sure you burp the kid real good after a bottle. After children, man, it takes a lot more to gross me out, you know?
I hear it, yeah. Especially if it's, a kid. But a human fucking puking in your mouth? I mean, like a big 300-pound greasy man puking in your mouth?
Yeah.
A little different.
Yeah. I hate that smell of puked up sour milk, sour formula. Ugh. Green poop that doesn't wipe, it just smears.
When it goes green, when it's real fucking problem, that's when it's bad.
Yeah. The constipation green poop, because you fed them peas and the shit don't wipe off, it just keeps smearing. You get done, the kid's clean, but you got it all over you. I come home from work and the kid was constipated. My old lady be like, you're getting ready to get in the shower. Why don't you do that diaper? You're going to wash anyway. Oh, I used to hate that. I'm not going to lie, I did the dad cheat thing sometimes. I just take him in the shower with me. We just let the water clean him.
Wouldn't that be easier?
Right, just let the water clean the poop off, boy. Then we're good. Sometimes
Yeah, that's the easy way, right, Mike? I agree with you, bro. Yeah, baby poop can be pretty freaking gross.
You know, sometimes constipation baby poop can be impenetrable by water. It creates a water vapor area. The water can't get through it. It's like, phew.
I thought you were talking about the green explosion. I wasn't sure which one you were talking about.
Constipation poop. Yeah.
Babies
You
are
ever change your
awesome.
diaper? Oh,
Babies, I was going to say babies are awesome, but we do it not because it's easy, because it's hard. Wouldn't that be the constipation thing? Because it's hard. You got to say it like JFK.
We do this thing not because it's easy, but because it is hard.
It's
hard. In the yard. Hard.
I only have one son, and I watched him come from the womb. I mean, I was there for all of that, and after that, it was surreal to me. I really. I couldn't grasp that was, my progeny, I guess, whatever. It was just like for a while, afterwards, it was like this is the strangest thing I've ever experienced. I've never had a baby, which most of us have, but it's an amazing experience.
Oh my God, yo, you're putting out one of them FEMA buzzes.
I'm a globe derp.
We chose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. because the goal will serve to organize the measure, the best of our energies and skills, because that challenge is one that we are willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone. On this day, I like that JFK speech.
I think it's a good one. Well, I think it's his best one, to be honest.
You know, somebody fucking, which we intend to win, and others too. Somebody else wrote that shit for him.
Well, it's just like even with the what was the general that was president in after the First World War? What was his name? The one that shit. Okay. Blank.
Eisenhower after the Second World War, you mean?
Yeah,
was
Dwight.
it Eisenhower? Yeah. Dwight D. Eisenhower. He was telling us about the shit. Now, like I said, I'm blanking out. He's talking about the New World Order, basically, but not the same way that JFK was. But he was warning about the military-industrial complex. That's what, basically, he was warning us about that. Now, was that for people like us, or was it for the public? Because, when I say people like us, I mean
My fellow Americans, 3 days from now, after half a century in service of our country, I shall lay down the responsibilities of office. As in traditional and solemn ceremony, the authority of the president is vested in my success. This evening I come to you with a message of leaving, taking, and farewell, and to share a few final thoughts with you, my countrymen.
Is this memorized or are you reading it off, Michael?
I'm reading it off.
Okay, yes. Yeah, I think it's one of the, you know.
Are you a Google Earther?
I'm a Google Earther.
You are?
Well, I mean, we can find the video of him actually saying it, so it's not.
You believe Google runs the Earth?
That's a cute argument, Google Earther.
No, I like the term Google Earther because through Google we can actually access a lot of truths that we bring forth. I mean, we can use Google. Now, it's not a derogatory term. Like, yeah, I'm a Google Earther.
What does the flat Earth look like?
Hold on.
I thought. Well, I mean, do you know what Google Earth looks like?
Who is that? Oh,
we all
Prozzy.
I know what Google Earth looks like.
It looks like your mom laying on a flattened air mattress.
The flat Earth looks like outside. Go look outside. That's what the flat Earth looks like.
Yeah, every picture you look at is a flat Earth
No,
picture.
like what does it look like? Like if you you were obviously talking about like an ice wall, right?
It looks like the
So there's
world that you
there's
see
an
with
ice
your own
wall.
eyes daily.
No, but hold on.
It's circular.
Hold on, guys. Not everybody believes in the ice wall. So, in the ice wall, even the people who believe on the ice wall, that's not the ends of the earth. That's just the end of this realm, and outside it is more land and other realms for those people who believe in it.
Sure. Well, hold on, sir, Michael. That's belief.
Come on,
Hold
dude.
guys.
I
Hold on,
wasn't done talking.
Go ahead, Mike. Sorry, brother.
So it's called the multiple pond theory. They got images of it. It'd be a large sheet of ice with little domed-in circular living realms. It'd be like 13, 14 of them.
There's something I'd like to just make sure to clarify because I think he's imagining it like the ice wall is the edge. Like the ice wall is just the shore of Antarctica. It exists on your globe. Okay, like there's the shore of Antarctica is in almost everywhere. There's a couple of places where it's more sloping, but almost everywhere. Hold on. Almost everywhere, it's like a sheer drop of ice. Like it's hundreds, like over 100 feet, couple 100 feet, sheer drop of ice straight down to the water, right? Like so that's what they call the ice wall. Now, on the globe, yeah, it would be an island, you know, the shore of an island on the bottom of the ball. But on a flat Earth, it's just the edge of our little like warm pond, but there's more that goes on beyond that that's just cold. Like the water is only ever gets liquid, you know, where the sun can reach.
Okay. So I have another question. What does the model actually look like? Like if
We
you
don't
were
have a
to show
model.
me a picture. No, like you don't have like like an image or something like
All
something
right,
what
well,
you think
check
it would look
check
like?
this out. Check
we
this
don't.
out. I want to actually go back just a minute to where someone said, "Go outside, you see the flat Earth." Now, when you go outside, do you see the curved Earth? Since you're asking questions, let us ask you a couple of questions. Do you see the curved ball Earth?
When I go outside, I know for a fact that the Earth is so big.
Not about what you
that-
know, it's about what you see. I asked you, don't say what you know. Tell me what
I know
you
this is
see.
a loaded question.
Okay, so yes, it's not a loaded question, it's a leading question. I'm leading you to an understanding of what Earth is. We're not trying to deceive you in any way. You know, ultimately, at the end of the day, all of us used to think the Earth was a globe. It's not. We're trying to help you to understand why we think the Earth is a globe. At the end of the day, you can believe whatever you want, but I'm asking you, when you go outside, do you see the curvature of Earth when you're looking across the plane?
I do. I see a very slight curve.
Where?
On the Earth.
Wait. So, where do you see it? Is it the horizon? Is this where you see the curvature?
Yep.
All right. So, what do you think the horizon is?
Horizon. I think the horizon. The horizon. What do you think the horizon is?
I'm asking you questions. You asked us questions. Now I'm asking you questions. But I can give you a definition of horizon.
I answered one of your questions. Can I answer? Can I have a
Well, I
question?
can give you the definition of horizon. It's the apparent position where the ground appears to meet the sky. That's the definition of a horizon.
Right.
Where in that definition does it say curvature of the Earth?
I don't think they were really thinking the Earth is flat based off a definition, but.
Well, I'm just telling you what the definition is. If you want to consider it the curvature of the Earth, that's on you. But that's not the definition of the horizon. The definition of the horizon is where the ground appears to meet the sky.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So it's not the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, I answered one of your questions. Can I get a question now?
Yep.
You get one free question token. My Okay, my question is, so obviously you think the Earth is flat, right?
I mean,
Yes,
that's the way I
yes.
experience it.
Okay,
if you can
okay,
prove
yes.
otherwise, then we'll talk about
Yes.
something else.
To your knowledge, you think the Earth is flat, right?
Ask your question.
Okay. So why can't I see the Burj Khalifa from my house, or any tall buildings, or like cities, or anything?
I'll tell you what. Are you in America?
No, I am. Yes, I am.
Or are you in Canada?
North
Or I
America.
mean, you sound like you're in North America somewhere.
Yes.
Why do you think you would be able to see something 4,000 miles away from you? Who told you you'd be able to see something that far away from you across
Santa
a
Claus.
plane? Yeah, Santa Claus is that's a good guess.
I have one more question.
Better make it better than the last one.
Wait, no, I gotta earn a free question. Can you give me another question so I can answer my question?
Yeah, you're free to ask another question.
You get a free token?
Wait, hold on. Before we move on to the next question, you answer my question. Why do you think you'd be able to see Burj Khalifa in Dubai from
No, I don't see it.
from the United States?
Why do you think that you would be able to if the Earth is flat?
Because if the Earth is flat, then a flat plane is by definition flat.
So you can see everything everywhere?
Well, obviously not, but I'm just wondering how you guys came up
Okay,
with
well then you realize this is a dumb question.
Well, we
Ask
never
your
said that you
next.
could
Oh,
see
well,
it.
it's not. Look, it's not a dumb question if he doesn't know an answer. You have an answer, don't you, Helio? Because one of us does.
No, I do have an answer. The reason
Right.
is because the angular size of it would be too small for you to see it. It's too far away for you to see it across a stationary plane. That's the
Why is
answer.
everyone adding me? Come on, don't add me. I can see Jennifer.
No,
It's fine.
no. Don't worry about them. Don't worry about them. Just talk to us.
I just I like keeping my I hate seeing that one in the corner, you know?
No, just
often-
talk to
okay,
me and Lou.
well,
Just
often-
it's me and
often
Lou,
there's-
me and Lou and Michael. Just talk to us.
Look, I'll just point out when they're adding you, don't pay too much attention to it, but you might want to go back to it when you have time. Often in the side text, when we're talking about something, they like to throw something in that accompanies like a point that we're making. I don't know if this is always the case. Sometimes they're just trolling you, and if that's the case, definitely ignore it.
Yeah, Burj Khalifa Tower is very large, and it's over 1,000 feet tall.
You know what it's as big as?
But it's 4,000 miles away from you. The angular size of it would be very minuscule. So whoever whoever told you, or whatever's in your mind that makes you think that
It was a
you'd
question.
be
I was
able to
asking you.
see it from 4,000 miles away.
Do I get a free
That's
question token?
pretty. Well,
Ask me a
that was yeah. I'm gonna give you another token. Ask another
Okay.
question. I answered that one.
Hold on. Are we just moving on past these questions like that? And just gonna machine gun
hey,
this?
this is a
I don't. We don't
conversation.
have to, but I mean, go ahead, Lou. You do this, bro.
What did you guys come to the conclusion of why he would think that you would see the Burj Khalifa, and what was the answer given for why you
Hey,
wouldn't?
I was gonna tell him. That's exactly what I was about to do, actually.
Okay. Well, then don't worry about
Well-
tokens. Just finish the conversation.
Yeah, we're not asking for tokens. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Okay. You guys like pizza? Sorry, that's my mind. I have ADHD. So, right. So, like, obviously, on a curved Earth, you wouldn't be able to see that stuff because you gotta go eat. I'll be back.
Wait, you wouldn't be able to see it because the curvature of the Earth is in the way. Is that why you wouldn't be able to see
Yeah,
Burj Khalifa
no.
in
Yeah,
your
exactly.
mind?
Yeah, if you have like a straw and you put a straw on like a pin needle.
Well, do you have the ability to put yourself on top of a ball? With your idea. Burj Khalifa's 4,000 miles from where you are.
I already have 2 balls.
And all right, cool. So check this out. You have a ball, you're standing on top of it. Burj Khalifa's over here. The horizon or curvature of the Earth is blocking it. That's why you can't see it. Now, if you're on a flat plane, Burj Khalifa's 4,000 miles away. What are you under the impression that you would be able to see it from 4,000 miles away?
Yeah, with a telescope.
If the Earth was flat?
Yeah, with a telescope and a balloon, an air balloon. Going to the sky.
Holy shit! Nobody
Around.
brought up a telescope until you just brought it up now.
Yeah, telescopes. You know?
All right. Well, until someone does that, then you don't actually have an
You
argument.
can rent a hot air balloon. They're pretty cheap, actually.
No, we're talking about from the ground.
My sister went up in a hot air balloon. They're pretty cool. I want to go in one. They're like made of like a wooden basket.
This
They're crazy.
fucking guy.
You let him beat you. Don't let him beat you.
It's a kid, and he's like, this fucking guy. This fucking guy here. He's
You know what? No. I'm just telling you.
He's bashing my fucking brains. This fucking guy.
Yeah, but obviously what he said was that if you go up higher, you might be able to see it with a telescope attached to a balloon. Maybe, probably. This is why I said this fucking guy. Now, of course, all these kids, of course, they make all kinds of. It's like, how can I just play with these flat earthers and see if they really make any sense?
Days. I'm already
He's just
bored
a
of you.
kid. He's just a kid.
I get it. All right,
Helio, if you're gonna let a kid play with you like that, dude.
I know.
I don't
All right,
know.
so you guys take over the conversation. I'll shut up. Go ahead, guys.
You were doing a good job, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
No, the
Not
both of
you,
conversation.
Papa.
I thought,
No, not you,
yeah,
Parv.
but I did think
Earth
you
is
were-
flat, Pars, and we
It
know
is.
it. It is a fact. Earth is flat.
I saw some advancement.
Some.
You can't see the curvature of the Earth when you look at the ground because it's such a massive curve that there would barely be one.
Yeah. Close to 4,000
get that all the
miles.
time.
That's so fucking massive, isn't it?
You know what else is massive?
Oh no! No!
I do. I do.
Don't answer that.
Your mom's backside.
Damn, dudes. Come on, man.
You know when you got Lou and Michael, you guys were giving me shit about this when I was trying to bring it to a
I'm not
solid
getting
point.
angry at him. I'm joking with him, and you see, you're
No,
getting
you
angry
guys are
again, bro.
fucking.
You should go
Anyway.
get your blood pressure checked.
But my blood pressure is really high all the time, so whatever.
Yeah, I can tell. You always go irate in an instant. 0 to 60 in a second. It's like 0-point propulsion.
You know what the reason is? Is when someone like this comes in and they actually have this
Helio.
simple question.
I'm not giving you shit. I mean, sort of. Like, he's a kid. He's asking simple questions, and instead of giving him the answer, you're beating around the bush and acting like you don't have one or you want him to answer it for himself. Just give him the damn answer so we can move this thing along. Like,
So what answer would you give him? That's why I said I'm going to shut up. You guys fucking do it.
Yeah,
You
drama in the flat
guys.
earther Discord.
This
is
fucking
crazy.
guy and you guys.
No, you're just a kid, dude.
You fucking guys. Hold on, kid. We're talking to these fucking guys and them guys and you guys.
Yo, us fucking guys here.
I'm trying to fucking flat smack here. Watch it out. What are you doing?
You bring in no evidence for what you speak of 2.0.
well,
Please,
none.
Hold on. I mean, he's asked a simple question, and so far we're just yelling at each other about
Telescopes can see that far. Yeah, okay, that's a simple question.
Telescopes.
Right? What's the definition of horizon 2.0?
I'm sorry, Lou. Did you say yelling? And you got cut off after that. I couldn't hear you.
You want the definition of
Like,
horizon?
no, I'm gonna almost feel like just backing away and letting it happen. Honestly.
I'll give you the definition really quick.
That's why they keep doing it, because we're too nice, bro. Don't make me mute you, Parzi, please.
Okay.
I would like to hear Lou finish what he was saying.
I don't think we should be moving on to your question about telescopes. There was still nothing answered about like why you can't see the Burj Khalifa. There's a lot of answers to that. It's one, perspective. Are you familiar with perspective?
You want me to answer that?
Lou, I did ask him though about the horizon, like what the definition of horizon is, literally.
Horizon's a good game. Horizon Zero Dawn. You ever play?
Look, Justin, I'm not worried about what you're.
What I'm saying is the definition of horizon just nullifies his question. It nullifies it.
I'm sorry, Lou.
Yeah, this is whatever. This is what, like I said, I was about ready to just back away from it.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so familiar with perspective, yes or no? Do you know what I mean when I say perspective? Parzi.
I do. Can you hear me?
Okay,
Hello?
so yeah, like how you draw in perspective, right? Like there's a convergence point, a vanishing point.
Yeah, when you're drawing a square, you draw it from an angle, so
Right.
then it actually looks like it's a
You've
square.
ever been in a long, narrow hallway, like maybe in a hotel or something like that? And
Ever
you know
watched
how,
The Shining?
yeah, kind of like in a long, like something like that, right? You ever seen it? So
Yeah.
in a very short distance, it really doesn't take that long. Before, I mean, that's going to depend on like your height and a lot of other factors that we can get into. But I mean, if it's a long enough hallway, you can't even see the end of the hallway. Why would you expect to see, the Burj Khalifa? Now going outside of that, so like, let's say you're on the beach looking out at the ocean. The same thing happens there. So when something reaches the vanishing point, because I know this often leads into ships going over the horizon, common argument. It's a foolish
That's
one.
not where I was going with this. I already know you guys have an argument.
Fine. I'll just address it anyway. I mean, we can bring them back into view with better optics in most cases. Sometimes, it once you start getting into longer distances, trying to look through it, you have atmospheric conditions. Anytime you look at the weather, you have the weatherman can tell you, or your app can tell you like how much visibility you have on a certain day, right? And that's going to have to do with how much moisture is in the air and all kinds of things.
Pollution, global warming.
Right. So again, now the longer of a distance you have to look, the more of that pollution and moisture and stuff you have to look through, right? So the thickest part of our atmosphere is down low. If you're trying to look across the thickest part of our atmosphere, especially on a flat plane, you're going through way too much atmosphere to ever be able to think that you could see that far.
Okay.
And we could go on. We could go on. but there's other reasons too. But I mean,
understand.
so this is why I was frustrated with the other guys when you asked a simple question, and these guys should
Yeah,
have these
I was here
answers ready
yesterday
to go.
too, and I asked like another question that I thought it'd be like a yes or no answer to, and he went on like this whole tangent, and I just stopped listening.
You didn't? Are you telling me right now you're just like sorry? I didn't really want an answer. Like, is that what you're
No, I
saying?
wanted an answer, but like, like if you ask me the question,
Fine.
do you want
Move
a
on to your
cupcake or a?
telescopes or whatever you guys were fighting about. Go ahead.
Oh, I don't want to fight about telescopes. Yes, you want to. Elio, you want to fight about telescopes? Anyone? Okay.
I
Or
would
if you ask
speak,
a
but I
serious
wouldn't get a
question, someone
chance
to
to get
address it.
spoken over like I am right now.
Oh, Joshua, what do you have to say? I'll listen to you specifically. Don't worry. Anyone?
Okay, I heard you say, why can't you see the Burj Khalifa bridge or the tower, the tallest building in the world from your house, right? And
Yeah,
I don't know if
he
you're
just
aware
answered that
that
question.
I don't know if you're aware that there's a limit to naked eyesight. With a telescope, you can see further. With binoculars, you can see even further, right? But with the naked eye, you have a limit of 39 feet, or 39 feet, excuse me, 39 miles to the bottom of your vision to where you cannot focus in on it because of limitations of eyesight.
Yeah.
So that would be the reason why, because you cannot see that with the naked eye.
You ever watch Matrix? Josh?
Do I what? Have I ever seen what?
Have you watched The Matrix? The Matrix.
What does a movie have to do with reality?
Oh, I'm just asking. Do you like The Matrix? Have you ever watched it?
What does a movie have to do with reality?
I'm trying to get to know you,
I
man.
can tell you this. I can tell you this much. I've looked at the Matrix a couple of times, and I've looked at the symbolism and broke down the philosophy that's hidden inside of it, and it's all New Age mumbo jumbo Freemasonry.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I think it's a pretty good movie.
The Animatrix is pretty neat because they were talking about usually they don't wake people up to the truth after a certain age because they could have a psychotic break.
The Animatrix was supposed to be prequels to it, right?
Yeah.
I think we're all agreeing, or not. I mean, I think he agrees. I should say, even though he's not saying it, I think we agree that The Matrix was a pretty good movie. It's
Oh, it was a kick-ass movie. I don't know what you mean.
yeah, no, it was good. The first one especially. The
You
second
remember that
one,
scene
the
where
third one, not so much, but you know.
you watched that scene where he like dodges the bullets in slow motion?
Yeah. It was overdone then afterwards. It was in every video game and every and every
Yeah.
movie that came out for a decade afterwards.
You watched The Shining?
Yep. Yeah, we actually have the cinema down below, and I tend to I probably am the one who shows the most movies down there, and I haven't been doing it as much lately, but I'm the one who set that room up. So I actually I've shown both those movies down in the cinema here in the server.
Yeah. They came out with like a sequel for it. I heard it's not very good. It's on HBO Max.
Anyway, a little small talk is good.
Did you know The Shining's filmed completely inside? Other than the opening
Yeah.
scene where they're driving up the mountain, the rest of it is inside a sound studio. Yeah, it's crazy, man. How'd they get the sun to look like that? Like the light coming through the windows?
And then
Kinda.
when you're done with that, who was it that made that movie again?
Stanley Kubrick.
Dun dun dun.
Dun dun dun. They can't make parallel right legs. You need thousands of lasers. I'm sure you guys have heard that nonsense, right? Atoms
Quote,
ruins
unquote.
everything. They couldn't have faked the moon landing because the the rays of light are parallel and they would need millions of lasers. They say this stuff with a straight face.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You filmed that one stair scene like 20 times to the point where that lady was actually crying and it wasn't like fake.
How they did the blood is what you need to look up, because that's how they did the moon landings.
So what Stanley Kubrick did is he made a huge array of lights, and they're on the other side of the window, but you can't see them because they're far enough away. So you can actually look, you can take screenshots of the film, and all the rays are parallel, shadows are parallel, everything's parallel.
In The Shining?
So, in The Shining, yeah, in The Shining. Watch the opening scene when Jack interviews for his job, right? That shows the most amount of like daylight as I'm walking through the hotel. It has the most like scenes, daylight scenes of inside the hotel. And if you look at the shadows, they're all parallel.
Wait, are you trying to make like parallels between between The Shining and the moon landing?
You got it.
There was a whole
Watch the interview scene. The guy that's interviewing him, look behind the manager's head. Notice what's on the wall. Notice what the kid is wearing, right? So what is Danny wearing? Danny's wearing a little lunar lander.
Shit. Who was the
He's wearing
Danny?
a sweater that's niche.
He was the little kid, right? Oh,
Yeah.
right.
He has an Apollo sweater.
Yeah.
With a little lunar lander
Somebody
on it.
posted it earlier. I think somebody posted it up earlier.
I don't know. Wasn't The Shining made pretty recently and went on the move like 50 something years ago?
No,
it was Kubrick's first movie he made after 2001: Space Odyssey.
So like
Space Odyssey, I watched a breakdown of it. It's pretty cool.
So probably like 35, 37 years ago.
Right. Oh, shit. Shit. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, didn't
froze.
Didn't this movie we're talking about didn't it come out like around the moon landing time? If I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I think The Shining came out in '75, maybe.
Shining.
I'll look
a couple years after, right? Well, I'm just curious because, I mean, I'm pretty sure they landed on the moon before now, so they've been up there in those old spacesuits, right? Because I just saw a NASA article saying that pretty
The moon
soon.
landing happened in 1969, and
Right, they went to the moon
The
though,
Shining
right?
came out in 1980.
Then how come the new suits that they're making
Yeah.
are because
was
they
that
can't
late?
go to the moon? I just saw an article saying that their new spacesuits will allow them to finally get to the moon. That's kind of weird.
Well, they have to update the suits because
No.
obviously the moon landing. Sorry?
No. This topic is covered in one of, excuse me, I think 3 different documentaries about the moon. People have been talking about it for like 50 years now. And one of the topics was, and forgive me, please, I don't know which documentary it was, but they were talking about the spacesuits that the astronauts went for the first time to the moon. And he pointed out different things that how it could not have been he elaborates. So for them to say that in the way that they did, it's kind of really I don't know, duper's delight, or I don't know what you'd call it.
Because it says right here, finally able to get to the moon.
Yeah, it's like they're trying to gradually like erase history or something. I mean, they've definitely done it. I mean, they lost the technology we had to go to the moon. It's a painful process to bring it back again. I mean, they've already started doing it, so we better tell our kids about the moon. So
Don't you think if they went to the
They lost all the
moon,
telemetry data and all the original video, and all the original photographs.
don't you think they would be able to go
Boomer's
now?
a bad
Does that
word
make
here.
any goddamn sense?
Well, just okay.
Are you going to make excuses
So
for who's supposed to be the smartest people on the planet? Is that what you're going to try to do now? I wouldn't.
Wow. Wow.
I'm gonna try to explain it to you. My name is Mr. Blue. Am I muted? Hello? Okay.
Are you a fan of NASA? I'm curious.
I am not a fan. I'm an enjoyer.
Yeah.
Oh.
You think the moon landing? Do you think men landed on the moon? Do you believe that men landed on the moon? Why?
Because we did.
You can do it, dude. Do this.
I thought we were debating like the flat Earth, not the moon landing.
This is part of it.
The moon landing is so fake. Like, dude, you know how they said? Do you realize how they said they navigated? They said they used a sextant that was through the hull of the aircraft, or through the hull of the command module, looking out into the stars.
Wow.
And that's how they navigated.
Wow.
You know, to
I
use a
have a
sextant,
question for
the first thing you have to do. Listen. You know, this is what Neil Armstrong says. They navigated using a sextant. Do you know how to use a sextant? You know what the first thing you do is? You find the horizon. Where's the horizon in space?
I would
Where's
guess
the
most
horizon in outer
people.
space when you're in between the Earth and the Moon? Where's the horizon?
I would be willing to.
Well, I was gonna.
I'd be willing to guess that most people have no clue how a sextant works.
Have sex, ton.
Well, he just said that you need the horizon, and that was the main
So,
point. There's no horizon to be.
That's crazy. I mean, that's for naval navigation, not going out into space with. That's insane.
Well, how else could they navigate? Like, listen. How do they tell how fast they're going? Think about how an odometer works, or like an airplane tells how fast it's going, right? An airplane measures the wind passing by it. In a car, you know, the road passes by it, and the wheel rotates, and the odometer reads how fast you're going.
Hey, Indio, Indio, don't be mean. He's a kid.
I'm not good. I don't care.
This is what they told me earlier when I was trying to explain this.
This
anyway.
is tough love, man. It's tough love.
Okay, so the way they measure.
Okay, I want to hear this one because it should be funny.
Okay, so the way they measure like the wind speed of a plane is by the front of it. Like they have a little thing there. I don't know exactly how it works, but I know it works.
So you're talking about something that you don't know how it works? That's great.
It's called a pitot tube. I want to know how they do it in space.
They do the same thing, but with the space version.
So there's air in space?
Space, yeah, the space version.
Yeah.
There's air in space.
Well, no, they don't put air, they don't put air in space. They just do it in space.
Dude, that monitors air.
It needs air.
That's how it works.
All right.
Air is a prerequisite, and there is none.
So you're saying it works in space without air. That's what you're saying.
So I do believe that there is in fact oxygen in space.
Well, is that a belief or something you know?
You're just
Something
saying
I know.
words. Yeah. Space is a vacuum. There's nothing up there.
All right.
Right.
In the heliocentric model, Parsi, let's go through this. Where do you think oxygen comes from?
I think oxygen comes from the algae in the ocean and trees and plants and plant cells.
I agree with you on that. Yeah. I agree with
I think
you.
there's plants in space.
You think there's plants in space?
Come on,
Okay.
They float around up there.
Do you know that, or
2.0,
you think
please
that?
Stay
stop
serious, Parsi.
trolling.
I'm not trolling.
We didn't ask you
I'm
if you
telling
were
you what I
trolling.
believe.
Plants
That's what he
in
said. He just said stop
space?
trolling.
Plants in space. Really?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if there is plants in space. Space is a vacuum, right? So there's no air.
Listen,
It's not. We
how
just
much?
discussed this.
Parsi, check this out. Now you're just saying something. Oh, I think there's plants in space, but where are the plants
On
in
the moon,
space?
on Mars, on planets
Well,
like our
who
planet.
told you that? Okay, that's okay. Yeah, I mean, you can think that if you want to. I mean, do you have any evidence from from agencies that you believe? I used to believe a lot of those agencies too, so it's okay. We're not.
I think. Well, the guy at my church told me that. So
Well, I'm not. I was going to ask you which church, but
Yeah.
that's up to you.
Did your
to
church,
disclose that.
did your church tell you that there were plants in the vacuum of space?
it's not a vacuum.
Probably a pervert.
It's not a vacuum.
Anyway, so actually, what we're talking about is Earth. We're talking about how we experience Earth.
Right.
So have you ever, whether you believe that there's algae on the moon, none of that's been confirmed, and I've actually never seen any articles about algae on the moon. You want to believe that that's possible because for whatever reason. What do you experience?
Maybe you can
on Earth?
elaborate. Maybe you can
there
elaborate
is
on
no
the it's
maybe.
not a vacuum part.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, if you have any more information that you want to share with us about algae on the moon or Mars or whatever, go ahead and share that information with us.
Okay, so there's this thing called the hollow Earth, right? And
Parsi, bro, we're
hollow
not
Earth.
talking about the hollow Earth. We're talking about what? Why are you deflecting?
You just keep skipping.
I'm not.
All over.
What? Wait a minute. I thought we were talking about outer space, and now you're talking about the hollow Earth. That's complete deflection.
To a certain degree, I agree with them because the vacuum of space is fake after all.
Right. So there has to be something up there, right? It's just more oxygen.
Dude, I'll tell you what's up there. Lights. We all see them. Sun, moon, and
Light.
stars. We all see them every day. Now, hollow Earth is a totally different idea. That's something else. It's a
Okay, what
different
do you think
theory, a
hollow
different
Earth is?
discussion, and we're not going to talk about that.
What do you think hollow Earth is?
Talking about, I could talk about that another time, but we're not talking about that right now. We're talking about what we experience on the surface of the Earth that we all experience.
Right.
Okay, so how do you experience Earth? As a globe or a
I-
flat stationary plane?
I experience Earth as a bunch as myself. So like I see through my eyes, and my eyes show me that the Earth is a horizon, and over that horizon I can't see anything. Right?
So what do you think
obviously
the
it has to go
horizon?
somewhere,
What do you think
so
the
it's gonna go
horizon
down.
is? Well, what do you think the horizon is?
Horizon, the Earth going down.
But that's not the definition of the horizon. I mean, throughout centuries, everyone describes the horizon as the apparent position where the ground appears to meet the sky. They appear to meet, but do you think the sky actually touches the ground?
Do I think the sky touches the ground?
Yes. Do you think
Do you mean like do I think air touches like
Do
ground?
you think the sky? You said no. Okay, I heard that. I don't think
No,
the sky
I didn't
actually
say no.
touches the ground. Oh, so you do think the sky touches the ground? There's a
I think
possibility.
I think like I said, that the Earth is surrounded not by a vacuum, but a bunch of more oxygen, so that we can actually breathe in
Oh, I
space.
thought we were talking about the horizon. Why are you going over to
Right.
this?
So yeah, on around Earth, the
On
horizon
around Earth,
does.
the sky actually does touch the ground.
Uh-huh.
Really?
Ask him to define sky.
Horizon. What is the definition?
What's the definition of horizon?
Do you know the definition for horizon? Yeah.
No. What is it?
It's it's where the sky appears to meet the ground. That's why I was asking you, does the ground and the sky actually ever meet?
Yeah. The sky appears to touch the ground.
Cool. So in its apparent position as far as you can see, right? The sky and the ground never touch. It's just an apparent position because you can only see so far. Correct?
Right. Because the Earth goes down because it's round.
No. All right. So you
If I
see
move,
my
the
argument for
horizon moves, right, guys? If I move, does the horizon move with me? That's just a question.
the answer to that question is yes. What do you
Yeah.
think?
So if I'm looking at the horizon and I try to walk to it, what happens? It keeps going away, right? Like a rainbow.
Right.
It's like
I
something you
think
can't
it
actually
is
approach because it's not
relative.
really where you think it is what I'm trying to say. The horizon, when you look
Right.
at it,
Like you
it's
can't
out there.
approach your dad because you don't know where he is.
That was good, but try to stay on topic.
No, we're making a breakthrough, I think, with this guy. So, yeah.
I think we're making two different kinds of breakthroughs.
I know. We'll see.
Usually, when I have a breakthrough, I have to wash my hands because I use too little
What?
toilet paper.
What?
Because like when the toilet paper breaks,
Think
you have
about
to
it.
like.
Hey, Parsi, do you know what
Not really a clever
sarcasm?
joke, but
Hey, Parsi, do you know what sarcasm is?
yeah, I'm using it right now.
Okay, well then, why don't you actually kind of get serious with us and understand our argument versus the globe, and really just kind of focus on that, because it sounds like you're obfuscating because we're making a good point and you're just dancing around it. I really think
I
that
love
you should
dancing.
pay
I'm pretty good at
attention.
dancing.
Yeah, obviously.
Uh-huh. You ever watch Dancing with the Stars?
Kick this guy out.
No.
Next. I vote next.
Right, I'll mute.
You'll be here.
You'll
Was
be
he
here?
about to
You'll
say?
be here.
I'll be here all
2.0.
night.
Okay, you'll be here. Great.
I swear to God, I thought he was going to say something like that. I'll be back.
Anybody
I'll be
else
here all week or
don't
something.
understand
No,
the
he
question?
was just obfuscating
He was
every
trolling at the
fucking
end.
question. Yeah.
No, he wasn't.
He's
It's
got the
okay.
No,
attention
he was
span of a
trolling the
goldfish.
whole fucking time. I mean,
Yeah.
I got
You
shit
had
from
him. You
some
had him
other
at least
people.
thinking for a
Move
minute. I
on.
think. I really do think he did.
Noesis, are you there? I don't know if that's how you say your name. Noesis.
Yeah, I'm
Sorry.
here.
Hi. How you doing?
Hello.
I just see that you have just a voice verification. Do you have any questions?
No.
No?
I'm
Okay.
just listening. Yeah.
No worries. I'm just wondering if you do. I'm just checking everyone in here to see if anybody else has any questions.
Oh, well, I'm curious. I mean, how did you find us? We're nice people.
Who, me?
When we don't get triggered by people that are trolling, we're really nice people. So
Hey, that kid is a goofball earther.
yeah, he's a goofball.
Hey, we got see too far there as well. Use verification as well as Barker.
Bob Barker?
Well, Barker up there.
Yeah.
Price is wrong, Jack.
Any
Oh,
questions? Don't hesitate.
yeah.
Just unmute yourself. Let's get to talking. And if you've been following along, maybe you can comment on what we've been saying so far. Maybe add
If
to
I
it.
remember correctly, I think Noasis is vision impaired. So he has a pretty interesting perspective
That is
on
very
how he sees the world.
wow. Yeah.
Yeah, and to be honest, a lot of like new people that are flat earthers, if we're just, we're going overboard with some people. I mean, if you have some good opinions, don't be afraid to jump in and say, "Hey, I'm new here, but I'm a flat earther and I want to say something about this." I mean, because we're all bombastic and we all have opinions, but if you're brand new, we want you to go ahead and jump in.
I've been on the
new
flat
here.
earth 40 years because I was born on. My bad.
No, you're good. How about what I see Tafara? It looks like you were about to say something.
Yeah, I'm not new here. I just I was deleting a bunch of channels and accidentally deleted you guys, so I had to start over again, get voice verified.
Oh, well, that's
Don't have any of my tags back yet, so.
Oh, so you
how did it delete him from the server then?
I did. I was
the
deleting
server.
other channels.
Oh, that's right. Okay, never mind.
And I accidentally deleted this channel instead of another channel. Anyways, I was removing a bunch of old channels.
Yeah, what roles did you have?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to ask him the same thing.
Creationist, flat earther, and there was one other, but I don't remember what it was. Bible study, I think.
Well, we can give you.
Oh, he's been here for a while then. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember him.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll give you at least flat earther back and creationist. Do you remember any other roles that you had? I mean, that'll get you.
I think just Bible stuff. Bible study. I think that was it.
I got Bible study on him.
Oh, okay, cool. After you get flat earther, you don't need VC verified.
No, hell no.
Yeah, somebody already. All right, you got it, Justin.
We good. Now, what about Barker? Barker, I haven't heard from you. Are you here? Hello? Okay.
I think Parsi ended up being triggered by how easy it was to destroy the Apollo mission. I think that pushed him over the edge. He seemed like he was going to try and maybe have a discussion, but after that, he just spiraled.
It was obfuscating for sure. Yes.
Yeah, but you cracked the glass, right? In his authority dependence. I think you guys. I really do, guys. I think you guys did a good job.
Hey, Parsi's still here though. He's server muted, but
he'll get the itch for attention again, and he'll come back as long as he behaves. I'm sure you guys will get another few steps forward with him.
It's all good.
Apollo is so easy to destroy. I mean, it's actually easier than 9/11. It's so easy. I saw stars. I didn't see stars. I fit 3 times the volume. We fit 3 times the volume of the lunar lander inside the lunar lander. I can talk on top of a 43,000 foot-pound per square inch rocket motor, no problem. I can fit through a door that's too small. How did I change? How did we decompress it? There's so many problems. There's so many.
That's why I love NASA as an example, because you can show people videos and images that NASA gives you that are obviously inconsistent with reality and logic. So I think it's a great subject for Flat Earth NASA.
Well, furthermore, how did the camera get out there to capture him walking down the ladder,
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the first person on the moon wasn't
Right.
Neil Armstrong. It was the cameraman.
Need a Amazon Uber to the moon, man, to go get the cameraman that watched the last launch.
Yeah, and the last person on the moon was the guy that took them launching from the moon. So anyway,
and followed them going up.
Wait, I got a meme for that one. Hold on, let me find it.
Perfectly. He did it perfectly too.
Well, it's
No,
like every moon landing. I mean, since the moon is tidally locked to Earth, right? That's why we always see the same side of the moon. Do see phases, but we always see the same side of the moon. Everywhere they landed, the moon would be. I mean, the Earth would be directly above their head, and it would look enormous.
as soon as I tag him, he splits. What the hell, Baga?
So why didn't they point those cameras straight above their head and show us the Earth?
Right.
If NASA, think about this, if NASA went to the moon and in 1960 whatever, and then they claim it's
9.
all 9. Well,
That's
when
when
was
they
the
started the
when was the
missions.
right? When did they actually start the space program where they're doing low orbit stuff?
Well, let's see. 2001: The Space Odyssey came out in '68, and there was a million space movies before that. I would say that TV programming was the beginning of the space program. But that's
Yeah, I
just
was going
my
to bring
opinion.
that up too, Mike. No, you're right. I was about to bring that up too before I got distracted by other stuff. Yeah, when you guys were talking about The Shining and Stephen Kubrick and say Stephen
So
Kubrick,
you break out the
Stanley
technology,
Kubrick.
right?
But 2001: Space Odyssey came out right before the moon landing, and so yeah, all of
You
that.
just gotta look at what they were using for technology during those years.
So
What the like all the it's like if you looked at the phone and a computer and you just put stuff from the era there and then you said this is what they were using and they figured out how to get to the moon. They got there. They built stuff that got there. And then you look around today and say we can't do it today. Why do you think that is even close to probable?
the first space movie in 1950 was Destination Moon. And the War of the Worlds, 20 Leagues Under the Sea, The Incredible Shrinking Man. Remember that one? You got flying.
I remember the new movies being named, but I
Remember
didn't
the
watch
shrinking
them.
woman.
In 1950, it was Flying Disc Man from Mars, The Flying Saucer, Rocket Ship XM, Prehistoric Monster, Prehistoric Women, Two Lost Worlds. These are all space movies. Flight to Mars, Lost Continent, The Man from Planet
of the Apes?
The Man from Planet X, The Thing from Another World. That came out in 1950. You know how many times it's been remade?
What about Planet of the Apes?
Oh, that was a ways down the road. How about Radar Men from the Moon?
Well, shoot, they remade Planet of the Apes a few years ago. So
Was the 1949 full of space movies too?
The 30s and 40s had space movies, yes.
But it wasn't like a massive amount dumped like you're speaking now. Is that? I'm just curious.
No, they really started to double down in the 50s.
In the 50s.
We can look at
So-
the entirety of the 40s. Give me a second. I'll bring the list up. List of space fiction films from the 1940s.
oh shit, I'm posting in the wrong room.
Operation Fishbowl was when? That was
Flash Gordon Conquers the Universe. That was not in the 40s, 1940 to be exact. Flash Gordon Conquers the Universe. Let's see. Spaceship Takes Off. Walter Skiffman. One Starlet. Whatever the hell that all means. So there's not as many in the 40s, it seems, but there
Doesn't
is
seem like
some.
Hey, but The Earth is so big, it might as well be a globe, even though it appears to be flat.
I saw a movie once called Things to Come, made in the 30s, and it basically was kind of eerie because it was made in the 30s, and it almost seemed like whoever made this film was almost predicting World War II. And they thought they would carry out into the 70s and that people would be fighting with sticks and stones in the 70s throughout Europe. Well, it's as the movie went, if that's what they really thought would happen. But anyway, at the very end of the movie, it's like maybe 150 years after the beginning of the movie, and they're really far in the future, and they have all this really nice looking metropolis, and they're building a space gun. So it's a cannon that shoots a capsule with someone in it to the moon, and they use it.
What a space gun to shoot someone to the moon?
Yeah, that's what they even call it in the movie. They call it a space gun. It's a giant cannon just pointed straight
I was
up.
gonna say like a clown shooting out of a cannon. That's what it was.
Right. It was the size of a skyscraper.
It's written by H.G. That was written by H.G. Wells.
Oh man.
Reminds me of the space gun from Harp.
Shit, H.G. Wells wrote 1984, right?
You got to correct for Coriolis effect with the space gun.
1932 movie called Who Shot the Moon, where they made a gun and shot somebody out of it at the moon.
Yeah, they really want us to believe that there's a place up there to go, for sure.
Why was there cannons on the Russian space shuttles? They had a tail cannon for some reason.
Because in Russia, cannon propel space station.
Yeah, I just stopped my stream. I'm not sure if I guess the other stream's still going, but yeah, there are many reasons that they they put out these fake ideas about Earth. Some of them spiritual, some of them just as distractions, because they know how vulnerable and just vulnerable people are to propaganda. And then it didn't start with Edward Bernays, but in the modern times, Edward Bernays' ideas were kind of perfected on how to manipulate people into a certain understanding using propaganda, whether it's through print or television or anything. So I mean, I witness it every day. We all do, right? It's like whatever you see in print and television, radio, podcast, even it's like I've been listening to a lot of audiobooks lately, and I think the audiobooks, even some of these fictional authors, well, I don't think, I know for a fact that some of these major authors are influenced through Hollywood and everything. They're on the New York Times bestseller list and all that kind of shit, right? These guys, I've been listening to this audiobook today by Dean Koontz, and you guys might not listen to it or read it, but it's about, I'll give you the gist of it. It's about some major scientist or whatever that has figured out how to, he figured out a nanobite program to inject into people to reprogram their brains to pretty much just be robots or whatever. And There are
Globers?
certain programs, yeah, Globers, but the Globers are reprogrammed by the media and all that. We already know that's happening, and so
They're
but
programmed to program
this is
themselves.
actually a
That's what's sick
physical
about them.
thing. This is actually a physical thing. Have you ever listened to or read any Dean Koontz stuff?
Long
Dean
time
Koontz,
ago.
I love Dean Koontz stuff. But anyway, but this is one of his newer things, and this is like an injection. That they get that there's nanobytes introduced into their system, and it reprograms their brain to make them something else. And you can control it with a computer. Anyway, I'm sorry for the spoiler, but I didn't name the book, so.
Kind of
But yeah,
sounds like
I've
stuff
listened
to
to a
hear.
lot of Dean Koontz books. I've read several of his novels. I like Dean Koontz. Anyway.
This idea that everybody's going to get bionic enhancements to their body makes me fucking chuckle.
But with some of these popular authors, I know they're connected to Hollywood and stuff, especially Stephen King. I'm a huge fan of Stephen King too, but it's just like Stephen King. I mean, you were talking about The Shining earlier, and of course he's connected with Stanley Kubrick, which, Stanley's dead now, but not like he's not still connected with Hollywood because, he's still putting books out, novels. I just listened to one called Billy Summers. I listened to that audiobook. It was really good. But, I'm a huge fan of Stephen King. But anyway. Huge fan of truth, but at the same time, if you're not privy to the information that we're trying to help people to discover, then it will throw you down a path of just total. Well, we're not live now, so on my channel. So I don't want to ruin Roger's channel either, but they will just throw you down a path of complete manipulation where you, like, if you watch the news and you believe it, you're already there.
They don't even say that anything on the news is factual. They don't even claim it.
Yeah, they stopped claiming to be actual journalists, I think, a while ago, and they became political pundits.
Yeah, the journalists don't say that, but the people still watch it and they believe what they're saying is true. And that's the fucked up part about it.
Entertainment news tonight.
I don't care what they call themselves. I know the television program, at the beginning, there's no difference between that and any other thing that's fiction. There's no difference. They don't get on and say, hey, everything you're about to see is, an accurate rendition of reality.
Yeah, they would never claim that. Well, it's just like you have a panel of people that give opinions, kind of like we do here, but we're and to be honest, I wouldn't believe a goddamn word I say either. Don't believe me. Just look at the world and see what's happening. Don't believe those guys and don't believe me.
What I'm saying is, where did anybody get the idea that what they're showing and they call news is accurate, true, or anything? They don't say it. Who said it? Who told us that like this is fiction and this is nonfiction? Who said that?
I mean,
they don't
these
come
are
right out
multi-billion-dollar corporations that are pumping out propaganda. Constantly. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to. My bad. I was stepping on you.
No. I want you to step on me because I'm
just saying they have plausible deniability. They've never claimed what they're saying.
Yeah. Plausible deniability. Yeah, that's exactly the point. That's why they don't come right out and say it. They let us come to the conclusion by dropping little hints here and there.
Not like those stickers on the bottom of a globe.
It's more like your parents believe it's true, and their parents believed it was true, and and so on and so forth. You know,
Right. But
and
my
that
parents,
goes all the way back to like the war reels and stuff, right? World
yeah.
War II reels that they used to show during the movies, and like that stuff was supposed to be quote unquote news. So TV news is an offshoot of that. You know, it's just propaganda, just going on and on and on.
Hey, India,
Somehow
have you ever
people
listened to the original War of the Worlds tape where they claimed that everybody was listening to it on the radio and believed it was true? You know what I'm talking about? The War of the Worlds thing.
yeah, H.G. Wells.
You ever
Yeah.
listened to it?
Probably a long time ago. I probably listened to like the radio version.
I listened to it a couple years ago, and I mean, of course, we're not going to buy it now, but I can see how they bought it. You know, people were freaking out.
Mix it with the hologram, and maybe some idiots would buy it today.
No, it's not
Oh,
idiots. Listen,
Oh, yeah.
people
Programming.
that believe propaganda aren't idiots. I mean, you have millions of freaking doctors and lawyers and shit. They believe what they see on the news. This is important to them. They feel like they're doing something to go into the future and make something happen that is. I mean, whether it's political, whether it's medical, all these things. They feel like they're making a difference, which negative or
Yeah,
positive, they are making a difference.
they have a hard time distinguishing fact from fiction, you know, that like they can't distinguish fantasy from reality. And, you know, that's one of the things that I'm grateful for is when I was younger, I was always limited on how much television I could watch. My parents would always tell me, and even my grandparents, that nothing on TV is real. It's all make believe. Make believe meaning not real, meaning made up. But yet they would watch the news and think that was real. So I'm just like, okay, so you're a hypocrite then. You just don't want me watching the cartoons, you know. But now that I think about it, now that I'm older, they were right. But then again, they fell for the trap because that's what their parents did, and that's what their parents did before them.
Yeah,
Is sit
exactly,
there and
Justin.
listen to the news.
Exactly. It's called television programming for a reason. Go ahead.
There's generations of it, victim of it. It's not like we had a base of reality to start with and then be able to resist the incoming new thing called propaganda. Some of us, our grandparents, were dealing with propaganda. So it's generational. By the time you were born, there was already a fucked up basis premise to start from that didn't match reality. So how can you be expected to be able to discern it? Because you have no point of reference.
Yep. Kind of like the aftermath of that day in that horrible day in September, you know, in 2001, where everybody was glued to their television sets.
That was the last, big enemy propaganda thing. And by the time it starts to wear off. Now we're in the new one. Propaganda is just going to keep going because the box is still on. I can't remember the last time I turned on my TV, to be honest with you. And then occasionally, once every couple of weeks, I'll flip through like Fox News and then what's the other goddamn one? I don't even know. MSNBC, just to see what the hot talking points are. But that's it. I kind of want to know what they're up to.
About 6 years ago, I took my television out to the shooting range and took some tannerite and blew that some bitch up. So satisfying.
But I think people are inherently able to figure it out. That's why they keep us distracted from being able to analyze anything our whole lives. And then if we do have time, they just use that, authority fallacy to keep everybody in line, and the lie continues.
Yep. In fact, the only thing like after that, they started coming out with, you could only get those flat screen TVs. So I got the smallest one I could just to play Xbox. And then that whole thing, my trailer got broken into because I was staying behind the bar. Imagine that, it's not secure. And then, of course, they took my TV. They did take my stereo, but they took my TV and they took my Xbox. Idiot should have taken the receiver from my stereo. That would have been worth more. Yeah, let's take the $200 Xbox and the $95 TV, but we're gonna leave the $2,000 Technic deck here.
Recently, I've been listening to old Bill Cooper radio. Since I don't watch TV, it's kind of when I'm doing shit, I just listen to, old conspiracy talk from back in the day.
I think I have a copy of that book.
Yeah, I got Behold the Pale Horse. Yeah, it's
My grandfather, before he died, he goes, "Josh, who are these globalists?" And I go, the general public, those that believe in the globe, those that believe we went to the moon, those that believe what is spoon-fed to them from the government and authority is true. Those people, those are the globalists. They're not an elite group of people. It is the majority, the silent 99%. Because at the time I was listening to Alex Jones on my phone. My grandfather kept asking, who is that guy? And I go, it's Alex Jones. And he goes, where can I find him? I can't find him on TV. And I go, yeah, you're not going to be able to find him on TV. Just call this number and you can listen to the show live, including the 4th hour, and all that stuff. All right, we are live, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. But yeah, that 35-mile limit of eyesight, of naked eyesight, you think about it, take a pyramid and look at it from the top down, that would be your vantage point, your perspective. I think that's what the secret of the pyramid is it's the limitations of human sight. So if that's the case, if we can only see 39 miles, does that mean the stars are less than 39 miles? And the sun and the moon are closer? I mean, like, what's up with that?
How does no? Because light is all right. That would be a question for battle mod. How does it? How does the distance affect? Is it different between solid objects and light over distance through the atmosphere? Can you resolve light beyond that point, or is it also affected?
The only reason why I bring that up is because I notice a lot of these globe Earth individuals, supporters, will automatically fall back to observing the sky.
I can't remember what he called it now. What is it? It's not diffusion. It begins with an E. Uh, in conjunction with angular resolution, it limits what you can see. Hey, somebody help me out here.
Yeah, about that, I don't know.
If I could find it, I could look it up and then figure out myself, kind of help posit and figure out the answer with you, but I'm clueless. Effigy, that was it. What was that it? No. Shit, something like that.
I thought apogee was the height at which an object starts to fall.
Nah, probably wasn't it. Thank you. If there's no dome, then what does that affect when you see sprites or elves or whatever they call that atmospheric effect that looks exactly like a dome?
Plasmoids. Plasmoids. Oh, you're talking about the halo effect?
It's like when lightning goes off, all of a sudden it's a bunch of sparks, but they emanate from a point and they go in both directions. But when they go up, it looks like they hit a barrier. It's a weird effect. I'm looking for
I
it.
don't know. I guess you call it whatever you want to call it.
No, it's got a name, and they claim to know its mechanics and everything, like everything else.
Sprites and elves.
Yeah, it has something to do with sprites and elves, but But when you see that, if you look up Sprites and Elves, you'll see the effect, I'm sure. And it looks like it literally bounces off a dome and then falls back down.
It's like a dielectric effect discharge.
Yes. What's a dome ass? Is that in reference to me? You can come talk shit if you want. Or you could just discuss the phenomenon with me.
The phenomena of a dome? And I apologize in advance. I heard somebody say something, but I did not catch the name of the person speaking. I know it wasn't Lou. I know it wasn't Hilo. Jay Dotery, was that you? Who spoke?
No, the sprites in the elves. That was me. If that's is that what you're talking about? No.
No, what was the? So you said something about talking. If I wanted to come here and talk about the phenomena, what's the phenomena?
Oh yeah. The phenomena is sprites and elves, and then and as you observe it, I've seen instances where that discharge starts going in all directions. You know, up, down, and out. But then the portion that goes up seems to just not complete its arc. It just stops dead. That's the phenomenon.
I think I caught something about something in the atmosphere moving in all directions, but not necessarily going as high as you think it should. What's the thing? Like an explosion of some kind, or?
Have you not? You don't know what I'm talking about then?
I'm not understanding that word that you're saying. It might be something that I don't know what you're talking about. Or my headphones might be fucked up. Hold on.
No, I might be low too. I mumble. Trying to find a video that'll.
I think he was talking about like sprites and elves. Right?
Yeah, so I don't have to mumble. You can just see it.
You don't know what that is, Platypus?
They're called Marshall sprites and or stratospheric mesospheric perturbations resulting in the intense thunderstorm electrification, and ELV for emission of light, and L or VLF perturbations from EMP events. Marshall jokes that maybe the names are a little too or fit a little too well. You think you see something, and when you look again, it's gone.
Got it.
I
Almost
gave you an EDU site.
I think I might know what you're talking about, but now. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, because I might be thinking of one thing and you're talking about another thing. I've always known this to be called either dry lightning or heat lightning, where
this is way up in the atmosphere.
Yeah. Like, okay, we literally just had a severe thunderstorm roll through today, and because we had a tornado warning for it and everything, and because of the way the because of the way the fronts were colliding with one another, which is usually what happens when you get a tornado or can have a tornado, the storm was sliding underneath a lower pressure system, and because it was doing that so quickly, we were getting lightning, but it wasn't ground to atmosphere lightning. It was atmosphere to atmosphere lightning, and it sounds different.
How's it sound?
It kind of sounds like lightning, except it sounds sharper, and I don't know why, but you don't hear as much of a, because the place that it's coming from is, instead of being ground to atmosphere lightning, which since it's traveling, since all of it is happening literally from ground level up, it makes a shitload of noise at ground level, and you get a bunch of echoing. Heat lightning doesn't seem to roll as much. Like it sounds like a lightning strike, but then the noise is gone real quiet, like there's no echoing. And you can also see it if you're looking up in the sky. You can see the flash just above your head behind the clouds.
Is it red?
It's really cool.
Yeah, but it's not way up in the atmosphere like this, right? So check out that video. They posted it, and that's what we're talking about. But that is interesting. That it would have a different sound. So that's what I was talking about. But if there's been, let me see if there's one in this one specifically. If you're watching it.
All right. Yeah, we are talking about two different things.
Yeah,
there's also blue jets that don't reach 50,000 kilometers. 100,000 kilometers, a little less than 100,000 kilometers is where the ELF occurs, and the spread occurs beneath the level of the ELF. So possibly there's some sort of they call it the ionosphere, but possibly the ionosphere is really the firmament.
Isn't that Sprite stuff? What I thought that's what the Aurora Borealis was.
No, that's
a totally different thing.
This is above, yeah.
Collapsing field, the magnetic field.
This is like the thunderstorm above the thunderstorm.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
No, that picture that Joshua posted, if you blow that up, that actually has like the two different kinds of lightning strikes I was talking about already in it. So it's a different thing. The upward super bolts or cloud air. Yep.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
So in summary, no, I have no idea what this thing is you're talking about. I've never heard of it.
Yeah, man, those are cool. It's got nothing to do with flat Earth, but you should just I knew about these way back then, when I was a Globie. So it's cool to know about them. But then, flat Earth made sense, right? Because the elves, right? It's like, oh, what the fuck? Because you can actually see it, like in the slow-mo vid, like this, what the fuck is this, right? Why is this energy blast moving sideways? Like, huh?
Yeah.
You can see it's like, is there something there?
Slow-mo vid especially is where you see it, yeah.
Yeah, it's killer in the slow-mo, man.
You don't think it has? You don't think that helps? Debunk the fact that the narrative knows everything, at least.
Oh, it does. They say that they don't know what the fuck those things are. Like you'll hear them like on the plane with their high-speed photography. Like, oh, that's so cool. Like, what the fuck? They're trying to figure it out, right? That's why they're spending all this dough. Because it's like, we didn't know such things.
Blue jets, sprites, elves, these are all strange weather phenomena. But I guess they could all be considered TLEs, which would be transient luminous events.
All right, guys, if you want to do some research on this stuff, I would recommend go to the Thunderbolts Project on YouTube. It's Electric Universe Theory. It's like the main YouTube channel for that. And of course, you got to dodge the hijack, right? Because once they realized there was a problem with cosmology, they didn't start from scratch. They just kind of kept building on the globe. So what they're saying about the globe, obviously dodge the hijack. But what they say about the sprites, from my understanding, the sprites, the plasmoids, all these different, UFOs,
right? I think these are electromagnetic in nature, and their channel is like bar none the best.
Thunderbolt
agree, man.
Project.
It's the
That it?
best. Yeah.
Yeah.
That, it's like I was Electric Universe before Flat Earth, and that's the channel that made me go electric, anyways. Oh, they got some like heavy hitting people on there too. So
Now I got to point out
you
to
got some
Battle
thick
Mod.
shit. They got some thick shit. Yeah, go ahead, man.
I got to point out to Battle Mod. Take care. That second video that you posted, the red sprites and blue jets explained thing, at many points through the video gives a very heliocentric explanation for why these
Yeah,
things
I know
happen.
they do, but I know they do. But do you now know what a sprite, a jet, and an elf is?
More importantly, I want to
do.
try and
I
see
do.
one. Like now that I'm aware of this thing's existence,
Oh
I would
my
love to
God.
see one.
Oh, dude.
No. Hold on, Mike. I'm not saying that in a I don't believe you. I want to see it to believe it kind of way. I'm convinced already this is a real thing, and I'd love to see it.
Sprites are a real thing, bro. I'm just saying, you got past the global bullshit in there to see the information on sprites, jets, and elves, right? Yep. Obviously, they're gonna wrap every earthbound phenomena around their consensus model, right? Obviously.
And not going to just
I like
hand it
how
to you
they're-
if it contradicts their bullshit without some kind of an excuse.
They're large electrical discharges from an electric realm. And I came from the same place as you, Sirius. Me Morvet, a lot of
Jose. Yep.
Yep.
Jose. Same shit. Yep.
Electric Universe, baby.
Mm-hmm. Shredded Einstein, man. By the time I was 20, I knew.
That's good.
You know, I was like, we would call them actually the Einsteiners. Yeah. And I was still a globey. I was still a fucking globehead. And I would call the other stupid fucks Einsteiners.
Here, I'm gonna throw something out there. QE can ridicule transient luminous events happen in the transient luminous ether.
Well, according to QE, why even talk about literally any other thing except the fact that apparently we don't know what mass is. Like in his world, as of late, that's like the ending point. Anytime anybody talks about anything that isn't related to the fact that we apparently don't know what mass is, he's just like, "Oh, you're going off."
It covers a lot of things.
Well, the thing is mass. Yeah, mass fits into like pretty much every fucking formula you guys have, and you can't define it. I can understand why that's his frustration.
So where are they on mass now with weight and mass and all that bullshit? And has anything changed, or is it still we have to substitute one for the other and all that good shit?
All
like
that
I was
good
saying,
shit.
Your spring scale doesn't use mass to measure how much you weigh, man. Uses the spring deflection. So it uses F equals KX, Hooke's law. Over and over again, every day, man. Even your digital scales, that's what they do. That's how we calibrate.
Say it again.
Hooke's law is what's used in your scales, any spring scale, including any digital spring scale. If it's a spring scale, it's calibrated by Hooke's law, which is force, which is that's your weight. That's your weight. W equals kx. K is the spring constant, and there's a way how you work that out. Okay, and x is in meters, I believe, the displacement of the spring. That's it. So if you know your spring constant, you calibrate it, boom, that's how we measure stuff today, man. So it's not a fucking mystery. We don't use F equals MA to measure anything, so except on paper. If you don't believe me, just go get a spring and do it. I think it's done in physics class.
Hey, I've heard you speak for the past few days.
So it's used in calculus.
I've listened to you. You said that you're an engineer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What kind of
Mechanical.
engineer are you, bro?
Mechanical. But I dropped out last year. But it's irrelevant because all I had was electives left. So I got all the Like I took level 4 subjects like HVAC. I took HVAC, internal combustion engine. That's all level 4 stuff. That's last year elective stuff.
It's
So I
good.
finished that stuff. I finished it in third year.
It's good when you talk, Cyrus. I mean, you haven't. He's right. I haven't heard you in a while. I think he thinks you're new or something. Like no, Cyrus is a long time.
I've been around.
Yeah,
Cyrus been around, man.
No, I remember him. I remember him. Yeah. I was just saying I've been listening to him for the past few days because when he talks, I want to listen. You know.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I try to have like decent input where it's like, look, this is the engineering textbook. This is what they told us. So you want to reevaluate what you're saying? Because that's not what I was taught.
We made Jerry rage quit. Woo!
Hell yeah! Woo! That was that was fucking good, man. That was solid, man. Last night was good.
Dude, we double teamed this dude last night, and he left out of here saying, "I'm out of here. I'll come back in 6 years when I'm live streaming Discord from space." That's how mad he was.
Yeah. Rage quit.
Well, somebody already beat him to it. You know, somebody already live streamed from the moon in 1969 to 1972. When the limb took off, somebody had to pan up, right? And they say that it was remote control from Earth, live streaming from the moon. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah,
what's even more impressive is
that is funny though. The guy rage quit last night, saying that he thinks that the reason we're able to live stream this Discord is because of space set travel and satellites and shit like that. Is that what he was saying?
No, he said he'll see us in 6 years when he is live streaming from space.
Oh, he's gonna live. Oh, okay.
Nice.
Looks
We
like
crushed his scientific acumen. There's negative 10. So he got smoked. Long story short, it ended up me asking like, hey, give me the radius of the fucking molecule or the atom so I can plug it in the formula. Since gravity is the one that's grabbing the air molecule, fine, agreed. Give me the fucking radius of the air molecule. Let's go, son.
Very nice. Way to put him on the spot with that one.
Yeah, go ahead. You want to play this game? Because it's not my thing. I know about it from something called the virial theorem, where they supposedly say that like the gaseous sun or gravitational collapse, and again from the fucking electric universe guys, they shredded that shit at a high level. They got papers written on it, right? So Robitaille. So I got one of Robitaille's papers. So if you're ever gonna argue that shit, it's like, oh really? Go ahead. How did you attain the radius of the fucking atom? Come on, let's go. You need it to plug it in the equation. So unless you can get that, like come on, your argument is nullified. Like you can't actually get that. So good one. Like so you just. That's why I say I give them gravity. I love gravity. It's like which flavor would you like? Like, I'll do any of them. I like little g. I got no problem. Like I'll play with little g all day long. Like cool, because I divide it out of the equations anyways. Like it doesn't matter. Well, so that's why I don't like care to stop them about gravity. I just give it to them. It's gonna fuck you over with it. Like all right, come on, give me the radius of the atom now. What is it? So yeah, he kind of quit after that.
I don't think they get it. So mass attracting mass requires the pole from the center of the radius of an object to the center of the radius of an object.
Yeah, like how would one atom attract another atom? It would have to have a mass that would have to be greater than the other mass, right?
Right. So like the formula, like the Newton's. So when they say that they're invoking Newton's formula, right? Not Newton's, but you know what they call Newton's formula. F equals big G, m1 m2 divided by r squared. The r squared is where I fucked them over, because the r squared is the distance between the objects. However, it's the distance from the centroid of the objects, or what they call the center of mass, or the center of gravity, which is the center of mass multiplied by little g. Doesn't matter. It's all the same thing. It's to the center of the material of the object, right? So like a pyramid the center of mass of a pyramid would be, I think it's like a third weight up from the base, something like that. That would be the centroid for that shape. And then, anyways, we've worked out, depends on the shape. Anyways, so that's what you have to plug in R squared. That's the distance between the centers of the objects, right? Because it's the strongest at the center. So that's what you have to do.
There's his exit comment, bro. I told you I was saving that.
Oh, yeah, I saved it too, man. When you're like, here it is, I was like, yep, saved.
He thinks he's red pilled, he's woke. Like, is he like all about aliens, or
I
is
got
he
it
like
in PDF. I got it in PDF form too. Download.
No, he was trying to be scientific, man. He was, he tried to bring it up to like an academic level discussion. And I hopped in. I kind of rumpused everybody. Like, I think I rumpused Mike to kind of hop in. I chose my moment. I was like, all right, he's quiet. Boom, I'll hop in right now. And we just, yeah, man. Just fucking, yeah, we toe tagged his ass.
It's so quiet in here tonight. It's only like 9:20.
Tell us more about North Pole excursions, Platypus, please.
Oh, let me toe tag this guy too, man. Even though I'm cleaning up right now my place, but Platypus, bro, I got your math for you, man, from last time. Remember? I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about. All I know is you got me mad enough to actually work it out for you, enough, right? And
and I remember asking for it.
And it's fucking saved, right? So you want me to upload it right now and we can go through it?
Go ahead. I'm hoping I can remember what the fuck we were talking about when you post it.
I don't, man, same here. I don't. All I know is you made me mad enough to actually do it for you.
If it makes you feel any better, my goal was not to make you mad. Like that's never my goal.
No, it's okay.
That's the goal of a troll.
Fine.
It's a troll goal.
You're not. I know you are not a troll. You're a semi-troll. Here, boom, saved. I was like, get your ass in here, man. Don't run away now.
Oh my god, I can't believe I just heard that. Lou, no, wait a minute. No, Lou.
No, shut up. He basically just called you out as a passive aggressive troll. And I used my mod power here. I don't ever do this for anyone. I did it just for that. So yes, he passive aggressively called you, a troll.
He is a troll. Well, yeah, I remember now, man. I remember the discussion from the math. We were discussing what would have more effect? The tilt of the Earth, in miles. How many miles would that be closer to the sun versus the aphelion and the perihelion? Right?
Oh,
so I approximated the tilt as 45 degrees. Now I remember everything. Thank you, Platypus. I was like, let's take 45 to simplify the math. So in my head, I told you because it's 45 degrees, I doubled the angle. Why? To simplify the fucking math for a reason, because it's half a 90. So I was like, it's 3,000 miles maximum deviation from the winter to the summer. The entire deviation is going to be 3,000 miles. If the tilt was 45 degrees, it's half of that. So of course, that's why I went 45 to half it. And I was like, roughly what's half of 3,000? 1,500. So there you go, bud. Worked out. So you don't. And all you wanted, you were like, oh, well, why are you approximating it? Why don't you actually work out the math? Since your math is so, whatever. I was like, okay, I just don't want to do it right now.
No. My point of contention was if you were going to go through the trouble of explaining all the math like from point A to point Z out loud with these numbers you were making up. Why didn't you just explain the math with the real numbers? Like, well, what the?
Here it is then.
Yeah, I'll get
There
it.
it is. It's just I had to sit down and do it. That's why, like, to give you the 1,572.3 miles. Come on, man. Like I already said, like, come on, man. Because you're.
I'm sorry. I don't want to stop.
No, go ahead, man.
I just want to also say to him, please back your mic off a little bit or check your gain or something. It's a little loud.
Mine?
Yeah, yours.
Yeah. How's that?
Your gain is up just a hair. Just turn the gain down just a tad.
Can we equate the flux rate of that?
Oh yeah, flux rate. I think that was the beginning of the end, right? The flux busted out the flux capacitor. He was like, "Oh fuck."
Can I ask GE a question?
No. When have I
We
ever
got
said
44 in here. It's a new
No, I don't
person,
know
I
you.
guess. I'm not sure, but yeah, man. Go ahead.
Yeah. So you sound like you've heard all the arguments, right? Well, that's an assumption, but it sounds like you've at least been around a while, and you seem pretty smart. So, why are we stupid? Like, can you help me come back to the globe, please?
You're operating on the assumption that I think you're stupid. I don't think you're
All
stupid.
right. Well, these fucking psychos have trapped me in their cult. Can you save me?
Psychopathic, but the girls are attractive because of when it's hard. Bleep, bleep,
I'm
bleep,
being
bleep.
serious. When I was a globe earther, dude, my life was so much better. Please take.
I mean, dude, you want to hash it out with Platypus? Go ahead. However, for the flat Earth guy, like you already know, this guy's been around, so you gotta bust out the scalpel with this motherfucker.
Yeah, no. I'll
Scalpel in
take my
hand.
whooping. I'll take
Yeah.
my licks. I'll take my licks.
Just
Go
don't
ahead.
jock him.
All right then. All right. All you.
You're really putting me in an awkward position right now.
Oh no, man. If you don't want to do it, it's cool. I was just,
Well, it's not really
I
my
just want to
goal.
know.
Like
I'd
honestly be retarded to think I could come in here and convince anybody that their flat Earth is actually a globe. Like that's not what I'm here.
Why is that, bro?
No, you're here to cast doubt in those who
Wait a
might
minute.
be starting out thinking that
Wait.
the Earth might be a globe. That's what you're here for.
I will hone in on things that do not make sense to me and ask questions to get clarification. You know that's exactly why you and I go back and forth on the moon and the sun all the time, homie.
Platypus, you just implied you couldn't convince anybody, right, that the Earth was a globe, right? And that means either one of two things. Either we're not smart enough to get it, or you don't have the evidence to convince us. Because if something is real, right, like I'm a man, right, I could convince any doctor in the world that I'm a male, right? And there shouldn't be any argument whatsoever because it's observable, right? Because all I have to do is drop my drawers and turn my head and cough, right?
Whoop, whoop.
And then
Yeah, but see, that's okay. See, no. That's not the same. That's not the same. Because you dropping your pants.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
All right.
Yeah. So I just want to ask the question: which is it? We're not smart enough, or you don't have the evidence?
Before we go any further, I am a firm believer that if you have a penis, you're a man. Like, I mean, that's just,
Gotta flip that one
there's certain conversations that go on in this day and age that I don't.
Well, after
What the hell is wrong with you for saying that, Platypus? You trying to get us taken down?
After puberty, you mean?
Anyway. Oh my God, he assumed my gender.
Okay, so there's a big Hank. There's a big difference here. First of all, if I ask you to demonstrate that you're a man and you drop your pants and you have a penis, that's pretty cut and dry. You know why? Because I can directly and literally observe your penis. I might have to get a magnifying glass. I might have to get a magnifying glass or a microscope.
He wanted to observe your penis.
Mike, I'm trying to be funny. Come on.
Bro, you said you wanted to directly observe his penis. Is it a phenomena?
Is a penis a phenomenon?
Is that
No.
science? That's my question.
Now, what's the big
I'll tell
difference?
you this. I'll tell you
Hold
this.
on.
If the dog bone is a
hold on.
phenomenon, then so is a penis.
Hold on.
There's no doubt
Hold
about
on,
that.
hold on. My wife would say it's a phenomenon.
My wife said it was phenomenal.
We just dragged him off in the bushes, didn't we? And raped him.
Gee,
Yeah, so
for real,
that's
bro.
the
Can you help me?
Is
Or
it
is
that we're
Hank
not,
right?
Is it
Is
we're
Hank
not smart
right?
enough to get it?
I don't know, man.
We're not smart enough to get
Okay,
it.
the best that I think I could do is give you my first and foremost thing, and I think I have a tag related to this coincidence theory. I'm a firm believer in that the simplest solution is often the correct one. So rather than believe all these different observable phenomena around us have to have independent explanations, and they vary in degrees of evidence presented or your ability to demonstrate it or your ability to physically touch it, even in some cases, like when we talk about the dome.
Who's talking about a dome? You're supposed to be
I'm
bringing me to a
talking
globe.
Hey, hold up. Yeah, thank you, Jenny. Coincidence theorist. If I don't have that tag, I should definitely have that tag. If all of this stuff can be explained around me by two simple assumptions, and we'll call them assumptions so that I don't start an argument, that A, the Earth rotates, and B, it's a sphere, and everything else falls into place because of just those two assumptions, that's incredibly simple. You don't have to come up with a mechanism by which the sun moves. You don't have to come up with you don't even have to come up with a mechanism for anything in the sky to move. You don't have to come up with an independent explanation for how the sun works, why the sun works, or even how fucking far away it is. And same thing with the moon. You have those two things in your head, everything else falls into place. It's incredibly simple. That before you even go out and objectively try to prove any of it to you, if I knew nothing about the shape of the Earth and I had a person present the globe to me and I had a person present the flat Earth to me, immediately I would notice that the person presenting the globe argument, everything kind of boils down to a very small list of assumptions that everything else builds off of. It's incredibly simple.
Hey, can I get you to answer that question, please? Is it because we're not smart enough to see the evidence, or is it because you don't have the evidence?
One, I would have to group all of you into one. I'd have to lump you all together in order to give just a straight answer to that, and I don't. I don't think people subscribe to flat Earth. I don't think people subscribe to flat Earth for all the same reason. So it would come down to you personally. I don't know. I don't know why.
You want to make assumptions? Let's make these two. I'm a genius, and if you have proof, I can figure it out.
What the
Save
fuck
me
was
from
that?
these psychos.
Are we talking about the three-body problem right now? Is that what we're talking about?
Not
No, I
specifically.
posited.
No.
All right, yeah.
I specifically mentioned the sun and the moon during my answer. I specifically called out the sun and moon, but no, that's not what we were talking about.
I just want to know, can you answer Hank or not?
Hank said something about his penis.
The fact that you just had to deflect again should tell you something. Go look in the mirror, man.
Am I crazy? The first person to ask me a question was Globder, and I just got done trying to answer your question.
Listen, man, you know what you're doing. You answered my question. The reason I did this was to figure you out, and I did. Thanks.
Okay, you're welcome.
Aha! The Glober is the subject of the psychological test now. How does it feel?
Oh boy.
somebody else.
Yeah, I think platypus. These claws.
Mike, you got to mute yourself, man.
I wonder if we'll ever be able to figure them out.
You said something cool, Platypus, about your assumption. So, all right, I agree to everything you said, actually. But now if I go out and test my assumption, and the assumption, I have proved it to be incorrect, what must I do after that? Is erase everything else after the assumption, right? Post-assumption. Everything else gets canceled out. So that's what we've done, because the assumption was radius, right? So we've proven no radius, even though, bro, I love the globe model. Everything in the sky works out, in my opinion, better than the globe model. How about them apples, huh? Confession, straight up. But that's everything in the sky, because we have no evidence for sphericity. So this is where that's the assumption. That's the serious assumption that you must prove first in order to carry on.
So I'm absolutely listening to you, serious. But hey, Lou, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Can you mute Mike?
Is he the one with that feedback?
Yeah,
you're
that feedback.
Oh, okay.
Well, I wasn't
Yeah,
paying much attention. You back, Mike?
He's probably AFK. Just mute him, DM him.
All right, I'm gonna get banned, y'all. I just muted him.
I know. Let's say you're
Yeah,
fucked,
just
man.
send. That's a good idea. Send him a DM. Cover yourself.
Yeah, send him a DM.
Oh, I think I heard Sonny.
Oh, fuck him. Fuck him. I hope he gets mad.
Fuck him.
Tell him we can hear the rainstorm in the background.
What? Yeah.
So platypus?
Tell him platypus asked for it.
Have you proven your assumption to be correct? Your so simple assumption. So simple. Just assume radius. Okay, cool. Radius assumed. Everything else worked out. Cool, let's go prove radius.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Yeah.
What do we
Crickets,
do, boss?
yeah.
They figured out it's not a geometric horizon. Now what the fuck are we gonna do?
Bust out the fucking cameras. Hollywood, I got this. Bust out the cameras. We're just gonna fake everything, guys. Don't worry, I'll pay you well. I got this.
We weren't
I print
counting
money.
on those We weren't counting on those
hold on.
P900. I'm sorry.
No, hold on. Let's for base level up. Let's ask a simple question.
All right.
What if? And this is using any means, any mode of transportation, any medium, anything, any means of observation or measurement or observation. What would be the simplest way to prove that the Earth was a rotating sphere, if it was?
That's two things you have to prove, not one.
Well,
rotation, 1, 2.
Well,
sphere.
All right, let's go with sphere then. Let's go with sphere first. What would be the easiest way? Like, and it goes to what Hank said. What was the easiest way for Hank to prove that he has a penis?
Oh my god.
Directly observe it, wasn't it? Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Now, yes. Now, what's the problem with?
That was the penis part.
Yeah, platypus. If I hear any more of that word being used, just I'm going to keep you on mute. If any of the mods take you off mute, that'll be up to them. Stay off that word, bro. Just get on with the discussion. Stop the depravity. You know, there's no need for that garbage. Thank you.
All right. Well, good to know that somebody doesn't want to hear that. So there you go, platypus. Let's respect all members. Sure. I'll play ball. Let's play ball. No biggie. I know you're a pro, so it's all good. How much they pay you, man? I wonder, is it good? Like, I can do the same thing you're doing too. So just let me know. DM me.
Do I? I don't get paid anything. Wait, what? To be an engineer? Because I do get
No,
paid.
I'm not sure.
No,
to be an
anti-flat earth. We were talking about his other government job real soon.
To be an anti-flat earther. The smallest minority ever.
What kind of engineer are you?
Mechanical.
Mechanical. Another greased head in the house. Nice.
Yeah, I can show you my shirt. It's very greasy.
Oh. It's very, it should be full of, notebook full of integration thermodynamics. That kind of grease.
Still
Because we
can't tell the
barely touch
difference.
grease, man. We barely touch grease, dude. What are you talking about?
Still can't tell the difference between level and curve, though. That's odd.
This is an assumption. This is a personal assumption. I operate on the assumption that the Earth is so goddamn big that this endeavor of trying to see how much it curves while standing on the surface of it is way too convoluted and difficult.
Have you seen it? Have you
It's
seen it?
a nice
Sorry.
assumption. Hold on, it's a nice assumption you got, but for 500 years they've been telling us the other thing. So you guys, that's the difference between you anti-flat earthers and just normal globies, right? Normies, right? Is that you guys are willing to speak out of both sides of your mouth. But in 2015, that's not what you guys are saying. You guys were saying that boats go over the horizon all the way up until 2019 when the Black Swan came out, right? And it's a coincidence. Hold on, bro. It's a coincidence that you guys said that you could see the curvature. We can see it up until we prove that you can't. And now you guys have changed positions after the new evidence. Why is that?
You beat me to it. My point that I was going to go into is that it is a lot easier to determine that it is the shape that it is by looking at other things. As a guy who, again, I hate to be a broken record, but I cannot tell you how many times in the Navy I observed ships dipping below the horizon. Happened all the time.
And you never tried to
What was
zoom
your
back
job
in,
on that
huh?
ship? What was your
You
job on
never-
that ship?
Bro,
Did you ever use
that
glass?
could easily be mistaken by tides coming
I
in
wanna
or
know.
rough weather or swell. Just the water goes up and down. You understand that, right? As a Navy man.
Yeah,
But that's not the thing that he
You
said.
sound like you're
He
talking
said
out your ass.
you know the shape of the earth by looking at other things. Can you tell the shape of a woman's boobs by looking at her feet and only her feet? I mean, by your logic, we should be able to tell.
Now hold on. I would say it is possible. If I can determine just by looking at her feet that those are ladies' feet, it would be an appropriate assumption that since she's a lady, she's got boobs. And you got to stop. No. You got Hank. Hold on. One quick request. Because I already got yelled at for saying the P word. Try to avoid any analogies that talk about.
Platypus, you're still hot, by the way. No, I don't mean physically. I'm saying you're coming in loud. Like, get your fucking mic settled down. It's loud, really loud.
Okay, how is this?
That's much better.
That's really weird. My settings are all exactly the same. I'm not doing anything I haven't done different in like 3
Yeah,
years.
but Discord updates like 7 times a day, so you might have to be fluid about that,
right.
Mr. Water Guy.
Got it,
Navy man,
engineer. We're about to test your engineering, but don't allowing you to season.
Don't go too heavy on me. I'm just a mechanical engineer on.
Got it. So you have a bachelor's of science, BSc,
negative, Ghost Rider. I'm entirely hands-on. I am entirely.
Okay. So not a white collar engineer.
Negative.
Correct. Okay, got it. So I got it. So I'll be very practical. Then we'll always bust out like examples, like literal grease fucking examples, like heating up a can with a sealed volume and noticing what happens to the pressure gauge as we increase the thermal input. The pressure goes up because the volume didn't change. Right, stuff like that, you know, which is, you know,
Yep.
thermal.
Yep, I
Yeah,
know
yeah.
exactly what you're talking about. I got a question.
Did you guys study thermo? I'm just like wondering in your curriculum, or no thermo?
So here's the deal.
Thermodynamics.
Okay,
Yeah,
like I said, I went into the Navy. You don't get a degree for the schools that you go to and the shit that you learn there. It's all trade stuff. And then when I got out, I put my military experience on my resume, and people gobbled that up. So that's
okay. Cool. Gotcha.
And for the record, when I say mechanical engineer, I work on, maintain, and repair injection blow molding machines. Like, that's the extent of my mechanical engineering stuff.
Okay.
I've been doing it for a couple of years now.
Well, listen, I dropped out of engineering school, so I dropped out last year. So I do not call myself an engineer either. However, there is a hierarchy. So by claiming engineer, that title, you're claiming a bachelor's, right? So it's a BSc, ME, and then if you majored in something, you can tag that onto that after that. So it's like the army sort of thing. There's this hierarchy, right? Where I believe in the blue collar world, like below an engineer would be like a tool and die maker in the machinist world. That's like, they are very high up there because the accuracy required, the skills required in reading the blueprints that come from the engineer, you see. So it's like there's this kind of disconnect where I believe, because I like to work with my hands, so I went into like the white collar engineering to be able to do it by the pen, because that's deadly. And you can wrench on shit and engineer the bolt. Like, oh yeah, no, I chose 304 stainless for this, and that, and it's all worked out. It's like, yep. So this will hold your, let's see, your 4018 alloy is not going to hold, for this reasons. So like, it's kind of, that's why I went into it. I love like the ability to do both. And like, I got my lathe downstairs and shit. Like, I hobby machine, man. Like, I love that shit, welder and whatnot. So I'm a blue collar guy that kind of snuck into the white collar world to snag what I need. Just went on my own. Like, that's it. All right, cool.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Did you study
Yeah,
calculus?
when I
Go ahead, Hank.
when I went to the plastic surgeon, right, and he said, well, what shape is your nose? And I said, well, just look at my toes, right? Just look at my feet, and you can tell the shape of my nose by looking at other things like my feet, right, platypus? And the plastic surgeon was like, okay, here's what we're gonna do. You're gonna remove the fucking mask, asshole, so I can look at your nose. You're gonna get the fuck out of my office and quit wasting my time, right? Is that pretty much what the plastic surgeon would say?
You were trying to get me to identify whether a person had one body part by looking at another body part, not literally
Right, because you
asking
said
someone
earlier
to work
you
on
tell
a body part.
people by looking at other things, right? It's all part of a solar system, right? So we can tell the shape of the globe by looking at Venus, right? And also we can tell the size of Venus by looking at the globe. That's circular. Let's keep going though, right? We're having fun.
Can you tell the shape of the Earth by looking at Venus? I actually feel like the answer to that question is no.
Nice.
breaking down, I know that he was making a funny analogy, just like he was. Hold on. Just like I know he was making a funny analogy when he said he was going to drop his pants, and I got
The
that.
shape of the
Barely
earth by
did.
looking at other things, like what?
You're roboting a bit, dude.
Who was roboting? I was roboting?
No, Hank. Hank was. For me, at least. Should be on Wi-Fi. I should be good. All right. Let's see. Yep.
So
So
what's
what are the other things that we can
Hank, sorry.
look at to see the shape of the earth? Sorry, bro.
Not at all. Go ahead, Tank.
Thank you, Consor. So what are the other things that we can look at to tell us the shape of the earth other than by looking directly at the earth?
Well, my whole point was that the easiest way to determine that the Earth was a sphere would be to look at the Earth, but not like, I mean, like look at the Earth from a distance, like you'd look at a baseball from a distance, or a basketball.
Right. So if you get high
Like that
enough,
would be the easiest
you
way.
can see the curvature. If you get high enough, you can see the curvature of the earth, and you can see it start to spin. Right.
Yeah, and I'm not talking like commercial airline flight high. I'm talking like hundreds of miles high.
Right. You gotta get really
on
high.
the moon high. Yeah.
Right, like Snoop Dogg high. So I'm going to make the claim that if you get really, really high, you can see Pegasus nipples. Right? You believe me, don't you? Come on, bro. I mean, since we're just making shit up, right?
What about all the high altitude balloon footage that shows that it seems that's a level plane, just like we observe and experience? What do you say about those?
Well, you got to go just a little bit higher, right? That's not quite high enough.
Is that the answer?
I'd be more concerned with the fact that nobody ever seems to do one of those things with a what's the instrument I'm looking for? A level. And I don't mean level to measure the surface of the Earth. I mean level to show that the horizon truly always does come up to eye level.
You mean the refracted horizon?
Okay. So I never want to hear another person here make the claim that the horizon always comes up to eye level. Because if we're now going to argue that under certain conditions it won't do that, then that means you can't argue that it always does. You can't have it both ways.
It's not a proper claim anyway. The horizon does drop just because you're going higher. It doesn't drop the way it should if it's on a sphere, is the point.
Yes, this is really interesting. I mean, just listening. How would you? Which tool would you propose that you should use to say when you're looking across the ocean? To say when we say the horizon rises to eye level, say you're standing on the ocean, or you're standing on the ocean, and then you go up 100 feet, 200 feet, or 1,000 feet. The horizon itself doesn't rise because the horizon is an imaginary position. It's just an apparent position. The horizon doesn't necessarily move itself. It's just as far as you can see. Would you agree with that?
Well, that was kind of my whole point. My whole point was I don't want to hear anybody saying the horizon always rises, because people do. There are people here who say that.
No,
the
I
horizon
agree
always
with
comes up to eye level.
All right, cool. I get that. But do you know why we say that sometimes? It's because, the higher you rise in altitude, the further you can see. Because you increase your angular view. I mean, you can see more the higher you go. Correct? Let's agree upon that before we move forward.
You're correct. You're
I'm not
problem here,
probably
Helio.
correct. I know that's a fact. I mean, how could you say I'm probably correct about that?
I didn't say probably correct.
Yeah, well,
No,
somebody.
I started to say the problem, and then I stopped because you asked,
Oh,
"Can we agree
my
on that?"
bad.
And I'm
All
like,
right,
"Yes,
cool.
we can agree on that."
So you
sure.
agree with me. So the higher you rise in altitude, the further you can see.
Yes.
All right, cool. So the horizon changes position. Well, let's go back to a certain point that I was bringing up earlier. What is the horizon?
What is the horizon?
Yeah, you tell me what you
For
think
me,
the horizon is.
For me, when I think, if you ask me to point at the horizon, I would point at the. What's the word I'm looking for? If you asked me to point at the horizon, I would point out at the spot off in the distance where it appears that the ground meets the sky from where I'm standing.
Wow,
That's
dude, that's freaking awesome. So if you're at the beach and you're standing directly with the water touching your toes, you would point at the horizon, you'd be pointing straight ahead, right? And then if you're 1,000 foot above that and you point straight ahead, that's the horizon, right?
Is the horizon
It's as far as you can see.
perfectly-
It's the apparent position where the ground meets the sky, right?
Yeah, but that position shouldn't ever change. Like from my perspective, it should always be at the same point. Like in my field of
let me ask
view,
you.
horizontally, it should be, or vertically, it should be in the same position. This does, of course, operate on the assumption that when we say flat, we mean infinite.
Wait, who told
flat
you that?
plane.
I mean, so when you rise in elevation, the horizon should be in the same position. Is this what you're saying?
In your flat Earth world, yes. That's what we're talking about.
Wow, bro. Who told you that?
He did. Told himself that.
Yeah, you're just making that up. Nobody.
No,
You just make it up.
if you're gonna Helio, if you're gonna try and tell me that
You
nobody
graduated
here,
college.
nobody here has ever made the claim that the horizon always rises to eye level when you increase in elevation.
That's not what
Nobody
I'm
here
saying.
ever
That
says
is exactly not. You're saying that some. I'll tell you what. There are a lot of flat earthers that would say that, but I wouldn't say that because the horizon itself. It can change depending on atmospheric conditions and all that. I mean, that's why I was asking you what you think the horizon is. Do you think the horizon is the curvature of the earth? It's, I avoided asking you that question, but you probably think that it is.
No, so for me, in under most circumstances, if you ask me what the horizon is, it would be I'd point to the spot in the distance where the ground appears to meet the sky.
Okay, so do you think that it's related to any part of the curvature of said ball Earth?
For me, it seems really hard to determine that with the naked eye.
Okay, so
And-
if
and
you
from what I
which
said-
type, hold on. That being said, which type of instrument would you be able to determine that with?
I would imagine some kind of a level with an
Oh, a
eye.
level. Would you use a water level or a sextant or what's
Are we going through this again, Platypus? Okay. Did you even pick up the level from Mike?
And no, for the record, just because I was in the Navy, that doesn't automatically mean I know how to use a sextant.
Oh, but you're probably more familiar with it than I am.
That makes me question.
No, the Navy doesn't use sextants. They just talk about them. They're like, remember in the old days they used to use sextants?
Yeah, exactly.
I do know. I do know we
what
had
the
one.
horizon
We
is.
did have one. We had it. It was in a bright orange Pelican case, but we never had to fucking use it.
It was like a trophy case, right? It was a trophy case on the submarine.
See, in the military,
When shit hits the fan,
they have like multiple.
I'll stand up for
All
my
right,
arms.
you guys have that. And I just wanted to get a little bit. I
you
just
know how
wanted to
bad-
dig a little bit on platypus.
I can't even imagine how bad shit would have to hit the fan for us to have actually needed to break that thing out. And if we ever did, I don't think
Hell yeah.
anybody
We're
on
fucked.
that boat actually knew how to use it.
Nah.
Not even
All
the,
you
not
guys
even
are
the
drowning.
navigators. No.
Yeah, that's fucked up, man.
So I think I heard you invoke Occam's razor by saying that the reason you think it's a globe is because the answers are much more simple.
And I shut him down, and he agreed. Unless he disagrees to the shutdown, then we can rehash it.
Okay. Did anyone already mention that the reason that you don't feel like you're spinning is because you're not spinning, which is the most obvious answer to that question?
Well, the reason you don't feel like you're spinning, simple explanation, the reason you don't feel like you're spinning is because your body's not designed to detect spinning.
That's not
just
true.
like it's not designed to detect speed.
Wrong. Wrong, Grandma.
Hold on.
No, you're wrong.
Let's think about
Are
this.
you serious? Do you know anything about your
Flat out
gear?
wrong.
Hold
Shut
on.
up.
Let's think about
Platypus,
this.
you're an empty. Shut up. Shut up.
Shit. Let the other guy
It's a freaking
address him,
nonsense.
Sonny. Then you go ahead and address him.
I
after
will.
that.
It's okay. I just do it sporadically. It's okay.
That's all
So,
good, man.
so the vestibular system in the ear isn't designed to detect spinning. Is that what you're saying?
It's not designed to detect speed.
Okay.
Because your argument really isn't. Because you're not really talking about spinning. You're talking about linear velocity.
Right.
That's what you're
I
going to
understand the
invoke.
difference.
Right.
Yeah, I understand the difference.
And
right.
and my vestibular system doesn't go into overdrive and start freaking out when I'm on a cross country flight.
Yeah. It does detect acceleration and deceleration, though.
Correct.
Yeah,
Which
and
is
every
required.
circular and boom, every circular motion includes acceleration and deceleration. You're done.
Yeah, it does really, bro. You can't just say you just can't claim the idea of velocity, angular velocity being so smooth in the design that the globe model proposed. It doesn't work, bro. Do you really think it does?
I mean, seriously, the Earth only completes one full rotation in a day. Like,
That doesn't make it any less than 1,000 miles an hour, though.
Bullshit.
Matter about one
Bullshit.
rotation. It's
Hold on,
That's
what are
a
we talking
category.
about? Hold
No,
on.
that's
Wait a
a
minute.
category error. No, I'm not going to let you do it. No,
Doesn't make the
I'm not
speed
going to let.
slower. Just
No,
because you
no,
say it's
fuck no. Shut up for a second. I'm not going to let him do it. You measure.
not either.
You measure revolutions at the fucking axle. Got it? Period. You're not on the You're not at the axle, bro. Stop that stupid shit. It's retarded, literally. If you're on a ball, you're on the outside of the ball like the outside of a tire, not at the axle. It's stupid.
Since we're talking about the rotation, and I know that you can probably just believe that the angular velocity is somehow making it so smooth with all of these different rotations and speeds and all that. I mean, I don't know how anyone can really believe that once they add it up, but can you just answer the one gotcha question that I always go to, which I haven't had any good answer for, and if a plane's trying to land on a spinning ball that spins in one direction and the plane's going multiple directions and the runways are faced in every which way, how does the plane land on a spinning ball?
Because the plane is spinning along with it.
So how do you come for speed
How does
differences?
it fly against the spin? It flies against the spin, bro.
Speed differences at different elevations. How do you account for speed differences at different? It would be a different speed at every elevation. It would be a change in
This
speed.
is a point at which you prove to us that you're being intellectually honest or not. You can't just say, "Oh, it spins with it, solved." You know that's not the case. They give you examples of the plane flying against the spin of the Earth, the plane flying with the spin of the Earth. So what are you talking about?
Because what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I really want to invoke conservation of momentum here.
I know. That was your ticket.
That'll be a problem for
That's
you. I
your,
don't know if you want.
which is not really a ticket out, but that's what you're supposed to
Yeah,
do.
go ahead. You'll just dig yourself a deeper hole. It's better than
Okay.
silence, maybe. Have you thought this through yet?
Yeah.
And you still believe that you're on a spinning ball every time you land on a plane on a runway, and the plane treats the runway the same no matter which direction the runway's facing, with one direction of the spin of the Earth and multiple speeds of the plane? Do you really think that you're on a ball after you've landed in a plane several times? How is that? How do you justify it?
Because I subscribe to the idea of conservation of momentum.
Then explain how that solves your problem.
I don't understand why it's a problem in the first place. Your
That's the reason you
wording
still
comes
think you're
from
on a ball. Maybe that's the reason you still think you're on a spinning ball, because you don't understand the problem.
I think you think there's a problem there that doesn't really exist.
Oh no, that's not the case. Everybody here knows that's the problem, except for you.
Apparently, the Earth is only 4 times bigger than the plane. Let me just jump in for a second, if you guys don't mind. See, the thing is that when we start talking about the Coriolis effect, they like to bring up the conservation of angular momentum, which has to do with spinning bodies, right?
Mm-hmm. I was not talking about the Coriolis effect. I was not talking about the Coriolis effect because, to be quite frank, I don't fully understand the Coriolis effect.
Okay, you ever been on a merry-go-round?
On a merry-go-round?
Have you ever? Yeah, merry-go-round.
Yeah, I've been on a merry-go-round, but I'll tell you what, I've never been on a merry-go-round that was very thrilling if it was only spinning one time every 24 hours.
1,000 miles an hour, bro. One time.
And I
24 hours.
can
don't
tell you this,
understand
and I can tell you this,
anything,
I sure as shit wouldn't feel it moving if it was only rotating once every 24 hours.
Why would you apply 24 hours?
Yeah,
Hold on.
Doesn't make
That's
any less than 1,000 miles an hour.
velocity. If the rim velocity on a merry-go-round isn't very appealing, what about a rim velocity with a circumference of 24,901 miles? You think that might be a little exhilarating?
Listen, this is kind of a subject that I know it's going to upset a lot of flat earthers if I say this, but I think it's relevant. Like, now the problem that I see is, see, with your spinning once per day argument, you're ignoring that all of the atmosphere would have to be doing that also. Like, that's kind of what you claim. You say it over and over again, but it doesn't fit with anything we observe. It doesn't fit with drones or balloons or helicopters or, like, you got this double speak going on when it comes to the atmosphere and how much it rotates and all that shit that you can't prove.
The point is, even if he could prove that the plane is spinning with the Earth, somehow Velcro to it, even though it's flying in different directions, it's worse for him.
Maybe I left that. I think I might have left myself. I'm sorry. I think I might have let myself hang in there. To answer what he's saying though is that if you were, say, in a container, separate, like you could separate all of this, even if you're gonna assume the globe, but also assume a container, then maybe I could see it. But
no, no, it still doesn't work, because the examples that I've been given by Rumpus and Matthew and Charlie are that it's just like if you were on a train and you were tossing a ball to somebody else. It wouldn't really matter where that other person is. Or you're on a plane and you have a drone on the plane, and that drone can land anywhere on the plane because it doesn't matter, right? That's not the same. It's a total non sequitur.
Look,
and they've both been called on it. You
no,
listening to
you're not gonna.
Matthews
You're
on
not
there?
gonna. He's right though. You're not gonna feel like you're moving at 1,000 miles an hour if the air is also moving at 1,000 miles an hour.
That's not the point. That's not the point. Let me explain the Coriolis effect for platypus, if he doesn't really understand it. As far as the sniper scenario goes, if the Earth's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, and then it's going to be varying speeds at whatever latitude you're at, correct, right? Because the circles get smaller. So if you're shooting a bullet from north to south or south to north or in any other direction than with the spin of the Earth, they're saying you have to calculate for that change in speed as if you were going to aim at something that wasn't there yet, because you have to calculate that the bullet is in a separate reference frame from the spinning ball Earth. That's what the claim is of Coriolis effect, right? So the snipers in the some snipers either think that the Coriolis is real or the manuals say it, but we've had plenty of snipers say they never take that into account. What they are taking into account maybe is the drop due to wind speed or all these other natural things that you would have on a flat Earth that might affect the trajectory of a bullet. But the problem is, we're talking about a plane that's flying in separate directions, right? The plane always treats the Earth the same. The manuals say it. All flight simulators use a stationary level plane to train their pilots on how to fly, right? So if there was an actual spinning ball Earth that's going 1,000 miles per hour at the equator in one direction, and you're flying against that speed in any other direction, and then you have to take into account the altitude that you're at or the latitudes of the ball to know how fast it's spinning when you're going to land that plane. But they don't. They never do. The plane always treats the runway the same as if it were stationary and flat, like it is. To be able to calculate that, the other day Matthew was on here, and I was trying to get him to give me the calculations of a difference that a pilot might have to account for if he was landing a plane south-southeast compared to north-northwest or whatever. And, you know, QE is like, there's no way he's going to be able to do that. Those calculations are just, there's no way anybody could do that. It's the math is just ridiculous. The reason that they don't have to do the math is because they don't have to land on a spinning ball. They would crash every time otherwise, bro. This kills the argument. If you can really understand this, I don't know how you can continue to believe that you're on a spinning ball. I mean, the angular velocity argument with the spin, maybe you can convince yourself that you wouldn't feel it somehow because that somehow solves it for you. But this kills it, dude. You literally would crash in a plane.
Well, you wouldn't feel it. That's it. And flying in a plane is a great example of how you wouldn't feel it when you fly in a plane.
They give.
When you fly, hold on. Hear me out here for a second.
Explanation.
Hear me out here for a second.
No. Before you go on to that, I'll agree with you, and most people won't in here. I'll agree with you that you might not. That it's highly likely that you would not feel it, but.
That's not even
we
what we're talking about.
would no, but we would have we have all kinds of sensors, you know, like when it comes to accelerometers and you know whatever, like your fucking gyros and shit like that. We would have equipment that could pick it up, even if we can't, that are more sensitive than our senses.
But my argument's not even about whether you would feel it or not. I want Platypus to go through the logic of this and explain how a plane treats a north-northwest runway the same as a south-southeast runway. How would it be possible that a plane wouldn't have to take into account the different angles of the runway when it's landing on a spinning ball from a separate reference frame? Please explain that to us.
One, the plane has not left the Earth's reference frame. It's still there. It's just as dumb as the other day when Lou came in with his drone and taking a video of the moon, it was, and then QE came in here and was trying to argue that the moment the object leaves the surface of the Earth, it has somehow left the reference frame of the Earth. This is stupid.
No, but when does it leave the reference frame of the Earth?
When it stops moving with the Earth, logically speaking, if it's moving, hold on.
Does a plane ever fly against the spin of the Earth? Yes or no?
against it.
Yes.
The opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Does
so
a plane ever fly separately from the spin of the Earth? Yes or no?
That was a proper response.
I'd say
Crickets.
I'd say no. That's a weird way. It depends how you're looking at it.
Platypus, what New Perspective is saying is absolutely true. It's a non sequitur. You cannot put us within the walls or the container of a train or a plane and say it's the same as the atmosphere going around, spinning along with the Earth. Let me ask you a question. On the Earth, you're on the outside of a ball. Do you feel any movement at all? Like if there's anything moving around you, can you feel the wind pass by you? You can't feel that on a train. You can't feel that on a plane. It's a non sequitur. And Lou's video shows clearly that Lou flew a drone up and he watched everything moving round about him apart from the floor. That proves that the Earth does not move, it's stationary. Everything in the sky, however, was moving.
Everything in
Lou-
the sky moved
Yeah.
together.
First of all,
Hold on.
breaking. We're not
Everything in the
talking
sky
about
moved together, which is like the most important part. The moon and the stars. Let's get into parallax, maybe.
Correct.
Like
And Lou
the
held
stars
the
might
drone.
move at a slightly different pace than the moon, but it's
my
it's
God.
ever so slight. Well, are you oh my god because we're scattergunning? But
no.
Yeah, I'm just trying to say that Lou's footage of the drone. Sorry, Battle Mod, you're coming in low. That's maybe why people are talking over you. Sorry.
I wasn't trying to talk the first time. It's unbearable to listen to three people talk at once.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that what New Perspective was saying was definitely correct, and that Lou's footage of the drone disproves that the Earth moves. Simply.
And I'm still waiting for Lou to accept my challenge of videoing the moon with his drone as the moon would quote unquote be rising. Because I'd love to see the moon. I'd love to see the moon slowly coming into view.
Platypus. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
I have about 25 minutes on a battery. I went up when moon and date or sun and date said moonrise would be. And once I got in the air, it only took a few feet, like it took 50 feet. I was able to get over the tree line and I saw the moon like well above the horizon for my time and date. Like, you know what I mean? So because I got above the tree line and everything else, like I basically went I traveled in time. I went a little bit ahead or early.
Wow.
I went back in time just a tiny little bit.
Hey, real quick, before that challenge gets further talked about, I just wanted to say it's interesting that that challenge was made in the middle of you not even being able to answer my question, my challenge to you. Now, if you look into this and you realize that there's no way a plane could calculate how to land on a spinning ball, would you then not even worry about that challenge you gave to Lou? Because it wouldn't matter. You would realize you're on a stationary plane. I mean, how much further does it need to get? If you figure out that a plane can't land on a spinning ball because it is in a separate reference frame, and you actually look into it and study this and realize that there's no way that that's possible, then welcome to flat Earth or no?
Al, explain to me how the plane has left the reference frame of the Earth. How do you, first of all, answer this? How do you determine? Hold on, wait, hold on. How do you determine how fast the plane is traveling?
No, my
Lou, hold on a minute. Lou,
I'm the guy
you.
you're talking about. The video you're talking about is me. Like directed towards me. I can answer your questions, not him.
I thought we were talking about planes.
Yeah,
No, he's directly asking Lou about his video. Go ahead.
I invoked Lou's video because New Perspective was talking to me about reference frames and when you do and do not leave the reference frame. I brought up an argument you and I had related to your video like a month and a half ago. It wasn't. It kind of started going on more and more. About
I get it. You don't want to have the conversation with me. Go on with him.
I will later. Bring it back up when I'm done with Lou.
I was just pointing out that it's interesting he threw that challenge at you as if that was going to support his side. And I was saying that if he can't even meet the challenge at the question that's posed to him at this very moment, then what difference would it make if the challenge what he's giving you? He thinks that the plane doesn't fly against the spin of the Earth.
Hold on. That's not what you said a second ago.
Stationary Earth, of course it doesn't, because it's not spinning.
No, what you said a second ago was leaving the reference frame. You said that he doesn't.
Yeah,
you said Platypus doesn't understand that the plane leaves the reference frame of the Earth. Okay, then explain to me how does a plane determine how fast it's moving?
Dude, okay, first of all, if the plane never left the reference frame of the Earth, you'd have a lot more problems. Do you understand that? That means that the plane could never fly against the spin of the Earth, like you just said. Do you know what a problem that would be if you wanted to go the opposite direction?
What we're establishing, where you're saying that it would be worse one way than the other way. Well, let's establish what way it actually is first, and then we'll figure out.
If it was in the Earth's reference frame, it would never be able to spin against the spin.
Hey,
okay, hold on.
Let me hold on. Let me kind of say this. So you're saying that Earth and atmosphere are in the same reference frame. Is that what you're saying, Platypus?
Correct.
And
okay. Continue, gentlemen. Continue, guys.
Anyway. Okay. You're saying that the plane is unable of flying against the spin of the Earth? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that the plane never leaves the reference frame of the Earth.
I'll leave it fly against. That's not true to begin with.
And I can prove that.
Not true to
I can unequivocally prove that.
That's not what your ball.
Hold on a second. Hold on. I can prove that to you. First of all, it's a simple question. How does the plane determine how fast it's moving?
By the speed.
You guys are not talking about
by its speed. Hold on. By its speed.
On the odometer.
Over the plane. Over the plane.
Right.
We know this.
Which means you're determining the plane's speed relative to the surface of the Earth.
Relative to the surface of the Earth, the ground.
Okay, there you go.
So
one might call that. In that case, one might almost think that means you're using the Earth as your reference for how fast you're going.
Platypus.
You
guys are both missing the topic.
No, it has nothing.
Hold on, everybody. Let Lou talk. Go ahead, Lou. Lou, go ahead.
Listen, Platypus. What is all of the atmosphere made out of?
99.99999% gas, let's say.
Yes, perfect answer.
Like you could argue that there's water vapor too. So
perfect answer.
But mostly gas.
Water vapor is indeed a gas.
Well, it is. Yes, it's in a gaseous form. Yes.
Okay, so gas. Can we say that? Is gas considered to be a fluid?
It's absolutely. It's not a liquid.
100% fluid.
Fluid,
yep,
dude.
Right. 100% fluid.
Yes.
But not a liquid. Yes, correct. Because liquid also fluid.
Yeah, right.
So
fluids are
gases and liquids. Fluid. So isn't this a question of fluid dynamics?
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Earth is a solid body.
I can honestly say I've never looked at it that way.
That's obvious. That's obvious. That's why I'm spelling it out for you like a child right now.
I'll take you on it. Yep. Never looked at it that way, but I'll take you on it.
So that's what you need to do before you argue this point. Look at it through fluid dynamics. How in the fucking world would any of it be Velcroed?
How could the Earth be the same reference frame as the atmosphere?
If it's moving with the Earth, it's in the same reference frame as the Earth.
The atmosphere.
Wait. Who told you that it was? Who told you that it was the same reference frame? Who told you that?
If it's not moving with the Earth, it left the reference frame? I want to understand this.
The Earth and the atmosphere are moving in the same reference frame.
Platypus.
Who told you that, Platypus? Who told you that? I'm curious about that. Why do you believe that?
What is a reference frame? Platypus.
Well, I mean, if you look
How about we do that?
He knows what we're talking about. I mean, yeah, he knows what we're talking about.
Do we? Like, I don't. I don't know.
For
What is
me,
a reference frame?
for me, it's the basis on which you determine how something is moving or how fast something is moving.
Nah, man. Okay. Geniuses have already defined this as a set of coordinate systems. Boom. Reference frame. That's what a reference frame is. So when you say it leaves the reference frame, means leaves the coordinate system, which is like, you know. So yeah, Google it. Google it. Reference frame.
No, I think you're starting to branch off into absolute motion or something.
I'm not branching. So can somebody back me up on this? Am I incorrect?
Well, the only way to determine how fast something is going is by comparing it to something else. That's it.
Okay.
No, that's not true.
That's not true. If the entire hold on,
Yeah,
if the entire hold on,
they're two separate reference frames. That's the point.
Speed has nothing to do with reference
is that you're in
frame.
a separate reference frame. You can't compare the speed of the plane to the Earth unless you have two reference frames.
You only if the Earth did not have an atmosphere and you were flying a spaceship over it in the vacuum of space, completely devoid of an atmosphere, you would still be able to determine how fast you are moving because you're still within the reference frame of that object you're moving over.
Missing the point
No, you're
altogether, dude.
not.
You're totally
It's not
missing
about
the
the
point.
reference frame, dude.
The point is that you have to land the ball. That you have to land on a ball that has varying speeds at different latitudes with a plane that has varying speeds with different directions of a fucking runway. Even whether it's in the same reference frame or not, it's impossible. You would have to have Dyson ball wheels. You would never stay on the runway. This ends the argument if you actually understand it. It ends it. You are a flat earther if you understand this.
I get where you're. Somebody's making a bunch of shitty noise.
That's Hank. All right, he's got it. Cool.
Yeah, I was just trying to get a word in real fast. Okay, so the whole conservation of angular momentum has to deal with when you spin a kid too fast, he flies off the merry-go-round. If the merry-go-round is going clockwise, he's also going to be going clockwise before he hits the ground. That's what the conservation of angular momentum is about. The Coriolis effect is the two kids riding on the merry-go-round trying to toss a ball back and forth.
Whoa, no. You are so wrong on that, my friend. If you're being spun around on a merry-go-round and you suddenly let go of the merry-go-round, you don't continue in a circular motion. You continue in a straight line.
But dude,
I never said that.
The point again. It's totally not the point.
Yeah,
talking about it doesn't last forever. The angular conservation of momentum is not like an ongoing thing.
Look in the live stream, Platypus. It's a wiki.
Can you guys hear me?
You don't even understand the Coriolis effect, but you're trying to call him out.
Yeah, you're
he's
coming
saying
in.
Something wrong.
Yeah, so I'm just going to go ahead and try to finish. So the point is that the conservation of angular momentum has to do with spinning objects. Is the airplane spinning? No. So I don't know why you guys always bring it up. And if you guys say that it's the conservation of angular momentum conserving the Earth's momentum, then how does it ever fly from point A to point B? If it's conserving the Earth's momentum.
No, if you were observing that plane from a great distance, like you were way away from, like let's say from the moon. If you were standing on the moon and you could actually zoom in and see a plane moving on the Earth, from your point of view, the plane would also be rotating, just like the Earth is. That's how that would appear to you.
Yeah, QE brought this up the other day. If you could actually have that position to look from, you would see the plane taking off at 200 miles an hour and going and seeming to go 600 miles per hour backwards. Does that make sense to you?
Right. It's almost like it's relative and not absolute.
We're not.
It's crazy how it's crazy how
you can't start using a patronizing voice when you're caught, dude. You're caught. You're done. You can't start saying, "Oh, it's relative," like you know what you're talking about all of a sudden. You're done. You can't land the ball. You can't land the plane on a spinning ball. You can't do the calculations for it because there are no calculations for it. Because no one ever takes into account the spinning ball compared to the speed of the plane because there's no reason to. Because the Earth is motionless. That's the only way it would work, bro.
There's no reason to take it. There's no reason to take it into account because that thing is also moving with it.
Oh my God!
You don't understand it, dude. You're a retard, dude. If you really think that what you just said makes sense.
So
you're showing how stupid you are right now and acting like
I have a really I have a really stupid question, like way below my pay grade. So how come momentum is not conserved when I toss a ball upwards? But
Don't even
somehow,
don't
when
even try.
plane flies off, it's perfectly, momentum is perfectly conserved. When I throw a football 30 yards out, for some reason it starts dropping because momentum cannot be conserved. Huh, I wonder. I don't know, man. My stupid brain cannot calculate
straight
this.
into the air that comes back down into the cannon.
Yeah, I don't know, man. For some reason, but airplanes, fuck, man. They stay. They momentum is conserved, never lost. That's right. Somehow.
Even if the
Don't know.
momentum was
Weird.
conserved, though, is the point. Even if the momentum was perfectly conserved somehow with this fairy tale idea, it's worse for them because then they could never fly against the spin of the Earth to land in another area of the ball. It's simple, dude.
Exactly.
Consume twice to three times the fuel going one way than the other way.
Airplanes, submarines, and ships know exactly what to do. They can act. They can sail across the Earth as if it's flat, and it looks flat to them, and they can presume it's flat. But gravity knows how to fix it in their mind, in their spirit, everything. Even though they live on a globe, they can sail across the Earth as if it's flat. Don't worry about it. Gravity knows what to do.
There's no explanation that we're even arguing against here because either way, it doesn't work. It's not like platypus says, "Oh, well, gravity," and somehow that makes sense to people because it can't, it doesn't, it won't. You still have to land that plane on a runway that's facing every which direction and it's treated just the same, which it wouldn't be able to be treated the same as no matter what explanation you get, because there's different varying speeds at different latitudes, different angles of the runway, different speeds of the plane, and you're flying either with it or against it. It's just all these calculations that would be impossible to ever even try to make. It ends the argument, platypus. If you get this, you're a flat earther, bro. And if you don't get it, you're just in denial.
So when you talk about two bodies in motion, how many reference frames do you have?
Depends.
Hold on. Are you talking about
Two
the Coriolis
bodies in
effect?
motion.
Hold on. No, two
No,
bodies in
no,
motion
I'm
are
not.
different. Hold on. If we're talking about Coriolis effect, one is a spinning reference frame. The other one is a stationary
just
reference
talk
frame.
about two body A and body B.
If you're talking about two bodies in motion, just generally, you're not talking about Coriolis.
I answered. I answered it like 3 times. Yeah, if you got just body A and body B in the air, moving apart, okay, relative to one another, how many reference frames do I have? And you said it depends. Okay, it depends on. Give me.
Depends on how you.
No,
depends on where you're.
That's not Coriolis at all. There's nothing to do with Coriolis.
You're right.
Where are you observing these two objects from?
About time you caught up.
Where are you observing these objects from?
Yes.
Where do you want to observe them from?
I don't know. Where do you went? Because wherever you pick to observe them from, that's going to determine your reference frame.
An additional reference frame. Plus the bodies?
Am I standing on either? Hold on. Are these two objects big enough for me to stand or at least sit on one?
They're both moving. So this is relative motion. So you have two airplanes and the Earth. You wanna make shit complicated, huh? Two airplanes moving apart, flying apart.
Hold on.
Okay. And the Earth is spinning. So
unless you're talking about one inertial reference frame that is spinning and one unless you're talking about one inertial reference frames that's spinning and the other one that's not spinning, the non-inertial reference frame, or maybe it's the other way around. You're only talking about two reference frames. I'm
not talking about Coriolis at all.
Hold on. No. Well then, unless you're talking about that, you're not talking about Coriolis.
No, I'm not talking about relative motions in physics.
I think Cyrus is just trying to walk through the logic of it with platypus.
All right, cool. Yeah, maybe I'm missing.
Understanding his logic because you said that a coordinate system of that stem from a point that you choose, an arbitrary point, is a reference frame. So, and you said that's incorrect. So I would like to see like how your mind is working with reference frames.
Well, for your XYZ coordinate system, you have to have a 0, 0, 0. Where is your 0, 0, 0?
Cool. Okay. Where do you want to put it?
I'm asking you. Where do you want to put it?
Anywhere.
Because
Okay.
wherever you affix that point is going to determine what you're using as your reference frame.
Phenomenal. And then I remember those two bodies were also moving, right? So you're going to have to put another coordinate
Are they moving?
system. Yeah, they are.
Moving? How did you determine that they're moving? How did you
They're
determine
moving
they're
apart.
moving?
Yeah. They're both moving. Yeah, this is relative motion, man. I'm trying to walk you through relative motion in the physics textbook. There's nothing.
No, sure. And in no way
nothing
was I
fancy. It's like
trying
we
to
speak about
imply
bodies,
that.
body A, body B.
Well,
and
sure.
they can move.
In no
Also,
way was
you-
I
you can
trying
set-
to imply. Hold on.
You can
bro.
set, and a nose on the plane, you can set another
I know, but I
XYZ
just want to. I want to
on the
complete
nose
this.
of the plane.
I wasn't
right?
trying
Because
to imply that point A, point B, traveling in linear directions can.
Helio,
of course, you have.
Helio, I've known you a long time now. Can I politely ask for like?
Tell me to shut the fuck up.
No, I'm not.
My
I'm
bad.
not telling you
No,
to
it's all good. It's all good. I'll shut up.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Platypus.
Okay.
Yeah. So your XYZ is your reference frame, correct? Yeah, you're with me, or not? Or you're not with? You're not with me.
Where are we affixing this 000 point?
Cool. Yeah. So if you this 000 point, that's your reference frame, correct?
Yeah, but where is that?
All right. Okay. Cool.
Maybe it depends.
I wanted to understand what you understand, which is correct. That's a reference frame. Yes. Now you can stick another one on body A and body B. You know that, right? Now I got three. If I want. If I'm gonna work out, if I want to work out motion between A and B, right? That's not relative to Earth. I can do that. That's relative to the plane. Plane to plane.
You're confusing.
I can do a plane to plane to Earth.
You're confusing a list of things that you could be using as your reference frame versus the thing you're actually using in the moment as your reference frame.
Like we agreed, is your 000 point that you assign to something.
Right, and in an XYZ coordinate system, in an XYZ coordinate system, how many 000 points are there in a single XYZ coordinate system? Oh wait,
1.
Yes.
Yes. Well, are you serious? What? And?
I'm dead serious.
1. 1 0, of course.
Now, how many different places could you put that 000 system?
Infinite.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now what? Okay, so so why are you confused, man, when people talk about Coriolis?
I'm not confused. I think you were operating on the premise that I was somehow confused.
Well, it seems like you don't know how the plane lands on a runway that's faced every which direction with a spinning ball from a plane and a separate reference frame. It seems like you're confused how that would be a problem.
I don't see why you seem to live in this fantasy world where the plane has somehow magically left the reference frame of the Earth, even though the only way that we are able to determine where the plane is geographically, B, how fast the plane is moving, by using the surface of the Earth as your reference frame.
For your tone and your rhetoric right now to be as if you're on the high end of this conversation.
No, he just sounds like a dickhead.
That's not what I'm trying to sound like. No, that's not.
You probably sound like a dickhead. Don't worry. I know you, man. That's how he sounds, bro.
By the way, am I the only one, or is Platypus fucking coming through loud as fuck again? Like, why is he so loud?
I've done nothing. I haven't changed anything.
Turn them down too. So annoying.
Anyway, Platypus, you don't
I think your microphone is really close to your face.
Okay, wait.
It isn't. I keep moving it further and further away. Hold on.
Let me put it simply. Let me put it this way. Okay, you said earlier the reason that you still think it's a ball is because the simplest answer is usually the correct answer.
Yes.
Now then I brought up the whole idea that the reason that you don't feel like you're spinning, the most likely answer is because you're not spinning, which would be Occam's razor there. But you want to go with the whole argument of angular velocity, that you wouldn't feel it, and blah blah blah. And then I brought up the fact that the plane, and the manuals for the plane telling the pilot to treat the Earth as if it were stationary, and all flight simulators using a stationary plane as the premise for their training. Wouldn't the simplest answer be that they would train people on a simulator that actually mimics the actual nature of the Earth, rather than put them in a plane that has a totally different set of circumstances to deal with? Why would they do that? And could they do that? And what are those circumstances they would have to deal with? And if you don't get it, then I don't know what to say. Why would they use a level stationary plane for flight simulators? And then
I don't know. I'm not a pilot. I don't know how a flight simulator works.
Well, I'm saying it doesn't matter about being a pilot. It's like saying I'm not a scientist.
I don't know how.
It's like saying I'm not a scientist, so I don't know what 1 + 1. I don't know that 1 + 1 = 2. It's not an excuse to say you're not a pilot. This is a simple argument that you don't get, and you're acting like we don't get it.
Let me get in real fast. Shit, I kind of forgot what I was going to say. Oh, okay. So there is a story that Neil Armstrong tells about when he was testing a plane, because he was a test pilot, and he goes too high, and when he steers the plane, I don't know, I guess the rudders, or I don't know what they are. Fuck, you know what I'm talking about. They were non-responsive, and it kind of scared the shit out of him because he went too high and lost control of the plane because there wasn't enough friction, right, to steer the plane back down, right? So he kind of had to wait it out and hope that he just went back down to earth because he completely lost control. So wouldn't there be a point to eventually, you would get high enough that the earth would be spinning under you? If it doesn't happen to you in 40,000 feet, maybe it would happen at like 80,000 feet, to where you absolutely have, no, not thrust, but what's the word that they use in the Navy?
And
Lift.
aircraft and lift. Yeah, lift.
Yeah. So he lost lift, and if he lost lift, then would he be kind of outside of the atmosphere enough to where the Earth would be spinning underneath him? Because it never happens. Like, the Earth never spins underneath someone unless they're, high as Snoop Dogg or on TV, right? It never happens in reality.
I have to go soon, but Platypus, will you just look at the GIF I just posted again in the live stream?
I already saw the GIF when you posted it like 15 minutes
Okay,
ago.
so how does that not make sense? Okay, so if that arrow was pointing like a little bit one way or the other, the plane would have to treat its landing a little bit differently, correct?
Okay, first of all, the GIF that you're posting, the airplane, one, planes don't fly like that. Two, the reason planes don't fly like that is because planes are moving with the Earth, which is clearly not what your GIF is showing.
Well, I'm saying, well, if it was, then it would never.
Surface of the Earth moving.
Listen, wait, let me handle this. Let me handle this. Wait, let me handle this. Now, if the plane was moving with the Earth and it was not able to move against the Earth, then it would never be able to go in the opposite direction to land on the Earth. Do you get that?
Why wouldn't it?
Because it's moving with the Earth. Because it's Velcro to the Earth in your mind. They would never be able to fly anywhere. It has to go multiple places with multiple runways in multiple directions, against the spin, with the spin, kind of with the spin, at different latitudes. There's all of these different. Once the plane leaves the Earth, dude, it's not. If it was just moving with the Earth, then it would never have any trajectory anywhere. It couldn't. You get it?
Hey, can I point something out real quick and then shut up? True airspeed is calculated number depicting how fast the aircraft is moving through a still air mass. I give you a link for that from the pilot's handbook. They calculate airspeed through a still air mass, an air mass that is still, not moving.
And if it was moving and somehow you're Velcroed with this air moving along with the Earth, do you get that the plane wouldn't be able to travel to other destinations against the spin?
The plane's not Velcroed to the Earth.
Well, then it flies against the spin of the Earth, correct?
It's already spinning with the Earth.
Then you're saying it can't fly against the
Wait.
spin of the Earth. Is that what you're
Are
saying?
you saying it's Velcroed to the Earth because it's in the air?
It can.
And
for
the
the
air
same
is
reason-
Velcroed
no,
to
no.
the Earth?
It can for the same reason that it's not any more difficult for me to walk in an easterly direction than it is to walk in a westerly direction.
That's stupid shit.
Dude, you don't.
So it might as well. So the air,
Okay, QE
quote
here,
unquote, atmosphere might as well be the
really
same
like
as
QE talks.
same as the Earth, the solid
believe
Earth. Air,
Helio.
atmosphere might as well be the same as Earth in your mind.
Helio.
Platypus.
Real quick.
No, I
QE's
just
here.
wanted
I'd
to
like
clarify
hear
that
his-
point.
I'd like to hear him.
Yeah,
walk
sure.
Platypus
Yeah,
through
go
this.
ahead. Go ahead.
Ball tards, am I holding up?
I'm in the same boat as Perspective. I got to get out of here probably in about 5 minutes or less.
You should take
Or
off right
less.
now.
Yeah, or less.
Huey walks in the door and all of a sudden, I gotta go. I gotta
All
go.
of a sudden,
I already waved goodbye. I already waved goodbye to him before he even said it. For real,
She did. It's right there in
dude.
text chat.
I did, dude. You can check it.
It's in text
I was
chat.
like, see ya,
45
platypus.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, I mean, the atmosphere and the Earth are moving in the
he's
same
not a pussy,
direction,
right?
and it might as well be stationary. You know, the same.
Hey,
the
before
same
we take
reference
up too
frame,
much
all
time
that
with,
kind of
hey,
stuff.
Helio, before we take up too much time and give Platypus a chance to say, oh, I gotta go, let's just hear with Platypus, please.
I think he's going to run off before he actually gets a chance to talk to QE.
Oh, no,
We'll see.
No, he's here.
Helio, all right, go for it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, go ahead. It's not his first time talking to QE. Go ahead.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yeah, for you and all of your kin. Let's talk about conservation of momentum. Or I'll tell you what, let's get up to your speed. I'll come down to you. Let's have a spelling contest, because that's about the only fucking way you'll do anything. Clown. Guys are all the same.
Yeah, QE, earlier I was telling him about the conservation of angular momentum had to do with spinning objects. And
Really?
You're roboting, Hank.
Yeah, you're dropping out.
start over, Hank.
Yeah, he's going to disconnect.
Start over, Hank.
No, he's not.
No, he dropped out and dropped back in just now.
I told you.
That's really important to know. Thank you. Sonny snickering down there. How many ball tards I got? I'm holding up.
I don't know.
I might have to go back on mute. I might have to go back.
It's
I don't know.
immeasurable.
You didn't watch today's numpty clip.
Ball tards.
I tested you.
Huey, I'm not really sure how to judge this one. Sometimes your timing is impeccable. And I really don't know if this is one of those times. It put him on the spot, but now the chat, which was raging, is dead because you walked in here and he has to go.
No, it's not dead. Come on, Platypus. Tell us how things are spinning with the Earth and not spinning.
Yeah.
Spinning.
I want to hear that again.
Time. How are they spinning and not spinning? What was that again? Could you show us the engineering?
How is the plane not in the same reference frame?
Wait a
It
minute.
is in the same reference frame, but it's still against the what? Explain it again, Platypus. How is it?
Yeah.
How does the plane land?
You guys were talking about what somebody posted. I do believe, right? A GIF. And he said, first of all, planes don't fly that way. Was it New Perspectives post?
Planes don't fly
42 minutes.
straight. Planes don't strive straight ahead. Okay. Okay, great.
The atmosphere.
They fly with the spin, no matter what, right?
Well, if the atmosphere is part of the spinning non-inertial reference frame, then everything's in the non-inertial reference frame, then Newton's laws don't apply.
Why are you saying non-inertial reference frame?
It's non-inertial spinning fucking reference frame. That's what it is. In your fairy tale worldview. Of course, in actuality, it's not. but I'm working within your paradigm. So the Earth is rotating, making it the non-inertial spinning reference frame. Duh. That's 6th grade intro to physics, by the way. So, as I just said,
Okay.
so, as I just said, you can't have one single reference frame, even though we can get into the ludicrousness of gases that are not bonded to themselves or somehow attached to themselves and the Earth. That's a contradiction in terms. It goes against gas behavior. It violates every single fucking gas law, including Brownian motion and the second law of thermodynamics. It's horseshit insane. A second grader can refute it by walking outside and getting hit in the face by an east, north, or south surface wind. It's over. It's ludicrous, preposterous absurdity. And if you only have one non-inertial spinning reference frame, Newton's laws, which are debunked anyway in my paradigm, but in your paradigm they work, but you can't apply them because Newton's laws don't apply in that reference frame, only an inertial reference frame. You need a citation for that? Not a fucking problem. You should watch the numpty clips. You'd get an education. Where'd you go, you friggin' pretender clown?
I've learned to never try and speak while you're speaking, or I just get muted anyway. Q.
Not you. I'm looking for what I was looking for.
I
Who
could.
is that? Who the fuck are you looking for?
I could mute him even when you're not. I could mute you even when you're not talking. We could try that. Just kidding.
Let's take a look at this. I don't know where I put the damn thing.
I also like the
I'm gonna
part
have
where QE thinks I don't watch the numpty clips. Like they
Yeah,
get posted
that's-
in the
that
chat
shall
every
be-
15 minutes. How
that will be your undoing.
Yeah, if you
Well,
did,
you're-
you would know that the Coriolis effect is perfectly demonstrated by two kids on the merry-go-round tossing the ball back and forth. And the conservation of angular momentum is perfectly demonstrated by spinning the merry-go-round till the kid flies off. He's going to be spinning clockwise, the same direction as the
And you would
merry-go-round.
never look at that GIF that I posted and say planes don't fly that way.
Helio posted a good one. You're finished right there.
Yeah, and that's a Wikipedia link.
Yeah, that's excellent, by the way, and I used that one. Let's check this one out at 51 minutes after the hour. This is from Boston University Physics Department. A good question to ask is, do Newton's laws apply all the time? In most cases, they do. But if we're trying to analyze motion in an accelerated reference frame, that's non-inertial, by the way, while we're spinning, get it? Around would be a good example, then Newton's laws are not valid. Shocking. A reference frame in which Newton's laws are valid, you know, the opposite of what we just talked about, the non-inertial spinning reference frame, is known as an inertial reference frame.
I'm sorry, are we confusing acceleration with rotation here?
Yeah, anything that's rotating is accelerating, you fucking numpty retard. OMG.
Did you just say that, man?
Just fucking leave.
And this guy's an
I
engineer.
thought you were smarter than that, man. Yeah.
He's
come
an
on.
engineer. You're an engineer.
Who is that, Cyrus? Hey,
Yo, yeah,
Cyrus.
man. What
Yeah,
up, man?
can you believe that shit, man? Can you believe
I
what he
know,
just
man.
said?
He just said some stupid shit, man. What'd you say again, Platypus? Bro, man, you were holding a higher level discussion than that. The fuck? Now I'm gonna bump you down a couple notches in my notebook. I thought you were elite.
Notches.
10 notches.
Yeah.
All right, so now, I mean, now, hold on. Now
Can you have
Platypus has a
any-
problem with what QE said. Anything that is rotating is accelerating. Explain to him what.
Well, you have to know what acceleration is. It's a change in velocity. Anything that's rotating is changing velocity constantly.
Yep.
See, obviously
know what
doesn't know
velocity
that.
is?
So I mean,
right?
You know.
Is that good, Cyrus? Did I do good right there? Do you need anything else?
Dude. No, I'm cool. I got it. I got this. I'll define velocity for you too. No problem. Like, you know. So I was going to ask Platypus, can you have any displacement without acceleration?
Battle mod sitting up there. I'm sorry, Battle mod sitting up there. He's face planning.
Here, I got you a fifth grader velocity, acceleration, and force for fifth graders. Maybe that'll help you out there, buddy. I can bring the tutor back in. You know, I got an online tutor for my daughter. If you want, I'll get the tutor to quote you some shit.
Hey, maybe you should send it to Platypus. He might be able to.
And Platypus, she's 3.
Oh. Yeah, actually, she's 16, and you wouldn't have got her like that, bro.
Oh, come on, Mike. Got to roll with it, man.
Yeah, I know
Hey.
but she listens to us, dude. She listens to you hardcore. She likes to be bossy like me, and she's like, he's just like you, Dad. I'm like, well, pay attention. People who got something real to say really do just force their way in there.
Did you hear Cyrus's reaction when G Platypus said, "How do you know that it's fucking accelerating?"
I said you're confusing acceleration for rotation, and I just damn dude. I need a drink after that.
I heard him. I knew it was Cyrus because no one would do that right off the cuff because he knew exactly where it was going.
For sure, you're fucked, man. Just bye. See ya, man. It's nice. It was nice knowing you, Platypus.
I told you, G, you should have left as soon as I got in here, man.
Just damage on so many different levels. The vestibular damaged, fatality.
It's just so much.
No, I hope you know what? I'm really hoping you picked up the non-inertial part because it's counterintuitive to what people think inertia is. So non-inertial means moving. Inertial means stationary, yeah? Platypus?
I just
Stationary or
did it accelerate?
Inertial is stationary or constant velocity, to be specific, but you're correct.
Okay.
Did the rotating object accelerate a jerk or a jolt? That's all I want to know. Jerk or a jolt? Which one?
He's taking the 5th, man. He ain't saying shit now.
Yeah,
I mean, he said he had 3 minutes, I guess. For him.
He's getting his face massage right now.
He's at the spa. I mean, you know, for reference for everyone, the non-inertial reference frame is the claimed frame that is moving. The other reference frame is the stationary plane, you know. And so once something moves from the non-inertial reference frame, it will appear to curve. I mean, you know, in the Coriolis effect, it will appear to curve, but it's not actually curving, it's going in a straight line. But if you see it curving, it's just because you see it curving, but it's actually going in a straight line.
You're
I thought we were
10,000 light years. Hold on a second. You're 10 steps away from his misunderstanding. He ain't gonna understand that shit.
He doesn't know what acceleration is.
I know. I'm not trying to teach him. I'm talking to the people that can understand the difference between one reference frame and another. I'm not talking to Platypus. Platypus knows this already. He's actually faking as if he doesn't know this. This is why I'm saying
A
it.
little kid
I'm saying
playing
it
marble. A little kid playing marbles on the freaking playground knows it.
Before too much time goes by, I'd like to hear Platypus at least respond to some of these things with his intellectual integrity intact.
Hold on, there's a lot of stuff being said.
What molded items do you make so I can avoid them?
You should never buy Planters peanuts in a plastic jar ever again.
This is well beyond ignorance, man. You've actually weaponized ignorance.
Maybe that's why he's called platypus.
Listen, I wouldn't say shit. I would drop out of here. I would have been gone. Like I would have been gone.
Last chance. Last chance.
So platypus, are you confusing rotation for acceleration? I think you get, yeah. Is that what's up?
I thought that's what somebody else was doing.
Okay.
Because
I
it
thought,
has to be.
I could swear you were addressing quantum when you were saying that.
No, it would not.
I would have
it
to go
would
back
not-
and check.
If that's a thing that I need to stand corrected on, then I would stand corrected on it.
How about standing corrected on the fact that the Earth can't be moving when a plane lands on it? You
No.
stand corrected
This
on-
is not a stand corrected. You'd fail intro to 6th grade. Physics. Beginning
Huey,
physics.
I would love to see you take a 6th grade physics test.
Post it right now, son. Post that shit right here on the live stream. Fucking live stream. Post that shit. Let's go. Dude, it's been like 12 years, 15 years. I don't give a fuck. Post it. Bro, last time you asked me for math, you ran away. Just remember. You want me to post it again? You want to post my math?
The challenge
Hold
is
on a
not
second,
even
man.
important.
Now, hold
the
on.
insult
He
is
challenged.
better.
He challenged me. This is
Yeah, he
like
did.
Elmer Fudd, outside the gates while he's watching Tiger Woods on the 18th get a hole in one, asking him he'd like to see him do a test on backswings. This is fucking just numpty sophistry. You've been exposed, son. How many times now? In the hundreds for your ass. You can't recover. You're fucking done. So,
This is the same guy that thought a pain tabletop was Jupiter. Let's face it. My God.
Jenny's it's unrecoverable for Jenny.
Yeah, me too. I have to
fucking
include
dumb.
myself with that as well.
You sack sniffing, slee stack sloth. Get your ass out of here.
Score in the arena is still 100-0 for the spot. Thank you.
Planters Peanut Company is going to hear about this, by the way.
Oh, it's that challenge, man. Dude, it's like, okay, how do you think you would do on it? Honestly. Like, if you don't know what acceleration is,
I'd take it.
what rotation
What did you
is.
say? Fifth or sixth grade? Is that what you said?
What?
If it's like a fifth or... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
First
You
question
guys
on the
are
test.
talking
How does a plane calculate how to land on a spinning ball when it's in a separate
He thinks he's driving to the. He
Is it-
thinks the
would it-
distance. I'm sorry. He thinks the distance to the store is 3,500 revolutions per minute.
Would you say it's a true
Still
statement
gotta have acceleration. Doesn't matter.
that somebody in this voice chat doesn't know their ass from a hole in the ground?
There you got it, Jenny. You got these are the death throws.
The death
I
throes.
think that might be the case. I have a suspicion.
Frontal lobotomy.
Bring in the
Something.
funeral dirge music.
Or maybe I'll give him a freebie, QE, if you don't mind, man. So acceleration is the change in velocity, delta V. Okay, delta means it's a fancy word for changing that little triangle. All right, so it'll be V2 minus V1 or whatever. Don't matter. Cool. All right. If you do it the other way, you'll just get a negative number. It's still correct. Just remember, you put the polarity to it. Anyways, velocity is the change in what? Distance. So if you're going to change distance from position like A to position B, right? You cover the distance. Right? So distance over time, that's velocity, right? So velocity at the beginning and the velocity at the end are not the same or in the middle. So you must have accelerated at some point and decelerated at some point. So you cannot have motion without acceleration, even if it's rotation. So if it's rotation, we just talk in radians or in degrees, whatever. They mean the same thing. You know, it's the same concept we're talking about. So anyways, I just wanted to clear that out. Like there you go. There's your free introduction to 5th grade physics. Change over delta distance over delta time. There you go, bro. That's equals V.
Prove it. If this somehow doesn't make, if we're right, if there's no way for the plane to land on the runway in the way you think it could without it making any difference, if you're not able to answer that, would you reconsider your position about the shape of the Earth?
Can I ask a question?
No.
Wait, let him answer that first. Let him answer that, please. First.
Sorry.
Platypus, would you consider your position about the if there's no way out of that, if the plane can't land on a spinning ball, then would you reconsider everything that you think about the shape of the Earth?
First thing I would consider is that I don't know enough to answer the question correctly. So
Okay, but if you found out it was impossible, let's say you found out it was impossible for a plane to land on the spinning ball, then would that be a big factor for you, or possibly?
If I found out it was literally impossible for it to happen, then yes.
Okay, great. Welcome to
The other guy that wanted to ask a question. Are you a new guy?
Yeah, I'm new, but I'm not on Globe Earth. I just had one question because I was thinking about the moon's relation to the tides. I haven't looked deep into it, but is there like a reasonable, easy explanation like how the moon is affecting the tides? Because I do know it's about gravitational forces.
What they say is wrong. That's the answer.
All right. I'll have to just look for myself then.
Yeah, well, check it. They say that the moon is tidally locked, right? Well, at the same time, on the other side of the globe, we have tides of the same magnitude going the opposite direction away from the moon.
Well, I know the textbook definition is because it's like the moon's gravitational field, which I do think is bullshit, is pulling on the water on the side that it's on, while at the same time, because there's no gravitational pull, it's having this like influx of throwing the water on the opposite side, like sort of like I guess spinning a fucking balloon. I guess if you do it like that, just a balloon filled with water.
So the gravity from the moon is pulling the water, causing the tides. And on the opposite side, away from the gravity from the moon, it's pulling the tides the opposite direction.
Well, it's causing this like what they say in the textbooks is basically yeah. Actually, it doesn't even make any sense what they explain. So I don't know why I'm trying to explain their side, because even to me, thinking about it right now, it makes total bullshit. It's yeah, it doesn't make sense. I will say because I clicked on this platypus though, you're a King James Bible believer, but globe earther. One simple thing
I am not. Somebody put that on there.
Oh, okay. All right.
If there's any moderators listening, can you please take the King James Bible believer tag off me? Thank you.
Nope.
Hi, man. Keep it on there.
I will just say, like, the thing that got me over, man, I love staring at the night sky. I have been for all my life, and the daytime sky and just looking up. Next time the moon, like soon the moon, the moon is in its new birth stage right now. So basically it's waxing. It'll become a full moon in, what is it, like 10 more days or so, 10 to 12 more days. In about 6 days, we'll see the moon in its like basically its half spherical shape. It's going to be visible during the daytime. Take notice, if basically the textbooks tell us that the moon is reflecting sunlight, take notice of the moon's position in the sky during sunset, and just notice which way the moon is illuminated according to the position of the sun in the sky.
Right. Exactly.
That will disprove so much bullshit they've been peddling us for so long. It makes zero sense what they say.
It's mind blowing. Yeah.
That one,
It's
I
a
literally just
mirage.
yeah, I sat outside and I stared at it, and I even was with my dad at the time. And my dad knows I'm a kook somewhat with conspiracy shit, but I pointed up, I'm like, hey, does that make sense to you? And he just started looking back and forth between the sun and the moon. And he just looked at me and goes, no. And then at that moment, we both kind of just realized, like, something's up. Like, something doesn't feel right there. Like, the sun is definitely not reflecting any fucking, or the moon's not reflecting any sunlight whatsoever.
No. Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's looking stranger and stranger. What I long for is days where there's good viewing, and that seems to be the difficulty.
Could be like the
couldn't
whole thing
reflect it.
about. Oh, go ahead.
It couldn't reflect it on a technical level too. The only way it could reflect the light uniformly the way it does, if the moon would have to be flat. This is 60 level optics, right? It can't reflect uniformly if it's a sphere. Follow?
Yeah, during the full moon. During the full moon, if the moon is a spherical object, you would see obvious shading like you do if you took a flashlight to a basketball. Like you would
Right.
see obvious, there would be a hot spot on the moon. But no, the moon is
Yeah.
fully illuminated with the same luminescence, the same foot candle
Yep.
across the whole surface. It doesn't make any sense.
Yep. There you go. Yep. Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, but I've been looking into it. There's people are doing little experiments. What's his name? In the
They're not
general
doing
chat.
experiments, I can tell you that for sure.
No, he's basically some guy. I had him post a video, but basically what this guy does, he took a concave picture of the moon and he made it into a metallic surface, and then he dipped it in like reflecting water, like basically skylight blue water. Yeah, that one.
That one's been in here. I've seen it.
That one's interesting. I mean, it makes more sense on how like the crescent moon happens. But I don't know. I can't tell you for certain.
I could tell you what it's not doing.
Oh yeah, they're breaking down the wall. I just posted the video. Yep, that's the one.
Yeah, I tell you what it's not doing. It's not reflecting light uniformly. If it is, which it definitely reflects light uniformly, then it has to be either flat. I'm sorry, I just said flat before, or concave.
Just like that plate. Interesting.
Yeah, 60 level optics, man. It's just angle of incidence. That's all we're talking about.
That would make sense since every single impact is a dead ringer. Exactly. A straight on hit.
I'm still trying to understand what the hell craters are on them, because I got a telescope myself, a pretty amateur one. So I've been able to see the moon's craters like semi-close. I need to get better lenses so I can zoom in a little bit more.
Yeah,
but,
well, check this out. Every single one of them are coming from the direction of Earth.
yeah, so it might be a reflection. Yeah.
Or something was trying to blast the shit out of the moon.
That too.
Or the moon is the moon, always has been, always will be. It's from what I understand through, I guess, religious history. It's illuminating the night. Now, what do you think physically happened to the moon? Only the Creator knows that.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Are we arguing that the moon is not covered in craters right now?
No. Well, I mean, what do you think?
Hold on.
Like,
If you want to ask that question, now
Go ahead, Lou. Go ahead, Lou.
Those marks that you see on the moon, how do you know that they are craters? What is the definition of a crater? It has to do with an impact. How do you know that that is a fact?
Oh, for the love of Christ.
For the love of Christ.
What? Come
That was a
on,
decent
man.
response, I guess. That's
That
fine.
was weak.
But I mean,
He's
as
still
far
here.
as we know, for any physical aspect of moon or sun, right? All that we know is from the records, and unless you just want to go with the bullshit narrative of, you know, the history of Earth from the astrophysicists and everything, they're craters created by meteors and all this kind of stuff, and the moon used to be part of Earth, and a planet splashed into Earth one time, and that's where the moon came from. I mean, these stories can never be proven. But what we do have in recent, I would say recent, you know, within the past few thousand years, we have a recorded history of a story of, hey,
Helio, can I butt back in?
yeah,
Look,
go ahead, brother.
when it comes to the moon, the side we see always is the one that's pockmarked, by the way. When you get your stupid image from NASA from the other side, it's smooth. They also tell us that the fucking moon has been protecting us from asteroid collisions.
Because of gravity.
What fucking angle would you have to have for that moon to be pocked like that?
I know.
But anyway, I mean, but to be honest, I mean, even though we're taking the piss out of it right now, a lot of people don't realize that there's this side of the argument that we have. So, and a lot of new people are joining. So, you know, it's all good. Go ahead.
Yeah. More retardedness of the globe model coming right up.
No, I thought someone else was about to say something.
Lou, for the record, the dark side of the moon supposedly is littered with a lot more craters than the side we see.
Dude, none of them are so
I
deep
told
or
you.
so dark. None.
I told you.
None
I
of them-
Why are
told
you still
That
making
was
arguments?
platypus, right?
freaking warned you.
Address the impossibilities that you just got presented to you, dude. Just go figure that out before you worry about goddamn craters.
Wait, on that point, platypus, do you have any actual real footage of the quote unquote dark side of the moon?
Yeah, why not?
Is it from the China satellites or anything? Do you have any real footage of the other side of the moon?
Yeah, we saw
Bro?
that grayed out little fuzzy thing going by. Thanks,
Oh,
Chinese.
we have an Israeli satellite that landed on there, and the bugbears were freaking planted on the moon.
I don't know why they couldn't have taken a picture of it.
If you go high enough, right, guys, you could see the dark side of the moon, the curvature, unicorn nipples, and the spin of the Earth. But you got to be like Snoop Dogg high.
Might as well.
Unicorn nipples. I never.
Might as well make it that way.
You gotta
Maybe
be
come out
Snoop
Miru.
Dogg high. That was a good one.
Snoop Dogg.
By the way, which one's pink?
Yeah.
The unicorn nipple.
Yeah, it gotta be the unicorn nipples. Must be pink.
Why is it in every space photo, every moon photo, no stars are visible ever?
Well,
Indecent exposure.
First of all, you think if they were faking all of that, they would be smart enough to put fucking stars in if they expected
Yeah.
you to see stars or want
what
to
a bunch of numpties. They can't make up their mind, platypus. What about that?
Oh, no. You can't pull the fallacy on a conspiracy. That's bullshit.
You can't triple stamp a double stamp.
I know. Man, that is totally not allowed.
Holy shit!
Yes, there it is. I saw the moon. Okay, there's the moon. Holy shit! That's an actual picture of the moon.
Hey, platypus, do you recognize where wait, hold on. Breaking down the wall of lies. Hold on. I want to ask Platypus if he's seen this footage before.
Hilarious.
Platypus, have you seen this? You know what it is?
What, the thing breaking posted?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's supposed to be from some kind of a satellite or something. Or
Yeah, from 1 million miles away from Earth.
sure.
And it's a time lapse footage over 24 hours.
I've seen it. I'm not super.
Why is there a
familiar with how
hotspot on that globe? And that's another thing. What's up with
That's
that?
epic. Right?
Yeah, why
Yeah,
is
it's the Epic satellite. You're exactly right, Hank. Yeah, it's Epic satellite.
Yeah,
why is
parallel
From a
rays.
million miles away from Earth.
yeah, why is the moon just flying past the Earth instead of orbiting it? It's
Going
ridiculous.
around. Yeah, it's not going around.
If you think that's real, I have a bridge I want to sell you. Give me a call. DM me right now, platypus. Right now.
Total CGI, nothing more.
I mean,
It's
you can
okay to
look
admit you were
into
fooled,
what they claim the Epic satellite had, as far as camera stuff. This is really a rendering of several cameras they claim to have on the Epic satellite, and then they sent
Where,
the
in Narnia?
information. Yeah, it was actually probably in Houston. We have a problem.
Just what you were saying there. I looked at the imaging device on the Discover satellite, and they had to do exactly what Rob Simmons did with the Blue Marble. They had to reinitiate all the colors. They had to design the Earth, design the time lapses. So again, we have total CGI. Yeah, because the imaging system on board Discover does not take the images in the proper color. It's some sort of different imaging equipment. But we know it's not a million miles away. We know it's not in orbit. We know it's not real. And we know that those images that we're looking at there are nothing more than Photoshop. That's the truth of it.
Do they release those on Saturday? Because I miss Saturday morning cartoons.
Yeah, I prefer Batman and Robin, the old Batman and Robin to the Globe that they're showing nowadays. That's the worst cartoon ever.
I like that one that Jemsy just put out. Was that a Russian astronaut?
Cosmonaut.
How about that car they shot up in space, right? I mean, that looks real. I mean, it's real because it looks fake, right? That's why it's real. Because it looks, and if it looks real, it's probably fake.
Dude, I watched a documentary on Elon today, about 20 minutes. I didn't finish it, but dude's a weirdo.
Did they find a cure for his autism?
Well, I mean, he claimed I'm not
He's a
gonna
fraud.
go into it. No, he's a fraud, but at the same time, shit. I mean, I've watched the Joe Rogan interview with him. I mean, he can barely speak for the most part. I mean, now whether or not that means that he's total fraud.
It means he's not Iron
I'll tell
Man.
you what. I mean,
That's what it means.
He's not Iron Man. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what. I mean, I already don't believe in space and all that bullshit, so it's not. I really don't give a shit about Elon Musk, to be honest.
He broke his impenetrable window like real easy. He might have super strength.
What?
I mean, he's not the guy.
I was about to say something really.
He's not the Tony Stark. He's not the guy that's going to be ushering the new technology.
I was going to say something really.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm not going to.
Let her rip. Offended me.
Wait,
please.
Does he have?
Sorry.
Does he have tarred mental strength?
That might have been. That would explain what I saw because I was told how advanced and awesome that window was going to be.
I mean, they said he has Asperger's, right? And so it's why he's so smart and everything. But he's has Asperger's, which is, a mild form of autism, and so that's. I mean, these words. I mean, I know they're offensive. Whatever, tarred mental strength.
Why are they offensive?
I was just being facetious, when it comes to that, but. But when it comes to Elon Musk, I don't mind taking the piss out of that dude.
Smart people embrace their baldness. Only stupid people try to cover it up. I'm just saying.
Or like Stephen Hawking.
Yeah, that's me. I'm bald and proud.
Hey guys, I've got a serious question for you. Do you notice something missing from the first image?
Which one?
Well, I've put two images there.
Oh.
This is from the Discover
oh.
satellite. Yeah. So
Oh, they
you
just slowed it down a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, the point I'm making is, where's the moon?
Yeah, it wouldn't even
went on
work that way
vacation or
anyway.
something
Yeah,
for a few days.
It's total bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah,
Put it in
cool.
my pocket.
And this is how ridiculous it gets.
You
Here you
just turned.
without
They
the moon.
just turned the moon effect off. You
Yeah.
probably have a switch for that.
Moon didn't want to photobomb the Earth, so it just moved aside.
You got it once. You just turned the moon effect off. That's it.
Oh, here's another thing. Look at the size of that eclipse. It's like the size of Australia. We know that doesn't happen, does it?
Yeah.
That's racist.
Well, it's just like, hey, we have an image of the dark side of the moon. Where the fuck is the light coming from? I mean, it's
Well,
just
the moon
insane.
should be casting a way bigger shadow than that. It should be covering the whole Earth if it was a shadow, right? If it was 239,000 miles away.
I remember bringing up the thermosphere and the temperature in the thermosphere, like back in the flat Earth debate back in the day. And they would say, Hank, you know how we get temperature, right? It's the vibration frequency of the molecules bumping into each other. And I'm like, okay, well, how did you get the temperature of the thermosphere if there's not enough molecules?
Sorry.
Is a riddle?
Whoops.
But they wanted to say what those temperatures were, so too bad they didn't check the melting points of titanium and everything below those melting points. Every other metal below that will all melt
Stuff.
into a big glob of molten metal.
Because that's where the heat would go, right? Like, hey, look, stuff, go, melt. Oops, my bad. Too much. Hey, one at a time, boys.
I love how no one can explain that, believes in like the heliocentric model. Why do comets eject their matter, like ice and dust, as they say, but Earth never sheds its atmosphere? It's kind of fun.
Yeah, we should have a tail, like one of those. Yeah, we should have a
It's
tail.
electromagnetic.
Blowing off.
Because the gravity and electromagnetic force capture helium and hydrogen in the upper atmosphere, bro.
Yeah.
Because it's amazing.
And if you're making gases do something that they don't do already, so just be a container for themselves, and you can make it do almost anything else too.
You can do anything.
Just about. I mean,
like you know, like do it all. Yeah, it's just we're just lucky that we just happen to appear in the middle of the Goldilocks belt, in the middle, right at the right place in the galaxy, at the right place
Hey,
in
who's
the
got the
universe,
evolve?
at the right
Who's got
place.
the-
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Yeah, it's gonna take a while.
Bro,
by all
just accept that we're at the right distance, that the moon is the right size, and the sun is the right size, that eclipse is
Yeah.
gonna occur. Just accept it's a crazy
And
coincidence.
and everything just stays in a random place, like in this random place, flying around randomly. Everything clicks right in and is cyclical. How does that
Yeah.
correlate?
Randomly right place. Yeah, and time.
Get it? You don't get it. There's so many
You get it.
billions and billions of galaxies. It's gonna be
Yeah.
true eventually.
So we
And
should just be
expanding.
thankful. Yeah. That we miraculously appeared and life, yeah. By the way, we're a bit overpopulated, so we're gonna have to
We're
bring
gonna
down
have to
the
move
numbers
some of you
because the
off.
universe.
Sorry about
Sorry
that.
you had to leave, man. If you got time, why don't you continue your conversation with QE? I thought you had to go.
Who, GE? No, the platypus is on deaf and mute.
He just
Mike,
deaf-
did you
yeah.
like that numpty clip? With Renee.
I did. Yeah, I did. That's why I've been sharing it around, bro. Fuck them if they don't like it. I do.
That I got a lot of people messaging me saying they love that clip.
Yeah, it's a good one. I advise anybody here who hasn't watched it to watch it. At the Chatterbox, they got relationship advice, texting, and love advice.
What?
Yeah, I said love advice. No, thank you.
Can, can
my
I use some?
What a, sorry, Bonk. Go ahead.
Can I use some of those clips in making beats? Or
You can do whatever you
okay,
want.
okay,
Yep.
okay. I've got the begging the question clip loaded.
Oh, you gonna make some
that-
sound
Why
bites
am
where
I
I
begging
can
the
put?
question? Sorry.
Well, why don't
Maybe
you
I
play
can
it?
use. Maybe I
Why
can
don't you
use
play the damn
QE
thing?
for my chorus.
Sonny. So you can get these people to shut up. Why don't you play
Yeah,
that damn
I know. I was trying to write a joke about Chatterbox for love advice. Is like, and you fill it and fill in the
How
rest
am
of
I
the,
begging?
of the blank. Going to Chatterbox for love advice is like.
I
Someone,
didn't even
please.
ask a question.
Never mind. Okay,
Sorry.
the numpty clip. Never mind.
Yeah,
Got it.
play
I'm
that
looking.
numpty clip, man. Let's see if people, because many people probably don't have the time to do that stuff. But
Yeah.
the hell with it. Play. It'll give a chance to many people in here to calm the fuck down.
Yeah, I know. Too much coffee.
Yeah,
Quantum
right.
Eraser. Oh my gosh, Quantum Eraser has a freaking YouTube channel.
Most of these motherfuckers.
I don't know how that became a joke. So you're talking about the Renee one? I saw it right
Yeah,
here.
play the Renee one.
All right.
It's not that long.
Numpty
play it,
ball
please.
clips. Let me pull it up. Hopefully my sound isn't going to come on here. Renee Baltard. Astronomy. That one? Is that the right one?
Yes.
The drunk turd. There we go. Okay. Sorry I'm slow. It's this internet, I think. Here we go. Groovy.
Renee, do you have an experiment?
We have an experiment already.
Renee, do you have an experiment of mass attracting mass?
Hey, do you have an experiment of bullshit?
No.
You have this experiment.
That may be true. There's only one way to find out,
Then
Renee. There's only
you
one way
are
to
a
find-
cult leader.
There's only one way
You
to
are a
find out.
cult leader.
There's only one way to find out, Renee. And how we find out if what you're saying is true,
You are a cult leader.
there's only one way to find out.
End.
You saying Chemo's a cult leader? How many baltards am I holding up?
And that way,
There's one way to find out
Only
that
one way to
you're
find
an idiot. And answer a basic astronomy related question,
astronomy
idiot
is
boy.
not science, Renee.
No, you don't even understand basic astronomy because you're a fucking idiot.
We wouldn't.
I'm
wanna
sorry. Excuse
understand.
me while I get angry.
We
All
wouldn't-
right,
we
I'm going to
wouldn't-
shut up.
We would want to.
This boy is a tool. He's a tool.
I thought Chemo was a cult leader. Now he's a tool? Can you make up your mind? Also, astronomy. Is that close to the whiskey, the brandy, and the Bloody Mary?
Renee, look, it's pseudoscience, and we don't.
You
recommend-
are a fucking fool.
Now Chemo's a cult leader, a tool, and a fool. And that's the second time you said you were going to shut up and have it. Are you in the
Drunk. All right, I'm done. I'm going to shut up.
Is the third time a charm?
A basic astronomy related
That's not
question.
science, Renee. Sorry about that. No science.
Ask me,
Don't
answer
play.
me a basic related astronomy related
Yes,
question.
but
Come
it's
on.
It's not scientific.
Oh,
You can't help
Ask me a related, answer me a basic related astronomy related question. Answer related. Come on.
Oh, let me
Astronomy.
ask you a basic astronomy related question and you give me an answer.
All right, let's try and put I'll put my religious hat on. Go on, let's do it.
Are you ready?
I've got my religious hat
Answer
on.
me.
Yeah.
Are you ready to answer me a
you
basic
ready?
astronomy related question?
Let's go.
And,
Where's this
and
live stream
don't you
coming from?
dare say, don't you dare
Shut the
say
fuck up!
perspective.
Okay.
Okay. As seasons progress, the sun rises and sets at different regions of the horizon as we go. Why is that possible? Why does that happen?
Perspective-related question. Perspective.
Are you ready for? Are you? No. You're blatantly lying? You're a denier. Are you ready? You don't know jack diddly shit about astronomy.
Wow.
That is blatantly obvious.
Well, I know.
Are you ready for question? Are you ready for question 2, Mr. Dumbass?
Go on then.
Damn.
I'm ready.
Okay. So, why can Polaris, the constellation of Polaris, be visible during a certain months of the year in the northern hemisphere during certain months of the year, and in other months of the year it cannot be visible? But if you could, during the months that it can't be visible, if you could magically turn day into night, you could see Polaris. Why is that?
So, Foster Brooks, you think the constellation Polaris, the constellation Polaris disappears for months in the northern hemisphere? How many space-time altering benders are you on per year? Have you considered clouds?
A model is your model. You don't. Are you ready for question number 3?
Hey, relax, everyone.
Chemo, are you ready for question number 3?
Yes.
Let's go to question number 3, Chemo. Okay, so
you forget
let's
it,
see.
you
Let's
dumb
see.
old.
Hi! I said the flag conversation. I don't know with this fucking everybody. I don't take a photo. Oh my God, everything. Yeah! God, flag is. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
That's so
you're a
rude to Renault.
dumbass.
Come on.
You don't know jack diddly shit.
I'm talking about
You don't even understand basic astronomy. You're
Stop
a
trying to
dumbass. You're
roast
out here
Chemo.
promoting your bullshit on the internet, and you don't even understand basic astronomy.
Renee,
What
stop
is
trying to roast
wrong
Chemo.
with you?
But Renee, look at
Stop
the
trying to
model
roast
that
him.
I've provided
sorry.
for you. We have a working model.
Chemo,
which-
you.
It answers the second question.
Jump in
about
a
Polaris.
ditch.
Hello? Anyone home? I'm sorry, I was going through Canada. I just told you guys.
Jump in the ditch.
Well, first of all, I can't understand. You know, I just came out of the and it's bloody great
Jump in the ditch.
Is that the real life thing?
Let them vent. Let them get it
I'm
out.
sorry, people.
Don't prevent people from
These
speaking
people
their
like this
minds.
son of a bitch, they aggravate the
Maybe
shit
he's
out of
Rick
me.
Sanchez.
They're pieces of work, and they need
Well,
to
you're
be
interrupting.
tossed in a ditch. Incredulity. You're incredulity as it possibly can get.
And what? Incongrual? Incongruity?
Guys,
Oh
I think
my
you might
God.
be drinking.
Oh my God. That was epic. That was I
That
got
one's funny as shit. That
I'm
dude
wiping
is
away real
fucking
tears.
drunk, let me tell ya. You don't know a strawberry? Hazy Gastronomy? Fuck
Bullshit.
Timo. Fuck him.
On the internet.
Astronomy.
I know. Can I
Astronomy.
pastrami on rye?
Pastrami.
All right, maybe you'll
Pastrami.
get this now. How many ball tards am I holding up?
Once again, innumerable. That's my answer.
6.
It's
Or you could go-
incredulable.
You could go with
Incongruity.
uncountable.
Oh,
Incredule. You're as incredule as it could get.
are there
Dude, the first time I listened to that had me fucking choking, dude. Oh my.
So I'm guessing there's
God.
probably not too many people left here believing in like academic bullshit like evolution and shit, right?
Evolution. What's that?
Oh, you mean like there's a Big Bang that happened? You know, the Big Bang just went off and set in motion all these different dusts in the space, and this dust happened to just collect into stars, and stars exploded and create heavy elements, and then the heavy elements created planets. Somehow planets, you know, they just randomly have a lightning strike that created amino acids. Those amino acids evolved into single cell organisms.
And
With the
hold on, and
You
okay,
took it too
and
far. You're now weird. I don't know if you're like you might be more woke than us. Like, what's your deal? Like,
I don't
chill.
know, but see,
No, I'm
it
just
created
making a big old
rat.
analogy.
It created space going rats that became monkeys that became humans.
Apparently, these
rat space monkeys.
No, you're skipping a step. You're missing the point that we went from like single-celled organisms into this multi-complex organisms that developed into a fish that decided one day I'm gonna walk on land.
And we should call them we should name that something that does that, all of the names, so we would know, where they came from. So think of that word.
A noob?
That was a bad decision, right? To walk on land. I think it was a bad decision.
Right, tell me
on
about
our
this fish that-
ancestors' parts. Yeah.
It's like one day, like, fuck water. Like, I want to go on land.
Yeah,
Right?
literally,
And then
literally
when when it got on the land, who did it have sex with?
They had to wait around for a couple million years, I guess.
Yeah, he was he was the longest bachelor that ever existed.
Oh my gosh.
Remember when we thought water was Earth and the air was space, and now here we are, right? Isn't it amazing? Evolution.
One day, this fish came out of water. He just said, "Fuck this, fam. I'm all about land now."
Yeah, and now we're like, fuck Earth. Let's go to space.
Grow legs.
Yeah.
I'm gonna grow legs. Oh, you follow along. Grow some legs too.
Yeah. Grow some wings. Yeah.
Yeah, apparently, yeah, exactly. Yeah, one day a single cell organism was like, "Wait, I kind of want to see some shit. Let me just grow this eyeball."
Right.
God, I honestly like evolution has been the one thing I fought against forever. And it's
You'd be like, that one's pretty hot, but her legs aren't all the way grown yet. That's not so hot anymore.
I mean, what if we grew two heads? You know how we said two heads are better than one? That would be cool, right? I mean, but, and then a head pops out.
Hey, imagine the luck of that fish that it didn't flap to death when it come out of the water. So we're lucky we're here, guys, because that fish was the luckiest fish ever.
Yep. How many flopped to death before they grew legs?
But guy, haven't you seen the fish that can like swim in mud and they can breathe air? Yeah, okay, but that
I think
explains
that
why.
first fish needs a moment of silence. We should pay our
The first
respects
fish.
to the hero fish.
Oh, it probably took like 2 seconds the first day. And the second day, maybe 3 seconds. So it probably took generations of fish training their children to like hop out and breathe for a couple seconds and hop back in the water. And eventually, over generations, the first fish was able to stay, outside for a whole day. And that must have been the breakthrough that was needed for the
We should have
first.
like a mural of all the dead fish.
Recorded in the archives for all time immemorial.
Because the lung would have to evolve from a gill if you think
The
about it.
60
Coming in and out of the water. So
The 60 billion fish that gave up their lives to bring us to where we are today. Respect the fish.
yeah, our ancestors fought.
This is where the massive fish massacre, the massive fish freaking sacrifice. Look at the sacrifice they made.
Never forget where you came from.
Let's
Don't
not
forget the
forget
rocks.
respect to all those single-cell organisms that had to perish in the name of evolution.
Guess what, guys? We're all Laotian now.
You can take the man out of the fish. But you
We
can't
need to
take the
give some
fish out of
money.
the man.
We need to give as much money as we can to this campaign to give thanks for the fish that died before us.
Yeah. Aquaman is still waiting. Okay, Neptune, King Neptune, yeah. Fish people. That's who we really are. We
You can
are
take the man
luminous.
out of the fish,
Oh.
but you can't
Fish
take
will
the
rise
fish out of
again.
the woman.
Oh, you can't take the what?
Wait a second, what?
Somebody,
fish out of the
somebody caught it, right?
Ah, yes.
You can take the man out of the fish, but you can't take the fish out of the woman.
You can't take the fish.
The
water.
fishiness.
That's some deep shit, man. You can't. Don't move on. Nothing to see there. Just keep going.
Hey, that's true though. Smells like water.
Heading out though. It's fun meeting with you guys. I like this server.
Have a good one, man.
Hey man, it's
All right.
it's gotta be one of the most unique places that you could ever go on the internet, which is quite the title to have.
I am part of some unique places that we discuss some weird shit. But this is hilarious. Anyway, guys, respect the fish.
Mm-hmm.
Respect the ball.
All comedy has been provided by the Globe. Thanks.
Fish out of water. Man in space.
Speaking
You're
of fish out of
evolving.
water, too bad, isn't it too bad that fish aren't just kind of flying around us? You could just like grab a snack. That'd be cool.
I saw this one video. This fish just jumped out of the water and slapped this guy in the face. Carp. You know that carp video?
Have you seen the one with the turtle that slaps the girl in the face?
No, I
Yeah.
didn't catch that particular. I didn't see that one.
Did you see the penguin slap his buddy into the hole in the ice?
That shit is funny.
Yeah, the CGI penguin.
No, you weren't supposed to say
Oh, that's
it.
the
though.
one that turns into a rocket and kills or goes after the guy.
That's another one that's hilarious too.
So for platypus, it took not having the math to land an airplane on a spinning ball. That's what it took for him, right?
Dude, that motherfucker just took a picture of the front of the earth and a picture of the back of the earth, and then told me that the picture of the back of the earth looked like it was clearly more topographical than the front of the earth. I'm sorry, I keep saying earth. The moon. Yeah. As far as the moon, yeah. The front and the back of the moon. The side we see is packed with craters, deep shadows. The picture we get from the other side is relatively smooth. Okay, yes, it has, like the shadows where it looks like it might have some depth, but how is that supposed to look like it's taking the beating more than the other side? That That dude just completely looked at a picture and told me the opposite of what he saw, and he was convinced
Yeah.
of it.
He's grasping for straws. He knows what's up, and he just can't believe it at this point, and he doesn't want to think about
I mean, even a globe earther, like a real globe earther, would know that's fake. Would at least suspect that that's been faked.
You know, when
Or
when every
CGI.
single topic that was brought up just gets bludgeoned like 6 different ways from Sunday, you start getting embarrassed for the person.
Yeah, better tell us about that training that the fish did to develop lungs. I want to know about this training.
Yeah. Then so if fish did that, why are there spiders?
Because bunnies.
The bunnies propagated spiders. So the
The
spiders come
bunny
out
that
of
lay eggs.
spider eggs. Bunnies that lay spider. Ooh, that'd make a good horror film.
Oh yeah, it would.
Maybe that's how the maybe
Spiders.
that's how maybe that's how the Globe came up. They said, let's think of the most craziest freaking story you could ever think of.
You know, I
Yeah,
know.
Come on, join in.
Man, I shouldn't even be saying this right now. Mike's gonna get mad at me. Like, honestly, like right now we're in such a like the time we're in is so crucial to everything that happens with us in the future. And we do sit in here, even though I'm sure we're right, and I feel like we've won the argument. So what are we doing here? Constantly just saying the same stuff over and over again to more people about the flat Earth when the Earth, what regardless of whatever shape it is, like it's about to be completely controlled by like psychopaths. Like I mean, it already is, but like our last beacon of hope is gone. Like right now, is the very last stand. If you don't do something about it right now, your entire future and all of your, lineage is fucked from here on out.
Oh, I guess it depends on your on what you believe.
On
as
your
far as
outlook.
God.
So what do we
Yeah,
do?
try not to be so cheerful. Wait a minute, don't be so cheerful.
What do we do? What's the answer?
Calm the cheerfulness down.
I don't know. Look, that's what I'm saying. I can call out a problem without knowing the answer. Don't give me some bullshit about how if you're gonna say it, don't give me that without an answer, a solution. I don't need to have a solution to recognize a problem.
Well, I wasn't speaking
I
just to
think-
you.
Yeah.
Anybody who has an answer. Anybody who knows the
I think-
answer.
I don't think there is an answer. I think we're past the point of no return. The system's got to crash, and we're just along for the ride.
I think the answer is through by understanding through understanding there comes like the fear is gone, right? So like but I think we think we've won, but I think there are still a lot of people who don't know the earth is flat and don't know why it's
You're right.
important to
I
know.
think you're right. And so
you
maybe a
know, that
lot
these
of
things
you, maybe it's just a me thing. Like for me, I'm convinced. Maybe I don't need to do this much longer. Maybe I want to, maybe there's something that's more important to all of us.
Oh, wait, Lou. Like
Yeah.
when you first came in, when I first came into this, the novelty is what you're talking about. It starts to wear off, and you start to wonder, is there more that I should be doing? But yes, there is more. You should be growing, right? And you should be figuring out how you're going to do it. Just like when before I found flat Earth, before we found flat Earth, we had this lesson plan, to teach ourselves the truth because we know we're being lied to. So we continue with that. You know what I mean? And we evolve. We adapt. We figure out how to incorporate, integrate this knowledge into our work, moving forward. You know what I mean? When you whatever it is you plan to do. So you know what I mean? It's not. I think I think after a while you start, the complacency, the what now starts to kick in. But how many people know the Earth is flat, though? Or understand what it means,
You're
or
living in
even
a
care?
time that no other person in all of human history has ever lived through. If I'm right, okay, if you're right, because I'm sure you agree with me. Like this is the time. Like you are a privileged individual to be here in this moment.
Because of the information that's available to us. I think that's what I mean. Like we should take advantage of the information that's available while it is, and share it. And the more people receive the information, the less fear as a community, as a group of people. You know what I mean? Like the less fear will be,
Not just
and less
share it,
fear.
but like
Yeah.
make sure it gets passed on, like kept for the future versus like sharing for right now. I mean,
Yeah. Because I wonder, nobody's going to remember 9/11. That, it was all set up. Just like we don't remember the moon landing. We had to dig this information up and go through it. And we're presented a different reality than what really was happening at the time. Same thing today. The people are present, and same thing in the future. So it's up to us, the people
What do you
like
mean
you,
by
to
9/11?
when like it's a big deal, but people don't even care about it anymore. Like the next crisis or event covers up the last, and then the last changes. The story of the last event changes, and the next generation doesn't even know what happened. They believe what they're told. And I mean, you know what I mean? Like history changes so fast now. It's whoever controls the information controls the past, controls the present and the future. I mean, think about it. Like, so yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, how many people know the Earth is flat? And why does it matter?
So what we mean by 9/11? Obviously, we're talking about 9/11 3 BC.
Exactly, right?
Someone was talking about how it's like fake earlier, so
It's not going to take much to,
It's really
rewrite
what.
history in the future.
Yeah, it's not fake at all.
yeah, I know.
Or were you talking about something else?
What was that?
Were you talking about something else?
No, earlier someone said that the 9/11 was fake, and
Oh no, it happened.
No. 9/11 is fake, dude. Young man, please. 9/11 was a real event. Nobody denies that it happened. Okay. Now, who perpetrated it and how? Okay, like where the money came from. Like how, like that's
motive.
that's a very deep story that you need to question. Like you can't just say, 19 terrorists hijacked some fucking planes and like
The box cutters.
You could say it's Henry Kissinger's conspiracy theory, right? And that guy's really trustworthy. He's also known as the Angel of Death. He had something to do with Vietnam.
With everything. Vietnam, Cuba, Colombia, South
Yeah,
America,
Cambodia, the whole
everything.
thing, man. Pol Pot.
Uncle Pitch.
Yeah, all kinds of stuff. So, yep.
He's the guy that also repeated the words, all we need is the right crisis to usher in the new world order. The right crisis. And here it is. Here's the right
Yeah,
crisis, an
I bet.
outside threat.
I bet Parsi doesn't know about the PNAC documents that actually state something like a new Pearl Harbor. Their words, not mine. That might take airplanes crashing into buildings. This was a few years before.
Well, actually, it was a
And
few
look who
months
this-
before.
Sorry.
It
Yeah, a
was
few
like
months before.
summer of 2001. A project for a new America. Look into it.
Yeah. And look who the signatories are.
Okay.
Yeah, just a
Wait, aren't the
coincidence. Just
signatories like
coincidence,
all
I
those
guess.
people that made like billions of dollars off of the Iraqi war, the Afghanistan wars?
Exactly.
Paid to
Yeah,
blow
the
it up, and then the
biggest
other guys got
contractors.
paid to rebuild it. So one guy got paid to blow it up, right? And then the other guys got paid to rebuild it. And it's like, we'll do it again probably in 20 years.
Because the fire's so low. See, earlier I was shooting all the smoke that I would have been breathing up in the sky. Oop.
Well,
Are you
what
hot
came out
micing?
of
Are you talking?
what,
Okay.
what came out of 9/11 was one, war, two, restriction. You know, when you fly, so that means some of the rights you have must be taken away. Fear of terrorism and all these false whatever that they show you on TV. That's all gone now. I mean, we've elevated to the next level of police stating. I mean, yes,
Mhm.
police.
Even more invisible. The
Mikey,
enemy
by
the
the way.
enemy is even harder to the I'm sorry. The enemy is even harder to identify, an invisible enemy.
The guy you thought was
Yeah.
hot, Mikey, by the way, I heard him say something about, I think he was roboting is what it was, but I heard him say something about the, like, so-called fires, the smoke we've all been breathing. Like, come on. I know I've been breathing it for 2 months, maybe 3 straight, 2.5 months straight.
Yeah.
Like,
Smoke?
In the building?
No, it's coming from supposedly fires in Canada
Oh,
that
yeah.
have been hitting here for over 2 months. And to the point where I went to work, we cover our siding and stuff. I do, wood siding on houses, and I have to cover it at night in case it rains and all that stuff. And I came in one morning and there was a tree underneath my setup because I'm trying to hide in the shade with my setup. The tree, all of the tops of the leaves were covered in, I don't know what it was, like a soot-like material, and it freaking shed all over all the, like, my cover and everything, and even bled through in certain areas. Like, it's
Wow, that's weird.
like, yeah.
Damn.
Funny story. I wasn't talking about that at all. I was talking about a fire I was burning, but I'm glad you brought it up because that seems kind of relevant and important somehow.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I mean, you can smell smoke in the air here from a fire that's supposedly like, 1,500 miles away, something like that. You can smell smoke here for over 2 months now. And
What do you mean, supposedly?
to the point where the trees have soot on tops of their leaves, and when it rains, it drips black water.
Ew, that's bad.
Yeah, well, the point is, that I'm trying to get to is like, if a group of people are wicked enough to plan these kinds of events, world wars, millions of people dying, then why would you question, why would they lie about the shape of the earth? Like, when, of course, they would lie about something like the shape of the earth. You know what I mean? Especially with the aliens and all the technology and all the knowledge, so-called science that they're learning from aliens and all the propaganda. Anyways, why would they lie shouldn't be a question, we're supposed to
Yeah,
like.
wait till the alien virus comes on the scene. You know it's coming. They're gonna say it came from outer space. You watch and see.
Combine the threats. Oh, it's devious.
I mean, I don't want to sound like crazy, but if life is boring, that's because you think you live on a globe, right?
What?
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
If you feel if you feel like life is boring, right? Like this is shit, right? That's because you believe and think you live on a ball. Sounds
If
crazy,
you
right?
associate your
It sounds
beliefs
crazy, right?
being fun or boring, then
No,
Well, think
because
about
when
it.
you
Right.
realize that we don't know everything, then your imagination can be sparked again and have actual true curiosity and adventure about what is yet to come. How much more do I not know? But you can't do that if you're saying, we know everything. The people in the white coats got it all down. They figured it all out. Nothing left to discover anymore. You're on a ball. You can't go that far because you'll fall off the ball. So yeah,
Well,
don't
if you take little
wonder.
steps,
Don't try to
if you take
explore anymore. Don't try to discover more about your own world, about what Earth is. Don't do any of that.
well, before you do that, you have to ask questions like, what about these things called gravity? Because people are probably going to think I'm stupid, right? So let's forget what people think about you and see if you know if gravity really is something that you should be believing in. So once you figure out that, then you might figure out some more stuff. What is it? The stuff this guy Einstein talks about, and why do people look up to him so much? And once you find out Einstein is also lying to you, then you know what I mean. Like it becomes an adventure. It becomes this holy shit. People are being lied to. I'm being lied to about these things. Okay, and I don't know what people know. I don't know what we do know. And what you see, there's all these changes that happen in your life because if you think you live on a ball, then that's it. All you have to do now is get a job and pay your taxes and wait to die. That's life. And in between, it's boring as fuck. You have to plan vacations and sneak out from work. And if you're lucky, you might own a business and
How
grow
do
it.
cocoa nuts work on a flat Earth?
You need seawater. Yeah. Any more
How do they
questions?
work? How do
You poured
coconuts work?
seawater on the coconut and the
How do
coconut grows.
How do the coconuts work?
What don't you
How do
understand?
Yeah, they fall straight down to the earth.
I'm asking Bong.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Do you understand like what curvature is? Do you understand why
How do
I go on
coconuts
about
work?
curvature? Well, first answer what is the radius of the globe, and then I'll answer your
How do
question.
coconuts work?
What's the radius of the globe?
I asked my question first. How do coconuts work?
Well, I'm the moderator here, so what is the radius?
I don't
of the
care
globe?
what you are.
Well, I'm
Listen
not
here,
going to
young
give
man.
you. Listen,
Listen
you can
here.
go
I
Google it.
asked
All
my
right.
question at
I,
first. How do coconuts work?
no. Hey, Mike, Battle Mod, you wanna? What do you
Don't
want to
let
do with
this
this?
kid rattle you. You just
I,
ignore him
I,
and he
I,
goes away.
I'm about to.
Oh no! Listen here. Listen here, young
I'm
man.
about to
What do
peel his
coconuts?
head like a coconut.
How do they work, Bong? See, you got to get some barefoot Samoan first. You get a tree and a barefoot Samoan, and you plant a seed, and you let another tree grow.
You get the
and
water
you
from the
climb,
ocean.
You climb, yeah, and you climb barefoot up one tree and jump to the other, and then you get coconuts galore. You know what I'm saying? But you got to be barefoot and you got to be Samoan. Normal people can't do this shit.
Right.
I'm asking Bong.
Get the seawater, you pour it on the coconut, and the coconut grows.
Coconut, but like, how do they work?
I don't know. I'm not God. I just put water on it.
How do they work?
Coconuts don't work. They
I
don't
don't
work.
You might wish
tell you
for
how
a
they
peach
work.
tree or an apple tree, but you will get a coconut tree.
That's how they work. You come back in 3 years, all right, and you get a coconut. Simple. That's
How do
easy.
they work though?
But
You throw a rock at
how
it
do they grow?
with the water and God's love makes it
God's
grow.
love.
Yes.
What if God doesn't love my
Yes.
tree?
I think
Then it
that's a
won't
robot,
grow.
you guys.
Then it will die. Yeah.
How do coconuts
You
work?
must believe.
You must.
Like you've never
Don't
had
you
a
like
coconut until
you
you've
don't
had a
like
fresh
Kung Fu
coconut.
Panda?
Yeah.
Do,
That's how they work.
do coconuts expend energy?
They only work when they're fresh. Yeah.
They
I love how
work
you
with
went to the
rum.
radius of the earth when I asked you how do coconuts work. That's kind of crazy.
Because it's like a trade. All right. I'll give you some information if you give me some information.
Okay, what's
You
the
give me
radius
my.
of a coconut?
Yeah. You want to learn about coconuts? You got to learn about the radius of the earth.
First, you crack it open, you get the milk, you chill it, and then you add
What's
some
your
rum
preferred
later.
way
You know, and
of cracking a
you
coconut?
invite some friends over some
With my
troll's
forehead.
head.
You got to shuck the husk
Here.
first.
You want me to show you?
You got to husk the shuck.
Bring your
Shuck
forehead
the
here.
husk.
Shuck the husk.
Close your eyes.
I'll make a cereal bowl out of that shit.
I don't think that'd work very well.
Oh yeah, it would.
When you
really,
slam,
yeah.
when you
Tap it
hit,
in the
when you
right
hit
spot,
it,
it pops up.
when you hit butt the coconut, you gotta hit it at the right place, and it'll
Oh,
split
so
the
that's why
coconut
you're a flat earther. Okay.
without splitting your head. No, I'm just showing you a trick you can do to impress your girlfriend when you guys go to Hawaii. Like, look, babe, I learned this from Bong Sao.
I heard
Do
that
it.
you look for like the line on the coconut and then you crack it along that line.
That is correct.
Yes, the center line, but you gotta also line it up with the line in the middle of your forehead. That's
So
the
if coconuts are round, does that make the earth round? 'Cause I don't see any flat
No,
coconuts.
it'll give you two perfect halves of a coconut. That's what it'll give you.
So
You
is
can
the
make
earth
a
a
cup.
dome?
Pardon? It has to
The
be
earth a
a
dome?
brown coconut. It has to be a matured brown coconut, like it's a nut. You know, not the white, yellow, soft.
Aren't the green ones
Like
good for meat
part.
and like the
Yeah, yeah, but the nut is too soft for you to split it, so you can just cut the end off. Like a little
or is it the
soft.
green ones that are like good for water and then the
Yes, the green
brown
ones
ones?
are the ones. Yeah, you can drink it. Yep. We can even make some desserts out of
Brown
it, but
ones are better, right?
it's not as nutritious as the mature brown ones. Yes,
Yeah, aren't
that's
they
where
like
all the
they make you poop?
it's good for
Fiber.
your stomach. Yeah.
Fiber.
Well, no, it's like what coffee is, where it makes you poop. No, it's
Digestive aid. Yeah. If you drink too much, you'll have a runny stomach. But
yeah. That's why if you're trapped on a desert island, you don't want to rely on coconuts that much.
no,
Shit yourself to death.
you want to use your coconuts with your fish. You know what I mean? When you catch some fish, or when you cook your yams, your starchy, your taros, and breadfruits. That's how you.
How do blueberries work?
I don't know. We don't have
Blue.
blueberries.
Blueberries.
They're blue.
Oh, you want me to answer the blueberry question?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yes.
Well, because everything in the universe naturally wants to become a sphere. Like when a flower, like pollinates, and now this is the birds and the bees. I don't want to, like tell you
Oh,
anything
get into it.
parents haven't told you. But
How old do you think I am? How old do you think I am?
I think
You're
you're
14.
I think you're asking childish questions.
I think you're 14. Are you?
No, I'm gonna start driving in 2 months.
Oh,
So
you're
you're,
gonna
you're
start
what,
driving?
16?
Yes, you're a child. You're a
You're
child.
16? Are you 16, right? Good.
Still a child.
Time to learn about shit that matters. Yeah. Like what they teach you. Is it true?
Birds
Is
in
it not true?
the
Am I on the
flowers
ball?
in the
How
tree.
do I know I'm on the
Okay,
ball?
I have another
Am I
question.
8 years old?
Why are fruits and blueberries and coconuts all round if the earth is flat? Doesn't make any sense. Explain that.
Because it wouldn't make.
And you asked that seriously?
Well, think about it. What would a flat coconut look like? What does a flat blueberry look like? Why should a pool ball, right? The pool balls you play pool with, why should they be flat if the table is flat? Why is the
Right.
table flat if the balls are
Because it
spherical?
rolls well.
Right. There you go. Good job. High five.
So the earth
I don't
rolls
think
well.
I don't
Well,
think
when
either coconuts or blueberries are perfectly
think about it.
round.
If a coconut wasn't
They're
round and it fell, right, and it was flat, think about all the coconuts and all the apples that will pile up under the tree. They wouldn't
They're not.
roll away from the tree, right? and start propagating at certain intervals and distances from each other, right? To create a nice, balanced ecosystem, permaculture system in the forest, right? They wouldn't happen. So, what do you mean? Why are they not flat? What kind of silly question is that?
Like plates are flat.
I don't know about bananas, man.
Why are
Bananas are weird.
bananas curved?
Oh, I've never had
Why
a
do they
flat
look like
plate.
rockets?
I've never had a flat plate. All of my flats at least curve up at the edges. It's not a flat fucking plate.
You can
So
have
like,
plates that don't curve up at the edges. Have you ever made your own plate, like in ceramics?
They're
or something?
round
never.
too. Yeah.
I don't think I would. I don't think I would eat off of it if it didn't have edges that rounded up. Like,
Well, no,
there's
you
no
eat
way.
like rice or something.
I eat off of leaves. They're good.
Why rice no round?
They're sanitary.
Why sweet
Rices
and
look
sour
like
sauce
eggs.
not round?
Why are
Whatever-
potatoes? Why is the earth a pear shaped and not apple shaped?
Why fortune cookie no round? Why?
No fortune cookie
What?
for you.
What? Why steak flat?
No.
Burger flat.
Why is your mom flat?
Why?
Egg flat.
Hey, hey, chill out. All right. Let's start with the mom jokes.
Oh, your mama got some junk in the
You're
trunk.
not old
man.
enough
I
to
ain't
do
kidding.
that with us.
When she walks, it's like da dunk a dunk dunk, bump bump, da dunk a dunk dunk, boom boom.
Remember, when you say that, you're talking about your mom, because, okay? I mean, your grandmother, right? Yeah. So,
Oh, 'cause you're rubber and he's glue. Whatever he says bounces off of him or you and sticks to him.
don't talk about old people like that.
Your mom's so big they had to calculate refraction.
Real men
That's hilarious.
don't talk about other men's moms.
Hey, look, your mama's so big she got a flux rate. Look in the live stream citation.
Oh shoot! I'm gonna erase that one.
Flux rate. Here we go.
That shit's moving a little more than the jot and the tittle. A little more than the jot and the tittle.
Diddly
I mean,
squat.
the
That was
entropy
Renee.
needs to get
That
a
was
hold
Renee.
of that shit.
Oh no! I'm
You're
gonna
a
erase that one
denier.
too. I'm erasing
You're a
that
cult
one too.
leader.
You. No thanks.
Wait, why is my
He
name
knows
Hard Boy?
Brenda. Because you're a hard boy to get along with. Yeah, hard boy. Hard headed.
I'm not hard headed. You guys are hard headed.
No, listen, kid. You're probably on a good start. You're being a kid. Like, let's just be honest. You think you're trolling us. You think you know everything. You don't.
I'm not trolling. I'm just bored out of my mind.
Someday you're gonna look back on the conversations you have here, and you're gonna reflect on them, and you're gonna, go, hey, there was something to this, and there was something to that. So I advise
Word
you
up.
to, I advise you to just like utilize your time here and don't get yourself kicked.
Okay,
Oh.
I'm not gonna. Okay.
He's not gonna get kicked. I like you, so don't fuck it up. Don't get too smart.
I'm gonna
You
look.
might
I'm
get
gonna. I'm
muted.
gonna look back on these conversations and laugh my ass off.
Yeah, I'm sure. No, it's fine. I expect you to say
Hopefully you will.
I
Yeah.
expect you to say that now. Yeah.
No, he will. He'll laugh at how ridiculous his arguments were.
I can't believe I thought you were this bold, man. Remember that? I didn't know
He'll be
Dylan
laughing as hard as we laugh now. Oh my god, it's hilarious when you realize how ridiculous.
You gotta remember, dude,
I
we
thought-
all were as sure about the ball as you were, man. 100% sure.
I was like, yeah. We all thought we were smart when we were younger, right? The late teens to the early 20s, you think you're invincible. Like,
Yeah, I was smart one time.
Yeah, and then you.
What's the famous quote like about the person? Something about the more I learn, the more I learn that I know nothing. Something along those lines. The more I know,
Yeah.
the more I know that I know nothing.
Yes.
I don't think that's what they meant when they said that quote. But okay.
That is what they
It
meant.
means
That's
that your
literally what we're talking
experience leads you to understand that you don't know what you as much as you thought you do, but you only can gain that through
You ever
experience.
seen the
Listen,
learning
listen,
curve?
kid. You can
Call me
always.
kid. I have a name. I have a
No,
name.
you're still a kid. You're a child. You're a
Oh,
kid.
call me by
Sorry.
my name.
No, I don't give a
What's
fuck
your
about your
name?
name. I don't know. I
Boy.
still haven't
What?
looked at your name. And I'm not going to because you asked me to. But look, you know who I'm talking
Okay.
to.
Okay. 20-ish-year-old.
20-ish. Yeah, thank you.
Oh my
Wow,
god.
that was a really good. That was a compliment and a half.
Anyway.
Wait, you're older and you still believe in it? Okay.
Dude, I'm 39 years old.
You have to learn how to insult people, man. Like, anyways.
I know.
I'm
I've
not
been.
Go
trying
ahead,
to
Lou.
insult him. 'Cause if I
I've been.
insult him
Let Lou
too much, I'll
finish
get
what he's
kicked again.
saying. All right, just let Lou finish what he's saying.
I'll get kicked again if I say too much.
Actually, it's unfortunate because it was a good point, but I kind of lost it now. But maybe it'll come back. That's the Alzheimer's kicking
He
in.
thinks he knows everything, experience,
Well-
age, and 20. You know everything.
God damn.
Well, I was gonna add on.
Snapper, you
I
made
was
me
gonna add
lose
on
my
to
place
that.
and bong rumpus and me and fuck. About to go geriatric in this bitch.
I was gonna say it's like a
Motherfucker,
video game.
where's my wheelchair?
You know when you first start playing a video game, right? There's these things called
Bitch, you better be
experience.
quiet before I get my walker.
You have to acquire experience, right? And then your guy levels up, and then he gets new abilities. You see that process? You understand how that works in the video game, right?
But you can have
Parsley?
misinformation as well. There's such thing as like bad.
But no, listen. You know that you need experience to get that ability to fight this, to move to this new level, to fight these new level, bosses, stages, like mobs. See, that is the same thing, So, if you imagine you're in a video game, right? You can't know what it's like to have that ability without acquiring the experience. That's what we mean,
I have a question.
right? Once you acquire the experience, then you're gonna look back at your actions in the past and be like, "Damn, that was dumb. I could have done these things, but because I didn't
Right.
know." See,
Right.
you see?
I have
Yes,
a
that's what
question
we
for
mean.
you though. Can
That's
you
that's
look
what
in
Lou
live stream voice text?
means.
You can live stream.
No,
voice.
I'm doing something else, but what is
When
it?
you look in there, which one of those would you eat? Out of out of the four.
Let me see. I don't know. The one on the bottom right, probably. Yeah,
Bottom right. Why would you eat
or
that?
the
That'd be
top
hard to
right,
eat.
or maybe the top right. Yeah.
Top right.
Are these the
That one looks cool.
questions you want me to answer?
Yeah, I don't really care about the Earth to be honest with you.
No, you don't now. Okay, just fucking at least pay attention, man.
This kid is
At least,
hive-brained
at
AI
least, at
space
least,
monkey troll.
at least know why
mic up.
what we're talking about. Like, what is this server here for? And what are these people going on about? At least know that. Okay. Do you at least know the radius of the globe yet? Have
I
you
do.
bothered to look into it? Okay. Can you tell me? Go ahead. What is it?
So to calculate it, you have to use the MA formula. Do you know what the MA formula is?
No. 3,959 miles. Wrong.
Bastard.
Yeah, that's what I was getting to. That was.
What
You have to
is the
use
radius?
MA to calculate the radius? What?
Yeah, I gave you the formula.
You don't have to calculate the
Yeah,
radius. It's already been
hey.
calculated for you.
It's my
MA
ball.
is short for Ma, so he uses his Ma for everything. Ma! What's radius of the Earth, Ma? Ma, how long on that bologna sandwich, Ma?
That makes sense, man.
Will you give
I
me some
wish.
Kool-Aid too? Ma! Ma, can I have some money to give to Craig? He needs meth so he can fight the flat Earth.
Is that what you and your friends do?
Balls, if you were standing on a ball, okay, you would not have a horizon at eye level. Why is that? Why is the horizon at eye level? Because of what? What do we say the horizon
I got a
is? It's the
question.
ground.
The horizon, sir.
What's your
Horizon.
question?
Right. So it's because the ground, right, is extending
If you had two balls
outwards,
in your
right?
eyes, what do you got?
If I got two balls?
But if we were standing on a
In your
ball,
eyes, what do you got?
If I got two balls in my eyes.
I'm not even
you
gonna
just
say.
got
Never
that
mind.
means you just got teabagged. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you were on a ball though, right, on a curved surface, you
No.
wouldn't have the horizon at eye
Are you
level.
guys
Why
just
not?
obsessed with balls? Is that why we're all
No,
here?
no, yes, I am.
No,
Yeah,
I am
well, yes,
obsessed.
yes
you're
and no,
you're
yes and
baller.
no, yes and no.
Is
It's
this
just like,
Yeah, we're
is this
Well,
like
I
the new
am.
ridiculing your
YMCA?
I am
baller
a,
belief.
I am
Oh, that's
obsessed
a low
with
blow there, kid.
balls. Yes, I love curved surfaces. They're nice and curved. I can rub my hand around it like so curved,
All right, you don't
so
have to go in
round.
depth. I understand.
Sometimes I'll
Oh
give it a
yeah,
yeah.
no,
squeeze,
okay,
like,
okay. You caught Bong. We're not
oh,
all
my bad.
as obsessed with it as he is. So you caught him.
Curves are important.
Hard boy is bringing up something, but I can't feel. But he's not a hard boy, but he's a soft boy.
So what I'm saying is, on a curved surface, you wouldn't have a horizon at eye level because the surface that you're standing on is not extending out to meet your eye. Okay, it's curving down and away because it's a sphere. It's a curved surface. So now, the horizon should always be below eye level.
You watched the new
You,
Suicide
you see what
Squad
I
yet?
mean? You see? Hey, you want to get muted? Do you want to get banned?
Are you autistic or something? Or no, ADD? Like what the fuck? How did you go from
He's a soft boy.
Look, man, this is the easiest way to put it. Okay, if you were on a curved on a ball, okay, you wouldn't have a horizon at eye level because the ground, okay, is not extending outwards to form that horizon. The horizon, if you were on a ball, would be below. Okay, you would have to look down at it because the ground is curving away from you. See, you see how easy that is? Balls will never look flat, no matter how big they are. That's a lie. And because you believe that
Well, that's
lie,
not
you
okay.
can't understand what we're
Well,
saying.
so then how can a bunch of lines look like a circle?
What?
How could a bunch of lines make a circle?
They
What?
don't.
It doesn't.
They don't.
It never makes
You
a
know what pi
circle. No
is?
straight
Hey,
line, no matter how
hold
many
on.
you
Am
put, will
I?
make a circle.
Hard boy, do me a favor. Add up 1 to
Can I
2.
screen share? Am I allowed to screen share?
No.
I can't
No,
screen
there's a number called pi. Okay, 3.14, blah 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 blah. It's an irrational
share.
number. It's infinite. Why? Because it's always changing. That's why. What straight lines? There are no straight
Okay.
lines on a curved
Hold up.
surface.
I just wanted to point out, like, add up the numbers 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5, all the way up to 36. What's the sum total you get?
Oh, Life of Pi is really good. You ever? Oh my.
Oh my god, who cares about Hollywood movies?
Hey, stop distracting him with the images.
No, I'm just saying. Open hard boy.
Patience.
Open up your calculator.
Young learner.
Open up your calculator right now.
I'll calculate the density of your mom.
Yeah, okay, mom jokes. Yeah, ha ha ha. I haven't heard that before. Now add 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9, 10, all the way to 36. What's the sum total you get?
Of 36?
1 to 36. Add up each individual number between 1 and 36. What do you get?
It's too much for him, man. Way too much. Way over his head.
He can do this on his own.
666.
Yes. Okay. So 666. So how in these ancient biblical texts did they know the number of man 36 drop to 0, that these these values of mathematics equal a certain number? How did they know?
Because they can do basic arithmetic.
No, dude, look, gematria and all that stuff that's a whole.
This isn't
Listen.
no. This isn't gematria though. No. This is literally
No,
going.
it's not. Those are
James, you're
positive
being kind of
integers.
autistic.
So, excuse
Yes.
me. Those are. So the question is, how did they know about the sum of positive integers
This is a sum of positive
or
and
positive
odd.
integers.
No,
Well, why wouldn't they know about it? I mean, look at what they've built. Why
It
do we
is.
assume that they didn't know that we know
precisely.
more than they
easily.
knew?
I mean, like they obviously picked that number. Like if it's
Oh,
obviously
they just randomly picked that number.
yeah 36.
They randomly picked it.
Oh, look,
Well,
in my
random is an idea.
opinion, it's about
Or-
simplification. Honestly, they for some reason they fell in love with thirds. Like everything has to be in threes, right? So they were like, one third is 33.3 repeating, right? And two thirds
Like-
is 66.6 repeating, and
Yeah,
90 and all of something is 99.9 repeating, but like it never actually equals 100, and you never actually get to zero, and it's kind of weird, like in decimal form, anyway. So
Exactly.
It's like
Random,
Yes.
random is an idea, anyways. I mean, random is giving up and saying, I don't know. It's just random. What the hell does that even mean? It doesn't mean
There
anything.
is no there's no such thing as a coincidence.
Well, yeah, what is the value of random? What does it mean when people say random? It means they give up. They don't know.
I
It's just
have
is.
I have an answer for that.
Yeah, you're saying it doesn't matter. That's what you're saying when you say
I have
random.
an answer. I have an answer.
Okay, what's the answer?
You're saying chance is happening.
Okay, so to calculate randomness.
No,
just have to
you're already going randomness. Using the term randomness. I already said there's no randomness. Everything is
Okay, you just interrupted me. This is exactly why I hate this fucking server.
How does a function calculate a random number?
Oh, can you read me a
Bro, dude, I took calculus. You can't tell me randomness.
It's not a
Get out of
random
here.
number. That's why.
It's no, there are no
Anyways.
random numbers.
No, that system isn't random either.
There is no random. Stop saying
The
random.
value of what people call random is not.
Okay, is it random that a squared
An
plus b
idea.
squared equals?
Yeah.
Is it really random that a squared plus b squared equals c squared? Is that random? No.
You know what's random?
You.
Your mom.
Your thought process is random.
I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 10. What number is
Your mom.
Oh, you got it right. Good job.
Yeah. It's random
Yeah,
numbers.
It's always 7.
Your mom is the best random. Is always the right random number answer.
Guys, he's sucking your soul. I'm a vampire. I suck your soul.
You're not a vampire. I'm farming your loot already, so don't even bring up vampires. Like I'm literally sucking your fucking life energy right now. And you say you're a vampire? Yes, I'm a loose farmer.
Loose farmer? Like you farm
Loose.
lice?
I farm loose.
Vampires don't suck. It's just high
L-O-O-S-A.
pressure moving to low pressure.
I just enjoy rumpusing and trolling idiots. I'm an idiot hunter.
It's fun to troll the trolls. They don't know what they're saying. Hard boy is a little soft boy, is what he is.
Most people, if you let them talk long enough, you'll have something to ridicule them about.
Well, if we weren't crazy, I think
most
he'd
all
think we were cool, right? But because we think the Earth is flat, that's probably the only problem.
The only
right?
cool person in here is Michael because he gets me unbanned. You know, he's a hookup. He's the best person here. Sorry. Wait, the rest of you can go suck a dick.
So you're saying if I ban you right now, he's gonna unban you? Is that what
I'm
you're
not saying
saying?
he'll do it immediately, but
well, that-
eventually I'll be
that-
back.
It's a oh.
You know what? You know what? Watch this. Do it. Do it right now. Do it right now.
Do what?
Ban me.
I'm too busy.
Don't start it, because then me and Bong have played this game for years, dude. It'll be a year of who's seeing who can unban and ban quicker than the other. You don't really want to play that game with
I'm a
Bong.
little
dude.
rusty.
The thing is, I
I'm a
think
little rusty,
Hard boy already sounds like a homo, and homos like to be abused. So just keep it there.
Oh, he's a kid. Come on, we're all Homo sapiens.
We're all Homo sapiens.
I'm just telling jokes.
Just from one homo to another,
right? I'm so serious.
I am a
You just better
Neanderthal.
Stop or I'm gonna slap you silly.
You Homo sapiens are homo.
I'm sorry, I'm Cro-Magnon.
I'm a homo
so
erectus.
Cro-Magnon power, so get out of here, you
Hear that
stupid Neanderthals.
shit? You're Homo erectus. Don't lie.
Neanderthal gang. Gang. Yeah. Gang. Ooga ooga.
Me whack wife. Go to cave. Oog oog.
Ooga. Ugh.
You
Zug
know
zug
come.
zug.
Me
Yeah,
whack you
there you
too.
go. For the horde.
In the beginning, the horde was overpowered, and evil was of all man's sins. But in time, the nation grew weak, and the city fell to slum, while evil stood strong. In the blackest of hate, for he who fear awaits you. Now, many, many lifetimes later, they destroyed, beaten down, only the corpses of rebels, ashes and dreams and blood-stained streets. But it has been written that those who have the youth hold the future. Who knows what song that is?
Dude, I don't know. I just thought you were crazy at first.
He's strong.
I thought you were
Shout
reciting
at the
some
devil.
play you were in, like
Doom,
in
doom,
high
shout.
school.
Doom, doom, shout. Doom, doom,
I thought he
No, I
was
remember.
reciting like a Star Wars episode. I was like, okay, oh, what's about to happen?
4 scores and 7 years ago, right, like that. Our fathers brought
In a
forth
galaxy 444444444
this
away.
nation, a new nation. Dun, you know, like a movie trailer opening up. All these drones coming out of nowhere with the USA flag on it. Fuck
You ever watch
yeah,
Caillou?
America, kill everyone.
Caillou?
Oh yeah.
To crush your
Yeah,
enemies, see
giant.
them driven before you, and to hear the lamentations of the women.
The lamentations of the
That
women.
is best in life. The lamentations. That is best in life.
Fucking oil. God damn. I used to watch Conan with my friends in primary school.
Conan the Barbarian?
Conan the Barbarian.
Yeah,
And
Conan the
Beastmaster.
Barbarian. That's what he says. Conan, what is best in life? To crush your enemies and see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentations of the women.
The lamentation. You gotta say Dacian. Dacian. The lamentations of the
Lamentation of the women.
Well, you don't know anything about me.
To
You want to
crush.
mic up?
Mic up.
What are you talking
Mic
about?
up.
Raise up. What you want? What you want? Want some static? You want a battle? We can go. I'll take you out going toe to toe. I'll start a
Your
diversion
Beyblades?
and hit you from the back. You're getting fucked up by a ruthless jack. Critical condition.
Hey.
That's what you'll receive. Thinking there's some backup to go and retrieve.
What
You be crying,
games?
Dad.
Do you play any video games? Or
Dad.
what video games you into?
Oh,
Parsi.
that kid been Roblox.
I
He
do
been Roblox all over the place.
I can send you my game list.
What's your favorite game?
I'm very gay.
What is your favorite game?
Probably Minecraft, but not for the reason that you would. Not because of. Ooh, build
It's all
block.
right. I used to love Minecraft. My son played Minecraft. I was a big Minecraft. Still am. I'm waiting for the Warden to come out. Then I'll jump back on Minecraft.
I play on
You know why?
like fucking Hypixel.
So yeah, good. You play video games. Great.
Lol, Toby, you should if you want to talk, we can talk. I'll give you my phone number. But you can't just talk shit. I mean, come on.
You know
Is
they're
that
they're
screen? That your screen? That's
You-
your
you know, in my-
screensaver?
You know why Minecraft is awesome? Is because it's almost like the real world. It's so awesome that
flat.
Microsoft uses it to test out AI before they release it into the real world. So it's like a testing ground for AI, how people interact with the world. See, like players, they use data to do it. It's an interesting game, right? Like, well, all games are interesting because you'll never find a game that's
You ever play
curved,
poker?
that's curved like the Earth. You know what I mean? Like, why? Who cares why? It has to be flat. That's the interesting part about games. You think about it. You know, some
Yeah,
some
No Man's
Globers
Sky is
who are into games, right? Instead of accepting that the Earth is flat and not a ball, start saying things. It could be a simulation where the only parts that are loaded are the parts you're experiencing. You know, that kind of shit. Or some people
It's
would say, "Yeah, go ahead."
I was gonna say simulation theory is pretty stupid because it's literally creation theory with like added layers. It's admitting
Right,
the same thing, but
right,
then adding no morality
You're
to how
using
this realm
Windows
is created.
7?
right, right. But yeah, it's
I didn't even know
interesting
Discord
how.
could run on that.
Oh, I'm just saying, Minecraft is
Yeah,
not just a block game.
It is a block
It's
game. That's
Redstone.
yeah,
what it's
that's
called.
You can,
one of the
you,
only
you,
things.
That is not your car, is it, Battle Mod? Holy shit.
you could build a cell phone in
One of
Minecraft,
them.
right?
That is a nice
And
It's
piece,
still a
my
block
friend.
game though. That's like what people call it.
talk to people in the real
That's,
world
that's one
through
of my barns too.
because of redstone. It's like, electrical circuits. It's the same thing. On, off, gates, logic
Okay,
gates.
okay.
Full
I shouldn't have said
full
Minecraft.
blown
My favorite game.
383,
My favorite
475
Oh,
game.
let's not
ponies of
no. We're not going into video games right now. I don't want to go into video games. I love video games.
No one cares what you want, okay? It's not
No one cares
everything's
what you
about
The
you.
want.
point,
No,
the
no,
point,
nothing's about you, soft boy.
the
Not
point about
everything's about
video
you,
games
James.
is that it's a simulation, right? It's simulating. It's trying to simulate the real world. That's the point. The CGI, and it's all
Point is
starting
to
to look
have fun.
realistic, right? And it's all based on the physics of the real world,
So
and
we're
it's
going to the
never a
moon
ball.
landing, I'm guessing?
No, you can't build a ball. You can't build a world. You can't simulate a globe in any video game,
Yeah, you can. What?
right?
No,
Or any or
it's
any
all has
or any
constraints.
movie, right? It
No,
can't be
have you
simulated.
played No Man's Sky?
Look, it's
Oh,
not
oh my
curving in
God!
any of those
You're playing a
games.
simulation game. What do you mean? Have you played No Man's Sky?
No Man's
It's
Sky.
not. Look, in
Uh,
Minecraft, when you're in creative mode, as you fly up, okay, this flat surface that's made of blocks starts to curve down into a ball. Okay, see,
no,
you
it
see the
never does.
distortion that's
Even in
happening.
Minecraft. No, not even
Okay,
Minecraft.
Wait. No, I'm gonna do this the way it should be done. What's the
so
radius of the planet on No Man's Sky?
exactly. I mean, now you're asking for trouble now, man. Like that's deep. Yeah. Now what?
It's not one planet. It's like it's over like 1 trillion. It's randomly generated.
Yo, dude,
That's fucked up.
okay, so one of my favorite games is literally Mass Effect. Mass Effect relies upon this like total fucking bullshit theory of we can travel between solar systems with this Mass Effect field that can transport us beyond light speed, and we can end up in a place without the required fuel in this other fucking dimension. Dude, everything you know, like, okay, so space itself. Think about how, like, here on Earth, an object reacts with the atmosphere, like how an airplane works. How can that work in space when it's a vacuum? What is the force being pushed
Okay, here's the
upon?
thing about the vacuum argument, right? I've heard this argument so many times, and I did a little researching, a little googling. I googled, right? And I came to the conclusion that my vacuum cleaner, right, in my room is used to suck up stuff.
Huh?
So, if we do believe in a vacuum, which has nothing to do with the flat, you indoctrinate yourself.
No, it does. It has it absolutely no, absolutely does.
We're only interrupting you because we're trying to help you. Like, please don't finish the sentence.
Do not say that the vacuum is irrelevant to fucking the realm of the Earth. You cannot state
Wait,
that.
let me continue my point really quick. Just really quick. Let me
Go
just
for it. Okay, I go for it. Go for it.
Okay, so like when you have a vacuum, right? You're sucking stuff up into the vacuum, right? And there's I don't know what my point is. I didn't do any research. I didn't care.
All right,
Still
don't say
talking
it
out of
didn't
your
work.
ass.
Yeah. Don't
He
say it
literally
didn't
just
work.
said, I did no research, and yet I have a strong opinion,
Well,
boys.
he's being a smartass. So yeah, no. Do you know what high pressure to low pressure means? Do you know what entropy is? Parsi?
I know what high pressure is. Yeah.
Do
It's
you
like
know when you open a can of soda, a soda can, psst, that coming out, right? That's high pressure inside the can, and when you open the can,
you ever shake a soda
the
can?
high pressure moves to the low pressure, right? It's equalizing. The same way, like when you open the fridge,
You
okay,
ever shake a baby?
what happens? So a vacuum is not. It's just something that's moving from a higher pressure to a lower pressure. So
Dude,
just because you take the
he does
air out,
you're
Oh.
I don't know if you understand what we mean by vacuum of space.
Right, a vacuum. Like you plug a vacuum into the wall and then it goes off and it starts sucking stuff
No,
up and it goes on
No,
forever.
the vacuum of space
It's
is
like a
not
black hole.
said to suck. No,
no.
it's negative pressure. It's not a sucking.
There's no sucking. It's basically pressure equalizing itself.
Well, Battlemon, I think you would agree with me. There's no such thing as negative pressure. It's more of a differential problem. So, like, there's a negative
It
differential.
is.
Yeah.
If we lived in a tire, right? The way we would be able to breathe in that tire if the tire was there, the actual rubber. If you remove the rubber, right, and you pretend outside is the vacuum of space. If you remove the rubber, then the air would escape into the vacuum of space, and we wouldn't be able to breathe.
Just like how I've been stating, within a heliocentric model, you have Earth itself with an atmosphere. I'm told that you can defy gravity with simple elements like helium. Like you fill a balloon with helium, and all of a sudden it defies gravity. And yet, gravity, people tell me, still says, "Oh, but these lighter elements that escape and defy gravity, they still stay within the atmosphere." Even though comets eject their mass, as we're told, they travel through space. So who's lying?
The
Vacuums never suck air.
Neg-
What they do
Yo,
is
negative
present
pressure
an
is
empty
defined as
space and then air pressure forces the air into the vacuum. Air pressure is not uniform throughout the atmosphere.
Okay,
The
so
lower the
how
altitude,
come?
the higher the
Okay,
air
so
pressure.
no, stop.
Thus, as you move higher in the air
Stop.
pressure,
You're literally
pressure
reading
decreases.
Wikipedia. I already know you're reading Wikipedia right now.
It's Forbes.com.
I need you to tell me with
Oh
your.
my God, Forbes.com. Did you just spout that? Like, oh my God, I have like a way better source.
Okay, so you need to tell me
Dude,
in
I'll
your.
take Wiki over Forbes any day, and that's not
Okay.
saying much.
You need to explain how come Earth has never ejected its own lighter elements such as hydrogen and helium in the upper atmosphere. How does gravity keep hydrogen and helium within the atmosphere?
The atmosphere is a thin layer of gases that surround the Earth. It seals the planet and protects us from
You are
vacuum
reading. You're literally, dude. You're
Protects
literally
us against
reading.
the
Oh my
nuclear
God, dude. He's
given
reading.
off by the sun
Oh
and small
my
objects
God.
flying through space.
Listen to him parrot. Listen to him be a parrot. Like
The lower the altitude, the higher the
Okay,
pressure.
hold
Thus,
on.
as we move higher, the pressure decreases. In fact,
Can
the
you read it
upper
again?
limits of the
We're
atmosphere.
we're gonna. We want you to read it again, and then we're going to try and understand what has been read. Please go ahead.
Okay. The atmosphere is a thin layer of gases that surround the Earth. It seals the planet and protects us from the vacuum of space. It protects us from electromagnetic radiation given off by the sun.
Stop
Are you
before
gonna
you
let
go
me
on.
continue or are you gonna interrupt me?
No. I'm gonna stop you right there because you've already stated something that you're reading. You're saying that the thin atmospheric layer of Earth is protecting us from the vacuum of space. How?
Right.
How is it protecting us from the vacuum of space?
Look, please hold your thought. Look,
Let him
we're not
finish
gonna.
it.
You didn't have a fucking clue what we were talking about. You just Googled it. You came up with Forbes, and now you're looking at other links. You have no clue. You're just reading what you can find. We
You
can do
gonna
that
let me read the whole
ourselves.
thing, or are you gonna
No,
interrupt
no,
me?
no. We don't want you to read us your Google
I'm not
search.
reading it. I'm not gonna read
You
it.
are reading. You are
I'm
reading
not
it
reading it.
verbatim. You're
The lower
reading
the
it
altitude, the
verbatim.
higher
Hold
the
up.
air pressure.
Hold
Just
up.
as you move higher, the air
Let
pressure
Lou
decreases. In
handle
fact,
this.
at
Real
the
No,
quick.
upper limit
I'm
of the
done.
atmosphere, the air pressure
I'm
reduces
basically
the
done.
basic
Shut the fuck up, kid.
Since there is no real air
Shut
pressure
the fuck
displacement,
up.
Quasi,
there
stop.
is no force pushing the air into the empty
Quasi,
space.
stop.
He's reading
Stop.
verbatim. No. This is the problem. He's reading verbatim. He's not reciting knowledge he's learned himself.
Oh.
Dude,
Go ahead, Lou.
listen, hard boy. If you want to read those sources, you're welcome to read them. You don't have to read them out loud to the class or anything like that. Like, go fuck yourself with that shit. You leave for 5-10 minutes. You
I know he
go
doesn't.
leave for 5 or 10 minutes and come back. Give us something that you learned. Okay? Don't like try to learn it with us. We're not. That's not where we're at.
Oh, you don't want
I
to
know
learn
he
together,
doesn't
man? Let's
understand what
learn
he's
together.
reading, man. I know he doesn't know what he's reading. That's why I wanted to hear what he was reading.
We all know what he's reading. He's literally reading the first. Okay, so this is a common thing. That's a big problem with like today's like stupid people. And besides the first page of Google, how many people visit more sites than just Facebook, Instagram, and all the stupid social media sites? How many people venture outside of like the normal source?
People here.
Yeah, people here. Like you're willing to go beyond what the first page of Google says. You look at the second page, the third page, the fourth page, fifth page, and see what other people say, and then absorb the information. And then, basically think upon it yourself and then come up with your own conjecture that you can recite without having to fucking read, us like Hardboy is doing, read a little Wikipedia stupid bullshit answer and say this is truth. That's the problem. Go beyond the fucking third source. Like, Hardboy, I'm sorry, but you were reciting words from another man. How can you trust this other man was right?
Yeah, he went from Forbes to Wiki because I told him I didn't trust Forbes and I liked Wiki better. But I told him also that was not a good fucking indicator.
It's
What the
Forbes.
fuck? God damn.
You have
Because
to be able to you need to be able to recite the information that you've learned yourself without having to rely upon information presented in front of your little black mirror. Like you can't sit there and just parrot off information and tell me this is fact. It's not gonna work.
You're not coming in here. You're not coming in here trying to make us look stupid. You're coming in here making yourself look stupid.
I know how to look up the first Google search.
I will start.
These idiots don't know how to look up the first Google search.
Let me go start reading Wikipedia, boy. I'll tell you how it is.
Hey, man, people still use Google. What the hell?
It's okay, man. I mean, you can sit there and be quiet and just listen and feel embarrassed and be like, "Oh, I should have shut my mouth and not read from a fucking Google Wikipedia thing."
The actual
But,
answer is that vacuum of space does not exert any force on the atmosphere.
Okay.
Guys, he's reciting. He's reciting.
Continues to recite it, bro.
Consider an example where we've pumped full of air on the sum of the box and create a vacuum. Let's say we're on
You know what?
at
I'm
sea.
gonna open up my Bible right now.
Tell
I'm
us
just gonna do
something
that.
we didn't look up into hard.
Well, I just want to know if it makes sense to you, Hardboy. Does it matter if it makes sense or not? Do you even care that it
He
doesn't
doesn't
make sense?
care. He doesn't care. You can already tell he doesn't
Where's
care.
your problem? Yeah.
All right,
Why
Hardboy.
even bother then?
But I want to know what his last report card said about comprehension skills.
I wonder what it was for science.
He didn't read the book, but he listened and he agreed. That's what it says.
He was one of those kids that would copy. Hey, I was one of those kids too that would copy right from the book and not understand anything that's being said.
Do you
God
know how to
said,
build?
let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters.
Air will rush back in.
Do you know how to build like automated farms in Minecraft at least?
Oh, that
At least.
at least that
Air
like.
will rush into the box and fill it. Okay, but we did
Wait,
not do that.
wait, is
Was it because
Parsi
the
fucking
vacuum sucked out the air
wait,
into the
hold on,
box? No.
Parsi is literally hard boy. I can tell by his voice. He
Oh
gets
no, I'm a
no.
different
He's
person.
What
continuing
is
reading the
Parsi?
same bullshit. Yeah, he's
That's
what a
funny.
what a
they're
little
both
The way they
shit.
named him.
Look,
What a
Parsi,
little shit.
Parsi, I'm gonna give you 5 seconds to say goodbye. Okay, 5 seconds. Starting
I
now.
get 5 seconds.
Say goodbye, Parsi.
Okay, yeah, okay. I'll say goodbye. This
Say
is my main
goodbye.
account. Can the other one get banned, not this one?
No, you already proved you're an idiot. Bye. It was too easy. Like, ah. So I will state, like, I'm a big questioner on the Bible text itself because too much of my autism research has been made me question everything. But biblical text makes a lot more sense than stupid ass bullshit like he was peddling on Wikipedia. I get tired of it.
Stop getting attached to trolls because every time we ban them,
Laughing
it's
by
like,
the end of it. He was laughing all along, actually, because he knew we were making good points, and he was like, "I'm still gonna troll them motherfuckers anyway."
I'm
you can tell he
yeah.
was.
He'll be
I'm
back.
still in my soul. I'm a big troll because I love trolling idiots. But yeah, like it's too easy to spot now. It's too easy to spot.
Well, that's I mean, but a lot of people come in here. They're not even good at it. They don't not necessarily know what they're talking about. They think that since we're flat earthers, they can go ahead and say whatever they want to, because everybody knows the Earth isn't flat. So they, in their mind, think they can say whatever they want, and they're right just because the flat earthers are dumb because they think
Because they're a bunch of putas, right?
Well, that was
Pinche
that's the whole thing of the psyop of the Flat Earth
fucking.
Society that's been going on for 10 years now. I mean,
No, but nobody pays attention to the Flat Earth Society, even though a lot of people bring that up. But for the most part, nobody pays attention to the Flat Earth Society.
but that's where the fallacy, like that's where the bullshit comes from, the propaganda.
Yes, some of it, yes, but for the most part, I mean, people find us every single day. That's why they come here.
It's like you're saying, because we're flat earthers, you can go ahead and be a nasty, like the worst kind of human being you can be. You have a license to be evil when it comes to flat earthers. Is that how it works?
That's no bong.
You can treat them like shit because they're flat earthers.
Yeah,
right?
it's pretty much
Well,
yeah. I
Yeah,
get what you're saying.
kind of. It's just like it doesn't matter because they're flat earthers. Obviously, they're wrong. Everybody knows they're wrong. So I can just say whatever. Just like I just said earlier, I can say whatever I want. They're obviously wrong. So even if I make some shit up off the top of my head, everybody else knows the Earth is a globe. So whatever the flat earthers say against what I say, they're obviously still wrong, even if they make me look stupid. Basically, is what we have to deal with a lot of times.
It's okay to be a piece of shit. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. It's okay to like mock anything. Like the whole thing that I tell people is like most people mock what they don't know.
I mean, that's an
where
appeal
mocking
to
comes from.
authority. Basically, it's like
Yes.
it's an appeal to authority. They just come in and say, everybody, everybody knows the Earth is a globe, so I can say what the fuck I want, and I can make fun of flat earthers. And I mean, I guess I'm being redundant right now, but yeah, I mean, this is what I feel like people come in here. This is what they think when they come in. It's just like,
People are stupid.
dumbass
Like
flat
literally,
earthers.
people are stupid.
But most of the time, we actually have to teach them their freaking globe model before we actually, if we get that far with them, we have to
there's
teach
no
them the
reason
globe
for-
model before we debunk it.
There's no reason for anybody to get triggered or offended, or they can't insult us. They can't. They're coming in here thinking that we're wrong.
Actually, when they
can't.
do that
It's not
and
an
they get triggered, I actually feel bad for them. I really do. So it's like, hey,
So for them calling us stupid, that's not an insult. It should never be taken as an offense because we know we're right and they're wrong. So there's no way that they can ever I mean, in fact, it insults themselves. It's just like that old thing, like I'm rubber, you're glue. But this is totally
Yeah,
that
there
the
you go.
literal circumstance. Like whatever
Yep.
they say, if they call us stupid for not thinking we're on a spinning ball, that totally bounces back right at them because think you're on a spinning ball when all the contradictions.
Yeah,
You're
but
not
what?
gonna be
Yeah, but balls
the
bounce the best, right? So like that's not good proof either.
That was a good one, Lou. Yeah, they don't.
Yeah, I
They don't.
welcome it. I welcome. I just laugh. I laugh harder and harder the more they try to, say something about my intelligence when they're claiming that I don't have intelligence because the obvious isn't true in their minds is just hilarious. It never ceases to be funny to me, especially when they're
Funny, but it's also
intelligent on
sad.
other levels.
Sometimes I cry. Sometimes I cry thinking about some of this bullshit that
That's why
people
I
say
came
in
in.
here.
I was just
And
saying,
I'm not talking
there's no
about. I'm
reason to
not talking
cry.
about
Don't let it offend
figuratively.
you.
I'm talking about literally. Sometimes I cry about how
Like
dumb
in
people are.
sympathy for them, you're crying as like you cry for their existence.
I mean, I won't do it live, but dude, thinking about this, man, it really depresses me sometimes. I'm just like, these fucking idiots are so. It's just so depressing to me. It's just like, why can't they see what's right in front of their eyes? I just don't. I just don't get it.
Well, it's because it's a panic, man. It's psychologically set up so that they go into panic mode. Paradigm shifts aren't easy for anybody, and
It's all
the
good.
only reason we're here is because we're okay to be outside the norm. We always were.
Yeah, I won't say I'm comfortable with it, but I'm not embarrassed about it. And it's like people say, why aren't you embarrassed about you having, you're a part of this flat earth server and you, dude, I want every single person that I know to come in here and talk to us about flat earth. Guess who comes in here? Nobody I know.
No, most people it's the perfect litmus test for the society's control on information. And it's a perfect parallel to what we have going on now. I mean, you can show 100 videos to people about how breathing air is one of the most important things, and they'll still somehow think that the face diaper makes sense.
Well, and then they'll say, yeah, well, let's not even get started on that one.
But yeah, it's such a perfect.
I'm thinking about making a disposable diaper channel to talk about that one. Yeah. But because I have a shitload of stuff to talk about that.
Well, that's the thing.
Anyway,
I was saying last night that they had to make it so it doesn't make sense on purpose. Just like the globe model, they had to make it completely ridiculous. So then they know what you're saying is what they told you to say.
This is what I'm saying. I mean, I'm looking at all the bullshit on social media. I mean, there's no joke. I'm led to tears sometimes watching the degradation of society, the manipulation, the mind control. It's fucking ridiculous. It's really disgusting to me, and I don't know if how long. Oh God!
The dancing nurse is the perfect.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a baby diaper channel, just disposable channel. I'm gonna fucking bitch.
But
about this stupid diaper shit.
The hospitals are supposed to be overrun and not enough room.
Dude, I saw something on Facebook today that was just like
example of how they're making people dance. They're like, these are our puppets. This is
shit. I'm gonna create about I guess I'm gonna probably have to create like 4 or 5 disposable diaper YouTube channels so I can freaking just rant and rave about this fucking nonsense.
You're going to get kicked off YouTube. You're not going to keep it on YouTube.
Think about that. Like the any pictures of a supposedly packed hospital were like very early on.
Did you see it too, Lou? The one in Baton Rouge?
And a couple of them were proven to be from a previous like virus that spread around. Like
yeah, they use different countries as a little hospital setting with like the working they're going on with like a different angle of the camera or reversing the picture, and they use it as example of what's going on in two different countries.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get together with Ron Shekelson and you, Lou, and just totally just make a diaper channel that we can throw away and freaking just bitch about this shit.
I know what video you're talking about. Talking about the Italian one where they
wanna
use the
bitch?
same
I'll do
thing.
it right fucking now.
that's what
I'll
I'm talking
fucking
about.
bitch.
Yeah.
I'll fucking bitch right fucking now.
I can't. I have to go to work in the morning.
I'm
but,
fucking
but,
tired of
Yeah,
What
I'm
the-
pissed too.
What,
man.
what
I'm
about
really
all the
pissed.
people around you that you told about this over the last like fucking 18 fucking months or however long
Dude,
it's been?
that's why I go to tears. Now, people
Yeah,
that are they just buy into it and they're just like, hey, you know what? I just go. I mean, they already went to doctors for years and all this. I mean, it's not, it's something different. This is something. Well, it's let's not do it.
Dude, I'm just, if we want a bitch, that's my bitch. Is about all the people that you warned early on that all laughed at you and said, "No, 2 weeks to flatten the curve," and and you said, "No, it's much deeper than that." They're gonna start implementing fucking universal basic income. They're gonna fucking start regulating cryptocurrency. They're gonna fucking make sure that you. They're gonna pressure you into getting vaccinated, if not mandated. And they're going to do this, they're going to do that, and they
All right,
kept
I'll
on,
say this.
they kept on saying, no. That'll never happen. Not in this fucking country. Okay.
Because they were to consider that you're right about that. That means they might
pandemic.
have to consider you were right about flat Earth.
Well, the pandemic was for the vaccine. It wasn't for the pandemic. The vaccine wasn't a result of the pandemic. The pandemic
was a result of the vaccine, obviously, yeah.
Yeah, because they wanted everyone to get the vaccine, so this commercialization of the pandemic happened.
They admit that dude. First of all, there is no isolated virus that they can show us. They keep on saying they're just lying.
Shit, we weren't supposed to do this here, Lou. God, we're gonna get our channel shut down.
Whatever, it's your channel. Give a fuck.
My bitch. This is my bitch.
You talked about the bitching channel, and we're doing
smacking this bitch.
You know what the crazy thing is you don't even call it a vaccine is improper reference to it. So you don't even need to call it that. Just call it the genetic modification. That's
well, sure, but hey, are we going to continue to talk about this here, or because it actually can get the channel shut down?
Call it Gmod.
I was just pointing out that it's the usurping of these industries is what it's about.
Yeah, we're of the same
mind. The information. The dancing doctors is the perfect example of them just showing us.
Dude, that's so creepy as shit, man. That's so creepy.
They had that one with the plastic bag and the dead on or the tag hanging from its toe and shit. And they were carrying it down the hallway, dancing with a dead body. And there's actual people dying from mispractice in the fucking thing because of something misdiagnosed over something made up. Oh, it's just
well, you can't prove any of that from just watching the video.
I don't think those are real doctors. I think they're dancers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
that could be true.
Were they real doctors? There should be a way to find that out.
Doctors or nurses.
They proved
look at my big
half
butt.
of them weren't doctors. That was already proven.
I understand that, guys. Not busy. But I just want to finish my point, and then you guys go crazy.
No, let's not go crazy. Let's just move off of this
don't go
point.
crazy. Just let me finish my point.
Go for it.
My point is like I feel like I'm owed some fucking like, hey, you warned me about this. Like, where are the people?
Lou,
that
I can
are like,
answer that.
hey, where are the people that can actually be a real man about it? Because I know some of them recognized it and they're seeing it, but they don't have the fucking balls to fucking come to you and be like, dude, you're the one who told me that this was gonna happen.
Yeah, well, they did about 9/11. They came to us and said you were right about 9/11, but not with flat Earth. And then now, anything we say can't be listened to because they'd have to consider maybe the Earth is flat.
Well, you're not thinking like a normie. See, I saw something that said it was a meme. It said like the Alex Jones was right jar, and it had like it was full of quarters. And I was like, oh, that is perfect because a normie they're so dumbed down. They think a conspiracy is either Alex Jones or like the Q-tards.
Yep.
So from their perspective, if they have to admit a guy like Alex Jones is right, that puts them in this weird mental state where now they're in between this false reality and admitting that a lunatic was right, and they sit in this limbo state of mind that's just, I don't know what you'd call it. It's just this weird dilemma they have.
Buffalo bus.
And you have
Oh,
to
your
explain.
mind
try
does
to
it, but your
explain-
mind is a bastard. Like, dude,
That's the crazy thing is trying to explain the controlled opposition part to them. They're like, no, you have to say, look, no, Alex Jones is not who I support. No, he's put out there to say some things that are true and then a bunch of bullshit, so that you always think everything he says is bullshit, even though some of the things are true. You get how the psychology of that works. You can even talk to people that realize that you're right about 9/11. And then to try to get to the next layer of that and say, oh, there was a controlled opposition with 9/11 and they were telling us the truth at the same time on purpose to create this fucking conflict.
The
conspiracy theorists.
difference between 9/11, 9/11 is a good comparison, but only because it's the closest thing we got. Like 9/11, everything we said came after the fact. With this thing, it was
It's in our
we
face
told
every day. Yeah.
we told everybody before it happened.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, okay, so
Yeah,
so-
exactly. And I'm about to show an image.
Okay, so the problem obviously with like people that don't realize there are gatekeepers around is like they don't understand how like humans can honestly be the most the most deceitful creatures on earth. Like a lot of people think that a lot of people think that like what we're told is truth because how can they lie to us like this? But when you put yourself in the shoes of the liars or the deceivers, it makes total sense. Like if you're able to have an open mind and just think, okay, I'm gonna put myself in the shoes of a banker like the Rothschilds. How would I want to control this place, this earth? How would I want to control the masses? Oh, okay, I want to deceive them and demoralize them. That like the most basic truths that can be understood within a real realm are misunderstood. You're just space dust, Goyim. You're just space dust.
Rothschild did say that. He said, allow me to control a nation's money, and I care not who makes its laws. So that's the
Exactly.
how.
It's the how. It's currency. So currency is also super fake. What is currency based upon? It's like mostly currency is based upon the idea of trade, but it's been so misconstrued. It's kind of disgusting now. It is a confidence game. So it's basically saying like, okay, so I have like, think about this. You're a farmer 2,000 to 3,000 years ago. You have enough supply of food to support your family. All of a sudden this guy comes up to you and says, hey, I will trade you this raw material, gold, so you can give me, life sustenance such as wheat. What are you gonna give me for that wheat? And then like literally a smart guy will be like, what am I gonna do with this gold? I can't feed my family with it.
No, to be honest, hold
have
on.
in
I mean, a common currency, amongst people for even trade or whatever. I don't, I wouldn't totally discount any type of currency as
It's not
a
like
means
he's
of trade.
discounting
No,
it.
no,
He's saying back in the day, the value of it would seem until there wasn't.
Oh, it would seem okay. I got you.
That's what I'm saying. It's basically like, okay, so yeah, like I'm supporting my own family, my own blood family, like people that are related to me, my own kin, my own community, saying, hey, I'm growing these crops of wheat. I can make bread. I can sustain life. We're gonna have a good time. Then all of a sudden, this merchant comes across and he says, I will give you gold for that bread. And
That's not the way that currency came about.
no, it is the way the currency came about. It
Not
literally
necessarily. No. Actually,
no,
it came about.
let me finish. The currency is based upon trade value. That's what it's based upon. What if like we removed a third party person saying fuck your trade value, and I said I want to trade wheat for cloth? Why do I need gold or a currency to be the
Yeah,
middleman.
yeah, that's the
Currency
thing.
is like a paper dollar or a coin. It's not real. It's not real
Well,
money. It's what you trade, signifying money. That's
Yes.
well, if
yeah.
if I'm a
Your
farmer,
point was a good one. No reason to argue about the how it
I-
actually
if I'm a
works.
farmer
the
and I need
logistics, I
plumbing,
guess. Yeah, and I get
I,
your point, but yeah,
if I'm a farmer and I need plumbing done to my house, but the plumber won't accept cows or what I have to give him, right? He might ask for something that he can use or trade with later, which is probably gold, and the value of gold is determined by whatever the economy. So it's still, you know what I mean, trying to figure out how to exchange these services. How can you do my plumbing and how can I pay you? You know,
Oh, you
that's
skipped a
still,
step. You skipped
Right, if you
something. Who determined that gold has any kind of value at all?
dude, as
well,
communities agree upon,
that
a
that's between
value
me and the
for a means
plumber.
of exchange. Yeah.
Right,
Oh,
that's between me and the plumber to determine. Like, if the plumber wants gold, then I have to give him the amount of gold
well, the
that
plumber
he
doesn't care about
that he
gold. It's
wants
the
for the
people richer
value.
than him that care about the gold, right?
Well, that's the thing, because if the plumber,
Hold on. Right now, you're talking about the very fundamentalism of like a gold-backed or silver-backed or in anything backed currency, like a non-fiat
right?
currency, right? But like,
Yes.
but the thing is what he's alluding to is something that you could actually just see today. Like, High Impact Flicks did a show on it. Like he actually showed a graph of the markets. Right now, of course, Pfizer is through the roof, but at the same time, on the same day, at the same moment that the government added another $1 trillion bill to the U.S. government, silver dropped, like it plummeted. Silver is now like $23 an ounce, which is like, oh, I mean, it's just way, 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 way down.
But I told
Yeah,
silver ends with Fed.
But
inflation.
if you're gonna add fiat money, fake currency, like that creates inflation. That should drive silver up, but instead it plummeted. Who has the control to do that to the markets?
Well, that's the thing. It doesn't have to necessarily have to be these metals, right? It can be cash crop. It can be anything that is considered currency that can be that people will accept as currency, like
Question at all?
cocoa beans.
Not answering my question at all.
Well, that's the thing about metals. It's determined by an economy. You know, what's the rarity, how rare it is, blah blah blah. Then
Okay,
there's
okay,
inflation.
so I have to ask this question: what makes a precious metal worth value?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Right, right. Gold
Like,
and
what am I gonna do with
silver
gold?
have.
What use am I gonna turn it into? How is that? What am I
Well,
gonna do anything with that?
if you're a wealthy person, it actually has some pretty cool properties that you can take advantage of if you know what to
So,
do with it.
so your everyday man
Global
doesn't determine
electronics,
anything
No,
about it.
See, we're getting the conversation. Yeah, everyday man, like
in a
the
world of
ability,
electronics, gold is very valuable.
a
You could
Job.
try and eat it.
Wait. Do you think Job cared about gold?
Well, that's the thing. Like, gold has
Job
value
didn't
in a
live in today.
civilization, right? In a civilization that has
Gold.
knowledge,
Civilization is faking gay.
right? Well, that's what I mean. Like, there's real knowledge about these metals and why we value them, but who knows the
What?
value
Okay.
of these metals, right? The people
So
that
if
have knowledge
who
of them.
knows if who knows the values of these metals, why do
Yeah.
we participate?
You require manpower to learn about these metals. So you need people to dig it up. You need people to study it and people to analyze it, data, all this stuff. So you still need, people to do the work. But there's still real knowledge there. Like gold and silver has real value. Like,
Talking like the
far as
alchemical properties of the metal.
no,
Exactly. Like what good a good analogy would be like in an apocalypse. You know, the guy who stored up a whole lot of like rough cut diamonds and gold and silver, like good for him. What's he gonna trade for it? I'm gonna take it with my lead.
Right. I mean, that's why you need a civilization. You know, you need people to do things with these metals and the knowledge of these metals. Where does it come from anyway?
Now, see, you guys, this is how I'm thinking of it, right? Say everything goes, you know, it's up. What am I gonna do trading my neighbor? I'm hungry. He's hungry. We're both hungry. He's got food. I don't have any. I'm gonna give him a hunk of metal, and then he's gonna starve because he thought that was a good idea. Because
No.
he thinks he can go
No.
out and buy something with this piece of metal. Like I don't see this value.
What I was saying though is like when it really comes
I
down to
would.
it, like, okay, so think about silver, gold, and diamonds. I'm not exactly sure on silver. Maybe I haven't done enough research, but there's a lot of really good uses for right now in today's society, like where what makes it very valuable. When it comes to electronics, gold is like the best conductor we got, pretty much. And like when it comes to um,
Yeah.
what was the other one?
You need. Yeah.
Diamonds are cutting tools, man. Friggin' like you
Yeah.
need.
Crystals. Yep. And
I don't
clocks.
doubt those two uses. Like I know gold is good at being a conductor, but you know, if everything's gone crazy, people don't care about any of this crap. But you're talking about, you
Yeah.
know, this has to stable out over a long period of time. Nobody's gonna be straight.
I
Like
would.
this is what I don't get, right? People will say buy gold, buy gold. Like, when everything crashes, people are gonna want to trade gold, and I'm sitting here going, well, who's gonna do that? If we're both hungry, we both want food. I'm not trading a hunk of metal for food. You lost your mind.
Right.
Yeah,
I
what
mean, it only
about
has
if you? Yeah, but
value.
what about if you got loads of food that's perishable?
I don't know.
You want
I
something
still
that's
don't
not
see
going
a
to
use for
degrade, right?
any metal. Like I don't at all.
Say that again.
I'm trying to
Not like
say.
that.
Well, I could turn the metal into weapons and start
You have no
forcing
use
people to
for
give me their
metal. You have
food.
no use for metal.
You know?
No,
Like
I mean like the precious metals, like maybe a little bit of silver, but this idea of buy gold, I'm not on board at all.
well, no, I would agree because I think gold is like super inflated. Like it's in a bubble. Like don't buy gold. In fact, right now, because silver just took a huge hit, buy silver, buy silver.
That's just my thoughts, though. Like I don't understand the gold
Where do
thing.
you
I've been waiting for someone to explain it.
where do you buy silver? Like silver what? Like so just buy jewelry or buy silver bars?
If
Where do you
you want to buy physical like ounces of silver or something like that, like you can. There's you'll find them locally, even like your jewelry places and stuff like that. They tend to deal in bullion and stuff like that. That's gonna be your best bet. You want to buy like bullion because bullion is like that's like coins that were stamped and what like you know where it came from and like what it's worth and whatever blah 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 and it and a lot of times it's like old, like really old shit,
Silverware?
like
What about
pirate booty. You want to start collecting pirate booty basically.
Arr.
So
silverware?
What is the largest? What is the most widely used and the most sought after currency of the world? People. People. So
Yeah.
what you would want is to have more people, more
Oh,
individuals.
I thought you were saying
No,
slaves.
it's gold. The most desired currency is gold. It's gold.
I
No,
thought
it's
it
currency.
was the pound.
People.
No, well, okay, so
It's people who have control of their own minds.
the
Just,
big thing,
just think about it. If shit hits the fan, right? Then and you have just yourself and maybe one other, or if you're alone, or if you have just a handful of people, and then you know the next civilization or the next town or whatever you want to call it. I don't know what you would call it once the shit hits the fan, but the next one that you come to have like a huge community of people. Like what's going to be more valuable? Is it going to be the metals? Is it going to be the currency that you can't use anymore, or is it going to be the people who are capable?
Yeah, I just want to point out though, because when we're talking about buying gold, because like, you know, if you're gonna if it's gonna be tangible gold, like that's what you really want. I was just to finish what I was saying earlier. I probably kind of left it hanging there also, but to finish off what I was saying, like you can easily invest in with your retirement plan. You could have a 401k or a simple IRA or an IRA or something like that, where you've got it put on, like metals, and that's, like it might work, it might not. Like when you think it would go up, it goes down. When you think it would go down, it goes up. It's all fucked up because that's where it comes to the money traders and like how they value what a certain metal is worth. But when it comes to actually like, gold and silver that you hold in your hand, that has way more value, like a ton, like so much more value.
Yeah, but then the problem with like metals is you are always going to need a place to store it, and it's hard to move it like a bank. And now you have the same problem again. Now you have a vault where you have the gold and people and because it's a problem to move. Now you've got notes that you're handing out, promissory notes, receipts for people to claim the gold, and you know what I mean, like, and that's if you have the gold in your hand. It's it's the problem of it being heavy and having to be stored and
Right. That's the reason they give us anyway for why we went to, how society advanced, because we came up with currency instead of, a bartering system where you had to carry your metal.
well, yeah, that's where cryptocurrency comes in, because now the value, instead of storing it in gold, it's in people. It's these smart contracts. The idea of the smart contract.
What's his name earlier said the food is the first currency. Yeah, that's correct. That's the first currency was food.
Salt is
I still
huge, especially with landlocked civilizations.
I still think it's people, because with the more people, then the more food cultivation that you can have, and essentially all the leaders of the world, that's ultimately what they're fighting over. That's what they're warring over. Art of the people, control over the people. Just
Well,
saying.
I give people as a given, and then after that it's like
Let's revert back
materialism.
to salt as currency, please. That'd be awesome.
Well, salt was a currency because no one could preserve anything, and now we have other means.
At one time, salt was basically the same as today's gold.
That's where they get the word salary from, right? Every man worth their salt.
Yeah, that is where that comes from. Exactly.
Rome.
How?
You just pay the Roman soldiers in salt. That's what the salary was.
Oh, okay, I see.
Preservative, yeah. Yeah.
I knew
Salt
salt
was
Not just as a preservative. You will die if you don't have enough sodium intake. Like you will like I know we talk all the time about how you have too much salt in your diet, but like that's because you're eating shit. Like the fact is if you're active and you're sweating a lot, that's why you have drinks like Gatorade and stuff like that, where they tell you, it's got electrolytes. That's what electrolytes are. Like
She's got stuff water doesn't.
And now that's a currency I can get behind though, because that has use.
Even Yeshua says, "You are the salt of the world." You know what happens when the salt loses its saltiness? Well, you throw it out. I mean, salt is very valuable.
Yeah, no, it's one of the very essentials of life. Like you have to have salt or you will die.
Yeah. Electricity.
They don't tell you that. They tell you need air, water, like food. They don't say like, but inside that food, you got to make sure you motherfucking have salt. Don't have too much salt, but you got to have salt.
Is it better to have too much salt or not enough salt?
I don't know,
I do
man.
too much.
Less is more. Less is more. Yeah. Salt brings out the flavor and stuff. Like you only want the flavor to come out. If you put too much, you'll taste the saltiness, right? But if you put just enough, you'll taste the flavor of the thing you're putting salt in. It's like it's awesome.
Now, which
Less
kind
is
of salt
more.
though?
Yeah, right. And then you've got that like pink. See?
I've
Himalayan.
always
the
wanted to
earth,
try Himalayan salt.
as long as it's not like altered by man, I'm sure it'd be fine.
They got the salts where they put like
Seawater.
other stuff in it, like caking agents and stuff.
I think
Scoop
it's
some
gonna.
seawater.
I think it's gonna depend. Like you got to learn how to know your own body. Like every diet. Like that's why I hate when we get into diet conversations in the server. Is like every person's diet is going to be independent to that person. Like what do you do for a living? Like how much are you like? What kind of climate are you
Yeah.
in? And like how many calories do you think you
No.
burn in a day? And like all this
1
stuff.
million.
Quit
Over
arguing
9,000.
about like you need to eat all vegetables or you need to eat all fish or you need to eat all fucking red meat. Like fuck you all with that. Like worry about yourself. If you like your diet, good for you. I'm proud of you. But don't force your diet on other people. You could give them maybe suggestions. These debates though, it's absolutely insane to me.
In my culture, I keep getting told to eat more. It's like, eat more. Is that all you can eat? Oh my gosh. You know what I mean? Like when we go out to like buffets and stuff, it's like, eat more. We
Or
paid $20 for you.
the eating portion is only part of it. You hear how people will say like, "Oh, you gotta do CrossFit. Oh, you gotta run. Oh, you gotta do this." It's like no, everyone's body is gonna look the best no matter what they choose to do and how active they are. And I heard someone say that this guy, he's gonna look this way no matter if he did CrossFit, powerlifting, if he was an Olympian, his body would look like that because that's his body.
You are what you eat.
I mean, in my
So-
opinion, anybody says you should only eat vegetables or only eat anything, basically, only eat like they're flat out wrong immediately. Like
I only eat
you're-
delicious food.
you're-
I think a mono diet can be beneficial.
I think your body
Like a cleanse or
you
something.
are designed. If you want to go evolutionary and mainstream and shit, you look like an omnivore. You're meant to eat all kinds of things. And your body is supposed to tell you what
Hey.
it is that you're like
When
think about like pregnant women where they have cravings. Like
Oh.
they have hard cravings. You have
Right.
cravings too, but not as
Right.
recognizable. Like
when I'm roasting barbecue over coconut shells and you smell it, I'm pretty sure you're gonna want to eat. Pretty sure, because you're gonna be like, "Damn, that smells good," and then the saliva starts happening, and then you can have some chicken.
we're
It's
supposed
like-
to be more in touch with our bodies too, by the way. Like, and I don't mean like in I'm not telling
So
you
you're saying explore your body.
I'm not,
Explore
yeah,
your body.
I'm not saying go jerk off in like the next 5 minutes, but I am saying like listen to your inner conscience and like what your body's telling you, like your cravings and stuff like that, and think
Oh
about
no,
it.
they twist it.
Yeah.
They go, "Oh, I have a
Potato
sweet tooth.
salad.
I don't want fruit. I want a candy bar."
Well,
Yeah, but you're missing.
the fatties will always do that. Like that's
Potato salad.
But this is why you're missing the point I was trying to make. This is why the people, free thinking people, free people. That's why they are the commodity. They are the currency of the world ultimately. Because how are they ever able to convince people to cut certain things out of their diet and live in a certain way to where they're eating toxic? Because they had control over their mind. Because they have control
They
over the
are
people.
they are the barbecue sauce on the chicken.
Well, it doesn't help that the worst food for you is also the cheapest.
Oh, especially look at what happens in the inner cities, like and stuff like that, where obesity is obviously the like at a critical level.
Too much barbecue sauce. Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah,
you guys
Oven
know this,
there.
Lou. You're in the Midwest, right?
Yeah, I
Less
am.
is
Yeah.
more.
Yeah, so I'm in the Midwest too. You drive to like a really small town. They got like one supermarket, small gas station, McDonald's every single time. Always a
Yeah.
McDonald's.
Yeah.
They do this by design. It's everywhere. Everywhere I go, these stupid little tiny towns. They line up too. You go there at like a certain hour of the day,
I
and they're
mean,
all
if you're
lined up.
if you're a corporation, you're gonna set up. Every store is gonna be near where the most people travel, so you're gonna go as close to the freeway as possible. And if you can afford to, like your big corporation, it's gonna be McDonald's. You know what I mean? Like or what for some reason, when you head out from the Midwest out to the West, say Colorado, everything is a fucking Waffle House. Everything. In fact, I saw exits where they had 2 Waffle Houses on the same exit, one going eastbound, one going westbound. So
Waffles? Yeah, those must be good, dude. I've never eaten it,
I've
but
never been
damn.
to a Waffle House.
Yeah, those must be good if there's so many. Damn.
multiple exits where there was 2 Waffle Houses. I thought I was in the Twilight Zone.
You guys made a buffalo sauce yet? Anyone here in there? No.
I want to know if these Waffle Houses had competition. It's like
They do. It's
your
the
pancakes
it's
suck.
the
I'm going
IHOP.
across
The
the street.
IHOP is the competition. International House of
Oh.
Pancakes.
Wait, is that what it stands for? I never even knew.
Yeah, IHOP, International House of Pancakes.
Yeah. I think I would probably eat at the Waffle House if there was one nearby, but I think California is mostly IHOP.
They hate each
They don't
other.
have they don't have Jack in the Box on the East Coast. They don't have Krispy Kremes on the East Coast. They have Dunkin' Donuts. Those are pretty good too. Yeah.
I thought we were supposed to be healthy.
I used to
Not
eat
eat
at Dunkin' Donuts when I was in the Navy, man. Like, well, their breakfast sandwiches are good. Their croissant sandwiches, like ham and cheese croissants with egg. I used to pick one up every time.
Have you ever seen the Baskin Robbins like large Oreo shake? Has like 200 grams of fat in it and shit like that. It's like 4,000 calories.
Yeah.
Oh.
I could never finish. Oh yeah. You know those big cups they give you. It's too rich. Yeah, but no Jack in the Box. It was weird. It's like
Jack in the Box is disgusting.
I was.
yeah. When I
Where's
was
the
18,
McDonald's?
it was. Yeah,
They
I
used to sell
eat.
this at Baskin Robbins. Oh wait, never mind. Wrong chat.
I used to like the ultimate cheeseburger, but now I make my own at home here. Better though, with the cheese and like
They used to
better
sell this at
than
Baskin
Jack in the
Robbins.
Box.
I mean, it's got protein in it.
Craving for food, for fast
Have
food.
all
That's
that
weird.
iron.
Yeah, that is a lot. But
Yeah,
that
but
shit
why
tastes
are
like
you
blood.
why are you craving Taco Bell? I don't know, man. Something about that. It's that soft shell. I don't know. The texture.
It just added
texture
you
and
the
the taste.
333 grams of carbs.
So there's no nutrients in there that your body's craving? No, it's just the texture and the taste, bro.
It's got pretty good fiber.
Only
It's not
$1.99.
bad.
Okay, so it's a manufactured toxicity.
Yeah.
But why?
It's
It's
like
like
Facebook.
back to my original point. It's to control the people. They want,
like
an
feedback loop.
ill society is an easily controlled society.
The vicious cycle.
If you want to eat like one time a week, then you just get this shake and you're set. You're good to go.
Well, like back then, didn't they say like bread was really sweet and they would pretty much eat bread as treats? They didn't have all this crazy
Hey,
sugary stuff we had.
Who who is that? That's our guy that is always like, "Don't eat bread." Is that Aaron? He's like, bread's not food. Like, don't eat grain. No noodles. No nothing.
Conspiracy.
Is that him? Who is that? Am I right? Is that Aaron?
It could be GMO wheat or something. I don't know.
One of them.
what
What's
that was
got?
about.
What's it? Glyphosate? I forget the name of it.
Yeah, they genetically
that-
modify it to be resistant to the Roundup, which has glyphosate in it, and the glyphosate causes it causes all kinds of stuff. Like, I mean, the glyphosate opens, according to one doctor, opens up passageways through all of your blood barriers. Who the fuck is hot micing Lou?
I'm hot micing. Oh, what's it sound like?
Echoing. It's just a lot
I
of
got a
feedback,
fan in the
like
background.
echo.
Sorry, I'll.
It opens up.
Passageways through the blood barriers of all of your organs. All of your organs have blood barriers around them, like, you know, your brain and your heart. Yeah, and that's what keeps heavy metals out, because the heavy metals can't pass through those blood barriers. But the glyphosate opens up passageways to allow that to happen. So it kind of like works in tandem with all the jabs, you know, and of
Yeah.
course the chemtrails. So if it's GMO, then you can guarantee that you're flooding your body with glyphosate. Not to mention whatever other genetically modifying shit that they're doing, or altering, you know, of the food, because I mean, who knows? That's just what we're aware of. Leaky gut, the grains, since they've been doing it, it's just been causing a lot of leaky gut, but mainly the glyphosate. That's the big thing.
A lot of people don't know it's in a lot of cereal. Of course, grains, but nobody really checks.
I mean, nothing like when people try to make it an issue about eat meat or eat vegetables, it's retarded, because all your vegetables are like painted in fucking chemicals, and so is all your meat. Like, there's not really much you can do about it. Unless you're butchering your own. I mean, that's the only way out, really, is to like oversee from like from birth till slaughter, like everything you eat. I mean, if you can do that, awesome, but not everybody can do that. And even in that case, you don't know what's in the water, just like you don't know what you're giving your children or yourself. It's fucked up.
Yeah, it's so funny you say that, because you get all these like, you know, I only eat organic. You know, I you know, of course, do that as much as you can, and then they put it on the store. They make it all nice for the display. They cover it in wax, and then they drip their nasty water all over the vegetables with the little sprinklers in the produce section. So, I mean, you're not really doing yourself any good if you're buying organic, and then you're going to the store where they cover it in nasty water and it's absorbing all the water. It just doesn't make any sense.
I know I'm being like super doomer, like, but we're just that fucked. Like, everything is that fucked. Like, everything around you. Like, it's pointless to. At this point, honestly, I've gotten to a point where it's pointless to try to wake anybody up. It's pointless. Flat Earth, honestly, right now is pointless. Like, we got something that's about to happen, and society could. We don't know which way it's gonna go, or if it'll crash completely. Like, it's we're at a junction point, and hey, I don't know. Like, those who saw it coming, this is their last chance to, or I mean, those who those who were warned, this is the last chance to see it. Those who saw it coming, you're being laughed at because none of those people are actually fucking doing shit. Like, we're so fucked. Doomer, doomer, doomer. I know. Sorry. Have a good night,
Hey,
y'all.
well, you watch too much Richie from Boston.
No, dude, I like him, but it's fucking. I like him, but it's fucking true, man. Like,
Everyone dies, Lou.
I take half of what he says as like, yeah, okay, and then the other half, I'm like, no,
How
thank you.
how we die, is a choice. But
So yeah,
everyone dies.
everyone's
I
focus.
don't know how
Everyone's
many of
focus
you
is
are.
on
I
what
don't know
they're
how many of
doing.
you are parents. I don't know how many of you are parents. I'm not thinking about this for myself. I'm thinking about this for my daughter. Like, what kind of world am I gonna leave her? It's gonna be terrible.
Well, I mean, that's the thing about God, I think, is that the world will always be the way it is, and it'll probably get worse, but everyone dies, and you know what I
Telling
mean?
you,
Like,
man, it's about the people.
yeah. And being able to just live and survive the evils of the world is probably the thing to do, worth doing.
It'll all reset and go back again, and we'll all start again.
They're only able to do any of this because they have control over the people. I'm telling you, it's all about the people. We're the
Yeah,
currency.
that goes back
We're
to
not
the
we're not
Babylonian
going
debt
to.
slavery.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to get the paradise that we want for our children, or their children, or their children's 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 children.
Yeah, sure you can. Look at the Amish. I think, okay, look at it like this. What if the Amish, they don't actually have a set way of doing things like we thought they did? What if they were a break off of what once was a corrupt system and they just stayed that way because they knew the treacherous ways of what could be?
I
Yeah,
think
what
if
if
there's
they
a
just got
God,
Amish is
painted,
the one true religion.
Gypsies.
I
and
think
then they just got painted in a bad light with all these reality shows about how
Yeah.
crazy they
I
are.
think that the God of Abraham is the real God, and he has a plan, and I think it's a good plan. So I'm just gonna roll with him. You guys can do whatever you guys want.
Why do you think
I think
gypsies are gypsies, man? Don't let into the mainstream. Just hang outside. Somebody in the gypsy movie realized that anything to do with mainstream is bar, it's fugazi, and they just want to stay outside. So they're not bad people.
I mean, no, if you work in a world and you try to establish a paradise for your children in a world where they have control over the people and it's like toxic and corrupt, and if you try to do it by yourself, no. But if there are groups of people and communities that are all trying to do the same thing, then yeah, it's possible.
I think that it's
all
probably
about
it's probably a breakaway. Where we think Nirvana is probably it's a breakaway people. Maybe the Amish, maybe the Gypsies. I don't know. It's definitely not fucking mainstream.
I think they know what they're doing, to be honest. Like, I wonder what it's
Oh,
like
of course
to
they
live
do.
in a community like that. Because I've even seen a video like a few days ago how they put up a barn and they got the whole Amish community slapping up the barn roof in like less than, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours. So they know what they're doing, but
Well,
they show
yeah,
us the stupid image.
sheeting a roof is not like, or shingling a roof. When you have 20 guys doing it, it's not that big of a job. Even a
Well, no, I'm
like,
saying you go get 20 guys right now. Let me know how long that takes.
Here's a religious idea. What would be the best way to live life? Do you think?
Free of government.
Well, just whatever the spirit tells you to live life. That's the best way to live life.
Yeah, free of someone telling me how to do things all the time. Doing it, how you should be.
Yeah, in order to get that freedom, you have to be the guy telling other people how to live their lives. Meaning,
I don't
you're
know
the guy.
about that.
You have to be the guy with the gun, right? Like America. Okay? You see how America is that guy, right? Like this is freedom.
What
Oh,
about
but you gotta wear masks. Oh, and you gotta do this, and you gotta do that, and you can't do this. Can't say that.
I like the way they worded it to Witsit. This isn't a First Amendment zone. You're gonna have to go over there.
You can't say you
Is
can
this
say
is-
the world. Maybe one guy did it one time. I don't know, but you can't save the world. You have to save yourself. That's it.
This isn't a free speech zone. But over there is.
Would you please stand, if you're gonna say things like that? Would you please stand in that corner?
You can't say that here, but you can over there.
Get over there.
So just stand over
You're
there.
just way over there, 20 feet away.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because in Canada, I was listening to this guy speak. They have a protest corner. That's the only corner they can protest on.
How big is it? How many people can you fit in it?
It's just a small corner.
10.
2 people and a dog.
I mean, is there a God? If there's a God, is it worth consulting how we should govern ourselves?
Well, if there is, be pissed off.
Hold on. I'm sorry. As a construction guy and wondering about Amish, when you say shingling a roof, or I said shingling, if they're Amish, they're not using asphalt shingles, are they?
No, it would be
No.
some kind of tar made from some kind of natural resource.
Yeah, no, they would actually have to like cut down a cedar tree and like cut their own little slats to have a cedar shake roof or something, right?
So like that. Then make it from clay.
They don't use 4x8 sheets of plywood either, right?
I don't know. But aren't the Amish still based on the Bible, and isn't the Bible based on the God of Abraham? So
I think the guy that invented Amish is very akin to L1 Hubbard or something. I don't know. Or the guy that invented the 7-day Adventist.
So if you could show me 20 Amish people cutting down trees, lumbering all the splitting that tree, getting the shake material. There's a lot of stuff that goes into covering that roof that you're not seeing in that video too. It's not as impressive as you think. They got it done, the labor, with a lot of people. Cool. But there's a lot more work that goes into that if you're gonna be truly without if you're gonna go without electricity and buying stuff from the lumberyard, you're gonna have a lot more work involved.
I'm not talking about the work part. I'm talking go gather 20 men. Say, hey, we're gonna go do this today. See how long it takes and what you're gonna have to do for that to work and all this hassle and mess you're gonna have to try and get that done.
My question to you, I didn't get an answer. They're not, what I mean. So they're not. I mean, if I'm talking about a cedar shake roof or something that they made all the shakes, like that's a whole other process. How did when you're talking about the Amish, what kind of roof was it? A steel roof? Was it a
It was
asphalt roof? Was it a
Nah, it was like really cheap, easy paneling, but well, they put up the frame and they did the whole framework for the building and the roofing. Past like I don't know, 2 stories. They started throwing it all up there.
Yeah.
But just like seeing how people can come together and do that is what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
It wasn't
no,
actually all that hard.
I get you, but
What about hemp? Would hemp be a good?
I just think it's just one of those like YouTube videos where it's cool to see it in time lapse, because like you could do that on any construction crew anywhere, and you'd be like, oh wow, cool, watch them go really fast. Like, look at this house get built.
Do Amish use hemp to make clothes and stuff, linen and materials? Hemp.
They use whatever they get their hands on.
Well, there you
That's
go,
not
right? You could trade.
fact.
You could trade hemp as a textile material.
They might go to town in the horse and cart and buy something.
One of the ones that I
cleaning.
kept watching, I guarantee I'm gonna probably in like a week or two, I'm gonna start getting Amish like build videos, like, which is kind of funny. But like I already got these, I already got these like South American like 4 foot tall tribal looking dudes that
Building
that like
swimming pools and
build
shit.
mud huts with swimming pools and shit. Yeah.
Fucking like, what the fuck is this? Like, what? That's not.
Thanks, Google.
So I think
dirty
this
as-
is the next step. Google needs to hit me with the Amish.
Yeah, it doesn't have a filtration system. That's why I don't like those. It's like that's disgusting. That's like little kids digging holes in the backyard.
What would you get if you spoke out loud? What is the secret to the universe? Would Google start fucking telling you what it is? What's the secret to the universe? What's the question of life? Is it giving you all this fucking religious shit? I don't know.
I don't think there is a secret. You know, like I think that's just a marketing. Slogan. The secrets.
Yeah, if there was, we'd never gonna figure it out, right? We're not clever
You guys
enough.
know what? I just realized something. The Amish have always, every single one of them, always has the same haircut.
They all go to the same barber, bro.
No, like all of them. Like you go town to town, they all got the same haircut.
Dude, that's not like that's the only place that happens. Like, look at all the the Orthodox Jews where they all got the curly little dreadlock coming down by their ear, or like all the Muslims how they have to have a beard, or it just everybody wears the same fucking hat. Like it's
something with the
way
hair.
it works.
Or the Buddhists
In the military,
shave the hair off, bro. No hair. That's the way to go.
In the military, everybody has the same haircut. Everybody has the same clothes. They all look alike.
Regimented.
The Amish don't have freedom with their hair.
Uniformed, right?
It's all uniformed. It's all regimented. To make you feel like you're part of something. Gives people a sense of belonging.
Think you're special, Private Pile?
Yeah, the special ones.
One messes up, everybody pays. Usually not okay to snitch on your friends, but in this case, we'll pay you.
Sound like that California governor.
Yeah, they're gonna pay you Bitcoin. They're gonna turn it into a game, like earn credit, social credit, and Bitcoin by doing the right thing.
That's crazy, isn't it? Saying the right words, doing the right thing, having the right haircut.
Yeah, like a game.
Taking the right jabby do.
Yeah. Earn privileges, perks.
Be part of the herd or be left out in the cold.
Like, look at the old time videos, like from like the 30s and the say New York, like the black and whites, or London, whatever, just early times of video. Like every single person is wearing the like exact same suit and the exact same hat.
Oh yeah, it was a status symbol. If you didn't wear a hat as a man in the 1820s, or whatever it was, you were a pauper.
I mean, was there variance in those suits and hats where they could judge each other and ridicule each other appropriately, or no?
Yeah, one is a Gucci suit, the
Yeah,
other one is
I
an
was gonna
Armani
say that.
suit. Just like today.
Oh, my cotton shirt's better than your cotton shirt. Mine's got a little picture of a dude.
I'm driving a Range Rover
Cotton stretch.
Prius.
It was handmade by famous, yeah, shirt maker in France. 10 people died to get this shirt made for me.
Yeah, people died. Shit, they put the linens were in a sweatshop to get these fucking legs on my shoes, but I don't think I don't think the world's changed very much. I think it's, if you look at it, I don't think anything's changed really. It's they lose
Wars were fought over this suit.
nothing's really changed. It's just my opinion. The more things change, the more they stay the same. You know that old saying. You know where the old sayings always keep coming up.
My question when you look at all that old time shit is like, I know shit is hot and humid as fuck right now, and I've never seen no pictures of them wearing shorts. I'm like, how the fuck did they do it? They had no air conditioning. How did they walk through the streets in the sun in those hot cotton fucking suits and shit? Like layers of it.
It's called evolution. Yeah.
How did there's no fucking way.
Adaptation, yes.
Yeah, I wonder if the weather was never actually that hot.
Oh, science, bro.
And they just tell us it was.
I mean, there was like everybody always had pants and long sleeves, like in every picture ever.
Are you making a case for global warming?
That's not what I'm trying to do, but maybe.
I know the other guy.
It's
it was cold. It was colder than it is now. That's why everybody can walk around in fucking trousers.
Yeah, it was colder back then.
It was colder. Yeah, the world.
And the Native Americans never have any clothes on. They're always running around with like little pieces of leather hanging off, covering their.
Why don't if I Google that? Why did nobody wear pants in the 1900s? Or why do they only wear pants?
Oh yeah, where were the shorts? Where were the shorts? Just ask that. Where were the shorts?
Because the shorts looked.
It wasn't maybe it wasn't a question. Maybe it was a question of covering the body. Like the men wore pants and the women wore dresses.
No, but yeah, you can only take that so far. If the environment it was hot, if the environment is like it is now in the United States, there is no way that makes sense.
Dude,
you know
okay, so I remember. Go ahead.
There were no shorts that made men look masculine. Like shorts made you look like a dork. Like
Jack Tripper off the Three's Company.
I'm not a fan of shorts like when you're like on the town.
A little boy.
But like if I'm working all day long out in the sun and heat, I'm trying to be as cool as possible, right? I'm gonna wear shorts. I know I don't really see construction videos, but I assume that they're gonna be wearing pants in the construction videos, like or pictures, right?
And consider what they also made their clothing out of. Their clothing wasn't as restrictive and as heavy as what we have now too. And listen, I remember Well, they were more loosely fit on the body, that's for sure. I remember growing up that they were it was constantly that, for long periods of time in the summer, it was constantly getting up to triple digits. It never gets up to triple digits now. So what if all this weather, and they've been doing this weather manipulation since before Vietnam, we know that. So what if all this weather is just manufactured? Okay, so where are all the stories in all the ancient texts, the biblical texts of these snowstorms? Never hear of them.
I mean,
No, not one.
I mean, we hear about it when they say like haven't had a snowstorm. They say Buffalo, New York had a 12-foot snowstorm in 1852. On this date, and they tell you that, but who remembers that, right? Um, and I'm sure there was probably very cold environments also, but I'm just saying. I mean, I'm a northerner, and even during the summer in the north, there ain't no way you're gonna wear fucking pants and long sleeves all year long.
Well, I'm still living in the same state that I grew up in, and as a child, it constantly was getting into the triple digits. And we were constantly warned to drink plenty of water during those times, not to get in the rivers due to dog days and hot
Right.
weather, low waters, and things like that. And it was always triple digits for several weeks. It never
Check
gets
this out.
triple digits.
What about instead of you said what you're talking about weather manipulation, but what if it's just our ability to adapt to the situation because of being in air conditioning and having the
Because I
luxuries
remember
of-
triple digits. We don't have triple digits now.
What they had it then, but they were wearing pants.
But like, you can't expect Westerners to come over to America and start wearing loincloth. It's just not. It's just
Look, Luke. When it's really, really cold, you'll still see a woman wearing a skirt. Okay, like.
But those are only
People
the
are crazy.
hoes.
Right?
Those are only
It's
the
about the
hoes
look.
downtown.
Like, I don't think wearing shorts was it made you look like a boy or some kind of.
Was only for boys. I think there was a
Yeah.
bit. I think there probably was a social stigma about it, but I can't
Right.
imagine. I can't imagine. Being so. I mean, like, what did? I guess my question is what did the construction workers wear? Because they would have wanted something very light, even if it was long. Like, you might want something that protects but is also light and unrestricted. How did they do that with the materials that they had? And
Well,
what
hemp.
did they wear?
You have to
Hemp
remember
was a material.
those.
Material
Sorry, go ahead, Bong.
clothes were made of. Hemp was a material that clothes were made of. Was very common, and it was UV resistant, and it was cool, and that's why they don't use it anymore because it's too good.
Those were very different times. Child labor was still an acceptable practice. So was slavery. So.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
it's
think
not that hard
I
because
mean, if you follow like all the like orphan freaking like propaganda about like Oliver and all that shit, you showed up and you were a 12-year-old boy and you showed up in a fucking suit to go and climb a skyscraper and hopefully not die that day, right?
No,
Like,
men did that. No, men did that. You think? No, men did that. Child labor was a real thing, right?
Construction workers.
Oh,
like
I found a
Freemasons?
construction worker in shorts.
Like Masons, or what do you mean construction workers? Because there's laborers, right? And then there's the builders.
you could go.
I think many people
you'd be
now
a
see
child
issues in
chimney
areas
sweep
where
wearing
they
a
weren't
suit.
any issues then. Like it wasn't an issue like it may be an issue now, like you may see it as issue now, but then it wasn't.
The reason why people had lots of kids is so they could send them out to work. By the time they were 12 or 13, they were...
Did you guys hear how they said the construction? You know the like really absurd images of all these construction workers on skyscrapers standing on big metal beams. A
Yeah,
lot of
that's
people are saying that
iron workers
fraud.
love to get boners for that shit. I hate iron workers. I have a friend who's one, and I like secretly hate him.
Well, no,
Like,
or people say it's all fake. Like all these images are doctored because people don't just hang on steel beams with nothing.
Just because you work with steel doesn't mean you're hard, motherfucker.
I mean, I don't doubt that somebody might have gone out there to take those pictures, but that was because the reason they took that picture wasn't because they like to portray it like, yeah, iron workers used to go out there and have lunch out on a fucking beam, just suspended, 130 stories above the ground.
That
You
is
know,
not.
you're like, no, the fuck they didn't. They did that for the picture. Fuck you.
Right, but then you know the San Francisco Bridge, Golden Gate Bridge, when it was being built, like a lot of people died, and they had to build nets, and that's when they start putting safety, as a serious thing. You know, the guy that designed the bridge killed him. I think he died from the stress, like the guilt, from all the people that died. So
I mean,
I
how many
think during
people got
that
to fall
time,
off the bridge before you build the net?
right, exactly. So safety wasn't really, yeah, depression, the Great Depression times.
Yeah, during that time, I would say that most bridges there was at least 2 or 3 deaths or 4 deaths easily by.
Well, look at all the stories of the Great Depression, which happened to be the same time as like the most like building of like skyscrapers in the United States, right? So like, but they tell you all these stories about how there was just lines like miles long of men who just wanted to get a little bit of bread, and they would work for nearly nothing, and show up without shoes, and they would go up there and they would do their job. And if they died, if they fell, they would just let another guy in the gate. Like there's, like how much of that do you want to believe? How much of that is dramatization? That's what I was taught. I was taught that in
Well,
school.
who were those men anyway? Like immigrants, or were they really just average Americans?
Mostly Irish. Just kidding.
On that image you're
Chinese.
talking about, people eating on the suspended steel beam.
There were a lot
Yeah,
of Chinese
that's what they
people,
did
though.
because that's what they did because they didn't want to
Yeah.
take a break. They just ate on the fly. You know,
Like, hey, come on, let's go to America. There's a lot of gold. We can get some gold, and then they come over here and work on the railroad. Like, the fuck? This is safe.
Minimum wage.
America.
We've always been exploited, eh? The workers always been exploited, bro.
To connect the East and the West, right? Like trade, to facilitate trade. Money. The New World Order. Yeah.
I don't think the New World Order is about money at all. I think it's about something else. I think it's about capturing of your mind. Almost a religious system that people are indoctrinated into without even realizing it.
They control the resources that people need to survive, to live, and
It's not
food,
about money.
water.
It's not about money. I mean, you can have so much money. I mean, what is the purpose? I mean, there's so many people, right, that have millions and billions of dollars. Do you think they care about money? It's not about money. It's always been about control. It's a control system. It perpetuates its own self existence.
I think it's a crime to grow your own food somewhere.
That's a crime. You're not allowed to use rainwater either, by the way. That's also a crime. You're not allowed to capture rain falling from the sky to grow your own crops. Apparently. I could be wrong, but I heard that's a thing. We're moving.
Wow.
We're moving towards a different kind of system, and it's got nothing to do with money. It's all about contactless. It's all about taking the jabby jabby doo. It's all about something else. I'm not quite sure what it is, but that's just what it seems to be.
All about entertainment.
Bed and circus.
You're talking about social credit.
Yep.
Yeah. It's distancing from like I am worth this much because I made this much money, so I can do these things. To well, I don't have a lot of money, but I can do these things because I agreed and I did what they told me to do. So now I can do the things that they want me to.
Aside from the social crediting, I'm sorry but so the guy that I work with, the kid that I've been training, he's got many friends who are like family that are cops and nurses and shit like that. And he's all on board with all the conspiracy shit, and so like he's just his whole family is all these like NPCs. Anyway, but he did have it tested. Like he showed me a video. Normally I'm showing him videos. He showed me a video. Maybe you guys have seen it, where in the hospitals they have like a machine that you normally use to read the band that they put on your wrist, and they just put it against the arm that they got jabbed in, and they got a reading out the number of the patient number, right? And I was like, it looked like kind of like one of those things, just like the whole being magnetic, like easily fakeable, blah blah blah. But he says that the person that he knows who is a nurse that works in the hospital tried it and it worked on her too. That she was fully vaccinated and she tried it on herself and she said it worked on her also.
What you know what that device is? What is that thing? Because I've seen that too. What is the thing they use?
It's I don't know what it is. I stay away from doctors. I don't know.
Well, yeah, because it's like it's almost like it's the RFID chip, and it reads it. But I never seen a device that they use. I've never even seen one at a doctor's office before. I have no clue what it was.
Like I would, if it was just a video, I wouldn't say shit. But supposedly, I mean, it's still not somebody I talk to that I know. But so it's still hearsay. But it's just another layer of it where like I trust this kid. He didn't make some shit up. But whether or not the person made it up for him, I don't know.
I could have my sister try it. She works in medical background. But I'd need to know what that little, I don't know what it was. Looked like a little scanning machine. Like they use at a supermarket to read food.
It looks exactly like that, to read a barcode, basically.
Yeah.
That's what it's for, yeah.
But it looked like really bulky. Just a bulky version of this. How do you approach someone and be like, hey, can I scan you?
Most people would be like, what do you mean? And you'd be like, I just want to, it's a joke. I just want to try this out. And and then you scan them. They're like, beep, your number is, here, can I try your other arm?
You
Okay,
suffer from diabetes. Your mother and father are both deceased, and you have 3 kids.
Your blood type is Rh negative, and
you live in Alabama.
You had a surgery on your boobs. Oh, very nice, by the way.
Well, thank you. It's transitioning from a male to female. I made it out there. Sorry. Yeah, it knows everything about you. The system knows everything about you. It's all on your phone, bro.
Yeah, it's all already. Yeah, they're already tracking it on you on your phone secretly.
Yeah,
Everybody thinks that's conspiracy, but everything they're trying to collect is already being tracked anyway. What they're trying to do is make it so that it's inseparable from you.
yeah, it's natural. It's normal, and you can't live without it, bro. And most people today can't. You take their mobile phones away from them, they're fucked.
Dude, that same kid I said was like doing good. He this morning I talked about the power going out. He said that the power went out, and pretty much immediately he asked if he should get a generator out, and I'm like, "No, you idiot! Like, if it doesn't come on in like a couple hours, maybe think about it. But like, most likely you're gonna go out there, you're gonna get soaking wet, you're gonna fucking fire up the generator, hook up cords, plug it into stuff, and the moment you fire that thing up, it's gonna the power's gonna come back on. Like he had no idea like how you could live. And then I'm like, by the way, even if you do that, you're not gonna have internet. And he's like, what? What?
That's what my brother would do. You ever ask them like, "Hey, where does your food come from?" Or like, where does the internet actually come from? Like, not just your little box in your house.
People used to live just fine without electricity. You take that away, zombie apocalypse. How am I going to post pictures of what I'm eating for breakfast? I'd start cutting down trees and killing rabbits. So anyway, moving on. I think something's coming. I think there's a big change coming somewhere. Something's going to happen. I don't fake an invasion, whatever the fuck it is. Something big is coming. And I don't know. A big fucking change, bro. And if you've seen how life operates, anything can happen, sir. Anything at all.
I just want to know how the everyday man's going to react when everything starts showing up again like it did last year with the lockdown. Wear this, don't wear this, do this, now wear this again. I just want to know if they're actually going to put a foot down and do anything about it.
Normal's never coming back, is it?
I want to know how boiled the frog is.
There was someone on here, and I can't remember who it was, but I think it was a mod, a guy with an English accent. And when the COVID first started, I took it very lightly. I thought, "What the fuck is this? This isn't nothing to be worried about. It's something. It's a little bit. It's achoo fucking flu." And he said, "No, this is the beginning of something. This is the end of it. It's just this. You don't understand what I'm saying here. This is the beginning of something big." And I laughed. I thought, that's funny. This guy's going off on a tangent. He's crazy. Well, not crazy, but he may have a point. And like a year into it, I realized he was right. And I haven't heard from him since. Can't remember what his name was. Normal's never going to return, is it? Because of Delta variant, African variant, South African variant.
Oh, it's not even that. Like I heard someone else bring up a good point of like, who's to say that, because there's things that are deadlier. Like, why wouldn't they just implement this stuff for that?
Yeah, I heard him talk about what was it talking about the other day? Some other kind of fucking thing, some flesh-eating bug and shit, and all that kind of shit. It's just going to continue. It's going to keep people in perpetual anxiety and lockdown. So maybe something comes along and goes, "Hello, I'm your savior." I don't know. But they're not even talking about viruses anymore. They're just talking about things that could kill you. And people are just scared, living in fear. As I could be dead tomorrow. I don't care.
Wonder if that was the process of making a 9 to 5 and the rest of your life so boring that when a catastrophe comes along, you encourage it because it makes your life more interesting. That's got to be part of the programming.
What's that you say? World War III? Yeah, motherfucker. Baby. I don't know what's happening here, but something strange is going on, man. We already, when it first came out, we were already talking about fucking different variants and how they're going to give us a little bit of freedom back and then take it away, and give it back, and take it away. I mean, you don't have to be a fucking prophet to see that shit. I don't think we're ever going back to normal, but they really want this vaccine in you. They really, Kosura, they really want this vaccine in you.
It's all a smoke show. That's the thing that nobody realizes is when the main event's going on, it's not actually the main event. Like it's just it's perceived that way, so they can shove everything else in without you looking. Like in the schooling system, they all of a sudden all the curriculum changed. We're gonna teach you you're actually a tranny, and all this other nonsense. So they put the hammer down on all this other stuff that some people don't even notice, and then when it comes back, they go, "Oh, this is just how it is now."
Yeah, is like a vaccine passport a surprise to anybody? Is mandating vaccines for kids a surprise to anybody without the parents' consent? Here in the UK, they're talking about vaccinating kids. They really want this fucking thing in us. I don't know what it is, but they really want it in us, and I'm not taking it. Or some catastrophe happens, and they go, you have to get this thing on your arm so you can go to the food store and buy shit. People just line up and go, "Yeah, sure, yeah, okay." Cultura. Cultura. Shut the fuck up. Open mic, motherfucker. Da. It's probably a conditioning. We're undergoing a conditioning, so that when the real whatever they really want to put in you comes along, everybody just goes, "Yeah, sure." It's not hard to work out. It's not rocket science.
It's hard to understand addiction.
Yeah, Mr. Doherty, there's really a divide between the vaccinated and unvaccinated. Isn't there? They look at you like you're crazy. Shit, I just realized we probably shouldn't be talking about the COVID. So, is
Yes, code words.
Number 19.
I don't like using the official words. The more you use and the more power you give it, the more concrete you're making it. Yeah, I just use cooties. I won't even use the word pandemic.
Pandemic. You're okay, but damn, your ma's pissed. She's not happy about something. Did you forget to take trash out? Estonia. Estonia, of course.